and good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Ellie 4K, and it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the grand final of the Grand Melee Tournament. The Order of the Sheep have gathered us in Hanover, Germany at DreamHack for the very first time. And we're going to see 4 of the remaining players in this tournament battle it out for the massive $100,000 prize pool. We have Leary, in the third place match, Tato versus his teammate, the Viper. And then in the grand final, we'll have Hera versus his teammate, Leary. And that means players know each other's play styles really well. They know their strengths, they know their weaknesses, and no doubt will we see some really high-level competitive gameplay. Artosis, run us down how today will look like.
Thank you very much, Ellie. Day number 3, the final day of the Grand Melee, and I am joined here by Ornlu and Dave. Dave, how are you enjoying DreamHack so far?
I like DreamHack. I've never been to a DreamHack before, and having Age of Empires 2 as part of this convention is amazing. I know it's going to be a busy day today, the first weekend, the Saturday of the event, so I'm anticipating seeing lots of familiar and not so familiar faces in the crowd. Also, getting a vibe for like the LAN event back there. I went and checked that out yesterday. You know, seeing all the Age of Empires people gathered here participating in that tournament is pretty cool too.
Oh, absolutely. And Ornlu, this is your first DreamHack as well, right?
Yes, it is, and it is just amazing to be here. I'm really looking forward to see the huge crowd at this event. Just so many gamers concentrated in one location. It's hard to pass up.
Yeah, we actually got a surprisingly large crowd last night as well, so I definitely think it's going to fill up here today. We do have some amazing matches coming. And speaking of those matches, like, we had to get there somehow, right? So let's talk a little bit about yesterday and throw on that day 2 recap, kind of walk you guys through what we saw on day number 2 in those semifinals.
So this was the first semifinal between Hera and Tato, which I had the privilege to watch. I mean, it was rough watching Tato go down here. First game, obviously, he tried to lame, which is something we haven't seen before. Hera just punishing that, though. And Hera, I think in this game, kind of gave us a hint of what was going to happen in the rest of the set, right? Like, he got his eco sorted, he got walled, he got the military numbers out with the knights here, with the Franks, and just steamrolled over any military that Tato could muster. I mean, it was kind of incredible the level that Hera was playing at yesterday. And Tato, key to this second game here, was picking Goths, I think. Like, it showed that he was kind of nervous. I don't know what you think, Ornlu, but kind of trying new things against Hera when maybe he didn't actually need to.
Yeah, I think that is exactly the case. Like, this is Northern Isles. It's a water map. It's Tato's stomping grounds. It is where he should be favored against Hera anyway, but going with that Goths pick, not able to be successful with the forward, it allowed Hera, as you're saying, getting his eco set up and just cruising his way to victory there with the Italians.
And that was the 2-0 there for Hera. And then, of course, we go on to Fish and Fish. And this was an incredible game, honestly. Like, Neely comes up to me afterwards. He's like, how do you think Tato lost that? And I'm like, I'm not entirely sure. I think he might have made 4 or 5 too many men-at-arms early, but Hera just astonishing macro to get his eco set up behind. Obviously, we're seeing the big Mangonel shot at the end, but by that point, it was already over. Hera adding the fish, as well as the 20 farms or so that he set up in Feudal Age to get that scout production rolling. It was insane.
Just having that food economy to make the army he needed to win, and then suddenly we're on game 4, but it's already match point. We have the polls here for Hera, such a strong civ economically, able to wall himself in quite easily, putting the pressure on Tato to go for some mid-game aggression, and that just did not work out. Hera able to deflect it and then go for the counterattack and secure his spot in the grand finals.
And I think like the early resignation here from Tato, as we see it coming in, he hasn't even really taken any economic damage, but he just knows that Hera is in an unstoppable form yesterday, right? Like he felt like it was just impossible to overcome the Canadian, and Hera, if he brings that into today, it's going to be extremely difficult for his teammate Leary to get anything done.
Speaking of Leary, we're now looking at the recap of his semifinal versus the Viper, an absolutely insane full 7-game set. Here in the first one, though, it was all aggression from Leary, taking so many good fights versus the Viper, and there just really wasn't a whole lot he could do to just stop this onslaught of the archers and scouts from Leary.
And like even just that little clip we saw right there, right? There was a scout fighting an archer over there. There was an archer being pulled away at the top. There was an archer mass in the middle being microed. There was a scout being microed on the other side. And that's what you get with Leary, right? It's hard to keep up with the just sheer control that he has over the game. And speaking of control, I mean, Viper, beautiful recognition here to realize that Leary was going for the elephants, potentially the only thing that could have killed him there from the Burmese. Goes for the forward castle, another forward castle, builds up Janissaries, and just really beautiful strategic gameplay there from Viper. I like the idea from Leary to go for the elephants, little surprise pick on maybe not a map he's comfortable with, but it didn't pan out in the end.
It was just all about that timing that Viper hit. Speaking of which, now we are here on Frigid Lake. This was all Leary in the early game. Really clean early build order to get to Feudal Age, get those fire ships going, taking down Viper on the water, and from there, using the power of the Persian economy to just leapfrog him through the mid-game. And once he got to Imperial Age, Viper, as Byzantines, no real economy bonus, and Leary just throwing so many units that Viper couldn't keep up.
Yeah, I mean, the key to this game is just the sheer amount of food eco that Leary had rolling behind, and obviously added that second and third TC before Viper was able to add some of his own, so the eco was so far in front. And then we go to Ring of Reeds, and another incredible game here. Viper just kind of towing the line there between defending and dead, essentially, which we know he can do so well, right? He had like 3 skirms defending against the camel archers at the back. 3 monks, didn't make any more because he didn't need any more. He was only building the castle with like 2 villagers when he first put it up because that's all he needed, right? And then eventually gets himself into a position like this where Leary is, you know, trying to pay attention to 5 different areas of the map, and Viper is just pushing down the middle, very comfortable.
Speaking of big pushes from the Viper, we are here on Arabia. Everything all tied up at 2 apiece. It looked like Viper maybe being a little hesitant with his engagements, but using the strength of Portuguese with that gold discount going for knights and crossbowmen. Very expensive army composition. It delayed his Imperial Age, but that doesn't matter because Leary never made it to the Imperial Age himself.
So many little things here too. Like Viper kept Leary stuck in his base for so long, and there was like a moment in the middle of the game. Viper's pushing him one side. Leary moves his eagles for a counterattack. Guess what's there? It's Viper's scouts that have no more use in that game other than scouting. Viper is intentionally sticking around Leary's base to see if that counterattack is coming. Leary could get no damage. And then we go on to graveyards here, and I honestly don't know how this game developed to this point. Leary, we heard in the interview yesterday, he didn't know how it developed to this point when he went forward with the tower, but he did get a lot of good kills on Viper in late Feudal Age, got that castle up, and then latest are just so ridiculous, that unit.
It is absolutely wild. They deal so much damage. Leary with a dominant position in the middle of the map. His back is up against the wall, but now we go to the decider game here on Fish and Fish, and from the beginning, it looked like Leary was in a really good spot with a super fast uptime with the Mongols. Then Viper was pushing back, and then, you know, we're going to come out of the back because we think Viper's going to win. And then 30 seconds later, we're like, wait, what? Leary's going to win. He just has so many units. Having that fish in the middle is absolutely critical on this map.
And some great moments from Viper too. Like we can see the remnants of that that trap, right, where he's stuck the 3 scouts in there, and we thought it was maybe a turning point. And Leary with the celebration there, he finally takes down Viper in an RM S-tier event. His first set win against Viper in an S-tier event in random map, not Empire Wars. Of course, we know the history there. But fantastic stuff from Leary. He's going to be fighting against his teammate in the grand finals here, and Viper is going to be fighting against Tato. This 3rd place match is actually kind of hyped, though, because it is $4,000 on the line.
Oh, yeah. A lot of money on the line. Let's actually take a quick look at the bracket just to show you guys the shape of the tournament so far. Just as you guys went over, of course, Hera going to the finals along with Leary. That second match, a lot more competitive, I would say, than the first. Let's take a quick look at the schedule, just show you guys what times you need to be tuning in. We are going to be starting Tato versus Viper relatively soon here, and then at 2 p.m., we are going to go into that finals of Hera against Leary. What an amazing match that is going to be. Everyone's been saying that's going to go the full 9 games.
Oh, for sure. Those two, they're teammates, as we keep saying. They practice against each other all the time. And even historically, they have a ton of really close games, a lot of different settings. They have somewhat similar play styles, Leary just being the bit more aggressive of the two. But it is going to be an absolutely sick finals, and I can't wait to watch it.
All right, well, let's start talking about our upcoming third place match, right? We have Tato going up against Viper. Obviously, yesterday, Viper looked a little bit stronger overall. Tato had a very rough semifinal match. Do you think that's going to play in today, Dave?
I think Tato and Viper are both excited. Like, Tato last night was actually strategizing and really thinking about what he could do against Viper. Also, they didn't practice really against each other leading up to this tournament, which I think is important. Tato was practicing with Doubt. Viper was practicing, I believe, with Jordan. They played one set against each other in the last few weeks, and that's it, which is such a low number for these two, right? So we're coming in here. Tato knows that Viper doesn't know all of his strategies, and Viper knows the same thing. So we're gonna see some new things out of the box here. I would expect Tato to get creative once again. He wants to prove that yesterday was kind of a one-off, right? He doesn't want to get swept again, for sure. And I think he really wants to take that third place trophy.
Oh, absolutely. Like you said, Dave, I mean, a $4,000 difference, $14,000 for third, $10,000 for fourth place. But look at these stats right here. Ornlu, does this surprise you that it's actually tied up 2-2 since 2021 with Tato actually winning more maps?
Well, it just goes to show that Tato really is just a resurging player these days. He won the last big LAN event. He is still a very competitive player versus the Viper. Sure, the Viper, he is known as the greatest player of all time, but still Tato, so smart strategically, and he's got the mechanical chops to compete with the Viper. I do think that this actually does have the potential to be both a close and a pretty long set.
If you guys had to guess the actual score line for this, where would you put it, Dave?
I would probably put it 4-2 or for Viper. I think would be a safe bet. I don't think Tato's getting swept at all.
Okay.
The interesting thing about this match is, like, they're both, the maps they're comfortable on are the same for both of them. So where do you go with your bans, right? If you're Viper, are you more comfortable on the open maps against Tato? And then Tato's a little bit more comfortable on the closed maps? I don't know.
What about you, Ornlu? Where would you put it at?
I do agree with Dave totally that these players' strengths are somewhat similar. I mean, they are teammates, they train together and have those similar styles, but at the same time, Tato may be a little bit more focused on the water maps, maybe something like graveyards that you're going to be playing just a little bit different on and can maybe catch Viper unawares, but we'll have to see what these civs and maps are going to look like.
All right, guys. Well, thank you very much for the analysis. We are ready now. Let's throw it up to Ellie and meet our players.
Thank you so much. We're just mere moments away from starting our third place match. And like everyone's been saying, it's going to be teammate up against teammate for both of our sets today. First up, let's introduce, I guess we don't have to introduce him. Everyone knows him by now. The Norwegian Viper. Please join me up on stage. Just off of his win here from Warlords and our previous S-tier tournaments for Age of Empires, and the S-tier before that was Wololo, where of course Viper's teammate Tato took home the gold. Tato, please join us up on stage. I am so excited to see this head-to-head. Viper, thoughts going up against your favorite teammate?
Well, I think Tato has, he wants to set things straight after yesterday, so I think it's going to be tough matches.
And how are you feeling, Tato? Are you up against your favorite teammate?
He will be really tough. He will be really tough. But I think he will be easy snake.
Easy, up against Viper, always easy. Do you think it's an advantage for you going up against Tato, knowing his playstyle so well?
No one knows his playstyle. It changes every tournament. Impossible to predict.
And what about you, Tato? Do you feel like you're really confident with Viper's playstyle, and can you expose his weaknesses here?
I think it's impossible. So that's I don't know. We will see on the spot, I think.
Viper's telling me it's a snack. It's a snack. So before we get started, last words for Tato before you sit down at your computer and start getting ready.
Yeah. Tato Cababrea.
Something Spanish. Tato, words for Viper before we get going.
You know how much that will roast whoever loses today, right? So there's a lot on the line.
I believe in the finals here, I heard Leary and Hera say, "Loser pays for Christmas vacation." So I don't know if you have some sort of a similar agreement, but definitely at least dinner, I would say. Artosis, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ellie. So the players going to get in their booths. We will start the draft momentarily. And you guys are already talking about it a little bit, that they're kind of similar. Like, how do you go about drafting correctly? What are you actually looking to ban out? Is it going to be the open ones? Is it going to be the closed ones? Or what do you want to see here out of Tato as far as the draft goes?
I feel like, as odd as it is for Tato, I think you want to ban those more closed maps. Viper is just almost unassailable in the late game. So if Tato, I think, can make things a little bit messy, that's not... I mean, this is all relatively speaking. Like, Viper can play messy games, but Tato, I think, might just be a little bit better at that. So if he can force Viper into those situations, that should be his best chance for winning.
Would you agree with that, Dave?
See, I was gonna say for Tato, he needs to start banning the more open maps, honestly, because I think Viper is a slightly better open map player than Tato. And I think Tato is going to determine the score of this set based on the Civ draft. Because he's going to need to not only ban the correct Civs from Viper, according to whatever Viper's home maps are, but he's going to need to draft Civs that are also kind of taking Civs away from Viper, right? And I think he should play more towards Viper's map selections than his own.
That's kind of interesting, because you guys are talking about how, with their similar styles in a certain way, it's like, what maps are they actually going for? Could it almost be looked at like the home and away maps are a lot closer, like they're almost all home maps in a way?
Yeah, I think that this is very different than our two semifinals when it was GL versus AM. Those two sets both had players with very different styles. Here, the players have very similar styles, so it's going to be, I think, much more comfortable. I think we are probably a little bit less likely to see stuff like Land Madness and Atacama, but of course, these guys can play absolutely anything, so we'll have to see exactly what we have in store for us.
Yeah, the drafts have actually been one of my personal favorite parts, watching you guys analyze them. And one thing that has been said several times is Tato never has a poor draft. But I've heard a lot of praise heaped towards Viper as well. Is one of them better than the other? Are these like the best two drafters out there?
I think they're the best two drafters. Honestly, like Viper has the most experience drafting, especially live drafting, which I think is just on another level, right? Because you have all that pressure of not only being in a tournament stage, but everything being live. You know, that the production crew is telling you, like, we got to get started and everything like that. So it's just all these little things adding up, and Viper is so good under pressure. Tato is no slouch either, though, and Tato will have really thought about this, even though it's a third place match. Like, it's a big deal, right? He wants to prove that yesterday was kind of an anomaly and he's not going to get swept again, and he kind of wants that extra $4,000.
Oh yeah, of course. That is a huge paycheck. Actually, something that I brought up yesterday, I was a little bit surprised at the answer, but I want to ask it here again, because normally when you have teammates, like in an RTS game like StarCraft, you're going to see a lot of mind games come out because they know each other, how they play so well, right? So you can kind of throw some tricks in there, be like, he knows I play like this, so we're going to alter it in this way, right, and get a little advantage. Since they are on the same team and obviously play together a lot, is that something that we can see here?
Yeah, it's totally the case, especially with these two players that are so adaptable and like to play against their opponent. I think that we could see stuff that might not be the clearest. Of course, we have our two casters going to be Doubt and Jordan for this set. They are all teammates, so they'll perhaps have a bit more insight as to what exactly these guys have going on in their heads. But it'll be interesting to say the least.
I think, like, they play together, but they play against each other as much as they play together as well. Like, we have a small, tight-knit pro scene in our top 8 or top 10 or what have you, and Tato and Viper have matched up a lot over the course of their careers, and I know that Tato has a strategy not only for other than GL players, but also for each individual GL player. I would imagine Viper, being the greatest of all time, automatically does that anyway as well. So I expect a bit more wild Civ selections from Tato, but I think Viper will have counter Civs to combat those.
Okay. And one more quick question before we get into the draft here. You and I actually rode over today with Tato in the taxi, and he was talking about how Doubt is his main practice partner. When you look at who their actual practice partners are, how much does that affect the actual upcoming match? Like, for instance, if a player plays like who they're playing against?
Well, I think it actually kind of benefits Tato a little bit, because if Jordan was, I hesitate to say this because Jordan is right over there. If Jordan was Viper's practice partner, who I think he was, Jordan is more of a meta player. He's less strategical than Doubt would be, right? And he's not exactly trying new things and out of the box. I'm not looking at yeah. So I think it kind of benefits Tato because Doubt is trying those new things, and they're going down all these different avenues, right? Together. So they've probably, branched out and thought about all these different possibilities a little bit more than maybe Viper has with his training partners.
All right. Excellent. Very good to hear from you guys. Now, the draft is ready, so we're going to go ahead, jump into that. Please lead us through.
Well, we will have to see exactly what is in store for us. Both of these players, as we keep saying, similar styles. And here we are going to be getting right into the draft in just a second. There we go. Let's see what we have in store for us. Are we going to see those more closed maps, your arenas, your Ring of Reeds, or water maps? Like, hey, there we go. Viper immediately slamming down Arena as his very first pick. He wants to take it to late game versus Tato.
I want to see that Civ matchup on Arena.
Oh, yeah.
I'm very excited for that game because, Bohemians, Turks have been our primary selections there. We've seen some Cumans coming out. But I think that a lot of those Civs are going to be sniped or banned here. And I think Tato, especially, is going to have counter strategies for those Civ picks on Arena. Arabia has been picked by Tato, so your suspicion was correct. Tato's going to go for more of the open maps. Viper's going to go for more of the closed maps. Ring of Reeds being banned from Viper too, and Graveyard's being banned from Tato.
It's interesting that Viper would both pick the most closed map in Arena and then immediately ban the second most closed map in Ring of Reeds. So it really does go to show that these players have a bit of a different playstyle, and then he goes on to pick Land Madness.
So we're most aggressive. We'll just even it out between the two.
Yeah.
It just shows that both these guys can play absolutely everything, right?
I mean, looking at all of the differences between these top players, we are really talking about the most minor, smallest percentage differences. Tato now going with Gold Rush as well. Kind of a more aggressive, but not super aggressive map. Really tactical with the gold, all being in the middle with the high ground. And then Viper going with the water map, Northern Isles. This does feel pretty on brand for a Gamer Legion player.
I would like to not see Goths this time, maybe on Northern Isles, or maybe land near, Nilly made a good point, land your starting villager near the Dockville. You get the downhill bonus. They can't quick wall themselves because of the rock. Maybe you kill a villager. That's non-loot. Anyway, Atacama coming in from Tato. So we got Land Madness for Viper. We got Atacama, Arabia, and Gold Rush for Tato. So Tato with 3 relatively open maps. Viper with 2, hybrid map, a closed map, and then an extremely open map.
Viper picking 1 map of each flavor as far as our archetypes go in Age of Empires 2 maps. We'll have to see what civs they have in mind for all of these maps. There is sort of the trend towards open maps because that's just what Tato's draft is heavily favoring, but we do have Arena, Northern Isles in there from Viper. Could be seeing something a bit more out there. We'll have to see if their bans are going to be more focused on things like Aztecs and Mayans than perhaps we've seen in this tournament so far.
I think we might go to the Arena bans first, because that's the most specialized map here. Land Madness, Arabia, Atacama, Gold Rush, there's options there. Northern Isles is a bit of a question mark, but I think Arena, the bans are going to be focused around that one closed map, if I had to suspect. I'm probably going to be wrong because that's just
the caster life, man.
Works, but we could see a Bohemians ban here, we could see a Turks ban, we could see a Bengalis ban, who could be good on Arena and Northern Isles as well. Or just polls, which is
just probably
Arena.
Yeah.
Arena and Gold Rush.
Gold Rush, yeah, I think especially polls are a very popular civ on that map. Arena, they are no slouches either. Notably, Viper is a pretty big fan of Bohemians. I believe that is one of his most picked civs in this entire tournament. Of course, Arena is going to be one of his most picked maps as well. All of that does add up. And looks like you were right, Burgundians, another very strong closed map civ
also
getting banned.
Not bad on Gold Rush.
Exactly.
Right? If you can full wall yourself, not bad on, Graveyards is banned. Sorry, I saw the name up there, but not bad on Graveyards either. Arabia, Gold Rush, if you can get yourself fully walled, Burgundians, their eco can just go insane. And of course, they've got a decent tech tree behind that as well. So, Poles banned, Burgundians banned, both kind of closed map civilizations. We were anticipating maybe Turks, Bohemians, Bengalis, something like that. Hindustanis, so that's an open map civ.
Yeah, again, it's just going to show that they are really having well-rounded bans and map picks so far. Cumin ban, a civ that can kind of be a little bit more tricky, a bit out there. Can go for stuff like 2 TCs in Feudal Age, go for the cheap archery ranges and Archer Tower Rush, that sort of thing. Viper saying, I don't want to have to deal with that in this series.
Yeah, Hindustanis banned from Tato, probably pretty smart with Atacama, Arabia, Gold Rush, Land Madness. There's like 4 maps that they can be picked on, right? So maybe now looking at the civ selections, Lithuanians could be good on everything. And I like the fact that Tato bans Hindustanis and then picks Mayans. So that's like the plan for him, right? There's one civ that can completely counter Mayans. He's already banned it.
Well, it is just not going to be a factor here, and Tato can just go with Mayans, just one of the most inherently strong civs we have in all of Age of Empires on anything that resembles an open map, and we have 4-ish selections of that here. Viper going with Khmer and Bohemians. This is totally in his wheelhouse of civs he likes to play. Khmer, super strong eco, bit of a trickier tech tree options, and then Bohemians, it is just going to be his arena pick almost certainly.
Khmer can be good on Land Madness, they can be good on Atacama as well, Arabia even, you could potentially select them, and now Tato goes for 2 cavalry civs of his own. Franks, once again, good on multiple maps here. Land Madness, Atacama, Arabia, even make an argument for them on Gold Rush. And then Lithuanians are just good on every map except maybe Arabia. Or not Arabia, sorry, Arena would be the one.
Yeah, I mean, Lithuanians, they're a fine civ on Arena. You can go for monk play quite effectively, strong late game tech tree, but it's just a matter of really optimizing your civs because you can't afford to give your opponent, a better civ matchup than you if you can avoid Viper picking Portuguese. It has just been a very common civ pick throughout this tournament. Yeah, it's GL stuff. Could be seeing this on Northern Isles. Sheepfold we haven't talked too much about. That's another open and aggressive map. So we do have that sort of tilt in the series for sure. And Portuguese have been pretty popular there.
And it's so funny too, because Portuguese used to be known as like closed map, water map selection, right? But instead, with the change to the wood gathering from the berries, they've become an open map civilization. We saw them popular on Sheepfold so far. I think we can see them on Arabia, like Viper picked yesterday. I mean, there's even an argument for them on Land Madness with how many berries are on the map.
Yeah, it's really interesting stuff, and we have Aztecs and Byzantines, 2 very popular strong civs. You can play them in multiple areas. I wonder where Byzantines actually in particular are going to factor in. Northern Isles, of course, they're great on those water maps. Japanese as well, when we don't have fish and fish in the map pool. This is some interesting stuff as we get deeper into the draft.
And Japanese could be good on Northern Isles is what I'm looking at. I mean, they're viable on other maps, but not really the best possible pick. Byzantines, if he picks Japanese and uses them on Northern Isles, I wonder where Byzantines are going to go. And I still wonder what the arena selection is going to be for Tato, because right now Viper has Bohemians, and that civ is going to be really tough to take down without that Cumin or Turk option. Turk's still not drafted here.
Yeah, not picked, not banned, or anything like that. Tatars and Berbers, 2 sort of more mid-gamey cavalry, cav archer, camel archer sort of civilizations. But Byzantines and Japanese strike me as, okay, if you ban one, the other one is going to be open for you on Northern Isles, and there is that Turks pick coming in from Tato, likely going to be seen on Arena versus the Bohemians. We've seen that matchup a ton so far in this event. But still, both players have options, and I don't think we see a clear weakness in these drafts so far where one snipe is sort of having your whole plan crumble.
I think the Turk snipe would be really good for Viper, right? Because Tato, what's his plan B for Arena? But I guess the question is, if Bohemians get sniped from Tato, then what's Viper's plan B for Arena? And Britain's is a viable option. Viper now picking Italians, of course, Northern Isles being his home map, so very interesting civ draft. I don't see a clear winner at the moment. Tata's got some very strong civs. Viper's got some strong ones as well, and Gajara's coming in here for those open maps as well.
Yeah, just another really strong civ that can slot in a bunch of different open map settings. Britons are going to be strong. You can play them pretty much anywhere. You can play them on open maps. You can play them on closed maps like Arena. No real issue. I think that makes the Turk snipe a little bit less attractive for the Viper. Love to see how he thinks of that particular matchup possibly. And it's going to be the classic Saracens for Tato. He loves the civ. He's known for this civ. And that will be one of the civs that rounds out his draft.
He was using this civ before it was cool.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like he was using this civ when it wasn't considered all that good before you know, the foot archers got as much damage against the walls as they do. And, well, Viper is going to go with, we'll have to see. Final picks coming in here, right? He's got one more, or does he have two more? Tervidians for Tato, I didn't notice that one. Okay, and it's Huns.
Huns for the Viper. Huns, another strong open map Civ. We have around 4 of them in this map pool. Makes sense right there. And then Dravidians from Tato. Again, this is a Civ we've seen on Frigid Lake, and we've seen on Fish and Fish a lot. Those 2 maps aren't being played here, so if Tato's going to be playing the Civ, it's going to be in a little bit of a different situation. Northern Isles are certainly a strong possibility, but I'll be interested to see what he has planned here.
Huns pick is really interesting for Viper because I think that's viable on 4 of these maps, or 3 of these maps as well. And that's just a solid backup civilization. Also, actually, no, 4 of them.
I was going to say Sheepfold, Land Madness, Atacama, Arabia. I think you all can be happy playing Huns on right there. And now let's
Snipes,
see. Yeah,
interesting. Like, if you're Tato, do you go after the arena, the clear arena civilization here for Viper? If you're Viper, do you go after the clear arena civilization here for Tato? Because you both have multiple options for that water map. And then the land maps are kind of like, even if you snipe one, there's other options. And it's Saracens being sniped by Viper from Tato and Italians being sniped by Tato. So what does Viper do on Northern Isles? Does he default back to the Portuguese now?
I think you can totally do that. Maybe Tato doesn't want to see Viper play Portuguese on a land map. Really, sniping Italians there does sort of heavily tilt Viper towards picking Portuguese on the water map, but it's not like Portuguese are a bad water map Civ. It's not like he doesn't have options. Whereas on the other side, the Saracens ban from Viper, he just doesn't want to deal with Tato Saracen market shenanigans.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
And I can't blame him for that.
I mean, we've seen so many players in the past where they have a draft against Tato. Tato drafts Saracens really late, and then the players are like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, and then they just get rid of it because they don't know what else to do, right? They never expect exactly the strategy or the placement of Saracens. Sometimes he picks it on maps he really probably shouldn't pick it. And he comes up with some bold strategies and gets the win. So Civ draft is over here. Very interesting one. I can't say that either player really won this Civ draft. It looks fairly even to me. The only questionable pick here is that Japanese pick, especially when he has other options like Dravidians and Byzantines for Northern Isle.
All right. So you're saying already that no one feels like they really got the upper hand. The one thing that you're really noticing is Tato's pick of Japanese being a little bit like, what is that for? But is there something Viper picked that you have a little bit of a question mark about?
Well, his draft seems pretty consistent, picking a lot of very strong civs that also fit into Viper's playstyle. Definitely more macro, late-game oriented civs. I think that you have just solid options across the board. I can't really find a weakness here.
No, there's no weakness.
No.
All right. Well, an excellent draft then. And guys, we are ready to start this 3rd place match. Your casters are going to be Doubt and Jordan. Guys, take it away.
Welcome everyone to the show, and thank you so much, guys, for this beautiful analysis. I mean, Doubt, you know, it's a pleasure for me to be here and casting with you because it's always a highlight to spend time with you.
To spend time.
You know, that's what I was saying as well, Doubt.
Make it fun.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, it's like 3rd place match, Viper against Tato, but you know, if we look at those two,
we expect it to be a 3rd place match, right?
Yeah, exactly. This could easily be the grand final. And this kind of shows that the competitive scene is very, very high.
I mean, you don't expect us to cast here. We were supposed
it should
to be
be,
there
yeah,
well,
but yeah, you know,
right?
The things didn't work out as well as we intended. And you know, looking at the drafts, when you look at Viper's picks of the maps, like I feel like there's no pattern. We have a very open map, which is Land Madness. Could make the argument it's the most aggressive one. Yep. Then we have Arena, a very close one, and Northern Isles, which is the hybrid map. So there's no pattern. Why do you think Viper has so much diversity in his picks?
I mean, it's best of 7, right? There is the 11 maps, I believe. More or less every map will be picked.
Yeah.
And it's, at this point, like everybody knows to play every single map. It more comes to the draft. And even draft is like, everybody got what they wanted.
Yeah.
Everybody got what they wanted, so we are going to have very close games, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. Tato on the other side, he was like, in terms of his pattern, it was very land-based, right? And that is also very interesting because Tato is that very hybrid stylistic play, right? And in this case, against Viper, very land-focused. Why do you think is it?
knows that Viper knows him, right?
Yeah.
We did discuss before he started, like, what do we pick? Like, fish and fish map or everything knows. I guess both didn't want to play that map. Like, it's done. We're done with that map. Rigid Lake, Tato didn't feel that confident in that map as well. Like, he wanted Persian plan, also known. So, here we are starting the first game on the ship and ship.
So the first thing we see here is the Viper here playing in the blue trunks as Aztecs in the southern side of this map. And on the other side, we have Tato playing the red trunks as Lithuanians. And Lithuanians, as far as I know, we have not seen them on Sheep fold thus far in the main event. And obviously, Aztecs, we have seen another person playing that one. Do you remember who that was?
I wish I don't. I'm trying to forget, Jordan. Thank you for reminding.
So, Daud, in terms of both civilizations, I think with Aztecs, it's pretty straightforward. Most of the time, you would like to open men-at-arms into follow-up with an archer range. As Lithuanians, they have a lot of options as well. What do you think we could expect from Tato here?
Like, Aztecs playstyle suits Tato actually more. And I was just like, are the picking tips correct? Like, Lithuanians is something that suits Viper, and Aztecs a bit more trickier civilization where you want to use the market, you want to do eagles, tricky strategies. It's more like a Tato thing, so they are switching the roles here.
Okay.
But obviously, both teams are amazing on this map, and interesting to see what Tato comes up with Lithuanians here.
Yeah, with Lithuanians, obviously you start with 150 food at the beginning more than other civs, so that is a little boost which allows you to go to the fuel age much faster. We have seen Leary utilizing that yesterday against Viper on graveyards, and so there are definitely options. And Tato, he has 17 villagers going for Loom already, so he will be about to go up to fuel age, and with such a fast fuel age, we can expect no men-at-arms for sure. So it's either going to be scouts or archer range. But it looks to me that it's going to be scout play most likely, right?
Yeah, exactly. With Lithuanians, you want to use that starting bonus to go up as soon as possible and apply pressure, because during the game they don't have actually any other economy bonus. So your economy bonus is actually preventing enemy to have a good economy and settle his game.
Yep, yep. So Barrick coming up for Tato right now. He is on one lumber camp. Obviously, if you go up that fast, you don't need the second lumber. Exactly. Otherwise, you cannot afford anything there. And Viper on the other side, he is 2 minutes later, or two villages later than Tato, so he will definitely be playing very defensively. But you know, I think Viper is going to enjoy that moment because he's used to playing greedy. He's used to playing defensive.
He loves it.
Exactly.
Obviously, in this matchup, like you said, Lithuanians always up faster, and Aztecs has to play reactive. It's very important that Viper Scout is always on point to see what is Tato up to.
Yeah, and the funny thing we saw yesterday, Viper against Leary, Viper has this special feeling for where to position his scouts.
Amazing.
So he's really good in that. And with Lithuanians, scout opening, oh, we see 2 villages on gold.
He's copying Leary. Well,
wow.
It worked for Leary, so why not? It's actually the same matchup, right?
Yeah, it is the same one. I'm a bit surprised by that because I felt like the gold was taken a little bit too late, but I guess it's going to be fine here. And yeah.
Because he's not aiming for a huge archer production, he probably like 4 or 5 and then switch completely to scouts. Similar what Leary did. Now, is that a good to repeat it?
Well,
will Viper be able to react better here? It's also, Graveyard is way more open map than this one.
Yeah, yeah. So definitely Tato will find openings here. Having 2 villager faster uptime is definitely going to be helpful in that regard. We see a spearman coming out here, and Viper adds an archer range as well. So he's going to be playing archers as well as he is on gold. And the beautiful thing for Aztecs here is they produce 15%, if I'm not mistaken, faster. They're a military unit, so it's going to be easy to get a lot of numbers out for them.
And skirmishers are produced faster than archers, so Viper now needs to spot that range, and if he spotted in time, he will probably queue up skirmisher first.
Exactly.
Also a bit lucky for the Viper, the middle is quite a far distance.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's very good for him, especially if you want to play defensive. And we see Tato already. He's sneaking on the right-hand side. Oh, and
did he spot that?
I don't think he sees that, right? Or he saw it, because otherwise he should have reacted here. And that's going to be very dicey for Viper, I would assume. He sees the archer range in the front, so that is a good confirmation for him. But on the left-hand side, with the scout, the spearman, and the archer, there is potential to pick off 1 villager. And now Viper sees the confirmation. There is a scout. And let's see, the villager HP is getting lower and lower, and now it's all about the marker here, Daud.
I don't think he will overcommit. Oh, nice job. Like, how does Viper always kill? It's like you need to have I don't know, imagination of how do you want to quick wall where you want to jump. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's very hard to pull off, and we see one archer going to go down. No, he saves it as well, and the spearman goes down, the scout goes down, and the eagle is going to be able to push away the archer here. And that means after this fight here, we will see 3 units dying for Tato and only 1 for Viper. So beautiful defense here, and now we have 4 military units for the Viper, while on the other side we have 3 for Tato.
Absolutely perfect opening by Viper, and he will be having 3 eagles left over. That's absolutely huge. He now has blocked the counter unit skirmisher, which Tato kind of needs to go, and he's also Lithuanian bonus, they move faster. He is still producing only archers, and probably, I assume, he will add stable anytime soon.
The question for me now is he going to play extremely greedy, go for fletching, you know, and just... Okay, never mind, there's the stable here. I was just wondering, like, in these situations, I personally like to stick with the archer range and maybe even add a second one, because as long as the ad6 player doesn't add skirms to the mix, you're kind of fine, right? Like,
Yeah,
the
those
eagles
are not a threat, right?
they're not at all, right? And that always helps you to get the numbers for the crossbows in Castle Age, and then you accompany those with knights. But yeah, Tato has opened with the stable there, and we will see the archer scout mix against the eagle archer mix.
Like for me, when I do economy military upgrades, it's when I feel I have a timing attack, and that timing attack is gone. So Tato prefers to have numbers, and he didn't spot this.
Yeah,
This is going to be ugly.
Yeah, and Viper for sure picking off 1 villager here, and the second one could go down as well. But nice reaction here by Tato. He kind of saves that one. Yeah. Oh, 1 HP. Yeah, and he has to retreat now. So beautiful save here by Tato. And now those 2 archers and 3 eagles have obviously no chance against those 6 archers at all. There is no fletching in for Tato, so that's a little bit of a problem for him here. But yeah, overall, I think that was a very good exchange for Viper, because he caught Tato off guard. Like, he didn't expect that at all, Doubt.
Yeah, Tato needs to trap this army completely, so trading 1 villager for this army, it's worth it for Tato, and Viper will obviously lose all those units, but he wants to get as much as value as possible.
He's also buying time with that, and in this situation, I think you want to save the eagle numbers, right, if you're Viper, because about the archers, you don't really care about them too much. Usually as the ad6 player, you want to have a lot of eagles, and especially when you're hitting Castle Age, you will produce most of the time from 2-3 barracks at the monasteries, and then you have this death ball combined of monks and eagles, and that is just very hard to stop. And for Tato, obviously, he wants to shred down the numbers of eagles.
Exactly that, like, archers are not the scaling unit for the Aztecs, it's eagles. Once you get those eagles numbers out of control, it's so hard to stop, especially on the maps where you cannot actually be completely walled.
Yep. In general, if you think about Castle Age here, which civ would you prefer? Like, Lithuanians, obviously, they have this huge advantage that per each relic they get a +1 attack on their knights and lighties, and that is obviously very strong. However, with the monks, you have a good counter there in theory by the ad6 player.
Yeah, interesting, you know, both civs have a really good relic bonus, right? Aztecs get their gold faster from relics, and Lithuanians get the extra attack for the knight.
Yeah.
The relic, it will be the relic race in Castle Age for sure. They will both prioritize that quite high on the list. Yeah,
we only have 5 relics on this map, and here on the woodline, Viper is trying to be very annoying, but Tato, you know, he's doing a very good job with his archers. Even though he has 1 archer less, he still is totally fine here. Goes for wheelbarrow as well, and oh, Doubt, I've been in this situation against Hera, and I felt like going for wheelbarrow is very, very risky, because that delays your uptiming.
He's not planning to go up, Jordi. He's not going. He is doing bloodlines. He's going all in scouts.
Yep.
He's basically repeating Leary game from yesterday.
Yeah. And now these 4 archers, man, they are so annoying, and Tato really struggles with that, right? Because all the intention he wants to apply right now should be in the front, right? He doesn't want to defend. He's all-inning in feudal age, and Viper's just buying himself so much time.
It's insane. Yeah, it's like that only woodline for the Tato as well.
Yep. And also on the left-hand side, we see now skirmish as well, and Tato has picked up 2 units here from Viper, so this can snowball really, really fast here, and we see those archers charging in here. We have 7 archers against 3 archers and 1 eagle, and 5 archers here, okay. But Viper, he needs to be on point here with his micro, otherwise he will take a lot of losses here.
He'll be super happy to trade those archers for as even as possible. He wants eagles. Eagles cannot die until Castle Age, and maybe Viper is being greedy, not putting a tower here. Like he needs that, he needs security, but he believes in his micro and he's definitely doing well.
Yeah, exactly. There is a skirm coming out as well. The skirm is like the perfect unit here to fend off those archers. He doesn't have skirm though, so the archers will take 2 damage to those skirms instead of 1. But yeah, Viper is just on point with his micro, and you know, Tato is like desperately trying to find some damage here. I think he senses that his opponent is up to cast age, and it's just a matter of time until he reaches that. And you know, if you're in fuel age while your opponent as the Meso player is reaching cast age and you're like 100 food in the bank, I don't think that's a good feeling, is it?
It's the position you hate to be on, but I have to point out how impressive Viper defense here was. Like, he had optimum amount of units to defend. He didn't want to tower. He was so confident it's enough, and it was actually perfect amount.
Exactly.
Really good play by Viper.
Exactly, and now he's also picking off the archers of Tato, which is kind of the biggest threat here. With units he doesn't really care about, right? Like, the Eagles are the ones which he cares about right now, and we see the the deadly upgrades of the Eagle Warrior and the scale boarding armor, I think, no, is the second armor upgrade for the infantry. We're not used to casting doubt.
Completely total of 5 armor. That means that every range unit will do only one damage per shot.
Yeah,
that's nothing.
Exactly, and also think about it. Viper used the time to go to Castle Age, and even then he's only 3 villages behind. Yes, Tato obviously has wheelbarrow, but right now he's, you know, flirting with the idea of going up. He's adding your favorite building. Daud, tell us how the market works.
I like that flirting with the idea. You're getting those casters things. Yeah, I like. I absolutely love that Viper is actually playing with second EC. I would this here do 4 barracks, market, everything. We go. Yep. But Viper is playing super macro game. He knows he's ahead, and he doesn't want to risk it.
Exactly. And also crazy out that he has economy for literally everything, and that is something I'm struggling with when I'm playing Meso, for example, that I'm able to afford everything. But he has all the necessary upgrades, even squires now for his Eagles, which, you know, make them so much faster, and that is so important. And for Tato, in theory, if he was able to wall his base to a certain degree in order to, you know, stop the Eagle ratings, then I could see something happening from his side. But this is going to be very tough now. The quick wall's coming in, and you have to be so on point here.
He's on point. Yeah, they're both on point on quick walls. There is only one player that is not, and that's not one of them.
Nope, I think I know who you're talking about, Daud, but, you know, like, I'm not the best quick waller, we all know that. And
also to point out is, like, Tato cannot confirm if Viper is going full all-in Eagles or not, so he always need to have in the mind, maybe I need many times to survive. It's really hard now for Tato to play. Like, whatever he chooses, it's a risky option, right?
Exactly, and the main thing for me here to look at is, yes, Tato has saved his villagers, that's nice obviously for him, but Viper costs so much idle time for Tato, and he's like completely on the back foot. And then meanwhile, Viper is expanding, building a third TC. I'm sure he has a monastery up as well to gather those relics. And yeah, it's just like a very comfortable. Oh, here's the relic. Like, we know what we're talking about. We know what we're talking about, though.
Yeah, exactly. Full macro game. He used Eagles to buy time, not to finish the game.
Yeah.
And many players in this position go for the kill.
Yeah, yeah. And this is just a beautiful position for the Viper. Daud, what do you think Tato has to do right now in order to come back?
He cannot just go. This is like, he sees the relics probably, he has the scouts the whole game. He will grab the relics and double stable knights. I think that's only chance. And don't lose those scouts, they will be your biggest tool to snipe the monks.
Would you also go forward with a siege workshop of a monastery, or would you like completely commit on the knight play?
That's not needed, I believe, here. Like, you usually go forward siege workshop when enemies carrying crossbow. And like, this is only with fletching, so +2 armor is enough to cause the trouble to his economy.
So in this scenario, the scouts or a soon-to-be upgraded light cav is going to be the most important unit here, right? Because for ad6 player, the biggest threat against those knights are the monks. And the big issue here for Tato is the ad6 have this speciality that the monks get 5 extra HP per each monastery upgrade you do. So And all of a sudden, those Aztecs monks are extremely buffy. And oh, there is a hole here. So those 4 or 3 eagles
damage there, right?
are going to find so much damage here. And now Tato is forced to retreat all his gold miners. And now he's not able to afford that. Yes, he has a monastery market, but like all the gold income is so necessary for him.
It's not even so much about economy, it's how much it's about buying time. Like, he is slowing down Tato's push just by the eagles that he is more or less wasting.
And he's a hole here on the wood line. Now it feels like he's kind of falling apart here. And I mean, this is so disastrous for Tato. He's so big on the... he's so far behind here. And ideally, he would like to be raiding Viper's base now and idling the economy, but he's not capable of doing so because he has to defend all the time.
Exactly, and if you can see the value of the army, it's actually high for Tato, and he has to stay at home. That's not the position you want to be. You have less economy, more army, and you're playing defensive.
Yeah. And also army numbers. We have 25 against 19. So in theory, Tato has the power, the strength in order to make something happen. But as we mentioned, all the time, defending. And this just, the longer the game goes out, the better it is going to be for the Viper.
For sure, like, he is already 20 villages ahead, and I wouldn't be surprised if Viper just had 2 more barracks and do the pike tech soon.
Like, if he goes for pikes right now, game... Like,
he's not breaking anymore.
There's no way, right? Tato really has to hope that Viper commits fully onto the eagles there, ignores the pikes, and invests...
Catch on the monk.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't think that's going to happen. And yeah, you know, that's also Viper, something Viper loves. He loves to take down the production facilities.
It's always like, whenever we play a team game, guys, let's kill the production.
Yeah. What should we do? Let's kill the production buildings. And that's exactly what Viper is doing right now. We have 26 army against 23. So in that regard, it's not too bad for Tato. But 44 villagers against 71. That's not a position you want to be in.
At least Tato is finally breaking out of his cage, but Viper knows that, and I really think Pikeman will be on the way soon.
Yeah. It's just a dream position to be in for the Viper here, and nice quick wall by Tato. And it feels like the timing is running against him. He definitely wants to clean up here these eagles, and he needs to force his issue here in the front, but I really think that Viper will not even give him the time to move to the other side of the map. I feel like he has to defend all the time now.
Even with those eagles, that they were always not there to kill, they're there to buy time. He doesn't care about them, he just needs a bit more time until the extra villagers economy kicks in. And there are spearmen, yeah.
Exactly. And now the pressure is coming. We will see more barracks coming from the Viper as well, and producing a lot of Eagle Pike and monks here. And you can see, like, Tato knows he needs to force the issue here. He was about to go to the other side of the map to get some ratings, but no, Viper doesn't allow him to do so. And he will have to defend all the game.
Yeah, game sense from Viper is absolutely insane. Like, we see the whole map here and we know the pikeman will be right choice, and he just does it at the perfect moment. Like, he lost his pressure, now it's time to switch to the pikeman.
Yeah, and also beautiful blocking here by Viper. Tato was trying to get onto those monks here, but now we see a big clash here, and I think this clash is going to be the biggest one here of this game. The Knights are taking down those eagles.
Actually.
Yeah, it's going to be a cleanup, right? But
a nice counter pikeman?
I think so, Dowd.
I've witnessed that.
I heard that before. And this is obviously a nice momentum swift by Tato, and now obviously he has to follow this up now. Dowd, how would you follow it up as Tato?
Full aggression, more stables, don't care about second EC, maybe put 7-8 villagers on stone. Once you get another good fight, so you can snowball completely with a castle in farm place.
Also, one thing we have to point out here, Lithuanians has 2 relics here. So they get 2 extra attack on those knights. So they are very strong here. And now we see another fight here. Obviously, that one is going to be really crushing for Viper because his production is just out of this world here, Dowd.
His economy pikeman is cheaper unit, and very well played by Viper.
Yeah, so this was a very convincing gameplay by Viper. And also, for me, it was very interesting because when Tato tried to raid him on the south with his 7 archers and 1 scout, there was a moment where Viper, in theory, could have walled between his wood line toward the TC, and he would have been completely fine. But he didn't do that. Like, he was very confident
about his, like, he knows if it goes in trouble, I will quick wall.
Exactly.
I will quick wall village out.
Exactly.
He didn't lose anything. He killed the pressure. He even killed that spearman for some reason. It was there.
Yep.
Like, everything was full cleanup, and from their point, Viper was on driving seat the whole game.
For sure. How do you think, like, we both know those two very well, obviously. How do you think Tato's mindset is right now? Does he look at it and be like, yeah, whatever, first game was kind of the warm-up?
They're
or like
both very experienced tournament players, like.
Yeah.
And it's a bit harder when you play your own teammate because we always talk about strategies. We never hide anything from each other, at least I don't. Not sure about
I don't as well.
So you have nothing like backup plan. For example, if you're losing against Leary or Hera, okay, I have this plan for the next, I will do Dravidians, I will do this. Here, everything is out, everything is known, so both are put on spot, and usually that's where meta kicks in.
Yeah.
Viper is slightly better there.
Yeah, he's just so good at execution, right? Like, I would say the only two players who can match his execution level would be Viper and Doubt.
Okay.
Like, Leary and Doubt and Hera. Yeah. But okay, anyway.
Let's focus on the next game then.
Do you... Okay, so the next map, we just got the confirmation, is going to be Arabia.
Ooh, look at this for that.
Arabia was also the first pick for Tato. So for him, it was very important to have Arabia in this one, right? Because the second one would be the ban. So why do you think he rates Arabia so high?
We talked earlier, like, he doesn't rate it high, just like Arabia will be won by the good Civ.
Yeah,
And
okay.
he thinks he will have a better Civ there.
Okay, looking at the civs here, you know, one thing which I wanted to ask you beforehand is, were you surprised Tato picking Mines as first pick?
I'm surprised they're not banned.
Okay, so if I see Mines first pick, it has to be...
For what map?
Oh, I thought it was Arabia.
I was thinking as well, but that's same, guys.
Oh, crazy. Okay, so we have different civs here. If I'm not mistaken, Hans against... What was it? I'm not 100% sure, but I'm sure... we will get the information in a moment here. And yeah, I'm sure we will jump into the set here right away.
Yeah, I talk a little bit. Only thing I know, Atacama will be Skirmisher War.
Skirmisher War?
Skirmisher Spearman, good old style.
Ah.
That's what Tato was planning to do that for years and never got a chance.
Okay,
Now he will do that. For Arabia, I assume Mayans as well.
Okay, interesting, because Atacama, as far as I know, and I'm not mistaken, we have not seen it in the main event.
I think this is the first time.
It's the first time, right?
Well, and you will see, that's still a question.
Yeah, that's true. I hope for it, because Atacama is also a very aggressive map.
Oh, I hate it.
I personally, but I always ban it as well because
it's to do funny stuff there, like no, don't meta me there. Like, don't.
It is wild. It is wild, and we saw Atacama being played on the qualifiers. We had Capuch against MBL or MBL against who was it? Sito, I think, right? And also,
I remember the game. Yeah.
Most of the time we see scouts opening. Sometimes also Archer opening, but then there was a map, there was a game, MBL against Sito, where
Magyars open skirms, right?
Exactly, skirm spikes. No, it's not something...
open as well, skirms, like, it was like such a weird opening.
Yeah, you don't expect that, right? But it also makes sense because the trash unit is very, very cheap, and you can really force the issue in the middle, and all the wood is there, so it makes sense, but yeah.
Distance is close, so mobility is not such a high priority, but scouts is the best unit in Feudal if you get all the upgrades. But the question is, will you get all the upgrades?
Exactly, it takes time.
Takes time.
So Arabia, Arabia can be extremely open and extremely closed.
And it's more close, right?
This is more close, right? So you want to have civs which also thrive a lot in terms of the early economy and are very good at massing a lot. So, yeah.
If you ask them boys, like, Mayans, they cannot lose there.
Yeah.
I also talk with them, yes, like, Mayans, we love practice Mayans, and whoever gets them always wins. Like, they prioritize them so high. Like, Extra Villager, resources last longer, crossbow cheaper.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful civilization for this map. And oh, we don't see mines here.
I'm surprised, but Britons is also a very solid archer team, isn't it?
For sure. So on the northern side, we have the Viper spawning here in the blue trunks as Hans. And on the other side, Tato playing in red trunks. Whoa!
That's Premiel, yeah.
Whoa. Dot, we see a pre-mill rush here by Tato, and the scouting is going to be the most important thing.
And Viper, on point with scouting.
Yeah,
at some point, it's insane.
He sees it immediately, and he sees the barrack. He was about to go back, but the last second, the last tile, he was able to spot that one, and he obviously knows what's going to happen, right? And now for Tato, does he know where he has to send his army? Because now it's either on the right-hand side or the left-hand side.
I know where he is, yeah. The scout is on the north. He did not converge. I mean, the bear.
This is disastrous, because the scout, like, okay, he now sees the gold. He knows he has to go to left hand side, but that gives Viper so much time to react to this doubt.
Or it's so delayed, and Bear will actually take half of HP, and Viper is rushing as well at the same time.
Crazy.
He will do way more damage than that will with the rush.
And I love what Viper is doing here. Like, most players would be remaining at the defensive, right? You're expecting your opponent to send those two militias to you, but he says, no, I will defend with my quick walls and I will apply the pressure by myself. And Tato, he will not expect that. Fortunately for him, he has Loom right away now, so his villagers are not going to take so much damage here. And obviously the militia is trapped here, so that one is not going to find any damage here. So beautiful reaction here by Tato. And, oh, that's kind of surprising, isn't it, Doubt? Those two militia are finding damage here, which, was not really supposed to happen.
I was with the Viper choice to leave one militia next to the Tato's gold, just for, like, scouting and maybe denying the first villager. But, like, two militia are chat, one militia is nothing.
No, you don't care about that one, especially if the scout is not in fuel age yet, because it only has 3 damage output instead of 5 here. And the follow-up is going to be... Viper is not on gold, so... Is it archer range skirm?
Well, the Viper map is absolutely insane with the backwood, back gold.
Yep.
Tato, both important resources, gold and berries forward. I don't think Viper needs gold at all. He can push with the skirms, and me saying that, he's going for the gold.
How do we always find those moments where we claim something and then the moment after we see we were wrong?
I don't know. Like last game, I said he would do pikeman, and bam, pikeman. I felt special now.
Now not so much.
Now I know I'm not playing but casting.
Yeah, the curse of the casting. Yeah. I also think it is a little bit late there, but I think he will open with one skirm and then transition into an archer
double
here.
Range.
And double range for Britons, and we must not forget. Britons, they have faster production of the archery unit, so...
That's like 2.5 ranges.
Yeah, that's crazy. Tato will be able to get a lot of range units on the field here, and Viper, he gets a confirmation that his opponent is not really heavily on gold, so he will expect a lot of skirms here from his opponent.
Yeah, usually players want to go one range and blacksmith for the fast fletching, but if your plan is to go for the castle age, you want to get second range and get that archer mass, keep rolling. So when you get castle age, you have a huge cross of numbers, which for the Britons, and next range is hard to stop.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure if Tato is going to be able to afford that though, because easily he doesn't have as many villagers. So, keeping up the production of 2 archer ranges and also the TC is going to be rather tough. I think his blacksmith is going to be delayed in terms of getting the fletching in. But what do you think is more important? Getting the mass out with 2 archer ranges or getting the quality out with fletching?
If you hit your timing, depends what the opponent is doing. If you're faster to feudal, you have some timing with fletching. But here, when you're absolutely close, I think the mass is there, and also Viper is opening archers. So he will have a really struggle. Even those 2 militia at the small number are quite annoying thing.
Yeah, and we see now fletching 15 seconds away from Viper, but in these kind of scenarios, it just feels like the mass seems to be a bit more important. Viper is forced to do a little bit of walling here, also beautiful micro here by both players, and I look at it and I just feel satisfied by the way Tato is playing, because he doesn't show Viper any respect. He's like, okay, I will go full out with military. I'm going for the pressure, the biggest pressure I can, and I'll force you to defend here.
Absolutely. He's like, if Leary can do it, I can do it as well. And he will also sneak one archer behind the wood line, because he will get easily sniped by skirms. Smart little move.
Also, thinking about yesterday against Hera, it felt like he didn't play as confident. We talked about it. You were saying he didn't play as confident as he usually does, but now this game shows me he's here to play it out.
He just plays the best when he plays against us. That's absolutely true.
Yeah. And now, obviously, military-wise, double the army size, 12 against 6 here. And Viper's situation here, what would you recommend him doing? Because obviously adding a second archer range I don't think is really a possibility, because he's never going to catch up in those numbers. Isn't he kind of forced to add a stable here?
Absolutely. You don't want to go to range units war against Britons. That's not your specialty. You want that stable out, but you need to have a decent range units number for the spearman, right? So those early trades did not pay off for Viper, right? He's only left with 2 archers and 1 skirmisher.
I just saw he had a stable before I even mentioned that, so
Yeah, I saw
yeah, good stuff. Thanks for not roasting me here, Dad.
I try to be good to
Nice.
you.
So yeah, we have second archer range being added now. And is it going to be a Skirm Scout army by Viper? Will he add Archer Scout, or do you think it's mainly focused on Skirm Scouts here?
It has to be skirms because we are getting closer and closer to the castle age, and you don't want to go to the crossbow war. Not against Britons, right?
Yeah, you want to step away here. And Tato, you know, I love what he was doing. He was very aggressive with his early units, and now he's, you know, egg-walling himself. So he knows that
And market.
the market, and it's like crazy, right? The market is going to be so helpful. And left-hand side, the village is walling. 3 scouts are about to come in. In my calculations, the scouts will enter this one, Doubt.
Oh, not if Tato pay attention.
Oh, this is so annoying. And now let's see what Tata is going to be capable of doing. But no, Viper will not allow the quick walls happening here. I mean, Viper is very experienced in that one because he kind of invented that kind of stuff, right? So he knows exactly which angle he has to go for.
He is forced now to return with whole army just to deal with those 3 scouts. But luckily for him, there is no follow-up, right? It's just those scouts. He will be happy with 1 kill. And I think they will move the game now to the castle age.
Exactly, and for Tato it's not the worst thing, right? Because he retreated with his army anyhow, because, you know, exactly, he will be up to castle age faster than his opponent, right? He forced so much reaction from Viper. And you want to remain with the Archer Masters, because once you hit the castle age, you want to have a threatening army.
That's your unit of the choice, and also Viper did invest heavily into food units, scouts and skirms. He also did the armor upgrade on the range units. And Tato, most importantly, got the market.
Exactly. You know, the thing here is, I look at the map and be like, if I was in Viper's situation, aren't you forced to go for tower forward because you're not going to match up the castle time from Tato?
Yeah, here you will need to make decision. Full feudal, or just make skirms, keep enemy at home as long as possible until you hit castle age. Both options are valid. I guess depends on the playstyle. I would, with this forward gold of Tato, I would probably go for the forward tower.
I think you have to. But let's see what Viper is going to aim for. His food count is rather high, so it kind of looks like he wants to focus on the faster castle age time. And, you know, I look at it and, you know, I talked with Tato a lot about that. He's not the biggest fan of having feudal gates against ranged units. And now we see him having that. And, you know, that forces him a lot of problems, I would say, because he feels like he has to defend that one. If he has 2 houses here in the front of the gate, then he is completely fine, right? And he doesn't have to react to anything here.
Yeah, it makes your base look prettier, but it's always punishing. Like, that's the first thing you hit if you're playing aggressive.
Yep, exactly. And now you feel like Tato wants to repair the gate, right? Because he knows that if something is coming in, especially, he doesn't know what Viper's follow-up is. If there are like 7 scouts behind with bloodlines or something, okay, he obviously sees it now, but it's like always a threat, and he's even investing 3 villages to repairing that one. And on the other side, we see Viper 1 minute delayed in terms of the cast age time, but looking at everything, it's fine.
Very important thing, how Tato game sense. He did the market, he saw his gold, he saw Viper got more army. He didn't want to sell stone.
Yeah.
He was there prepared in case that Viper is going aggressive with the tower, he will go counter tower.
Yeah.
That
Beautiful.
was so smart. Like,
Beautiful.
He was not blinded when he market like some would. He just waited to react. He's happy, he got more units. If he pushed me, I will drop a tower. If he doesn't, well, I will drop TC later.
Yeah, beautiful play here by Tato. And now the question is, what is his response going to be? I absolutely love what he's doing here on the right-hand side. He's like, okay, with those archers, ideally upon reaching castle age, I want to be at your base, right? I don't want to be stuck in my base here.
You lose your time window, right?
Exactly. So, and with the skirms he has, he's totally fine. And look at Viper. He like
hold on all the time next to ranges.
Is there a hole? Really?
I think they just pass.
Okay, I didn't see that one. But this is just beautiful to spectate, right? Because the game sense of both players is so high. Viper is like, okay.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Oh, this is hurting a lot here.
What?
Viper is going to lose so many archers here. I mean, it's not the end of the world as he hunts, but still, it's not a good trade because he's not going to kill any unit of Tato here.
And he zones out those archers, so Tato's crossbow can just go for the blood.
Yep. Exactly, and the crossbows are going to reach Viper's base in a moment here. This is not going to be beautiful for Viper because You know, he's very fragile at the back of his base here. Fortunately for him, it is in the back, right? So he's, in theory, has a little bit more time, but his micro definitely has to be on point here. And the main question for me, okay.
That's a lot of damage on already.
Oh, that's insane. 3 villages being picked off here by Tata. And, you know, Viper's reaction was rather slow in that regard, so it's not something he really expected on the right-hand side. And, yeah, Tato, he is in the driver's seat now. And, you know, what do you think? That's like one of the most important questions here. When do you go for ballistics here for both players?
Ooh, I think with this distance, you don't want to go ballistic. You want to have the Siege Workshop. But at the same time, against Britons, they outrange the Mangonel, and that's quite a tricky part as well.
Yeah, so I think, and let's see if you agree, for Viper it is a must to get ballistics ASAP, because you need to you know, you need to be able to chase down those units, and if you don't have ballistics, like, you will never kill units. But for Tato, and that's also exactly what he's doing, just add 2 TCs and be fine. You just boom up and get your economy going.
That's the problem when you play against Crossbow. You're investing so much. You need elite scrums, you need +2 armor, you need the bot count, you need ballistic, and he just make 1 Siege Workshop, 1 Mangonel, and you need to retreat.
Yep. And Viper now, as we mentioned, he is forced to do the.
He opened the wall for some reason.
Oh, what?
Why did he?
I
That
guess
has to be a misclick.
I don't think so. I think it was intentional to use that knight against those skirms, but I guess he didn't see those archers here, did he?
He saw probably maybe 1 annoying skirm, and he was like, "You will not bother me," and then the friends show up.
Yeah, I mean, he will be able.
Look, trap.
That's why he had the whole down. Now we have.
I started to think that was intentional as well. It's a full cleanup.
Obviously, a beautiful engagement here for Viper, but this game reminds me a little bit of the first one, where Tato was kind of forced to deal damage with his 1 TC play, and Viper is in that situation right now himself, and Tato is like, okay, I try to be annoying with my army, but in the back of my base, I have blooming economy, 59 villages against 43 ballistics now coming in for both players, and obviously Viper is going to be here on the timer.
And Britain's town centers are also 50% cheaper, so he's saving quite a bit of that. Basically, he's having 3 TCs for price of 1. 2
So,
TCs.
if you think about Viper's position here, Dowd, obviously we see the entire screen. Even let's say everything is all visible. How would be the best approach for Viper?
I believe skirms and knights. Like, he cannot now catch up on the boom. He needs to reclaim the map control, and when he's reclaiming the map control, then maybe you can focus on economy.
Okay, so you're saying play 1 TC, all out, knight, skirms. Do you add rams? Or do you just try to lift those?
Never add rams. You just you add them and you have them in the post-imperial upgrades.
Okay, so just playing without siege. Don't you need siege at one point just to force the issue? Because knights, they will struggle against botkin TCs with ballistics as well, right?
Yeah, obviously, but you need to get map control back first. Like, Viper will not be able to break from this concave ever if he's starting to boom, and he will not even catch up with the village count. Like, Tato is already 20 villages ahead. If he starts adding TCs now, he will always be behind, and he will also be behind in military numbers, so at least get advantage in one part of the game.
Yep. But Viper, you know, he is about to add, or he's adding the second TC right now, so I guess he wants to force the issue a little bit with the skirms he has.
Maybe he believes in his micro, right?
Yep. So currently the game is paused. I was told that the mouse is bugging out a little bit for one of those 2 players, so they will work on that, and I'm pretty sure we will jump into the game in a moment here.
I remember using the ball mouse back in my time.
You know, like 50 years ago.
Like,
and then it was fixed, huh?
It was a good old. You never had that?
I had that, I think, when I was 5 years old.
Oh, God.
Back when you were like 30 years old out.
I was already in high school.
So yeah, the game resumes here, and you know.
Oh, that's job. This is exactly what Viper needed to even out the army count, and then he can try to catch up with the bomb.
The thing is, he has ballistics, he has second...
I just find the value. Viper is so good.
Yeah, he's just on point here with his archers. And, you know, right now it's 30 to 20. It's going to be a huge lead for Viper in a moment here. And those elite skirms with +2 armor, I love that move. I love that move. Yeah, and those archers are going to pick off the Mangonel. I mean, he finds the... Oh, no, okay. Tato saves that one. But it is such a beautiful move by Viper because he forces so much issues.
Viper, it was like a dream scenario. Cleaning up army, Mangonel out of position, scums trading, evening out economy, like dream scenario for Viper. Fixing that mouse helped him.
Yeah. The main question now, you're in Viper's position, you see the Mangonel is still alive, you have the skirms. What do you do? Do you like, okay,
run,
run, but you're kind of close, right? Oh, and the hit.
That's
definitely.
why you run.
Yeah, you have not really the space to run, right? It's like, I would love to see you in this position, Daud. It would be a fun one.
Thank you, Jordan. But yeah, I would probably do at this point like what Viper is doing. Just try to idle as much as possible. Maybe pick Villager too. Important is to dodge as many Mangonel shots as you can, so they bother him as much as possible.
Yeah.
You obviously die, but you want them longer.
Yeah, and now with the second Mangonel, this army is not going to last for too long here. Both players are dancing here, but you know, the fate of those skirms is written, I think.
Yeah, he's just trying to get as much value as possible. I think he did snipe one extra skirmisher and maybe not the best trade in the end.
Do you think it was worth it for Viper? I mean, he was able to clean up the entire crossbow mass in the top of his base, but he lost a lot of skirms in exchange here. Yes, he caused some idle time if you look at the work efficiency. Obviously, Tato's is a little bit lower than Viper's, but he also has a lot more villagers.
He needed those skirms to do slightly more because Viper is 4 TC bombing behind. He really wants to catch up, so those needed to hold slightly more.
Yeah. So what do you think are the winning conditions right now for Viper? Because Tato, he has a huge lead economically, and Britain's, you know, their privilege is very, very, very strong. So
not bad at all. Like Britain's benefit on those map positions a lot. Like you want to be close to your opponent because your units are not mobile. You want a castle in front of enemy base and one strong steady push.
Yeah, you know, I just love the way Tato is playing this one. It's been a long time since I have seen him like this clutch, right? Everything is on point. There is not one single slip off, and now with the crossbows and the 3 Mangonels here.
Slip off? You wanted a slip off? Yeah, not a single.
Okay. I think it's best not to say anything anymore as a caster, because then nothing happens in the game, right? It's like just the curse.
Everything we did was wrong.
Yeah.
But really nice little position that Hill took to take the TC down. Like that was the most efficient Mangonel spot he could find.
Yeah, beautiful. With the Hill here, it's always putting so much pressure on your opponent, and I feel like Viper needs to upgrade his knights, and that's exactly what he's doing. And he needs like 4 knights to clean up this army here.
I think this is a typical Viper play now. He will not even think about TP Real Age. He wants full map control back with knights and few cavalry archers just to be behind the wood lines.
Yeah.
I think we will see something like that here.
Yeah, he does that so often with civs like Hans or Tatars, right? Where
you played against him as well, eh?
Yeah, I know him pretty well, and you know, he sticks into the cast stage for such a long time, and he somehow makes it work. But usually that's the time where this is like such the archers. Micro. This is just a beautiful micro here by Viper, obviously. However, Tato, he didn't really care too much about that army, did he?
Well, it was an army that's supposed to buy more time than this. I think he cared a little bit. Not sure if castle is the way. That's the most. That army was supposed to buy time for this castle.
Yeah.
And
is that a Daud castle, Daud?
I mean, for me, every castle in my head goes up, so
you cannot
the one to ask.
You're not the person to ask, but I just don't think it's going to happen, right? Because Tato has such a big army here, 12 against 20, and you know, those crossbows and skirms are just going to keep those units away here. And Viper, he realizes the situation he is in right now. He cannot charge into that. His opponent right now has clicked up to Imperial Age, so he's roughly 3 minutes away from getting the next tech upgrade here. And, you know, looking at the overall stats...
right? No? The position on the map, they were so close. That castle is defensive, protecting his entrance economy, his production, and also partly aggressive as well.
Yeah.
Like it's on the same screen as the Viper's economy.
Yeah. It's just rough for Viper. Like, he's trying to get something done with the CA here. This is a beautiful move. That's also very typical for him, just being annoying with the units he has here. And I think, Daud, that's something he learned from you.
Yeah, like I said, he will play cavalry archers behind the wood lines while raiding with knights, but I don't see the knights.
Yeah. just doesn't have the economy for that, and that's also a very typical Viper move, going for the heavy plow, very greedy, and yeah,
Enemies up to him, I go heavy plow.
yeah, it's not ideal, but you know, he's adding archer ranges. He's really trying to, you know, just
Do maximum
averse.
he got.
Yeah.
He's really doing that. Like those little reads. And conversion number 2, if it happens, it will be really bad for iPato. When does it happen?
Yeah,
The Viper,
yeah.
it's not that type of player.
Yeah, hand card coming in as well for Tato. So his economy is just so superior compared to his opponent. And also with the archers here in the front, you know, he's always able to tickle back and forth with his extra range here. And in
2 extra range.
exactly 35 seconds, and then all of a sudden those crossbows will have 9 range instead of 8. And another beautiful castle here. As you mentioned out, with Britons especially, it's so much about positioning.
You need to completely make game like Arena. We fight on one place, I have better range, you have no solution.
Yep.
One step by step. Like Britons are only one of the best Black Forest teams.
Yep. And Hans on the other side, GG being called here by the Viper. He knows the situation is not, you know, manageable for him anymore. And you know, it was a very interesting clash because Hans against Britons. We have seen this matchup for a long time, for decades, right? It's very classic, and as you mentioned, Britons is very strong positionally. They're very strong if it's about fighting in one spot, and Hans, completely different. They really excel.
Position on map was so, like, it's random. That's why Age of Empires is also a super fun game. It's always fixed position. You can be here, you can be there, you can be behind him. It all depends, and you need to adapt.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, this time it worked out for Tato better. Maybe Viper needed to adapt by pushing harder in feudal, so he keeps Britons at home instead of being other way around in Castle Age. That's actually something to think about in future as well.
Yep. Definitely something which is beautiful as well as casters. You know, actually, you learn as well. You're like, this is nice.
Analyze the games, right? I think I know the game, but when you talk aloud and brainstorm with somebody, you learn a thing or two.
So what would you say is the big takeaway from Viper's position? Like, was adding the blacksmith instead of the second arch range a mistake, or should he have pushed way faster, maybe forward tower? What do you think he could have done better there?
Probably once he realized he's up to the gas range, probably he should have gone forward tower, keep him contained, go longer feudal, be aware that counter-attack might pop out, you will have stone for defensive tower as well. I would approach like that, but again, different players, different approaches. And next game is
Arena. So that is also, you know, Arena. I'm really curious because we have Viper as Bohemians, and Bohemians is one of the strongest.
He loves them.
And his playstyle, he's also, you know, there are players that are very fast-paced, like they love the mobility. I'm a person like that, you are as well, Doubt. And then you have players like,
action all the time.
Exactly, action, bam, bam, bam. And Viper, he does both. He loves the mobility, but he's also excelling in this very slow pushes with siege, with halberdiers, and he's
very
just
patient.
so
He's very
good
patient. He knows how to quick wall kick. How he's in the third place, like, competition is just insane, right?
Yeah. It's just beautiful to see him doing those kind of things. But Tato, you know, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he still has Turks, right? Or what's that?
Turks, most likely Turks against Bohemians.
Is it going to be Turks against Bohemians? I think so as well. These are the two
other map where they can be used, right?
Yeah. So Turks against Bohemians. I was thinking about that a lot as well in the preparation. Like, which civilization do you really prefer? Because I think Bohemians is easier to play.
I would heavily avoid that matchup. For me, like, it's all about Bomber Cannon Micro.
Yeah.
Like, you have faster with more HP, more mobility of Nissa, or 2x range. Like, both I will fail with Micro. Like, I will do Britain just to avoid that matchup. I mean, it's very hard to control, and those are most expensive units in the game.
We don't see Bohemians here. We have Gujaris for the Viper against Turks. And, you know, when I saw the draft, I was like, I talked about that one with you guys, I think. And for Turks, they don't have an answer to Gujaris. The Gujaris counter them on every single level.
Wouldn't there be more tournaments in future? Like, keep it.
Okay, so Doubt, Turks should be better than Gujaris here, no?
I mean, the huge Janissaries, they counter everything they have. Like, camels are useless.
Yeah, I mean, Turks are going to open Janissary and then just shred, right?
Like,
no, but
yeah.
It's very tough, I think, in Turks as the Turks player, and because with Gujaris, you have the Shravamsha Rider, which has the beautiful utility that they block every shot,
And decent
their
speed
first
as well.
shots, right? Huh?
And decent speed as well. They're quite faster for unit.
Yeah, kind of. So it's very tough as the Turk player. And CA has your combination. That's also something which is very common as the Turk player. It's also not going to, trade well against the Camel or and the Camel and Shravamsha Rider. So it's going to be very tough. And also one thing which lacks for the Turk player, funnily enough, also for the Gujar player, but they don't care too much about it. They don't have pikemen. They don't have halberdier.
Both don't need that, right?
Yeah.
And like Arena, free light cap upgrade for Turks was dominating.
Yeah.
And now we just counter that, right? You start with a camel that will automatically upgrade to the normal camel, and that will absolutely destroy that light cap.
Do you think in that regard it's better for Gujaris? Because I always feel like the camel itself is a huge threat, yes, but it
If
is
it gets
also
converted, it's
Exactly.
to you now.
Exactly, that's the problem, right? So I'm not sure how that fight for the relics is going to look like. If we look at the relic position, I would say Viper has a slight edge here in that regard, as 3 relics are a bit closer to him compared to Tato. But do you think relic numbers are going to be a big factor here, Dot?
Like if it's 2 against 2 relics, I always feel it's same. If it's 4 against 1, you
think
have a
so.
lead, but 3 against 2, I never feel the difference.
Yeah, and also like if you are, if you have less relics, you feel like you need to pressure, or you feel like certain
Time,
pressure.
if the game goes longer, I lose. Like he will get unlimited amount of gold.
But 3 against 2, it's not a big of a difference. Anyway, Daud, as you are, and that is obviously also a big, pleasure for me, for all the viewers here, to have you with all the mastermind
It's
thinking.
so emotional.
Yeah. So what do you think? You're like a former arena champion. Walk us through us. Like, as Gujaris, how would you approach it in Viper's position?
Well, arena meta has been changing through the years. Like these days, the scout monk meta is so powerful that not even the biggest arena clowns can find a way to deal with that. They're actually changing the maps to build the smaller distance in the middle and such. It just doesn't work. Scouts opening and monks to pick up relics, convert everything to counter scouts. It's just too powerful. And then obviously depends on the matchup. You need to adapt what units you want to make in Imperial Age.
Okay, so you would say both players will go for the scout monk play
Absolutely.
at the beginning. How do you transition out of it as both players? Like let's say Viper, which units does he want to go for, and what makes him choose a certain unit? What does he need to explore?
Like Chakram Throwers would be a go-to unit, but I think this is the first time we will see them since the recent patch, right? When they lost quite a bit of DPS.
Why do you think the Chakram Thrower is so important for Viper in his unit composition?
Well, you're actually maybe right there. Like there is no spearman, there is no infantry. He can just shred everything with camels only, right?
I think Camel and Shravamsha Rider would be the best unit composition, right? Because Viper doesn't, Tato doesn't
You're
really
actually
have...
right about that one.
Tato
I mean,
doesn't-
Janissaries could be problematic early game.
But you have the Shravamsha Rider to that. So if I think, I'm just thinking out loud here. I don't think in this matchup you need the Chakram Throwers.
I start to agree. I learned something from Jordan today.
Yes. Are we live? Is that recorded? But okay, so we both agree that Camel and Shravamsha Rider should be the go-to units here.
It's for the Imperial Age. Like Castle Age,
Viper.
if Tato is pushing with Janissaries and few camels as a mid shield, 1 or 2 monk to get conversion, it gets out of control really fast. Like one bad fight and you will never have enough units to stop a Turk player.
I like this idea, because I was thinking about it as well. If I'm the Turk player and I face against most likely Camels, Shravamsha Rider, I don't have any utility in my tech tree to fight that. So you need to force the issue, right? Like I
Both
personally...
with full economy, I will lose. But when the game
Exactly.
is fragile, when every unit matter, well,
Exactly.
Janissaries with their range is gonna make a difference.
Exactly. So you would most likely go for Janissary in Camel composition, right?
Yeah, I think that's the way. That's how arena players will do it.
Yep.
Maybe open the stable to grab relics, but transition should be castle in
Yep.
Viper phase.
Yep. So we see Viper with stable and market, so very standard play here, completely meta, exactly what we talked about. Tato on the other side, if I'm not mistaken, he has also added here the blacksmith and stable. Now, walk us through us.
I always
What
go
is-
for the market.
You always go for the market.
Yes,
What do you think is the benefit of blacksmith compared to
It's
the market?
cheaper, basically, and it's like habit to do those two buildings. Like you invest 25 more wood, and
Yeah.
you will always have that market to help you balance economy. Especially if you pick up like 4 or 5 relics,
Yep.
your gold income will skyrocket,
Yep.
and you just buying food will improve your booming by quite a bit.
Yeah. So literally, just by the opening, we can make the statement that with the market opening by Viper, he has a small edge here, because the blacksmith is only really useful if you plan to put an aggression with the siege push, or you want to upgrade your units. But that's not very likely to happen here. And on the other side, we see also Tato. He's not really on stone, so it's going to be very standard play here, Dowd.
I see this game as Tato going triple TC.
Yep.
The relic fight will be beginning equal, and then after the relic fight is over, Tato will add few extra camels, few extra light cave just to get that map present and get the forward castle.
Okay, so 3 TC into faster imp into pushing, so there is no 4 TC by Tato.
I think there is no time for 4 TC, and there is no need as well.
Yep.
You need the pushing tools. I mean, maybe Tato knows better, but like we said, I think Urjaras just dominate here this matchup if
Yep.
the games goes absolutely even.
Yeah, there was a matchup, I think in the qualifiers, Valles played against someone. I think it was ACSM, if I'm not mistaken. ACSM was Turks, Valles was Gujaras, and like ACSM, like no chance. There was nothing he could have done. And
That's where you learn, eh? And you're
yeah, I'm watching recording
Okay,
games.
okay,
It's
okay.
not like I came up with that idea, with my idea.
Now I get it.
Zero talent, Dowd.
Zero talent. And now you're a talent.
Yeah, I finally achieved it. So yeah, indeed, we see Tato planting down the monastery. On the other side, Viper adding the second TC himself. Lightcav upgrade coming in. Monastery planted as well. Second wood upgrade for both players. So both players are
Typical arena
pretty
game,
much...
right?
yeah.
Everything is mirror.
Yeah, both players are on point in that regard. And now, if we take a look at the skirmish of Scout, Camel, Monk Wars, Spearman involved as well. Now, what is like the 2-3 most important things you have to think about in those kind of engagements?
Economy, to be honest.
Economy, really?
You cannot let your production slip off. Like we said, if you have 3 relics or 2, it's not a huge difference. And those relics that are far away, like the last one in the middle,
Yep.
you will lose a lot of monks trying to get that one. You will get it in the end, but you will always get the monks knight because such a distance, long distance to the home,
Yep.
old players can micro at high level and they will keep sniping one and one. You need that with constant villager production, constant farm making, so your Imperial Age time doesn't hurt.
Yep. Would you say it is more important, or should you focus more on the relics which are further away from you, or the closer ones? Because the closer ones are safer, but if you get the ones in the front, then you're in a good position all of a sudden.
I'm also a very greedy player, but I would always go for the closer one. It's not that they are safer, it's you get them faster, and you get that small tickle of the gold income, right?
Yeah. So beautiful pickoff by Viper. He was able to kill one Lightcav, and this doesn't look like it's a huge thing, but we know it is a huge thing.
Yeah,
it is a
Lightcav matters
huge
here,
thing.
absolutely matters. And look at the Viper Camel, he doesn't want it in front anymore, monks are on the field, and if it gets converted, suddenly it's super hard for the...
Yeah.
Let's see the block, will it make it? One conversion, no conversion.
Oh, and
One conversion.
there are 2 conversion. That is huge for Tato. This is so huge, and
Game changing, actually.
the game changes completely. I mean, there is no monk on the field anymore for both players, and this or in the middle, and now the camel even dies
You like him on the map?
to those light cavs.
And double
then-
monk.
And he will kill those monks as well, and he will be able to keep the gate open. Oh, that is disastrous. That is completely disastrous. And now we have light cav in for Tato, and like Viper doesn't have loom. This is the worst scenario it could have been
Viper
in.
is forced to make a camel probably here just to push those light care away, right?
Yeah.
Monks will not do it.
Yeah. Oh my god. This is a scenario we barely see. But
Ooh, I don't
okay.
like this.
This is obviously nice for Viper. Very nice reaction. Now with the camel, he's going to kill all those 3 light cav without getting
Such
too
a
much
nice
damage.
lead, and Tato got too greedy, right? He wanted more. He knows there is no loam at this point of the game.
Yeah.
He wanted the damage with light cab, and in the end, he might find a villager killer or so, but those 3 light cab would be much more valuable on the map.
Yeah. What do you think about the fact that Viper did not
not.
go for loom yet? At this point,
And
you
they
have
go
to
to
think
loom.
it was a mistake, right?
When those got in, probably you should click loam, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and beautiful utilization here by Tato. He's always, you know, keeping the light cav away from the other two light cavs, so the camel is chasing him.
Lure one out and the other two do the damage.
Crazy. I mean, the camel cleaned up those light cav, yes. However, he lost 3 villagers in the process, and there was some idle time as well. So this was a huge momentum shift for Tato. And then meanwhile, he didn't take the time though to grab relics.
Exactly. Like
I'm surprised by that, though.
not a single one yet, right?
What happened there? Was he too busy?
I mean, he was microing, he was searching for damage. It's hard. Like Arena is actually AP and consuming. You need to boom, you need to control the monks. Every unit is fragile. Like if monk runs into the light cav, they're gone. And other way around, it's like you need to babysit everything. You need to get your conversions. It's very tough to play Arena opening.
It is quite funny because as a player, if you're not really you know, into the depth of the game, you look at it like you have stone walls, it's booming, like it's very chill. But it's not. Like, it's so APM.
Stressful.
Stressful. It is like you have to keep everything working at home. You have to micro in the front. You have to do so many things. And there is this moment when you're fighting for the relics where it's really, really stressful here.
It's intense, for sure. Yeah. It's like, I think every my Arena game is like, we have those intense relic battles, and then I look my wood line, 1,000 wood.
Exactly.
Then let's spam those farms.
Yeah, it's just super, super tough. And yeah, overall, we see that both players have the second wood upgrade. Heavy plow is in as well. No wheelbarrow yet for Tato. And Viper on the other side, he has wheelbarrow almost finished. And he also goes for husbandry. So he's going to chase down those light cav as his are faster now out.
Yeah, and that will also help that camel to actually be able to get some damage done on the light cav.
Also, yeah, like
3 relics with the Viper in the end.
How? Like
5 after that conversions.
Doubt, how is that possible? I felt when Tato was in there on the gate, the game
is over. I felt. He got greedy, right? Oh, look at the micro.
Oh, nice, beautiful done here by Tato, kind of ignoring here the...
Was it the conversion in double kill?
There was a conversion. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Thanks, Vodka. That one is good. But yeah, the relic obviously will not be able to get home. But now with the 3 monks, do you engage here or do you disengage?
I think you just delete the camel and go in. 1, 2...
Nothing. That was doubt. I feel like that was you playing. No conversion happening.
I mean, they're not supposed to convert light here, right?
Yeah.
There was one.
Okay, yeah. There was one. This is good stuff.
He's helping us.
Yeah, guys, we're not used to casting. No. So 76 villagers for Tato. Both players have exactly the same economical upgrades here. Husbandry now going to be upgraded here by Tato as well. 20 seconds remaining. However,
I still can't get over that dive in with the light kill. Like, he traded 4 relics for the 3 villager kill.
Yeah. So this is obviously, I understand what Tato was thinking. He's like, okay, my opponent most likely doesn't have the loom. He will be able to deal damage, but no. And we see a huge shift here. Cavalry archers being created here by Tato. And with those cav archers, he's going to be able to get the map control because Viper doesn't really have the units out there to stop that. But however, is the rally going to get home, and is he going to throw it to the other side of the base?
Viper move! We don't see from his webcam.
Oh, the relic is in here! The relic is in. Doubt, we talked about it. 3 against 2, not a big deal. 4 against 1 relics.
You feel the pressure.
Completely
you feel the heat.
different.
You feel the heat. Like you have weaker Imperial HT, opponent got 4 relics. You need to end it fast.
1 villager being picked off by Tato once more. And now both players on the way to Imperial Age. Viper a little bit earlier. However, and that's I think the biggest factor, there is something very special about Turks here, Doubt.
What is it, Jordy?
They have something for free, which takes a lot of time to upgrade.
And what they can make after that?
The bombed cannons.
Oh, damn right.
The good old bombed cannons.
Is so important on the Arena because usually Arena is Trevor.
Yep.
Until the bomber cannons can kick in, and chemistry is a long tech.
Yep.
So having that in your arsenal right away is such a huge boost.
Exactly, and that's also one of the reasons why Bohemians or Turks are so powerful on Arena. Because Arena, I would say most important thing is position. And with early bombard cannons, you're going to be able to capture a lot of that positioning on the map, and from there you can obviously dictate the game. And now the Wolf have
both, right? It's good for pushing and it's good to defend. If you're being pushed, getting that instantly is game changing.
Exactly, and I personally like what Tato is doing, and we talked about that earlier in this game. You expected the 3TC forward with the castle there, obviously 4TC, but in terms of the thinking, a bit passive, right? But the thinking is there, and now the Siege Workshop as well, so he's going to be able to create bombard cannons right away upon reaching Imperial Age. And Viper on the other side, we see scaleboarding armor coming in. So he is very focused on the cavalry production. We assume Shrivamsha Rider and Camels is going to be the mix.
Right? Yeah. I'm a bit surprised with that position with the Tato Castle. Like, you are Turks, you will get chemistry for free. You had that dive in with the light cav, you know your Imperial Age will be probably slightly faster as well.
Exactly.
But
and
he went for a defensive one.
Yeah, and also I would understand it if he bases his composition on unique units from the castle, but that's not going to be the case. Like, Janissaries is not going to be a main factor of his army, so you can, in theory, risk losing the castle here as long as you're able to, you know, get some damage in, forcing the issue up on your opponent, and yeah,
push him over the goal, basically.
Huh?
If he push him over the goal, there are
Exactly.
no camels, and then Turks will be unstoppable.
That's pretty huge as well.
Stables.
Stables coming in, so we will see a camel shift from Tato, scaffolding armor coming in, heavy camel upgrade as well. But, you know, there is something very special about Gujara camel, Doubt.
Ooh, what they do?
Very special. As far as I know, they are attacking in Imperial Age 40% faster in Imperial Age, right? It was 20% in Fuel Age, 30% in Cast Age, and 40% in Imperial Age, if I'm not mistaken here. And also they have a unique tech, which is also very helpful, Doubt.
What does he do?
No, this. I answered the first one, you answered the second one.
Makes every military unit cheaper on foot. It's insane.
That one and the other one with the armor.
The other one, Imperial Age upgrade, is +4 armor, belly armor for the camels.
Yeah, exactly. You
play some role in the camel fight. Like, your camels will do bonus damage, and they're really tanky.
Yep. Gujaras, they don't have bombard cannons themselves, so that's not going to be an option for the Viper. So Gujaras is not really a typical arena civilization because of that, but it's just a beautiful counter to Tato, to Turks in theory. But Tato does a very good job so far, Doubt.
Well, Viper will want to wait for the big fight as long as possible.
Yep.
Like, when those are small fights right now, small number of units, Viper can kite him down, snipe a camel, snipe Shamsha Raider. But once it's 200 population, full army, you cannot out-micro that. Even if you try to out-micro, you will overkill a lot.
Exactly. I like what Viper is doing. He has 800 stone in the bank. Many players would place a second castle, but that's not what he needs. He needs right now the castle to survive as long as possible, and the siege push is going to come very, very soon. No fletching in for Viper, so therefore the castle is not going to range to those CA. Tato is abusing that to a certain degree, and is trying to get out as much as possible with his army, but now we see a huge engagement, and with the two outposts, Tato sees everything, but Viper on the other side, he does not, and he retreats.
I was like, it's too early, Viper, you're a patient guy, and yeah, he wants to have 200 population before he pushes out.
Yeah.
He was confident, he was thinking, but then he showed the camels.
And now the Frontier Guards is going to kick in very, very soon as well. And Doubt, if you're a camel, you don't want to fight against the Gujara camel except you're the Hindustani's Imperial camel. So
even those, like, that's a lot of armor, it's a lot of bonus damage. It's very strong combination here.
Yeah, and this is exactly the unit composition which is so lethal to the Turk player. How can you really deal with it? I think the army which Tato goes for is the best he can go for, but like the engagement is going to be very one-sided. I would assume in my head. Let's see how that one is going to go.
Focus camels with cavalry archers, and that's not easy in this mess.
Exactly. I mean, Viper was trying to go with the Shramamshi Rider directly to the CA, and the engagement here so far looks very equal. However, in terms of quality, Viper units should mass or be better here, but it feels like Tato is winning, doesn't it?
Tato position himself absolutely perfect between two castles, and that Siege Workshop also provides some protection as well, but still not enough.
It's just not enough. The quality of the units is just the main thing here, and also with the traps he's going...
They're also cheaper of the target.
Yeah, exactly.
It's stronger and cheaper unit.
Yeah. It's so tough for Tato here. I mean, he still had the score lead for a moment. Like, it felt equalish. However, the army production from Viper is just overwhelming here, and also with the traps, taking one first castle, second castle is going to be sieged in a moment as well, taking down the outpost. Bomber cannons is going to be such an important a tool here for Tato by for killing the trebuchet here.
Ideally, you want to have 3 of them so you one-shot the trap, but you cannot wait for the third one.
Yeah. However, I have to say, 177 population for Tato.
Oh, nice.
150 only for Viper. I feel like Tato is winning.
Tato is doing maximum to this situation, and he's holding for now.
He's holding.
Sniped 2 traps.
Yeah. I mean, the bomber cannon one. No, like I think that was the perfect engagement here by Tato, and we see
snipers reinforcements. I'm kind of surprised there was like no second wave.
Crazy. It feels like Viper didn't have the economy to support the masses of units he needed here on the left-hand side. Is he going to be able to stonewall this area in time? It looks like that, and that is so important, but there are going to be CA coming very, very soon.
Feels like Viper is missing production. I think it's only like 5 stables, maybe 7 if I see correct.
How many are there? There are 11.
Okay. I was wrong.
So it must be the economy, right? He doesn't have the economy right now to really get going here. And just in theory, I don't understand how this is possible. But okay, Viper with a huge camel mass, he has 38 camels against 28 and 18 heavy cav archers.
I don't care about Shimansha radius anymore.
Yeah.
I will only go camels. They got the bonus damage against your camels, they got the bonus damage against Cavalry Archer.
Exactly.
That's the only unit I need.
Exactly.
And it's cheaper.
Exactly. Like in low numbers, obviously the CA are very annoying, like where you cannot afford building a lot of camels. But in this stage, both players around 135 villagers, so they have the economy to get out a lot of military here. And obviously...
Also, Tato is going for the 2 different unit types, so he needs to way more resources to upgrade. Like Viper units are both cavalry, both melee.
Exactly.
Tato needs a range unit upgrade, he needs cavalry archer, he needs to invest a lot into all that.
Exactly, it's so much harder for Tato to make his composition work.
Numbering.
Yeah.
So many upgrades.
Yeah, exactly. It's just very, very expensive. And, you know, we talked about the quality here. And now, if I'm in Tato's position, yes, I have the map control, but I would not want to face against those.
And also for relics.
For relics, yeah. I mean, there are extra resources on the map on Arena, so Tato is enjoying those for sure. However,
they are limited and relics last forever.
Exactly, they are limited. So you're on time here if you're in Tato's position. And also one thing which is very important as a Turk player, you depend on gold.
Exactly, I was about to say.
You depend on gold.
He needs to finish the game while the gold
exactly.
is... Like, there is no hubs, there is no elite, there is not even pikemen.
Yeah.
If he is only good trash unit that doesn't cost gold, it's Hussar.
Yep.
I would not like to make Hussar in this matchup.
No, that's not a beautiful one. And Doubt, if you look at the overall situation, Tato has the map control, yes, with the 2 castles. But which position do you prefer here?
I mean, even if Viper had 0 relics, I think I would still prefer his position.
Yeah. It's just the quality of the units, and we see a big engagement here, and that one doesn't look healthy for Tato at all. He is forced into a fight he doesn't really want to take here. Yeah, the CA are safe in the back here, but...
Shivansha Raider used to just snipe those bomber cannons and give the chaps chance to kill that castle. Yeah. Really good, like, full cleanup.
Yeah, and it's just a complete cleanup here. 185 population against 156. The 2 trebuchet are still alive here, so the castle is being sieged all the time. And yeah, it's just the economy. Look at the economy for Viper. It's just, there is no overboom here. 126 villagers. So the rest of it is all going into the military. 66 military against 36. And Tato, obviously, he knows the position he is in. Ideally...
That's the problem when you play this composition. Like, Viper, only camels patrol, no place farms.
Exactly.
Tato, if one slip off, everything melts, everything dies. Tato is always on the foot. He needs to micro bomber cannons to snipe traps. He needs to always have Cavalry Archers safe.
Yep.
It's way harder.
Ideally, you want to use the CA mass to go forward, snipe a camel, go back, go forward, go back, like stuff like that. But he doesn't have the time to do so because maybe he doesn't really care. As you said, just patrol those in. And yeah, how do you beat that composition? It's just a very tough one to do as Turks. Also, ideally, you want halberdiers.
Range units benefit a lot from the hills of the map. Arena doesn't have hills.
Exactly. And this is kind of the biggest weakness of Turks, that they die to this kind of composition from Gujaras because they don't have access to Pike, they don't have access to Halberdiers, obviously. And on the left-hand side, Tato is trying to be sneaky. He still has the score lead, yes, but I think at this point out, it's kind of misleading, isn't it?
Viper is grinding the map control slowly back, like he is killing the second castle. He is even sending the villagers to take the middle gold. He doesn't even care about losing at this point. He just wants, like, even if he loses those villagers mining gold, the gold is out of the map. He wants gold to be out of the map.
Exactly. It's more about him taking away from the opponent and not taking it for himself. But obviously that's a nice side product of it as well. And now we are about to witness the second or the third castle even of Tato being demolished here. And, you know, I feel like there is not too much more savage possibilities.
Maybe one thing that Turks can do. Did you see MBL Cito game?
Oh my god. Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't do that.
I don't think there's any player who could pull off something like that except MBL, honestly.
Like what MBL did was pull bomber towers on the map and bomber cannons to snipe traps. Both of them have insane range. You need to be super patient.
Yeah.
And I think actually that would be a right call here. Earlier, now
yeah. Obviously now Tato is committed to the unit composition. He has 190 population against 170, so Viper is about to surround the CA here, and this is just a very bad position to be in. Ideally he wants to have Hustlers in front as a sort of a buffer. It's not a good buffer because the Camels spread everything. But yeah, Tato has to you know, realize
like a counter unit here, does it?
Yeah, just it's crazy, right? And honestly, Daud, I'm not sure what you think about it, but it felt way closer than I was expecting. At one point, I even thought that Tato is winning that one because he had at one point 170 population against the 140 of Viper. It felt like Viper doesn't come in with the reinforcements. I was like, what's going on here, Daud?
But still, even then, it's really hard to push through the Gujaras. Like we said, he's only taking into one unit, means he's saving so much resources. But Tato need to do heavy cavalry archer, Tam Ring, Bracer, chemistry he gets for free, but Ballist, like a lot of investment and also production. Like he needs 7-8 ranges. It's hard to match all of that up.
For sure. You know, one thing I was thinking about of this matchup, I played once against MBL on the qualifiers, and the Shravamsha riders died to a lot of CA. So I'm thinking, is it maybe an option to ignore the camels, go AD CA as Turks?
Well, you need insane micro. You need heals. Like, the map is like, arena is designed like that. If you hide back, your castle's ice. If your castle's ice, you lose space, and space is also resources on arena.
Yep.
You're cornered, you cannot escape anymore.
Yep.
And just push it, like killing house at that point hurts.
Yep. What other options do you have? You could, in theory, also go for CA champions.
Like, we also were thinking he wanted Bohemians. We need to point out that Hyper Draft was super smart. Like, He knew like Bohemians are super solid tip. He could went for them, but Gujaras, pre-win.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, we didn't even recognize that. Good thinking by Viper for sure.
I take a little bit of, you know, bragging from that as well, because it was my idea. I'm just kidding.
Really?
I came up with the idea, right, that Gujaras is the counter to Turks.
You told that to Viper before the games?
I told him 2 days ago.
Let's spam Ritos to
for Jordan. But no, what do you think of CA champions as Turks? I don't think that's bad.
Well, then Chakra Thrower was sent to the game.
That takes time.
Last time the champions, like champions is a long tech. And you don't need to full upgrade the Chakra Throwers. You just need 20 of them and they're like shredding everything in the line.
That's something I will have to test.
Oh, you already know something. Okay.
Okay, Daud.
You were prepared for this tournament.
Of course.
What happened?
Of course. After I got after I went 3-0 against you, I was like, okay, life cannot get any worse.
Boy. At least you won the show match.
Thank you. I found a good strategy against you. Anyway, Daud, we have 4 maps potentially remaining: Gold Rush, Atacama, Land Madness, Northern Isles. In the past tournaments, it always was like you picking your own home maps. Now it's different. You can also everything is open. So what do you think now Tato is going to aim for?
I think he will just go for good old Gold Rush.
I was thinking exactly the same. Why do you think that?
He is very confident on this map. When we were speaking earlier, he was like, I was asking him, what's your home map? He was Gold Rush.
Yeah.
Like he didn't even think, like Gold Rush was his first choice, and I think he picked it first as well.
He picked it second. Yeah. So Arabia was more important to him, rightfully so. He complete. Yeah. We got the information right now that indeed Dowd and I were right with our assumption.
Sometimes
we are going to
get correct.
Yeah. It's like we don't always have to curse Dowd. You could say that we have a little bit of knowledge.
Yes.
Yep.
During the game, we're not so good. Now let's get civilizations then.
Okay. What do you think? Mayans obviously is still open. Mayans is a very strong civ on Gold Rush. Dravidians, I don't really see that happening. Japanese, not so much as well. Which civ is he going to go for here, Dowd?
Viper, it's like easier.
Viper,
He got Tatars, Berbers, even Khmer is super solid, but actually he's planning to use Japanese.
Japanese on Gold Rush? I don't see that happening. I see a world.
Byzantines?
I see a world where Byzantines is a thing. Byzantines! Byzantines!
We got confirmation it's Byzantines.
Yeah, it's Byzantines, yeah. I think it's the only civ which makes sense here in Tato's draft.
Especially when you look at the Viper civs, it's like Byzantines will do good against Tatars, we do good against Berbers. No risk taking them, right?
Yep. I'm just wondering which civ Viper is going to pick here. I mean,
if he's mind reader,
we just got the information.
Yeah.
It is going to be Tatars indeed, guys. So Byzantines against Tatars. I personally have not seen that matchup in Gold Rush. I've seen a lot of Tatars against Berbers.
Tatars is like very popular pick on Gold Rush.
Exactly.
And it's always against Berbers for some reason, like every single time.
Yeah, exactly. And now with Byzantines, Dowd, what do you think about Byzantines here in Gold Rush, especially against Tatars?
Like Byzantines is the classic civ that's probably the best balance in the game. They are not there. In the whole history of Age of Empires, they were never broken, and they were always there. Even from the day one, when everybody played Hans, Byzantines was an option even then.
Yep.
Like they don't have weak matchup, they don't have super strong matchup, they're just solid.
And the thing about Byzantines, which I love so much, is they are counter civilizations. They are not really the powerhouse.
There is one.
Huh?
There is one. Sicilians.
Yeah, not so much anymore. Because
actually, they got nerfed.
So Halberdiers are fine now against those. But the thing is, Byzantines, they don't have any economical advantage. This is just a very standard civilization. However, they have a counter to everything, almost.
Cheaper.
And they are cheaper. So they don't really need the economy upgrades or the bonus there, right? So a very interesting civ and something I personally love so much about Byzantines. Do you know what it is?
Cheaper Imperial Age or Town Watch, actually. You're a Town Watch guy.
And
Not
Town
even
Patrol.
Town Patrol, eh?
Town Patrol. And that is so huge. So, and their buildings are strong as well. They have more HP. So a very defensive civ. Countering and more HP. On the other side is Tatars. They excel on maps that have hills. Dowd, why is that?
They have amazing heal bonus. How much percent, Rosen?
25.
Really?
I have no idea. I just wanted to.
Now on it's 25.
I just wanted to check if you knew.
You're so confident.
Yeah, 25.
Like heal bonus as it is absolutely insane, and with that extra, you just never want to fight.
Exactly.
Just on the kill. And on this map, all the gold is in the middle, and there is a hill in the middle as well.
Exactly. And if you look at the middle, it's just a huge, huge mountain, a huge hill, right? And that's why Tatars is such a favorized pick on this one here on Gold Rush. And you know, it's tricky to play Gold Rush because you obviously have a very reduced amount of gold in your bases, so that kind of forces you onto the map, onto the middle. So we see a lot of fighting here in the middle on these maps usually. Dowd, what do you think is the most common or best opening here? Because do you think it's dependent on the civilization, or do you think there is a clear way? Because Scouts opening is very famous, but also Drush into fast castle walling.
Like Josh is slightly trickier on this map because it got plenty of falls on the map, and if you run into them, your Josh is dead. Popular pick late, like Gold Rush is very aggressive map, but at the same time it's quite easy to wall at home.
Yep.
So you need to balance idea and scout properly. 3 TC boom into full castle age or 1 TC boom into pressuring enemy. A lot of good options.
Yep.
Even feudal age we see from time to time.
Yep.
Obviously, as determined, people don't want to take risk. Feudal age is always risk on this map. So, like, if you go feudal age and, for example, you see the Viper map, back wall, back stone, easy wall, you will not break him, right?
Yep.
So you usually choose to go for the castle.
Yep. What I personally love about Gold Rush in this tournament is there are obviously many different versions of Gold Rush out there, and most of the time Gold Rush is very, very easy to wall, right? Like way easier than this one here. But the spawning of these maps here is it's so open in the front. So if you can wall, yes, but it is a huge investment.
Well.
Yeah, exactly. It's a huge investment, right? And that kind of invites, you know, aggression from your opponent as well. So I'm really curious how both players are going to approach it. Both players are going to go to fuel age rather fast here. One villager more for Viper, so he will be a bit delayed here. But yeah, I think...
Always a fast up time, but you don't want to apply the pressure. It's just for the safety. In case enemy is doing something tricky, you want to be safe. And obviously having the economy upgrades early, it slows down your castle age time, but gives you more resources to work with when you get castle age.
Exactly, and you have the safety, right?
And
because
safety, exactly.
If you're fuel age and your opponent tries to do something in fuel age as well, it's not going to happen because you have the same possibilities as your opponent here. And we see an archer range from Tato.
Oh, Tato will go for the wolf rush.
He's not on gold. So we will see trash from him all the way. And Byzantine is
No surprise there.
that.
No surprise there.
Do you think it's effective though? Because usually if you go for this composition, you want to be in the front, right? To force the issues. From the back, I don't see how you can apply the pressure with skirms.
With wolves, you apply the pressure with wolves. This is such a gold rush thing.
It's a good idea. Viper obviously on point again with the scouting. And he's fully walled. Like, he doesn't care about the
Those wolves bring him protection now.
Yeah.
Outside protecting his base now.
Yeah. I mean, it's 5-0, so you have to kind of respect them. But it's not what Tato was originally seeking for, because obviously he wanted the wolves to get inside here, to be a bit annoying. But
usually you will not get the kill, but you will like damage the villagers, force the idol.
Yeah.
And it's nice when you have like enemy woodland with half HP villagers.
Yeah.
Easier to snipe them later on.
Yeah. So obviously it's a bit unfortunate for Tato here, but Viper on point with the walling, and now both players about to be fully walled. And then we transition into castle age, Doubt. And what do you think both players should go for?
This is where the tasks get it kind of easier. You have choice of knights, camels, lanterns, cavalry archer, crossbow. You have so many good options. You can even go forward, see, like kill. Everything works for you. You can even go triple TC. Every TC spawn 2 ships. That's 50% last longer ships. It's like 300 foot per TC. Like, so many options for the TARs, and Tato needs to read correct one and react accordingly.
Yeah. So we expected the Tar player to be the dynamic player here.
Even booming, it's fine, right? So many options. It's really hard to play against the Tars.
Yeah, for sure. They just have so much flexibility, so much pathways, different pathways. They
every is strong. Every single one is strong.
Yep, yep. What do you think Viper will go for? Because we obviously know both players pretty well. Look at the farming, the most effective farming you can go for. I, by the way, never do that.
So pretty.
I never do that. I always forget that.
I don't even try. I didn't even know this exists.
Yeah.
It looks really good.
Yeah. Stable being planted out by Viper, and
hidden one.
A hidden one.
Want to show it next to the wall where reinforcements will be faster, your walls will be stronger. He wanted it hidden.
Why do you think is that the case, Doubt?
Let me drink you.
Oh, that was perfect. I was really about to ask the question, and then I see you drink. I was like, let's go.
I finished sentence, I take the sip of the drink, and he's like, why do you think that?
Oh, that was perfect. Okay, Doubt.
Because he doesn't want to be shown, right?
Yeah, but okay, that's obvious. But why does he plant the stable first? What does he want to follow it up with? Does he go scouts to get map control? Does he go for camel or knights or knight siege forward? And like, what is he going for?
I think at this point even Viper doesn't know. He wants that stable, and he will react. He will see the range.
Step lancers.
Of course, I said lancers as well.
Oh, okay.
But I think if you want to step lancers, he would have 2 stables because they are cheaper, and you want that production to spike out earlier.
Well,
I think maybe just safety to have 1 production building and react to the Tato while 3 TC booming. It's kind of Viper greedy style as well.
It's his greedy style, yes. I see a world where he's going for second stable as well, because he also loves to have the map control, right?
Especially on this map.
Yeah, he wants to be able to dictate the pace of the game. Huh?
Bloodlines.
Oh, Bloodlines coming. So that is an indicator for the second stable, isn't it?
And the gate.
Or does he go for archer ranges into CA?
But
I
this
don't
is some nice
think
little
so.
tell for the future. Like, if you see enemy is doing a gate on the wall, he's preparing something,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
He will not randomly do that gate if he's just booming, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's a good one,
something to
Dot.
keep in mind.
Good that we're casting together.
Yeah, look at the, well, Tato. He's doing
He's a gate as well, a stone gate.
and stay behind.
Yeah.
There is a gate, there is something behind.
Yeah.
Against
I
you,
like
we do gate and boom.
I was about to say that. Now, next time I play against you, I will have a gate and then just boom, just to trick you.
And Wolves are back in town.
The thing is, Tato, he obviously has made the Step Lancers play very, very popular, right? So he knows, as Tatars, you have that pathway, and it's always a threat.
Step
So
Lancer.
he builds a stable himself, and that's a typical Viper move, right? He's just
Maybe too early for
risking
that, eh?
it. He's risking it. Usually the fight Tato takes here is not the best one. You don't want to fight around hilly areas against the Tatars with the scouts, but I think it's going to work out for him.
Tato
isn't it?
suppose that. Oh, nice little, like, Viper cancel the TC. He shows Monastery just to confuse Tato. Is it full aggression? And no, it's not full aggression. After he pushed that scout away, I assume he will let TC.
I love the move by Viper, because with the Monastery here in the middle, there is absolutely no way for Tato to challenge that position at all. And now, Viper is going to have TC on the biggest elevation here on this map with Tatars.
It can also backfire, right? Your good part of economy, when you make this early, that means a lot of villages will be produced over time there. And
Yep.
well, we had some games where it went wrong.
Yeah.
When I made a TC in the middle,
I
that was
remember
not very well protected.
when there were 3 other players attacking you.
Yeah, it
and
does.
the other one goes
the
to
downside
Manganite.
as well. And here are the Lancers hitting the house with the hill.
Yeah.
That looks painful for the house.
We don't see any camels in production for Tato, so he opted to go for scouts instead of camels. So he wants to have the map vision, he wants to see what's going on here. He obviously has the confirmation.
And he did a speed upgrade on the cavalry.
Oh, he
Just
did?
to be able to chase those step
Ooh,
Lancers away
really?
with, obviously, camels that are cheaper.
I don't like that at all, because that will
Why?
result into a little bit of idle time of the TC. I would assume so, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, technically, you don't want to upgrade units when you have 0 units on the map, but
Yep.
he just wanted that upgrade first, so step Lancers are not such a huge threat when they run away. Like, you want to fight, you want to kill.
Yep. So now with Byzantines, Daud, you mentioned it earlier. Faster, like not faster, but cheaper Imperial Age. And we also mentioned in Arabia game, Viper, especially with Hans and Tatars, he loves to go all out in Castle Age. And when I see a TC on the on the stone, I see a 120 population Castle Age play by Viper, and yeah, 4th TC as well.
Fourth
No,
TC.
third TC as well on the
that's fourth.
on the stone. So
One is the
no,
middle.
it's the fourth. My bad. Yeah. So this will be full Castle Age against a very fast Imperial Age. I would assume so, Daud.
What is this monk upgrade? I kinda, like, it's a tauntment. He wants to convert
Monks?
monks. I mean,
Maybe because okay,
Arena it's very popular to do that when you have map control.
I have the reason. So he was attacking Tato. Tato defended with monks, so he knows he's playing very greedy. In a way to
Super
push him
smart.
back, he will have the monk to push it back.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Tato doesn't have any real units, only 1 camel. And Viper can now freely mass step Lancers.
Yep.
And when Monk tries to repel that attack, Viper will convert or scare away
Yeah.
Tato's Monk, and then he can break in and destroy that. Smart thinking. I like.
Very smart thinking. But Tato, he has different plans. He's not going for fast imp. He will
He's
mass.
done booming.
Exactly. He's done with his mini boom, and he will be able to build a lot of camels now. And the camels is the best unit he can go for against Tatars here. And also got to keep in mind, obviously Tatars, they have access to halberdiers, but they only have access to the first armor, infantry armor. So they're very weak in that regard. The monks are not going to be really successful in the conversions here. But yeah, the next minutes are going to be very interesting, because I see a lot of camels and a lot of pressure by Tato.
Tato invested now quite a bit into the stable transition into the camels. He wants the middle back. He knows Viper is in the middle with the TC. Only thing, actually, it's not missing. Tato is on stone. Soon we will see like 10 villagers forward, making a castle next to the Viper TC, and followed up with the camels and monks. I think for now it's looking good. Yeah.
I love
there it
the idea.
goes. Let's see villager count. Is it 10? exactly 10?
6. Oh, this.
9.
No, 9. Oh, okay.
I'm not.
Yeah, 9.
But there's one guy liking 10. It's a 10.
Did you guys practice that one without me knowing?
You know all the details.
Look at that. The monks are going to be converted now by Viper's monks, and now the next seconds are going to be so important because obviously both players want to get a castle on this hill here, and Viper is the first one to place this one here. And this is looking good for Viper, I would say, because
Wait, he doesn't have stone.
he doesn't have stone.
That's why you always want to mark it.
Oh yeah, he has.
There's fine.
He will build now. I mean, Tato's camels are obviously strong, and now with the monks, he's going to do for the monk trick. Tato is going to be able to get the castle up here, though.
One monk is such a crucial one because the monk trick, he will always try to convert every single villager to push it back.
Yeah.
Deny that castle as soon as possible to buy time for his own castle to finish.
Yeah.
He's not doing that.
But Daud, isn't that castle in range of Vipers? It feels like it is, isn't it? And now the university is late. Viper has the resources to go up, but he doesn't have the second building. And every single second counts here.
And Tato
every single
is up to Imperial Age, I believe.
He is?
Yeah.
He's faster, even though...
He's intense, G-Prim.
Oh god, yeah. Oh my god. That is so rough for Viper because the university is just such a huge thing. And now...
And those few seconds matter.
They matter.
Also against Byzantine Castle, which is stronger, so...
Exactly.
This trap war will probably go into Tato's favor.
Yeah, I would assume so. And you don't want to lose the middle here. You definitely don't want to lose. And man, it's just beautiful in terms of strategy how Tato has executed this one.
I like fletching times, both finished exactly the same time.
Yeah.
0 range units on the map as well.
Yeah, this is just for the castle, right? They want to have the extra range so there is no villager capable of repairing the castle. And Daud, in this position, do you just wait until you're Imperial Age, or do you also queue up pet hearts?
Man, you're up to Imperial Age. And also against Byzantine Castle, you'll need 20 of them. Like, there is no way for the Viper that's even an option.
I think the most important resource right now is stone, isn't it?
Repairing?
Yeah.
It'll be expensive soon.
Yeah.
And Viper is making a second castle. He wants to have double trap production. He wants that. And Tato wants the same. Quite a mirror game.
I mean, Viper 23 on stones. He will be able to place the third castle very soon as well. But I don't think that neither of those castles is going to be rejected. Maybe Tato's, because
Vodkin,
the fletching is in, but Tato should be able to finish the castle anyway, doesn't it? 80%, and yeah, he does not reach it. Just imagine having Vodkin area.
If he had it in time, that castle, that's actually so huge.
That is
just a small thing.
So huge.
Then suddenly it's 2 trap production against 1, and
yeah,
gets out of control fast.
Yeah, and obviously in this position I would always prefer to be Byzantines here because you have the stronger castles, you have access to bombered cannons, and
you have cheaper camels that basically counter everything Viper wants to do.
Exactly.
And he's doing cavalry just okay, fine for Tato, right?
Yeah, he's fine with that. Like, he will have access to the gold. Good luck getting a lot of CA out as Tatars without gold here. So that's going to be very, very tough for Viper here. So, what is very important in those traps wars, Daud? What do you focus on?
Bomber cannons, but Byzantines can get for the bomber cannons, and he's doing the block printing for the monks. I'm a bit surprised with that.
Yeah, me as well. Do you see a world where both players lose both castles?
Not unlikely, right?
I think it will be like that, right? I mean, the castles of Viper will go down earlier, I would assume, but...
Quite a bit of less HP, right?
Exactly. He will not be able to repair the left or the top castle, but the right one, he should be able to get that. And yeah, the camels are just very annoying.
Castle, like, Viper wanted a safety castle back out of all this action just to have some secure access to the gold, and Tato said, not today.
Not going
first castle down.
Yeah, the first castle is down. There are 3 trebuchets still alive though, and 13 military units against 20, so this is looking better and better for Tato. He's still repairing the castle on the bottom, but I don't think he should be able to repair that or to save this one. It's just 4 trebuchet hitting on that castle. And Viper has the score lead for a moment here. Man, it is so close. Obviously no castle available for Viper here in the middle. But the castle of Tato will go down very soon as well, I think, Daud.
I think Tato kind of fight too early with those camels. Now he's completely out of the army. He should wait for the castle to go down and now try to snipe the traps. But there is no more castles for the Viper. If Tato snipes those traps, he's absolutely safe in the middle.
Exactly. And Viper doesn't have...
He never misses. He never misses.
Yeah, and he doesn't have villagers in the front right now to repair that trebuchet, does he? He's not really paying attention to that. And all of a sudden, we have an 800 score lead for Tato. This is looking so good for him. And he still has stone in the back. And with those villagers...
Another snipe?
Crazy. Like with those villagers, you're going to out-repair those the damage output from the trebuchet here. And for Viper right now, the very most important thing is to have access to at least 1 gold, because you depend on those CA productions here. Overall population is extremely similar, 114 to 115. Tato, extremely housed right now. He needs to fix that one. Happy Camel coming in. But overall, Tato's position is still better, Daud, no?
It's absolutely insane. Like, the score was neck to neck. Position in the middle, 2 castle against 2 castle.
Yep.
The thing that swings into Tato favor is just extra HP on the castle.
Exactly.
Such a small little thing. The game is just perfected, and tiny little thing, game completely different. Now Tato is in the middle, he got the castle there, he got the gold access, he got the heal advantage, he is in an amazing spot.
For sure. The thing which could in theory be scary for Tato is if Viper manages to get the CA numbers to around 40. He has 19 on the field right now, 4 more in the queue. So he is slowly but surely adding the CA which he needs. However, he needs the hexes to the gold in the middle.
And that's also like Byzantines don't even need gold, right? They can always go skirmish scalp for how long it takes.
Exactly. And now these 4 trebuchets are
going to disappear, right?
Exactly. There is no way that Viper can save that castle here. And Viper obviously realizes the situation he is in and is forced to tap out of this one. You can see that the crowd is enjoying these games as well. And how can they not, right? It's 2-2 right now after 4 games.
Such a close game. Like, it ended up like more HP on the castle.
Yeah.
Everything was good. All decision making on point. He only won.
Yeah.
Because of the more HP on the castle, insane.
Yeah. And we're just standing here and just being, to a certain degree, flabbergasted, right, by how beautiful this game is.
That word?
Flabbergasted, like amazed or surprised positively.
Learning new word every day, and now you're like...
I'm always waking up each day and be like, how can I surprise Daud in a positive manner today?
Is that a real word?
It is, yeah. I hope so, at least. So yeah, it's just, this game is so beautiful. And I also had a talk with Hera 2 days ago, and we just came to the conclusion we both just enjoy this game so much, especially tournament environment, because the game is so complicated, Daud.
And the level, like, they were exactly the same, and using their civilization to the maximum. Viper going for the, well, cannot go camel war, go camel archers, he controlled them insane, he didn't lose a single one. I cannot just, like, more HP on the castle, game changing. Like, everything was perfect from the both player, just that extra HP completely changes the game.
Do you think, because they went for different approaches, Viper went for the TC immediately upon reaching castle stage in the middle. Tato, he was very defensive, having the 2 extra TCs in the back. Would you rate the other approach better than the other one?
Tato's approach was a bit better as a reaction to the 2 extra ship per TC, right? He needed those farms earlier. Viper could play a bit more greedier, go to the middle, because he got access to the free ships when he built the TC, and that's absolutely huge. The next map?
Atacama is going to be confirmed as the next map, and Daud, we talked about it earlier. We said there is a likelihood we don't see it, but fortunately for us, for the viewers, we will see Atacama. And, you know, we looked at Atacama as well, obviously, because as a player, you gotta prepare for the worst here.
If you don't like it, even if you don't like it.
Even if you don't like it here, yeah. And if we see Atacama in these settings here, it is way more close compared to the Atacama which is out there, right?
And you have to fight for that middle. It's maybe even more important than gold rush. Like, gold is nice for the units, but wood you absolutely need it. Like air in the Age of Empires.
Exactly.
That's how you start. That's everything. Wood is everything there.
Exactly. That's why we have maps out there called Forest Nothing, right? Because all you need in life is wood.
You absolutely love that one.
Yes.
If you have wood, you have everything.
Yes. So, anyway, guys, civilizations have been confirmed. We will see Khmer against Japanese Doubt. So we have our answer to what map Japanese is going to be utilized on. And Doubt, if we think about it, Japanese is not really the first civilization which pops into my mind for Atacama. And yeah, we got the confirmation
makes
here.
sense. Like the mill, the lumber camps are cheaper. The wood is limited on the map early game because also the wood is further away. That means the walking distance will be further away for the villagers as well, and that means less resources at the beginning for you. So saving that wood from the cheaper lumber camp and for Khmer not needed in barrack is quite big.
Yep. So definitely a good pick here by Tato. And you know, meta-wise, Man-at-Arms is a very common thing here on this map, followed up by archers, and Japanese really excels in that. Like, if I think about, let's say, Leary playing Japanese on this map, I would not enjoy facing him with those settings because it's just very clutch. And Tato is capable of doing a very similar thing here for sure as well. So Viper has to think about how he wants to deal with that the best way. If you're in Viper's position,
right?
Huh?
Tato is already pushing this. He definitely wants a heavy food build.
Yeah. Which indicates that it's most likely Man-at-Arms here. Now, if we think about Viper's position as Khmer, they have the huge advantage that they don't need certain buildings to go for the next ages. So opening with archers is very likely here, Doubt, isn't it?
It does stop Man-at-Arms completely, but at the same time, Man-at-Arms is not there to kill. They're to give you the map control.
Yep.
They are forcing enemy reactions. So I build Man-at-Arms, you build archers, I build skirms. I'll be that step ahead.
Yep.
Then you react. Your turn to show the cards.
So it's kind of like the game you played with Dravidians on Fish and Fish. Obviously, you have a little bit more space, but it's kind of the same unit composition with Man-at-Arms followed up by skirms.
Same idea, basically. Just there you fight for the middle foot. Here you fight for the middle wood line.
Yep. However, if we look at the map, I personally, we haven't talked about it, but I love the lumber camp by Tato. He doesn't place the lumber camp in the back because there is always a threat of your opponent going forward with towers. He places it in the front. So that means that in case your opponent is trying to make some, weird shenanigans, offensive plays, he is going to be able to react faster with those villagers.
It does hurt his economy slightly, but in the long term, safety.
Yep, safety guaranteed here. Now, Barrack, it's not the biggest surprise, Doubt. What do you think about it? I love that one.
Every time I try to drink, he give me direct question. It also makes no sense. Yeah, Barrack indicates he will go Man-at-Arms with Japanese, huh? Surprise.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh, what's that lumber camp for the Viper?
I think he's assuming that there is going to be a lot of pressure coming in from
the
Tato.
house.
In the house,
for the safety.
Yeah.
Why?
And
what Khmer bonuses?
they save wood by... No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, they can jump into the houses with the villagers, which is a beautiful thing. And you can see the way Viper places his houses. It's always very close to the resources he's just digging. So safety first here. And 3 on gold, archer range, popping up, obviously, very fast uptime, and that is a huge advantage Khmer is capable of doing. And now, Viper Scout, Viper Scout.
Always on point.
Always on point.
Everything. He gives him time to think about how he wants to react.
Yep.
Now he can, for example, send 2 villagers on stone to have more access to the tower's defense.
Yep.
He chooses reaction, and it's all about scouting, right?
It's all about scouting. Obviously, Tato is going to deal some damage with those man-at-arms. That's guaranteed. The question is, how much is he going to be able to deal, and what Viper's reaction is going to be. We see quick walls here indeed by Viper, so he obviously is aware that there is the militias here. He doesn't see the tower yet, but
you assume he knows it's coming.
You assume it, right? And he just needs to confirm it where it is. At this point, Viper doesn't really care too much because he has the second lumber camp on the left-hand side.
Yeah, the sneaky lumber camp is actually super smart, right?
Yep.
Maybe it's because he expected many times he will lose one lumber camp, and usually players make the 2 lumber camps at the same spot.
Yep.
And because of stability, like you need to protect only one spot. Yep. But then this tower will be absolutely deadly. So
exactly.
Kudos to Viper again.
Exactly. The thing I'm a little bit worried about here, Doubt, for... Is he? No. For Tato, he doesn't have an archer range, does he? I don't see any range units from him so far. That is disastrous, isn't it?
Well, he is not in rush to get one, right? He got the stone axes. he can always tower at home, and he sees the Viper army. It's not threat yet. There is absolutely no rush to do it. And this counter tower, I guess he's so lumber camp. Like, you will not take my wood line.
Do you like this tower? Because I don't.
No, in Japanese lumber camp, it's 50 wood. Like, tower costs 50 wood plus stone.
Yeah, and the tower is a huge, huge investment. And what does the tower really protect from your own resources? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
It's also very important that it's in the middle of map, and middle is kind of the center place, right?
Yeah.
Everything happens through there.
Yeah.
So somewhat like it, but
Viper, don't commit here. That's so untypical from him. Like, he values those scouts so high.
He wanted to buy time.
Yeah.
I just ran away, so it paid off absolutely heavily.
Yeah. So overall, if we, analyze the situation, doubt, Viper is on the front here, forcing Tato to do a panic tower plus a panic archer range. And he's put away from berries. He has 2 on food right now. 2!
And Viper, 15, 14. Yeah, and it's also Khmer farming, which is absolutely insane. Look at it. This is a... Explain this move.
He will have a house close by to the farms. And then he's fine, because obviously Khmer, they don't need a mill to drop off or a TC to drop off the food from the farms.
Is you send all like 4 or 5 villagers to the deer.
Yep.
Once they carry maximum capacity, 35 food, you drop the farm, they drop the... It's a weird mechanic, but they drop all the food there, and then you send them again to the deer. And that's when you're done with all the deers, they were super efficient.
Yep.
Never walking home, it was like you made a meal.
Exactly. This is just like...
Efficient to the maximum.
Exactly. The maximum efficiency you can have here from those villagers. And Viper, he just loves playing Khmer, right? It's just one of his favorite civilizations out there.
Suits him well as well.
Yeah, it suits him very well. You can have this very greedy, efficient way of economy. And also, Khmer is very versatile as well, very mobile. So they have a lot of utility. And I would assume Tato's... He loves scorpions as well. Yeah, they have one extra range there. And we kind of assumed so. Tato's idle TC time, it will go up very heavily.
And like, look at the food count for Viper. Closer and closer to the castle age. Well, Tato is still struggling to make villages.
In this case, in Viper's position, do you think about adding a stable for safety reasons and scouts? Or do you say, no, I will go castle age, I don't care?
Well, I obviously now saw that he will add a stable.
Dude, you're so knowledgeable. You're so knowledgeable.
But overall, I think Viper is feeling super safe. He just went full tour around the Tato's base. He saw his tower defensing. He knows there won't be that many units.
And beautiful reaction by Viper. Oh, nice save by Tato as well, you gotta say here. But if Tato had been able to place the tower in the front here, this could in theory have been a little bit dicey for Viper, but no, he completely repelled it. He has a safe wood line. With the zone he is gathering right now, he's going to be able to plant the tower there. He's going to be safe.
And again, scouting, Viper sees everything.
Exactly.
Like those sneaky tower villagers, denied. Everything Tato does, denied.
Yep.
Just because of the good scouting and good reaction.
In Tato's shoes right now, he's doing a...
His tower is like, okay, it won't be denied, but I don't want to deny the tower. Like,
you don't care.
Another one there if you want.
You don't care, especially if you're on your way to cast stage very soon. It's like, okay, my knights, they don't mind having those towers here, right? You can, with the knights, you can easily pick off those towers as well because they're not walled in. And, without ballistics and the towers and fuel, it's not like the biggest damage output, especially against the knights here.
They're controlling nothing. They don't even control the woodland. Yep. It's positional towers. It gives him like place where he can attack from, which is good if he was in castle age. But now it's like, it's nothing.
It's absolutely nothing.
Viper is going full counter attack. He doesn't care about those.
And this is good for Viper as well, because with the villagers, he can jump into the houses, right? It's not something Tato is capable of. I'm sure he's going to have towers as a defensive tool as well. But yeah, let's see.
Time.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. He is on point.
But there's no room for this guy. Okay, there he is.
He wanted to wall them.
Drop them in and then drop them from other side and complete. If that worked out, I would just...
We would have gone home. We would have gone home,
gone.
guys. There would have not been any commentary anymore from Dowd and me, but I would say fortunately it didn't happen, even though I would have liked to.
See that.
I would have loved to see that, and every once in a while Viper is going to...
I hate when it happens to me, but I can laugh to others.
I know, I feel you there, Dowd. And indeed, Viper 1 minute and 50 seconds away from cast stage. doing fletching after he clicked cast age as well.
Oh, look at the villages on stone. I think Viper
Plays the cast very soon, huh?
wants Ballista Elephant. He wants style.
Oh.
He knows he's super far ahead.
Yeah.
He's styling right now.
Yeah. And Tato, he is not really capable of finding any damage here. The defense is just too strong from Viper. And I'm sure there's going to be a castle and a few knights from Viper. That's something I would assume. And right now, 1 minute away from reaching castle age. On the other side, Doubt. Tato, 150 food in the bank.
Tato 1 minute away from resigning.
You think he will call the GG upon reaching castle age
He's
from
not even
Viper?
close to click up. Like, just knights would click him up.
Yep.
Maybe he will. But when he sees the castle in his face, I actually want to see those Ballista Elephants.
Me as well.
Amazing looking unit.
And I'm sure Chad would love to see Ballista Elephants
It's
as well.
such a meme of community, right? Everybody loves them.
Yeah, and you know that's also one of the biggest specialities of Viper, that he comes up with, let's say, a bit of meme things every once in a while as well.
They're not bad unit at all. Like, how do you stop
Yeah,
Ballista
they're just.
It's hard to get the mass, but once you get it rolling.
I know, but it's just like you don't see it in the daily action in Age of Empires 2, but they are super tanky, super strong. So it's something to go for. But right now, Viper focuses on the crossbow upgrade. He will get the knights out as well, and obviously he wants to repel the army of Tato. So he gets the map control in the front in order to plant down the cast. Because if you have a castle in the middle and deny potentially all the wood income from your opponent, that's a good position to be in, Doubt.
It's not bad one at all, right? You control all the wood lines, then you can do whatever. You can continue pushing, you can go booming. It's just like very hard to play if you don't have woodline and you are in feudal as well.
Exactly. And Tato, obviously, he's getting closer and closer to be capable of going up as well. He has 600 food in the bank, all the gold he needs as well. However, it will take some time to reach castle age, 2 minutes and around 30 seconds if I'm not mistaken.
This is also very important. Like, if hidden stone is maybe the only thing that could give Tato the chance.
Yep.
To drop a counter castle, maybe think about fast imp and such.
Yeah.
But even that is denied.
That's not going to happen here as well. Tato up to castle age as well. Second TC is already up for Viper. And, he's more of a greedy player, as we talked about it. So I would not be heavily surprised if we see a third one very soon as well. But the castle, that one, the positioning, that's going to be the biggest question mark for me here.
I'm surprised that Viper kind of stopped taking stone. Like, left only 2 villages of stone when he's only 100 stone away from a castle. Like, drop a castle, then do that. Like,
yeah.
I understand you want TCs faster and everything, but when you're so close to drop the castle, well, just get it.
That's strange, right? Because it feels like you invested the villager working time into a resource you don't really utilize. So, but yeah, I feel like he feels very safe with that, and he's like, okay, I just want to get more information of the map, how it looks like right now, and if I feel like I'm 100% safe, then I will come forward, and then I will place the castle in your
wouldn't
face.
even be surprised if Viper is thinking, let's wait until Tato gets castle age, drop a TC in the middle, invest more into the middle, and then I put a castle.
Yeah, that would be the ultimate greed, wouldn't it, Doubt?
I like it. Something to think of as well.
Yeah.
That's smart.
So right now, Tato, very close to reaching castle age, but he doesn't have any map presence except the 2 towers here in the front. But the 3 or 4 crossbowmen, they're going to be able to make something happen for some reactions. Nice quick balls by Tato, so he's going to be able to save those 2 villagers, yes. However, what is the follow-up for Tato here now? Do you think it's the fast imp, as you mentioned earlier, or does it have
other way?
Okay.
It's like he knows he behind the economy. He knows he had way longer feudal age. He needs to come up with something. I don't know what. It has to be imp or
Siege
workshop push. Some type of the push.
So the push is coming, but that's going to be
just going somewhere.
fine for Viper,
That's
because
a
that
lot.
castle is going to go up. There is no way he can stop that. They're on left-hand side, there are 5 soon-to-be crossbowmen. Able to maybe stop that a little bit, but the army size from Viper is just there. There's a knight, crossbow here as well, so there's no way those archers are going to be capable of doing anything here. And Doubt, you've been in those positions a lot of time in your life as well. What is the difference between you and Viper here?
He finished his castle.
How?
You wanted that one. You wanted.
Yeah, I want. But how?
He sent his whole economy there. Like, I would rather not finish castle than have like 20 idle villages building.
you can task those villagers to take deer or wood, right?
Fucking time and now market. Like, is it market? Yeah. He will never learn.
Doubt in the future you will.
Market in feudal age.
Yes, but in future you send 20 villages forward, okay? To build a castle instead of 5.
I don't want castle to go up then.
Okay. Good. Scorpion, perfect tool for defending. Also, against the siege push, which is going to come from Tato, the Scorpions are totally fine as well with the extra range
Exactly.
against Mangonel.
And good micro, they are actually beating Onagers, but keyword is good micro.
So that's why you always use it, right? Against.
I use monks. I even fail with bomber cannons. Monks is a safe bet. They don't miss.
The good thing about monks is that they don't require micro too much, right? Like you only have to click.
One click, one mangonel. You just need to to hope it hits, but yeah.
So overall, economy in a huge lead for Viper. Also gotta think about the effectiveness of Khmer farms. That's always a big bonus here. A lot of villagers go down here, Doubt though.
A bit sloppy by Viper. He lost like 5 villages before noticing that, and Tato is taking any chance he can.
This is obviously a good moment for Tato. The score is very close. Even Tato gets the score lead here. Doubt, what is happening?
Why is Tato not resigning and now he got the top score?
What's happening here?
I'm totally confused. Like Viper was killing villages like 4 or 5 minutes faster to Castle Age, Khmer economy, Castle in the face, triple TC.
Yeah. But the thing is,
top score.
The thing is, Viper didn't really commit to units that heavily, right? It's just the very economical approach he went for once again. And right now, you know, Tato...
Only 10 villages ahead.
Yeah, and
I don't know what's happening here.
Yeah, and Tato is super happy with the position he's in, I suppose, because he has map control on the left-hand side at least. Obviously, the castle is not the best thing to have in front of your base, but killing 3 Scorpions is definitely a nice thing to be doing.
I like the teleportation there with the houses. And Ballista Elephant enters the game.
Oh, we have that one here, and I think the right response to that can only be monks, huh?
I don't see any... Like, look at the crossbow. They're doing nothing to that.
They have 4 pierce armor. It could be 5 in cast age as well. And they have so much HP. It kind of reminds me a little bit of a war wagon.
Yeah, and also they can chop through the woodline. So you're never safe with the walls behind. They're such an amazing unit, and because they do like splash damage, they work better at big number.
Yeah. So
it's hard to get. They're expensive.
And also, it requires a lot of resource investment from Tato to you know, defend those. I mean, he's playing around here. Nice micro here.
Double kill.
Double kill for sure. But yeah, just doesn't happen.
Like, what's happening? Explain to me, Jordan. I'm new here. How is like the whole game we were kind of slowing down because like Tato resigned, and then suddenly he's like 200 score lead.
Yeah, it's also like Viper played it very greedy, so to say.
Good. Like he had an advantage and he wanted to build even bigger.
Yeah. The thing is, economy much better for Viper, no question about it. But it feels like Tato, military-wise, has done just a little bit a better job than Viper, and he's also killing buildings, which boosts his score as well, right? And like right now, Tato feels like in a good position, doesn't it, Doug?
I mean, he still doesn't have healthy farm economy.
He killed 2 Mangonels with 1 shot. Did you see that? That was amazing.
Daily basis.
Okay, so 82 population against 81. Now this is neck and neck. Right now, if I had to ask you, what position do you prefer? Which one would you go for?
I'm like, now Viper resign. I was like really struggling to cast because I was thinking it's over. Like, he was such a huge lead.
Yeah.
You have army, you force your enemy to play towers defense when your castle reach triple TC boom and ready to drop a castle. Like, perfect scenario, and suddenly, not so bad for the Tadito.
However, if we look at the villager discrepancy, I hope I pronounced it correctly, Dave.
Again, new word?
Huh?
New word?
No, that one is, I know that one for a long time, but I always pronounce it badly. However, the villager discrepancy is, you know, increasing. Like deficit, the difference between the villager amount is growing, right? So Viper's economy is getting stronger and stronger compared to Tato's, and there is going to be
discrepancy is absolutely insane here. It's 29 discrepancies here.
You love this word as well,
I like
right?
to learn new words as well.
Okay, so 30 villagers now And another forward castle. This is very huge. If you look at the resources of Tato, he wants to aim for faster Imperial Age, I suppose. Okay, never mind. He goes for ballistic. So.
Oh, I like this.
Now, will both castles go up here?
Both will go up, and this is the place where you want Peters. Now it's Peters time. Like, nobody can think about Imperial Age, and castles take such a huge... Man, Viper really wants this castle up. Come on, relax, man. It will go up.
Well, he is your teammate, right? So he has a little bit of experience what can happen if the castle doesn't go up. Yeah, usually not in a good position there. If you're in Tato's
clean up here.
That's a nice cleanup indeed. A bit sloppy obviously for Tato, but there are so many things happening all over the place, right? It's hard to always keep track of everything which is going on. And right now in Tato's position...
It was such a good moment for Viper, cleaning the manglers, getting the castle up.
Awesome, right?
And killing the crossbow.
And also denying all the potential wood lines from Tato. Right now in Tato's position, do you think he knows, due to the score lead, that he's in a very bad position? Or does he think, okay, I have really something going for me right now?
I don't think he cares about score. He is like, where do I find the wood line? Like, it's castle against castle, but Viper got a lot room back to work with. Tato,
yeah, not so much.
Edge.
Yeah, I think the castle of Viper will go down in the front here. I don't think he cares too much about that one.
Ballista will cut in.
Oh.
He has to cut in.
Okay, we have to keep silence for a moment, just for this moment.
Did he remember?
Oh, does he? Viper?
He doesn't care the villager's life.
Oh, okay.
I believe that's why he made it.
Yeah, it kind of felt like that. Anyway, 113 villagers against 70, so a huge lead in that regard for Viper. And Tato does a nice aggression here on the left-hand side with the mangonel and the crossbows, but he doesn't really care too much about that one. And now with Viper raiding the wood line on the top, that's a good feeling for Viper to see your opponent being forced on that wood line there.
And there is one huge difference. Tato went for Peters, Viper did not. So castle is about to fall for Viper, which will give him again breathing time for the Tato.
It will give him breathing time, yes. The thing is, the petards, it's not the cheapest unit, right? Like, you have to invest a lot of food into that as well. It's 60 food if I'm not mistaken. And if you look at the farming economy by him, 15 on food right now. He has 3 TCs. You cannot afford everything. And his idle TC time, he's obviously very high. Viper obviously is as well. But yeah.
Villager difference is huge. And
the discrepancy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the right pronunciation is discrepancy. But okay, never mind. So this mangonel is going to die. I would assume Tato does a beautiful job here, saving the mangonel, only losing 1 crossbowman in the process. And yeah, with those reinforcements, Tato is going to lose his mangonel there. Well, Daud, what do you think are the winning conditions for Tato? Because I
don't want to judge anymore. Like, I saw him losing like for last 10 minutes, but
yeah,
right now maybe it's really over. The villager count is kicking in, and for the first time, Viper also got the military lead.
Exactly. I mean, Tato, we see the fighting spirit, right? He knows it's game 5. If you win game 5, and all of a sudden you have guaranteed 2 match points, right? So that is always a good situation to be in. So he doesn't want to, just resign here, even though he knows the troubles he is in right now. But, at one point you have to ask yourself, Daud, what can you do anymore to win this game?
Very little, I must say. The small victory is getting that castle presence back on the map.
Yeah, go ahead.
I will think.
Yeah, okay. So, crossbows go down here, 91 population against 140. And yeah, on the right-hand side, the ballista elephant is kind of, avoiding the wood income from Tato. On the left-hand side, the castle, obviously. And Tato is forced to completely take the entire wood on the top of the base. And guys, Atacama...
as well.
Yeah, like Atacama, you obviously have access to wood. And Japanese have the 50 wood on the lumber camp. That's obviously nice, but it's never going to be as efficient as Viper on the middle here.
It runs out very fast. You need to replace those lumber camps quite often, and it's just a mess, right?
Yeah.
But the biggest problem is 70 farmers against 57 Khmer farmers.
Yeah, that's insane. We also see the switch now.
The queue of the Argis for Viper, he is enjoying the life right now.
Yeah, Bloodlines, Husbandry, Lightcalf come in, so Hussars are going to flood the entire map very, very soon. And, you know, especially on this situation right now, I mean, if you were in theory completely stonewalled, you don't mind that too much, but that's not going to be the case here for Tato.
On this map.
Not on this map, exactly. On the left-hand side, CAs are coming in here for Tato, but I mean, Viper's on point. He was reacting before one single arrow has been shot here from Tato, so he is on
make
point.
those farms like this on purpose just to like...
Show Kamer strength right out.
Usually your habit is to make them in the nice little square, but he just dropped them everywhere.
Yeah, and we even see a Ram here trying to force its way through, but it's not going to be the biggest challenge here. And 40 seconds remaining for Viper. It's just like he has the entire control.
To switch from the Tato. It's like a very strong unit. Japanese not so popular, although they have quite a good arbits on them.
Yep.
And they work well against Khmer because their scrims are not the toughest one, right?
Yep. The entire middle has been captured by Viper though. He's chasing away those units here. Tato desperately trying to make things happen. But yeah, he obviously realizes the situation here. And there's just no way.
He just to raid and see how many farms there is to raid.
Yeah,
let's go next game.
It's just like, yeah. I mean, at one point you realize, okay, there's just like nothing I can do anymore. It's obviously different if your opponent reaches Imp and you have full map control as the cast stage player and you have like a healthy 130 population in terms of villagers, but that was not the case.
That was not the case, and Castle War in the middle, once Jeb hits in,
exactly,
it just over. But Tato held that like a beast.
Yeah, we were both like looking at each other, be like, "Dog, what is happening?"
Let's go next game.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah,
Tato 400 scores ahead.
Yeah, like he had a momentum, right? He had a momentum. He was, you know, the deficit was very high in terms of the villagers, but he, in theory, could have had a possibility to make something happen with.
When I'm in that position that I need to make a defensive towers and enemy's castle age, when do you come back?
Exactly.
Tato was in a very good spot at one point, especially against that solid micro when he kills two Mongols and didn't lose anything. And crossbow running in, and suddenly he was in the driving seat again. But that castle in the middle was so much zoning him out, and he was never able to actually come back.
Exactly.
Maybe Tato castle should not be to control the woodline, but let's go to the Viper's economy, let's go to his main TC, and then control the woodline for that side.
I think that would have been the only play which could have saved him, because
but you need to do that in the tournament. And
exactly.
It's a huge risk always, right?
Exactly.
I like those castles, to be honest, but it's
you're the best person to talk to this about. The thing is, the second castle of Viper didn't put so much more threat compared to the first one he had already. So ignoring it in this situation, say, okay, I will completely all in on the other side because I'm in a better or worse position anyway, just to try to make something happen, but that was not the case. And obviously, Viper just economically was just too far ahead here.
Yeah, the whole game he was ahead economically. Like there was a one slip-off when the TC next to the castle, he didn't notice he lost like 6-7 villagers. That kind of probably give boost status confidence. Okay, there is a chance I equalize. He got more TCs, but I just killed a lot of villagers. If I have momentum with my siege push, and really, if he made a castle there, Viper would be in a shaky position.
For sure, for sure. Yeah. There was like, you know, if you're in these kind of situations, one person focuses more on the economy, the other one more on, you know, getting map control. You have like a time window of 5 to 10 minutes, depending on which situation you're in, right? Where you can make something happen. But if if you're not able to make something happen, then it's very, very tough to bounce back here.
When you get economy, when you boom, and enemies making units, it's not. It takes a while to produce, to get him pushed back, and during that, I'm booming back. So it feels like 20 villagers should be instantly win, but it's not like that.
Not always like that, yeah, indeed.
Usually then they are less efficient because I'm raiding with my units, and Tato played amazing that one.
Yeah, for sure. So Northern Isles is going to be one of the remaining maps, and the second one was, what was it? Land Madness.
Land Madness, Vigil Lake was mad. Yes. Oh god, I hate that map.
Yeah, it's not your favorite one. Every time I play against you, I pick this one. Land Madness, like, what civs were available there? Do you remember? We had, was the Lithuanian still available for one of those?
He used them on the graveyards, right? No, the
graveyards we didn't play. Huh?
I used them. Yeah. I used them on ship fault, right? Game asked against Lithuanians.
True.
Try to remember.
I'm really struggling.
Still
So
survived.
we have Bohemians for Viper. I know that one
That's
because
true.
he didn't.
use them on Arena.
Yeah, but Bohemian's not going to be really the Land Madness and Northern Ulster side.
Madness, I could actually see Viper using them. He used Teutons there like every single tournament.
But Teutons makes sense. Bohemians not so much, I think. But we will see. I mean, he's known to make
Viper makes sense out of
certain civilizations. Yeah.
Okay, help is here. Dravidians.
Dravidians, yeah. Dravidians has to be Northern Ulster.
Frank's Land Madness insane too.
And but doubt. Mayan's first pick. Mayan's was first pick for Tato. He has not used them thus far. I don't see them on Land Madness. I don't see them on Northern Ulster.
He's like Leary, picking Poles first and never use them. Behind them, I picked them first behind them. No, take them.
Does make too much sense, but okay. That's what he went for. So we agree both that Dravidians, Northern Ulster, and Franks on Land Madness. Okay, for Tato we have set.
It makes sense.
Viper on the other hand.
Then again, it's Burbus for the Viper on Land Madness, and maybe Mayans will manage that better. Right?
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
okay.
I think Bohemians there is just Viper tips are obvious, and Tato can play around a little bit.
Okay, Dowd, hear me out. A special Jordan thought.
Oh god.
Special Jordan thought. Are you ready?
Commercials.
You guys don't want to hear it? It's not going to be pretty?
Let's go.
Okay,
Let's
so Berbers on Northern Isle. Fast villagers, fast boats. So you're going to be able to chase down things. You're going to be able to land very nicely and do certain crazy things. Berbers on that. And then Portuguese on Land Madness. You have extra berries. And the berries give 33% wood trickle, one of those two words. Always, mix them up. And then they were pretty strong there as well.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Next time I play against you, I will pick Northern Ireland. Absolutely.
It's not as bad as Britain's.
I mean, Portuguese on Land Madness is good, but you have Berbers there. And also, Viper is one win away from securing third place. So,
yeah,
like Portuguese, actually, the Dravidians unique unit or Caravel.
Yeah.
Did we ever test that? Who wins?
We didn't test, but in my theory, the Caravels should have no chance.
Why?
Because the armor of
unit, they group up as well.
The armor upgrade of the god.
Oh, what's the name?
Theory Zadai.
Trust me.
Theory Zadai. I think it's Theory Zadai. Theory Zadai. Can you say that?
No.
Okay, we go to the two words. Discrepancy?
No. So, unique unit from the Dravidians or unique unit from the Portuguese? On the water, who wins?
The unique unit from Dravidians, I would claim, yeah.
I think their biggest weakness is fire galleys, and Portuguese don't have the fast fire ability.
No, they don't. Yeah. The Theory Zadai should be very strong.
Yeah, it can be tricky. Maybe I'll grow into something.
I really hope we see...
Actually, yeah.
I hope Dravidians will be played on Northern Isles. We come to the unique unit, the Theory Zadai, and Dowd has to pronounce that name.
Yeah, we just call it galley, like the ship.
The ship is just too strong there.
The big ship is killing the small ship. Simple casting. So actually, now when I think about it, you got the point. Like Viper needs one more win. If he feels Portuguese, they'll give him the win on Land Band as well.
Yeah,
let's go.
I always enjoy those moments when you say I have a point because they are rare.
You have a point.
You have a point.
You have a point there.
Oh, I have to mark this in my calendar. How often I got that comment from you already? I like that though. I like it.
You had some shine moments, but usually it's like, what about Franks? Yeah, your input is like whenever we meet up to make a strategies for team game, for Boa or such. Jordan is like, what do you guys think about Franks? And he means it. Like it's not true.
Like I'm really into it, right?
Best team.
Yeah. The thing is, I always come up with ideas which are obvious, right?
It's not the ideas then. It's like you just want to be part of the group. Like I'm brainstorming with you guys. What about Franks? Joe.
Well, I want to feel involved as well, right? So it makes sense. Thank you, Dowd. Thank you. That's the problem being surrounded by three top, brainers, and then you and me, right? So
we have brainer.
Of course.
Yeah, okay.
Is that not right?
I like compliments as well.
Yeah, I didn't include you. I was
top three.
I was Nilly, Tata, and Viper. I said
Slam.
top. Slam is not really known to be like very strategical as well.
What is he known for?
Let's talk about the three top thinkers. Yeah, Nilly, Tato, Viper, and then we have Dowd and me.
I'm a brainer. That's the only thing I got. Come on, give me credit.
Yeah, you are.
Market and thinking.
Yeah.
If they remove the market, I'm gone. Like Next year, I'm gone. Like,
There was a post on AoE Zone. I think it was Miguel saying, "Do we need a market?"
I like that guy until then. Like,
Oh,
basically,
do we need a market in Fuel Age? And I was like, yeah, we don't need to.
I was like, we need ballistic in Feudal Age as well. Like micro should not. If we fight, you're committed. Like, don't you move me the market? Like, to honestly, yes, market is annoying. Inca Villager Rush in all this was annoying.
Yeah.
But it got its own charm as well. Like, it's a threat. It's
it
annoying
does.
strategy to
It
lose
does.
to, but
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
all those annoying things, cheesy strategies are removed,
Then everything is the
it's
same.
archers against archers, scout against scout,
Yeah.
and games lose that scouting purpose and reacting and such.
Yeah.
Like, in my opinion, market should always be disadvantaged. You are doing risky, you are selling at bad prices to get that timing attack. If enemy reads correct, you should be in disadvantage, but it's really hard to read and react correctly.
Yeah, in theory, yes. The thing is, it's much easier to only take gold compared to
obviously.
taking farms, right? Because you have to invest wood, so you have to have two resources.
Instant. It's good.
Yeah,
boost,
yeah,
but
yeah. So there could be, I would say, a little bit better of a challenge balance, but in general, market and Fuel Age is a must.
Don't touch my market. Next time, castles maybe should be built a bit slower. I'm casted completely.
Dude, I was laughing so hard because in the Lithuanians game against Leary, it was complete scout opening, and then you sent everything on gold. I was like, I had to ask Viper, is he going to plan to switch to archers? And he's like, no, market. That was so good. It was like, oh yeah, obvious.
Such a bad game, but yeah.
I should have known that one. Yeah, so
Part of the game, it's a good part of the game.
yeah. If you think about it, 3-2, Viper ahead, what do you think the mindset is of both players right now?
Right now, Viper is like, one more win, and I can chill and watch finals and cry together with us.
I just got a message, sorry, say again. What do you think the mindset
What was
is?
the message?
That both players are back and we're about to start the game.
Do we know the map?
No.
Do we know the tips?
Lamb Madness.
Okay. Portuguese.
Portuguese?
Huh? So many berries? I think he actually practiced it against
So many berries.
So many berries, what did they... If I said so many bushes, you would make...
No, but you
berries
did
is
like
fine, bushes is like... Let's see what team it is.
Yes. We will get the information very soon. I still think Portuguese Lamb Madness and Franks. Yeah, I will. I'm committed on that choice, Stout.
I mean, Franks is... Well, actually, it's not that obvious. It can be mind game. Like, Mayans against Berbers.
Also, something which I've also noticed is, you know,
How did you notice?
there was a time frame where Viper completely smashed.
Okay, what did you notice? I had paper in my head.
Me as well.
I have more than usual.
Yeah. So I lost my thinking, and I also didn't understand what was said. But anyway, so Viper had a huge time frame where he was just dominating every one of us, right? Of the GL guys. And now it feels like Tato has somehow found a way to really match him so close. So Tato has really improved. Do you feel like Tato has stepped up a little bit since last month?
Out.
Even me?
Almost everybody did step up. Almost everybody. But yeah, game is evolving, everybody's improving. Like, we have now Winchester, VLS, ACCM, everybody at amazing level. They're like Hera, Leary, Viper are still slightly safer in events than us, but we
will
can
get
take them down. We will get them. Like, look at Leary. Like,
Easy snack.
But Pikey Cornelius and I'm there, he is here. Like,
Yeah, exactly. It's just
Pikey Cornelius.
small things, right?
Like, each Candoneer cost me $1,000. Like,
Yeah. Next time we get them Tiger.
damn right.
Okay, good. So, who's right?
Well,
Who's
not
right?
you.
Exactly, I was obviously wrong. So yeah, indeed, we have here on the top side of the map, Viper and the blue chunks playing as Berbers. And he has good knowledge of Berbers, doesn't he, Doubt?
Why does he have good knowledge of the purpose?
Didn't he beat Leary in a very big tournament where he was
Against
Berbers? When I said it, I was like, oh, it was the other way around. Yeah. Okay. There's a pause.
And Tato got very good knowledge about Mayans. Oh. Viper is extra shiny today. So they need to take care of that.
I would not like
Look
this.
at him hiding.
Did you?
I should stand. Oh, I almost fall. Like, okay. I should not move.
Did you see the sound as well when we were casting?
Yeah, it was going on. You were safe there.
Yeah. That was good. So yeah, we'll take a moment until. Okay,
He's walled out,
Viper
yeah.
gives the thumbs up, so he looks confident, doesn't he, Daud?
Well,
Being up 3-2, it's not a feeling we know.
I know being well, not even 2, but okay.
Yeah. Okay, game resumes here. And yeah, Viper's just scouting his base on this map. Obviously, we have 5 maps, five sheep instead of 6. But there's a slight addition of a berry bush under the TC. And there is a lot of berries and hunt with the deer scattered around the entire map. And on the other side, we have Tato playing here the red trunks as Mayans. And Daud, is Mayans a civilization which pops into your head right away on this map?
Not really.
Why not?
Really, because as you can see around the woodlines, there is the rocky area where you cannot absolutely wall in.
Okay.
And that means the scouts on the map will be dangerous tool to have. Now, with mines, you cannot go scouts, right? So that means you will have to play mostly defensive whole game and try to find solution. Reason for Tato to go mines is because they will scale better later on. Way better than Franks would, for example, especially against Berbers.
Yep.
But he needs to find a way to survive that opening.
And as you mentioned, this map is literally impossible to wall because of the rocky terrains surrounding the forest, right?
Mm-hmm.
You cannot build anything there. However, Daud, do you see the potential walls Viper could do, which I'm seeing right now?
Of course, he had a map where he can fully wall.
He can fully wall. He can fully wall.
There is no gold back, so it's not that important.
There is a gold pick.
I am looking at the map.
Yeah. Like he can fully wall here. If he walls from this side here, on top of the gold, to the berries, to the south, to the houses.
It's a bit of a wall. Like we have here zoomed out, so it's shorter, but
yeah. But it is in theory possible. And Tata on the other side, his map looks pretty nice as well. I mean, he has safe.
It's forward, gold forward berries.
Yeah, but he has safe wood line, right? You can easily defend the front here with the tower.
Okay, moving on. I do agree that
Daud just gave me the face of you have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a really bad map.
Would you say Viper's map is better than Tata's?
Yes, with the save gold, but more important is it was in more. I want to say important again. Need another word. It was more important for Tato to. Yeah, like that. Relevant for Tato to get a good map because he got the slower save.
Yeah.
And he needs that surviving technique at the beginning.
Yep.
Like Viper doesn't need to wall whole game. He got the scouts. He will control the map with them.
Yep.
He will not probably even think about walls.
Yeah. And obviously, the build order indicates that Viper indeed focuses on the stable build, as he has no villagers on gold. On the other side, has he scouted that men-at-arms are about to approach him? Because
no,
he didn't see
first
it.
time Viper actually missing it.
So this Daud can be extremely surprising for Viper.
But I mean, it's Viper. He can quick wall around everything.
Is that an archer range?
Opening range, I believe.
There's an archer range, yeah.
But not villagers on gold yet.
So is
Scrams opening.
That reminds me of MBL against you.
Oh, yeah, that paid off.
So yeah, it is indeed archer range opening.
Let's see reaction. He wants to block with Eagle. He managed. He managed. Maybe we'll give it a kill, but Berber's villager?
No. He will not kill it.
Yeah, Berber villagers move faster, and Viper is insane with normal villager.
Yeah.
That's a lot of clicking.
I gotta say, both players do an amazing job here, but it feels like Tato indeed is capable of getting the villager kill here. Nicely done by him. And the aggression here is very, very strong by Tato, and it really catches off Viper off guard, right? Losing one villager here. And man-at-arms on land matters is not the typical strategy you go for here. Daud, can you explain why that is the case?
Well, Viper kind of played too much mind games here. He wanted skirms to counter kind of obvious archer opening from Irons. And Tato just went many times to get first map control.
Yep.
And thinking he would be against well, scouts.
Yeah, so this is a very nice opening by Tato, and obviously he will scale very well with the incoming archers, right? Archers is exactly the unit he wants to go for, and with Mayans, your archers are cheaper, and also the resources last a little bit longer. I think it's 10% more, if I'm not mistaken,
15,
Tato?
maybe.
Like, you have been playing Mayans for 15 years now, or 20.
If you would ask me how much archer costs for mines, I would not know.
Okay, how much does an archer cost?
I don't know.
Yeah, do you think the archer costs the same in Fuel Age as in Cast Age as
No.
in Imperial Age? No.
It gets cheaper.
Good. So, anyway, the men-at-arms at this point are only there to buy Tato a little bit of time. And if you look at it, Tato has a clear lead in terms of economy, right? He has 1.5 villagers more. Obviously, Mayans you start 1 villager more, so that is obvious. And
And the
he lost
resources
one.
lasting longer, like you said, is even extra important on this map.
Exactly. What is this building, though? Like, I don't know it.
It's one of the biggest, if not the biggest, it is the biggest feudal age building, a BTC. I don't know. Is it market?
Is it market? Oh. Yeah, and
Boy, oh
obviously
boy,
market.
but will he stick with the crossbow or maybe eagle switch? Feels like crossbow, right?
I think both things work here, honestly. I mean,
think
Berber's
it's more about scouting what Viper will do
Yep.
and then react accordingly.
Yep. I mean, very interesting approach by Tato. It's not like he's committing full onto Fuel Age. No, he wants to get Cast Age as soon as possible. So that kind of tells me he wants to go Eagles, but it feels wrong.
I think it depends on the amount of scrims he sees. If he sees like full scrim army, he will go Eagles.
Yep. Okay, so men-at-arms are being cleaned up by Viper here, and Tato sold all his soul. So in theory...
Sold his soul.
He sold his soul. So in theory, if there is a lot of pressure coming from Viper onto his gold, doubt I'm a little bit afraid for Tato there in that case. So let's see how good of a job Tato can do to buy himself time with these little units here.
Well, like we said, it's very hard to wall on this map. The only walls you can do are short around the wood lines, and that's no problem for the crossbow.
So the last men-at-arm. I'm really surprised that Viper chases down those men-at-arms still. Like, they're not too much of a threat right now. And Tato, man. Like, Tato, if you look at it, are you proud of your Tatito?
I will get Leary next on the dark side. He will use market every single game.
I even was surprised to see Hera using a mark in the first game. Yeah, I was surprised.
I would not push that. Like Hera, that he
Is he using
wants
market?
economy.
No, but he doesn't use market that often, right?
No,
Because
no.
he's
Not
very...
his style. He's confident in his
Yeah, exactly.
mechanics. I will stop your market and I will beat you with more TCs then.
Exactly. So he did that first game. That's why I was surprised here. But anyway, did you... You know? I know what I'm talking about.
You do?
Yes.
Well, kind of it was a tell that he didn't have the fletching or blacksmith at all. Like if you go archers, well, you first do fletching and
Yep.
he absolutely ignored the target. He wants full eagle play, and that can be quite bad for against Berbers because of the cheaper knights, right? But how does
thing
Viper
is-
get to the castle age?
He will not get to Cast Age. Look, like, how is that even possible, though? Like, his food bank right now is 100. He has 14 on food. Like, he is miles away from Cast Age. He will have to play full Fuel Age, doesn't he?
Well, this is somewhat of opening you did against Hera with Saracens, right? You went small fake attack and then switched to fully castle age with Saracens.
Yep.
Similar what Tato is doing here. And when you're Mayans, it's even more annoying because you expect those archers. You'll kind of,
Exactly.
if you make scrum, it's always right. And Viper even opens scrums.
Exactly. And now, upon reaching Castle Age, Viper, he is for sure not too happy to see that. He obviously knows exactly what is going to hit him right now because, you know, it's not like he has never played against this kind of thing. And Bloodlines has been completed here for Viper.
Doesn't think about castle age anymore.
No, it's going to be full feudal out for him, but even against the Eagle Warriors, it's going to be very tough for those scouts to find any damage here because the Eagles are just so strong out.
And he already got quite a few of them, right?
Yeah.
it's like 12 of them already on the map, which is quite surprising. They take really long time to produce in Feudal.
This is obviously a very nice catch for Viper. You wanna stall out the gold mining from
No gold, no eagles.
and no eagles here in the front. So that means a lot of idle production
But
time.
Tato is returning the damage at Viper's base,
Yep.
so it's kind of a small trade-based situation. As long Viper keeps the eagle number low, he will be in a decent spot, but how does he keep this low like this? It's such a deadly force.
I'm just amazed by the sheer amount of units Tato has right now. Overall, situation-wise, obviously Tato has been forced away from the gold on the front, but he has one on the left-hand side as well. And as far as I
Arson
know,
upgrade, he really is going for the kill.
wow. Yeah, the Arson upgrade gives a lot of more damage
Production.
output. A lot more action, a lot of more damage output to the buildings for the infantry units. And that's exactly what Tato is prioritizing right now. And he will be able to repel that army very, very easily. With
Look at the
villagers.
Tato's economy. Zero villages to gold,
yeah.
everything on zero.
Yeah.
Only one upgrade on the eagles.
Yep.
I think it was too soon for the Arson, to be honest.
I think it's fine.
Well, he's getting those stables, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's fine because like he has the access to the resources again, and I don't expect Viper to cross the other side of the map in the next 5 minutes because it's just so tough for him. He needs to pay full attention now for the defense, and he has 10
Just see this
military.
little fight I have to point out on the gold. Like Tato find the purpose on those 3 archers to deny the gold, and Viper open the wall, put one skirmish in, close the wall.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It's such a small move, but if he didn't have that one skirmish in, those archers would idle completely the goal.
Exactly. But that honestly, if you look at it, if you have the Fuel Age player with so few units compared to the Cast Age player, this is not a good sign, is it?
Yes, but at the same time, his economy is way more efficient. He got farm economy, he got tower defense. He just now needs to survive his way to the Castle Age. And then cheap knights, farms will kick in. He just needs to survive next 3 minutes without losing more than 5 villagers, and I think he's in a winning spot actually.
He will go up to Cast Age now, so he's not too bad off in a position. And oh no, Tato breaks in here, doesn't he?
Arson is actually...
Yeah.
The tower disappeared, right?
Yeah, that is definitely helpful. And I understand the strategical choice. Viper wants to go for a castle, obviously, but Tato, he will deny that idea completely. And what can Viper really go for? He's forcing
stables,
right?
He really lost to stables. It's like he needs to invest 300 extra wood just to get production back. The Arson did pay off. Good job, Tato.
Yeah. So I was right?
Tato was right.
Yeah, but I agreed with him. You know, like you were saying, no, it's way too early.
Yeah. I saw only +1 armor. Was thinking Eagles will not be good enough, but Tato knows better, and you agree better.
Yeah, thank you, Daud. And now a second armor upgrade as well for Tato. Like he has such a big momentum, and he's heavily on stone as well. Like Daud, I feel like, oh god. I feel like Tato is just one step ahead of Viper here in this game. What do you think?
Villager number is still equal, and Viper is getting the huge resources bank. He's even getting a third stable.
Yeah, but no gold income.
Needs that 1 minute to pass faster than this.
Yeah.
He needs fast forward this minute.
Yeah. He doesn't have gold income as well. Like 7, yes, but he doesn't have the bank he needs. And worker efficiency doesn't look too healthy here for Viper.
He doesn't care about losing those eagles. Everything is idle. He's sniping to villagers. That minute has never been longer.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah. It's never a good sign if your fuel age and all of your economy is literally idle, and man, unbelievable. Tato really showing up today and giving Viper such a tough time. And you know, Tato, when he saw Viper calling the GG here, I'm not sure if you caught it out, but there was some sort of relief from Tato here.
Well, it's not over yet.
It's not over
yet. There's one more game.
There's one more game.
Prediction.
I think it will be Northern Isles.
Who wins?
Okay, if we
fall here eventually, I'm still like.
This is just a beautiful. Next time we cast together, I'll get more obstacles around you. So just I have fun. Anyway, matchup. It has to be Dravidians against Portuguese.
Bohemians get chemistry early. Then his character stronger in Castle Age. No? he got both gold upgrades for free. No, Portuguese. Yeah, I guess he gets berries now. Get some boot tickle, cheaper galleys, stronger galleys, extra armor, faster upgrades. It makes sense as well.
So Portuguese or
Yeah, I think Portuguese. And for the Tato?
I mean, Franks, like, you start with a transport ship right away in Dark Age, right? So with the Scout, you have more
Also
HP.
get berry bonus as well.
Berry bonus. You have more HP in Fuel Age. So I imagine a world where you pick Franks, Scout into the transport right away, scout the map of your opponent, then follow it up with 2 villagers in Fuel Age, build a stable, and then you have full access to the Frank's strengths.
Like, we are kind of having fun here, but against Hera, Tato to gods. So I would not completely rule it out.
Yeah, like Northern Isles, I would claim, is one of the most complicated maps we have, maybe even the most complicated ones.
Yeah.
And we don't have a meta. We don't have a meta, at least I don't. And I'm the meta player. Huh?
I will not tell the meta.
Do you think you know the meta?
I think there's too many options, like going
That's fine.
front dock, going back dock, viable. Going landing, going fast castle, going...
Yep.
Everything is an option.
Going
Everything is an
golf,
option.
right? Like,
or just going like full galleys, control the water, and
Yep.
old-fashioned way is an option as well.
and we have the confirmation. I was right with the app
job.
guessing. Northern
And
Isles
that's
it is.
guessing as well.
So it's Northern Isles, it's confirmed, guys. And indeed, no Franks and no Bohemians. We have Dravidians here for Tato and Portuguese for a blue player, the Viper.
Which civilization do you favor here, actually?
Always Dravidians.
I mean, when they build a dock, you get
5 house.
population as well.
Yep, yep.
That's
Exactly.
quite nice.
Then you have the extra 200 wood you get upon reaching the next age. Then also your fishing boats are more effective as they carry 15 more food. And oh, Viper runs into the DC, loses
So
half of his
important.
HP.
Like that scout on this map, it's brutally important.
It's the most important unit.
You need to read what your opponent is
Yep.
doing. And now, Viper will always have to be on the run. Whenever Tato Scout is around, he needs to hide, and that denies a lot of information.
Yeah, and yeah, it's like the scout can always defend and. What do you think?
Can I drink Vans, Jordan? It's not that funny anymore. They cannot see it either.
Okay, would you prefer front or back dock?
I always go for the back dock. Because if enemy is landing me, Jordan, stop laughing. If enemy is landing me, I have extra safety. Front dock, I would like only if I go full aggressive, and that's not my style.
Yeah. Okay, so you like to play it a bit more strategically, and Doubt, this is
He
huge.
lost HP on the scout, and he sniped the villager, denied the dock
Yeah.
timing.
And this is
How?
this is the tricky thing, right? Because on this map, in order to build the dog, you have to be kind of downhill, and therefore Viper was able to take advantage of this. And even though, as you mentioned, the scout had only half of HP, it was still able to get the villager. And now we have to take into consideration two things. Not only has he killed the villager, but he also stopped the potential of getting fishing boats out.
And he
sooner.
saved the scout as well.
Yeah, this is obviously a beautiful start for Viper. And now I will return the favor. Which civ do you prefer here? Because that's not something we have talked about.
I prefer here Portuguese.
Tell us why.
I think the unique unit is super strong, but it will take a really long time to kick in. There is a more time in early game in Castle Age. Like, for example, Portuguese in Castle Age can go Monk and Siege push. Both units are cheaper and it's very deadly. Like, Portuguese got more bonuses working for them faster. I think if the game goes to the post-Imperial, even then, Portuguese got Vitoria, right?
They have Vitoria, yes. I just imagine that Dravidians should have the firepower early on to get control of the middle. And just a unique unit, the theories that I doubt of Dravidians is just so extremely strong. I have really a lot of respect for those. And the fact that Portuguese lack the fast fire, is it called fast fire? I think it's fast fire unit, definitely doesn't help Portuguese here as well against the theories that die. And yeah, looking at the game, both players up to feudal age.
But oddly enough, Tato is one with the back dock, and
Yep.
and he's landing. Oh, don't block yourself. This is a really good move.
What is the likelihood of Viper scouting that? Viper
Probably
smiling.
already knows.
Viper smiling. Why is he smiling?
Huh? Yeah. Probably
Ah.
big ship. Big ship still.
What? What?
What?
Viper has this. No way! No way!
What's
He
happening on my
places
screen?
the
There is
dog.
nothing.
What is the chances? What is the likelihood that your opponent builds? Why are you looking at my screen?
Because I didn't see anything special on mine.
Like, give me some space. Tato built a dock between Viper's docks, and Viper doesn't. He does not see it.
He passed next to the house just outside of the line of sight.
What is the likelihood for that? Give me the
Viper
number.
0.
Like, it's close to 0, right?
And look at the gold spot, like one tower there. It removes this gold, gives you presence on the map where your both lumber camps are. If this goes unnoticed, I'm worried for Viper.
100%. And he has also all his resources on the left-hand side. So if Tato is able to surprise him here, then this is going to be very, very good news here. Don't tell me he doesn't see this dock. He does. Okay.
Obviously.
Wow, I would have blown up right
The
now.
Viper is going galleys. He's going
unit for this.
He's going the most meta macro. Like, if you play super solid, it's the best opening. But how do you stop landing and out micro fire galleys on the water? If he does that,
he deserves to win.
He deserves more than a win. It's almost impossible.
It's super, super tough. I think the follow-up has to be the fire galleys for him. There is a tower being built right now for Tato. He has to counter tower here.
Does he see that?
Viper has to counter tower. Yeah, obviously.
Now, you know, like the Viper, I make it tower. Like.
Yeah.
But there is
Don't you want to build a counter tower?
His scout got more HP and he got arch out. Latching is still not on the way and doesn't even have food for that.
Yeah. Now the fishing boats are running, so that's obviously a good thing for Viper, as Tato doesn't have the food income from those fishing boats. So we will see his TC idle time increasing there. And yeah, the tower goes up, but
important momentum for Viper. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, it's just insane for him.
Complete deny. Like, if this wasn't noticed for 20 more seconds and did he get 3 archers, tower up, that's his whole economy.
Disaster, right? But with the scouting, he was obviously on point here. And also one thing that we haven't mentioned, we obviously know it, but the
10%?
War galley or warships is the right word, of Portuguese have 10% more HP. So in each 1v1 fight situation, they're always going to come out ahead on this one. And right now,
super important for Fire Galley War. Like,
yeah,
normal Galley against Galley, they miss you micro, but Fire Galley always hit, and they 1v1 matchup. It's like Byzantines, they will always win, and after that you repair and you didn't do anything.
Yeah, so this is a very good scenario for Viper. And Tato, you know, he was obviously trying to do something
nice
very sneaky, and this is a nice blocking here by Viper. Is he going to be able to pick off this fire galley? It would be a huge pick off indeed, and the fishing boss. Oh, this is just beautiful to watch, isn't it? And is Tato going to be able to run away with this one? No, it's going to get killed here, and that means overall Viper has a little advantage in terms of the military count. He also has 2 economy units more, but obviously though, this is just a very small thing overall. I would still claim the situation is somewhat equal. I would give the favor to Viper just because of the fact that his work efficiency is still a little bit higher if we take into consideration the fishing boats. What do you think?
He reacted perfectly so far. Maybe slightly lucky with the good scouting, maybe just an amazing game sense. We will have to ask him after. But overall, problem is both of them still have a transport, so you never stay behind walls. I assume the next move from Viper would be adding up 3-4 archers, transporting to the Tato, where he doesn't have any defense. Or stone for a tower.
Do you think Viper will assume that there is going to be a backdog from Tato on his base?
Sneaky dog. Those fisher ships will be alive for a long time. That's
Oh!
I couldn't even see on the minimap. Everything is blue there.
No, you don't know nothing.
Did you see? Did you debate me into that one?
Yeah. Because obviously Viper and I talked about the fact that Tato did a little bit of slip-off against Hera by not placing the dock in the back right away, and now he did it. So he knows.
Such a good awareness by Viper. Like, perfect play so far. I think he didn't slip away on this game single time, and it's
he did not.
Really hard to play against this style. Like, you need to always react, always be on point. If you misjudge, even like your castle each time need to be equally fast. If you're 1 minute slower, he got siege workshop monastery in your base. Oof, don't want to be in that spot.
Yeah. However, Doubt, he has still a very good presence on the map in the front, so that tower is going to deny the lumber camp. And if I'm not mistaken, it should be far enough to also take away the gold from Viper as well, if I'm not mistaken. Doubt, you have better eyes than me. Counting tiles.
They will not take, but in Castle Age for sure, right?
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, if you look at the resources, Viper is definitely a bit closer, going up to Castle Age.
Not if the market pops out.
Does anyone of them have the market yet? I don't think so, do they? Oh, Viper has it. Okay, okay. Tato, what about Tato? Does he have the market? Does he have the market? Oh, Doubt, I think you have to have
the
a talk
archers
with
kick
him.
in. Like,
yeah, this is...
Viper is completely open at home. I mean, Tato.
This is beautiful for Viper, and this is, I would say, the biggest weakness of going for a landing with an archery range, because that exposes yourself at home very much. So if you want to go for something like that, you need to ensure that you have either an archery range back at home to defend yourself, or you fully wall yourself, and that is very hard to do.
That starting transport is such an amazing addition to the island.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Like, landing is obviously super powerful, but it gives you exposure at home.
Yeah.
Now, well, that's a bit of
That
faith.
is such a Doubt move.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I love that one. I meant like garrison the village in that.
Killing those archers, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll be in DC one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, so we see Doubt's favorite building being planted down now as well by Tato. However, Doubt, Viper up to Castle Age faster with 5 more economy units, with, I would say, map presence as well in terms of the water. And I'm pretty sure he should switch to either a siege workshop or stables, because he should be able to afford some knights as well, don't you think?
Portuguese is such amazing too. Like, even your knights
Yeah.
are slightly cheaper. It's like, and he does get a villager lead.
And one important factor as well, they get the extra wood tickle by getting the berries as well. And that is not too bad as well, don't you think?
Yeah, that basically gives you a free TC.
Exactly. And how does Viper always find the dock positions of Tato? Like, how? Doubt how?
It's so stressful to watch. Like, what
Yeah.
Tato is doing is so hard to stop because he's all over the map.
Yes.
And Viper needs to have such a good map awareness to find all those spots and even goes to the middle TC.
Do you like
Amazing
that move?
play.
Do you like that?
Yeah, these guys should have been in the finals.
Why is he not?
There was a young player that I lost to as well.
Okay. Well, anyway. Castle Age up on.
But those towers, like, I know he wants to secure the spot, but triple tower,
I think it's a little bit of an overcommitment, isn't it?
he probably counted that even Botkin will not hit the gold.
Yeah, exactly. And now with the siege workshop and the 2 stable play, Doubt, who said he's going to go for stables?
Onagras are also cheaper for Portuguese. But
Yeah.
I start to love that team more and more.
Yeah, it's really amazing. We see the...
He spots those sneaky dogs now. I mean, he spots that time out with it.
Yeah, it's just beautiful to witness what both players are providing onto the table here for us right now. And this is obviously, you know, Northern Isles, many people think it's a water map.
He
It
spots
is.
that.
He spots that. He spotted it. Man, his scouting is really on point.
Everything is shut down with Tato tries to do. Everything.
It's just on point. It's like, in this case, he is 1 step ahead. And I love the move to add the 2 knights first to be aggressive instead of playing it as a defensive, because the 2 knights don't add too much value in the base as a defensive tool anyway. And
He's not repairing the mangonel. Okay, in time now.
like, it also is cheaper to repair the mangonel.
Is it? Oh, you would assume so.
I'm pretty
Who
sure.
knows?
Pretty sure. I'll just make that statement here. And Doubt, if you look at the food count right now for Tato, that does not look too healthy, does it?
Not at all. Only 5 villages on food as well. His economy upgrades. Well, Viper doesn't have the second wood upgrade yet as well. But he is also present in the middle. He defended in the land. He's landing with the knights. He shut down every sneaky dog. And Tato is just like, what do I do?
You know, this is the interesting thing. Like, we see the game. We see 5, 6 potential situations where a complete disaster could have happened for Viper. but we see every single situation. He finds the right answer to everything Tato is throwing at him. And that is exactly the reason why he's in such good of a position. And Doubt, do you see the upgrade Tato is going for?
Ooh, that's a smart move. Like, this is typical Tato against Viper matchup. Tato outside the box, thinking so many strategies, pushing so many angles with a unique way, like guard towers, sneaky dogs here, his island, two sneaky dogs on his island.
Yep.
And Viper, it's not luck, it's absolute. It might feel like a luck that always be on the spot.
Yep.
If you're always in the right spot at the right time, it's not luck.
Yep.
It's a skill.
Yeah, it is definitely a skill. Do you like the upgrade here? I personally
Absolutely
don't like
I mean, he will remove the gold, he will stabilize that position, the Mongols are shut down, he will have that little corner for himself as a potential push, maybe in later Castle Age or early Imp.
The thing is, your opponent has 2 stables already. He has a Siege Workshop, and you don't have a Siege Workshop yourself, right? So it's very easy to push into that.
In theory, a few Rams and Knights could clean that up,
right?
But it's also quite expensive, right?
But you can utilize those Knights to offensive tools as well, then with the landing. So I think it's not justified, but okay, he has decided to do so, and we also, like, it's not a clear answer if it was
playstyle. Like, I like
yeah.
what he's doing. You prefer, like, my style is similar to the Tato series, to the Viper, and that's how we like to play. We see the game slightly differently.
Exactly. 64 population against 77. We have better economy for Viper, 62 or 63 economy units.
And
against
one
the
cap is
50.
for Tato. Yes, he found his way for to counter the Knights.
Yeah, it's not in the front, so it will be defensively. And
Sneak dog number 2 on the same spot.
will he see that though with the fire gun?
Of course he will. Now this is luck.
Yeah, okay, it is.
Sometimes maybe. Oh, with hit conversions.
I think we'll at
HP
least
upgrade
get one.
did
We'll
not
get at
finish.
least- Was that good, Doug?
Delete both.
Was that good? Do
What?
you do that? Yeah, I think it makes sense. Overall, 9. Yeah, that is the biggest issue for Tato right now, right? He has 3 TCs, yes. However, the food income he has right now does not support the production he wants to go for.
He lost the vision chips early as well. I
Lost
think
it, yeah.
Viper, yeah, he still got 8 vision chips. He even add 5 more.
Yeah. So this is just a very close game. Viper definitely on their better position.
Cavalier Archer, let's go.
Cavalier Archer for the win. And that is always going to be very annoying for the monks here. And is that conversion going to happen? No. Oh, and you can also see on Tato's face, he was not too pleased by that action at all. And yeah, the Cav Archers are going to wreak some havoc here.
Like, Tato did the short walls around the woodline to stop Knights, but Cavalier Archer for the range.
Exactly, and Tato, he does not expect that one at all. He has spears, yes,
This will
but
be brutal.
this is a lot of idle time. A lot of villagers will go down in the process as well. 3 at least, I would assume so. And yeah, the CA, it's not like a big commitment as well. Like, Tato is really struggling to find the right answers here. And Viper, he's just having the best game of his life, hasn't he, Doubt?
He's playing absolutely perfect. This Tato through even the castle here, like Viper is playing insanely good here. And if it was any other map, you maybe would even think it's enough, I can resign. But on another type of map, when you have such a strong unique ship, like, it doesn't matter if enemy has a huge villager lead, it usually ends up that every resource on the map is chopped out. And if you have a better unit, which I think Tato does, he still got the chance.
Yeah, most of the time on this map we see obviously a lot of action happening in the beginning, but at the end of the day everything ends up in on water in Imperial Age. So it is very likely that we will see something like that in this game as well. However, now with the castle placed beautifully positionally in as a defensive tool for Viper, he's going to be able to kill those 2 guard towers without any problem. And Doubt, do you see it? Imperial Age coming in for Viper as well. While Tato on the other side, he is right now with nothing of food in the bank, and this is not a good position.
Problem is, like, the unique unit we are talking about for the Radiance, that it's super strong, is only being able to produce once you hit Imperial Age.
Exactly, and it's very expensive as well. So you can only afford it if you have a very healthy economy, and that's not the economy Tato has right now. Obviously, he will get there eventually after 4 or 5 minutes, or will he?
Be aggressive.
Will he?
Now my turn, Tato.
Yeah.
And that's both goal spots. The TC will be denied.
Yep.
Will Tato get the lucky to see this with the skirms? Even if he does, he cannot stop that.
Exactly, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to see that. And You know, when you build a castle and it is about to finish and your opponent is building a TC at that moment as well, that's always going to be a beautiful moment for you as the castle player. And now with Portuguese, they have so many tools handed to them as well. On land, if you go for chemistry, you have access to the bomber cannon. With the Orient guns, obviously, you're going to be able to apply a lot of pressure as well. And yeah, I think Tato, that's not the game he wants to play right now, though.
No, it's not. And also, since a few patches ago, Cannon Galleons can be produced quite fast now. Doesn't require the unique upgrade.
Exactly. You only need chemistry in order to have access to that, literally. And do you like the fact that Tato is adding the docks right now? I understand that he feels...
What does he do? Like, he
feels
cannot land, he cannot. He has to make some movements.
Yeah. It's just very tough for him right now to find the right answer to that. And I honestly don't think there is a right answer right now. Like, Viper is just all over the place. He has the right answers for everything. And Doubt, he even goes for a castle in the middle. This will cement his position on the map.
Such a solid, like, not as, this is like, if you want to learn how to play this map, you know this game.
And Viper
good job,
able to clinch the victory here over Tato. But honestly, Doubt, it was an absolute masterpiece by both players. I did not expect this one to be that close.
Third place matches are not good. You said that like this was a really good match. Like it was amazing match. Like Clash of the Styles going to the last game.
Yeah.
And Viper absolutely clean, amazing last game.
And we can see here both
and they get to hug as well.
Of course.
Like, hug as well.
Doubts. Like this was such a beautiful cast. It was an absolute pleasure to be here with you. And let's not forget about it. Doubt, we casted our teammates, and I promise it will be different.
Next time you will cast me. I think guys in the suits now want to take over as well.
So where I was heading was that the both of us play on stage instead of them, and they cast us. But you know, Doubt doesn't support me, guys.
Yeah, we will play. They will cast us. Actually, I would love that.
You know,
we would do some stupid games like Village of War, and they need to cast that as well.
that
would
give
me deal just to kill them.
That would be funny. Yeah, but oh well, that's how it is.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful set, 4-3 once again, and this is exactly what we were hoping for.
Amazing set, both deliver. Unfortunately for the third place, but both played amazing and got to be proud about their performance in this event.
Yeah, and we talked about it. That it could have easily been the grand finals of this tournament as well. Both players just absolutely beasting it. But yeah, it's the way it is. And that, you know, I'm wondering, we will have for the finals Hera against Leary. What is your prediction for that one? Because it's going to be a best of 9, so we will see a lot of games here.
And that's also kind of Clash of the Styles. Leary with more like archer-oriented, Hera more knight stable units. Yeah. And obviously his famous Hussars, right?
Yeah.
Will be really, and it's best of 9, right?
It's best of 9.
We will probably see the CS we will never see the go.
Yeah. What do you think?
No, listen. I have problems, I have issues like that.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, what is your...
It will be a long series. We will see more series because usually now best of 5, best of 7, slightly shorter series. Now we will see maybe even Burmese, maybe even bigger series, right? Not only those top tier series that kind of get repetitive now.
Okay, Doubt, we have to come to an end. Final prediction.
I like them both. Man will get mad if I predict, but let's make it 5-4 Leary. We celebrate tonight that Trisha plays.
Okay, I will go for 5-2 Hera because he's been playing very dominant, and I think this is his tournament. Anyway, guys, it was a pleasure to be here. Doubt, thank you so much again.
Thank you for having me, Jordan.
Thank you. And we will throw over to the stage, to Ellie, for the winner's interview. Take care, guys.
Thank you, Jordan. And well casted, Jordan and Doubt. Always a pleasure to hear you two. But more importantly, now Viper, congratulations, taking it to the final game 7. And what a game it was. There were lots of angles Tato was attacking from. Did you expect his sneak docks? Did they catch you off guard?
Tato on that type of map always does something sneaky, so like just got to keep my eyes open from the start. I got a good scout. I mean, I got off to a really good start, picking off his villager on the dock, so that was perfect for me. And from there, it was just about keeping it cool, keeping it steady, and making sure I don't get caught off guard by something.
Were you a little caught off guard, the guard tower upgrade?
No, I know my Tati.
Well, it was really well defended. And what do you think really was the key to your 7th win, or the 7th game win?
I think just minimizing the damage I took, make some small counterattack, win the water, and just steady the ship so I could get to the Imperial Age with a better economy. And I think Portuguese are better in late game as well, potentially. So, yeah.
Okay. One of my favorite games that you had was Game 5 here on Atacama, Khmer versus Japanese. I know Khmer is one of your favorite civs. It's really, really strong. Tato looked like he was really out of the game early on, but he really hung in there. What do you think it was that made you not finish the game as early as you wanted to?
I think I stopped making units at some point. I got my thesis and castle in the middle, and then I kind of stopped producing units on the side. So he was able to get some damage in there, but I still feel like my eco was just already ahead, and I had so many villas on the wood in the middle, so I could just start farming like a madman and then make a night switch. And yeah, it worked out how I wanted, but it was still a bit dicey.
And that game on Gold Rush with all of the castles in the center, Byzantines versus Tatars, run us through your thoughts real quick in terms of how your strategy was and what went wrong there.
I felt like my opening was better, but I made my castle a little bit too late, and he had monks left over, so he could use the monk trick to idle my villagers when we were racing castles. No, he just got the castles up where he needed. If I had one castle in the middle before he came to build his castle, then I think I would have had a good shot. But yeah, once those 2 castles got up, I knew it was going to be tough.
Well, it was really, really close set, and we see that going to the final game. What a series. But Viper, super well played this whole tournament. It was an absolute pleasure to watch you, and it is the Orders and my pleasure here to gift you, to bestow this trophy upon you onto your ever-growing trophy shelf. Congratulations, Viper.
Thank you very much.
Viper, would you like to say anything else to the fans watching and here and at home?
Yeah, just awesome to see so many people already here. I think it will come even more today. I think we're going to have a banger of a finals. I really appreciate everyone showing up. And yeah, see some familiar faces I've seen before, a lot of new faces. That's also awesome because it just shows that there's so many people that want to be a part of these events. And yeah, so big shout out to the Order of the Sheep as well for arranging this. And yeah, just the whole Age of Empires community is amazing, and it shows time and time again.
Thank you and congratulations again. Really well played. Artosis, let's hear some more insights.
Thank you very much, Ellie. What a series, guys, going all the way to Game 7. Did you think it was going to be this close?
Oh, I kind of suspected, right? I predicted 4-2, but Tato bringing another level today. I thought we saw some ingenious moves from Viper, especially on that arena game, just even the civilization pick, right? Gujaras against Turks. He's finding the Turk weaknesses there. And Tato just making things scrappy, right? And look at that Land Madness game, just all in military, getting arson so early so he can demolish the buildings. It was a really interesting set, and I think, honestly, that's the best third place set we've ever had, let alone the stakes, which was $4,000, and the trophy, which is going to help balance that trophy shelf for Viper, right? Maybe a little bit skewed towards the first place section. You can put a counterweight now on the third place. But yeah, they really showed up.
I don't know if he's going to agree with you on that one. I think he wants as few third-place trophies as possible. But let's go ahead and take a look at a recap from that series and kind of go over what was happening at the end of each of those games.
Alrighty, guys, so a super close set, as we've been saying. Starting here, though, in game number 1, this was all about the aggression that we saw. Aztecs versus Lithuanians trying to take the best fights possible with the knights and against the pikemen and monks, but at the end of the day, it just becomes really difficult to be cost efficient.
And I think Tato had an opportunity here. Earlier on in the game, when Viper was going up to the Castle Age, Tato had a huge army there. Viper defended so well early, and then he transitioned in the Castle Age so much earlier than Tato. This one, Britons against Huns, always going to be tough for the Huns if you get on the back foot. Tato put Viper on the back foot really early, and his eco got ahead. He added the second and third TC before University and Ballistics, and he just carried that forward.
Yeah, it's always nice to see Britons really play that economic archer style, especially versus Huns, because if Huns are stuck defending, then they can't really outmaneuver Britons with their mobility, with the cav archers, with knights possibly. Huns just don't like defending, they like attacking, and Viper wasn't really allowed to do that in that second game.
Yeah, and this is the beautiful one, right? Viper, we thought he was going to pick Bohemians. Tato picked Turks. Viper ends up going for Gujaras. And the way he set up his economy, getting even the shields for or frontier guards, rather, for the Gujaran camels, and then losing 20 of them, immediately having 50 more about 2 minutes later. It was crazy. And Tato delaying that heavy cav archer upgrade kind of cost him a little bit. He couldn't clear up the camels early enough, and there's no solution right here.
Absolutely not. Those Gajura camels are cheap, they produce quickly, and can overrun cav archers. But here, back going over to Gold Rush, things look possibly a bit dicey as the cav archer numbers were growing for Viper. He also took the middle faster, but it's not about how quickly you take it, it is about when you take it. And by the time that Tato took the middle, he has the extra HP on his buildings. He can overwhelm with the cheap camels, and that is exactly what we saw.
Yeah, and you heard Viper say it, right? His castle timing was a little bit too late, and it was maybe 30 seconds too late. Tato will punish you for that. He had the double castle stack. It was really interesting. We have 4 castles all in the same area up there. He also found himself an area to sit with those trebs to not be shooting from downhill. Then we go on to Atacama. Tato, I thought, was out of this game really, really early, but he managed to pull himself back.
Yeah, it ended up being a much closer one, going for the cav archers there at the end, trying to outmaneuver Viper with the raids, but just Viper's economy is absolutely massive here. He's like 50 villagers ahead, and having control of the middle with the castles, just way too much going for him, and Viper was able to take that one.
He had 62 farms there at the end with Gamura. That's Hera style. And then this is the game we were talking about before, right? Tato, he idled this TC there once he got to Castle Age. He was so much faster than Castle Age. He kept producing the Eagles, even getting Arson, like we said, to take out the stable earlier. He took out towers, he took out mining camps. He just kept running in with the Eagles. He wasn't thinking about his economy. He was thinking about snowballing. Look at that, almost 6 minutes of idle TC time into a 23-minute game. So Tato really putting the pressure on Viper, and Viper couldn't handle it.
Just not able to get to the Castle Age in that one. Then, of course, our final game on Northern Isles, Viper getting the early villager snipe at the dock, having that lead, Tato going with the forward, but Viper able to defend, get a better economy, take control of the gold in the middle of the map, and eventually it just became too much with the strength of his navy over Tato.
And it's crazy too, right? Because Tato had that sneak dock, Viper was going galleys, which is notoriously weak to a dock that is really close, right? Tato had fires coming out from there, but maybe Tato tried to do a little bit too much with the sneak dock and the archer range at the same time, and then the tower on the gold. And there's the hug between these two. I mean, Tato, he showed that yesterday maybe was just an off day for him. Maybe Hera was playing at an insane level, which we knew he was. He got swept, and then today he takes Viper to 7 games. I mean, it's super impressive.
Yeah, that was just such a fantastic series. Great to see Viper finish in that top 3 once again, but not going to be taking down this S-tier LAN event. A couple in a row that he's going to miss out winning.
Yeah, it's certainly a bit unfortunate for him. I know he'd, of course, want to win, but still getting that 3rd place, it's just a nice performance here, and you can at least go out of the tournament on a bit more of a positive note. You know, you're ending on a win and not a loss, so it's okay for Viper.
And $4,000 more in your pocket, right?
That's all right.
$14K is not bad for a weekend of playing video games. Let's take a quick look at our schedule, just catch you up with exactly where we're at. And as you can see, at 2 p.m. it says Hera versus Leary, and I gotta tell you guys, it's already past 2 p.m. So we're gonna be getting into that pretty darn quickly here. This is gonna be a fantastic finals. What are you guys expecting as far as the maps go?
Well, as far as the maps go, we've got, what, 11 maps in the pool, and we've got a best of 9, and I believe there's no map bans here for the final, so it's just Sheepfold game 1, and then the loser picks the next map. So we're going to see a wide variety of things. I would expect maybe Northern Isles being one of the maps not selected, and potentially Arena, although I don't know if Hera wants to go there. Don't think Leary is very interested in that particular pick. There's 2 maps that are going to be left out. Civilization Draft is going to tailor itself towards generalistic civs, I believe, because Northern Isles and Arena might be left out, which are the 2 maps that you really have specialists on. So I think we're going to see a lot of open land map meta civ picks, Hera tailoring more towards the cavalry, as Doubt and Jordan talked about, Leary tailoring more towards the archers.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is that there are so many options. You can go for, all of the open aggressive maps right away. You can perhaps try and go a bit more defensive, sprinkle in your Atakamas, your land madnesses, and it's going to be about how they see each individual game going. Can you get a lead early on? Maybe slot in a bit of a more interesting map pick or civ pick, and we'll have to see what they have in store.
And do you guys have any intel on them? Are they both out back practicing really hard right now? Are they just trying to relax and keep calm? Have they done a lot of planning last night? Any idea on that?
I know they were in the hotel lobby for about 3 hours chatting together.
Oh.
So Nilly was also there, maybe the right one to ask. But if I know these two, they won't talk much strategy with each other. They'll just wish each other luck. Hera was back there grinding for a few hours. I kept passing the room, and I would see him in a new game all the time. So Hera's all warmed up. Leary, I would imagine, was grinding as well. And, well, these two, they don't really need more than a couple games to get warmed up. They know what they're doing. They've got the execution to pull them through. It's all about the Civ draft, and it's all about just having a better day than your opponent.
All right. Well, the finals is upon us, but before we get started or analyze any more of that, let's learn a little bit more about the Order of the Sheep.
In days of old, there was a king, so wise, so decent, and so loved. He reigned over all lands and united whole continents under his crown. A time of peace which ended suddenly as the king was ambushed by an old enemy. The king had to flee into the mountains to evade his death. Years passed and the realm decayed. But the old king's allies never lost hope. They searched the hills relentless, until one day they came across a single scouting sheep wearing the old king's cloak around its neck. The animal led them into the heights to an hidden cavern, and in it their beloved king, lying through the years but safe and sound. The old king told his allies about the prophecy of the ancient sheep. One day there will be a worthy challenger who will take back the reins and lead the kingdom to new glory, love, and eternal harmony. From then on, the old king and his allies formed a secret group, searching in the dark for the challenger of the prophecy. Patience is the key to success. Patience is the key to success.
Bullshit! We have been waiting and searching for a decade now. Nothing.
But what about the prophecy? Patience.
Patience will lead to success. Blah, blah. I don't want to defy the prophecy. The Order has grown, and we are widely known in the shadows. It's time to speed up the process. We need to step out of the shadows. Get me a chest of the Order's treasury. Let's find the next Grandmaster who will lead the Order to its former wealth, fame, and power. The era of the Order of the Sheep has come. Now, members, head out and prepare the Grand Melee to find the best of the best.
guys, welcome back to the Grand Melee. We are in the finals. The winner here going to take home $40,000. Second place, no chump, $20,000. One of the biggest prize pools of the year in Age of Empires 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously those two players, there's even more on the line for them, right? They are good friends, they're teammates, they are practice partners, but they also have quite some history in S-tier tournaments clashing against each other in the finals.
Yeah, indeed they do. Let's take a quick look at actually how they got here through that semifinal round. You guys can walk us through their victories over their very tough opponents in that semifinals.
All right, guys, so looking at Hera's match here versus Tato, this one was a clean sweep. He started all here in game number 1, just relentless aggression yesterday from Hera, getting his eco going, getting to Castle Age, and just attacking with so many knights, and especially on this very open map, there really isn't a whole lot Tato can do to just not get bulldozed.
Yeah, and we can kind of take a look at playstyles here already. And Hera, we can see he's looking for lots of aggression. Right here, he went for the crossbow, lots of knights, and just Tato not really having the answers. And Hera won with a lot of very aggressive games. This one was a really strategic one, where he basically scouted Tato out and countered him perfectly.
Yeah, you see the Goth pick there from Tato, not normally a civ we associate with water maps, so Hera, knowing something was fishy, did a beautiful job just scouting his base constantly, and that really did a lot to deny Tato's aggression, forcing things into a bit of more standard game where Hera already had a lead, he had a civ advantage, and was just able to cruise to victory.
Yeah, and Hera obviously relieved, as we can see there, knew okay, something crazy could have happened, but weathered the storm quite nicely. And this one, the comeback of the tournament there, he was in such a big pickle early on, but somehow managed to come back.
It was tough for sure. Here we're seeing the last fight of the game, but at this point, Hera did such a great job establishing a clandestine fishing economy over to the side of the map. Tato never scouting that, Hera getting the farms up. That is then turned into a lot of knights and crossbowmen, just the sorts of things we associate with Hera as he does take that game number 3.
And then 4 maps point for him, and it didn't take him many because he had a pretty good map with poles, built the defensive farm, even ignored the berries there, and then the crossbow micro was good enough against all the mangonels, had the great control. Tato felt like he needed to do something crazy, but Hera, the defense was just impeccable.
And that really just goes to show Hera beating Tato in 2 very different ways. Some games it was with relentless aggression, like in the first game and then the third game, but in the second and fourth one, it was his ability to defend against the aggression. So really showing he is the full package of a player right now, just overall super solid play across the board.
And in the other semifinal, Leary was facing the Viper. Arguably the even bigger matchup there with the top 2 players, arguably maybe top 3, including Hera, and they really went for it. And as you can see, Leary, no stranger to full out Fuel Age aggression either.
Oh yeah, just taking these absolutely perfect fights from the Viper, and out-microing the Viper is not an easy thing to do, but Leary, of course, he is no slouch, around a 2-to-1 KD in his favor in this first game, just completely taking it to Viper on Sheepfold.
Yeah, and that's what we will see potentially today as well, right? Lots of Fuel Age aggression, and then we will see who is the better of the two. Because here we've seen lots of strategic plays again, right? We have been saying crazy good aggression, but this another strategic victory from an AM player. Persians never seen that strategy, early advantage, and drove it home.
Oh yeah, just getting the very quick feudal age time with a couple earlier fishing ships than Viper was able to do. And then Persians, once they're ahead, able to expand their economy quite effectively. And then Viper just not able to hang on with Byzantines.
Jumping into game 6 then, Leary again, pretty aggressive play, played pop 17 archers here. Viper was forced very far back, had to rely on very far away gold spots here, cornered into the edge of the map, and as we can see, Leary even got into lighters and completely overwhelmed. Leary, another aggressive win.
Exactly, just see the Viper not able to keep up with everything that Leary is throwing at him so quickly, as those supercharged Lithuanian cavalry units are able to take the win. Of course, that brought us to the final game on Fish and Fish, and this one was really back and forth. It was looking good for Leary, then Viper was able to take it back with some really slick plays, but at the end of the day, it was Leary's ability to constantly produce units from all of those production buildings that you see, and Viper just could not keep up. The mobility was in favor of Leary. He had the stronger army, and that was what ultimately brought him to the grand finals.
And we sometimes in the past said GL boys, they are a bit better on the wild, tricky maps. But oh boy, that's a statement of the past. As we can see, the AM guys, Leary and Hera, shining on all maps, shining on all strategies, macro, micro, top level.
Yeah, so taking a look at that previous round, you know, obviously Hera went completely undefeated, so it's hard to talk about what his flaws may be, what he could have fixed overnight. But on Leary's side, yeah, he played against the GOAT, but he did lose a few maps. Is there anything that you noticed that was kind of in common there that he should have thought about, worked on, tried to fill in as holes in his play for today?
Arena and Ring of Reeds were kind of the two maps where Viper looked really clean. Like game plan wise, obviously Burmese is actually a strategy Leary and Hera came up together. They actually trained that strategy together, but never thought of that forward castle, they told me yesterday. So that threw them off a bit. And therefore they know each other so well in and out because they share all their thoughts that Arena, maybe against Viper, Leary was looking a bit shaky. I think against Hera, it might be more on the same level.
Oh, okay, that does make sense. Anything else that you noticed from Leary?
I think it's just when Viper was winning, it was in those very strategic games, in those moments. When you're facing Hera, who has such a similar style to you, it really becomes much more about those mechanics, those execution. And I don't think those, if we can call them weaknesses from Leary yesterday when he played so well, I don't think those will exactly manifest themselves in the same way in this final.
All right. So we've talked about how they got here, but let's take a look at the actual matchup of Hera against Leary. First, let's throw up a graphic showing this is the bracket right there. Hera versus Leary. As you see, this is the final match of the Grand Melee. Someone is going to go home the champion here with $40,000. But let's take a look at their actual stats against each other for the last couple of years. I'm really interested to see where this is at. 3-3, 24-25.
So incredibly close. And S-tier finals also, the last Holy Cup went into Hera's favors. We had the Wololos, 2 taken away by Leary, 1 semifinal. They faced each other in the Wololos as well. And Leary only won by a single game every single time.
That is, well, you can tell that by the map score, right? Like, I've never seen anything this close.
I even played a best of 21, I think like 2 years ago or something. That went to distance as well, 11-10.
Oh, man.
Yeah, these guys are just so incredibly close, and we just keep saying they know each other's styles. They know what they're up against, and it really just speaks to how mechanically talented these guys are, but also how even they are. And it's going to be, you know, of course, who just has the stronger day today, and I really think that it's not just likely to go the distance, I'd say it's pretty likely.
All right. Well, it sounds like it's going to be an absolutely amazing match, and we are ready to introduce the players. Ellie, take it away.
I was really scared. I was like, what? getting started. The grand final of the Grand Melee Tournament, where $60,000 will be given away by the end of this match. $40,000, of course, going to the first place winner. I think I can speak for everyone in this room when I say I'm so excited. Like the analysts have said, we have met in the finals between, well, not we, but Leary and Hera have met in the finals so many times before, and today is no exception. I'm so excited to welcome them onto the stage. All right, before we get underway and before a fist fight breaks out, let me just sneak in between. Gentlemen, once again, you are in the finals facing off your teammates. How do you feel? And more importantly, what do you have to say to Leary?
I feel great. I'm actually very excited for the event, and I think that it's going to be a great final.
Leary, thoughts and words for Hera?
Hopefully it's not going to be like the ranked games.
Hera, you said yesterday we're going to have some banger matchups. Viper said the final is going to be a banger. Leary, can you confirm it's going to be a banger?
I will confirm that.
Perfect. Before we get settled away and send you guys to your battle stations, let's reveal the trophy that will go home with the first place winner. Let's send it back to the analyst desk and await the glory.
Yes, the glory indeed. We do await it. That is one glorious trophy. Oh my God, you guys normally get trophies that big?
Not really. If I knew, I would have tried hard at this tournament as well.
That's how Nilly picks up his first win, as he knows the trophy beforehand. We're going to be getting into the draft very, very soon here, but just real quick about it. There is no map ban here. It is best of 9, so it is just the civilization draft.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that change things?
Well, I think it just comes down to what order these players wanted to go with the maps in. We think the game is or the sets are going to go pretty long, so it's just okay. You're going to open on Sheepfold, and from there, do you want to prioritize the more standard, the more open maps that we know these players gravitate towards, or do we want to see a bit of a Ring of Reeds or maybe even a Northern Isles thrown in there?
It's also a lot about like identifying in what direction the opponent is drafting, right? Maybe if they go into like Viper approach, goes for Bohemians, Turks, then you try to avoid Ring of Reeds and Arena because like, you know, okay, they have to throw it in anyways, so their civs make sense for the map draft. And if you see, okay, they're maybe going heavily on the water civs, right? Then you try to avoid Frigid Lake, Northern Isles, vice versa. If you think, okay, I want to play those water maps, then I need to prioritize the water civs.
Yeah. I was going to say, yeah, and it really is just going to come down to how they choose to prioritize those civs, and I think that will shape what we can expect going forward, as it's likely that these guys are probably going to prioritize those open, aggressive map civs, but as we've been talking about constantly, it's the specialized maps that the civilization balance isn't like quite as close, so having those few power picks are probably going to be big difference makers in the set.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting with the no map bans, and you guys keep talking about how they gravitate towards the same types of maps, and it's actually kind of a whoever is playing better on the given day should win between these two. But that makes me think that maybe the player that has slightly less confidence today is maybe more likely to throw a wrench in the plans with, you know, one of these like a Northern Isles map. Would you think that's a good strategy?
I think it's someone like that thinks out of the box has the massive advantage, because every single time we host Age of Empires tournaments, it is always go map draft and then go civ draft. And now it feels a bit reversed, because it's like, okay, we have the civs, what maps are we playing them on? So I think that's the big strength of the player, especially if we are going down to maybe like 3 maps that are going to be played, pick out of 5, and then you have to see, okay, what are my civs, what are their civs, and coming up with good home maps there could, in the end, give you the W.
All right, and what do you think as far as like the drafting skill of the two players? You know, we just had a ridiculously awesome draft between Tato and Viper. You guys were saying these are probably the top 2 drafters out there. What about Leary and Hera? How do they match up as drafters against each other?
Well, yeah. No. No. Of course, these guys can draft. They know what they want, and I think that is going to be the big difference here between what we saw between Tato and Viper, where they're both trying to sort of out-strategize each other. With these guys, it's going to be about, I want these certain civs on these certain maps. Can I get them before my opponent does?
I think the specialty of this one is that the draft doesn't end in 10 minutes. The draft actually continues the whole time, right? Because we have it basically in multiple steps now. We have it right now with the civs, and then the maps coming after that. You enjoy the sun and toast?
Yeah, I feel like Viper right now. Boxes. Right in my eyes.
And therefore, I think we have never seen something like this before. So maybe like we can guess how good they are, but we will actually find out today.
All right. It's such a different format to just have no map bans, right? That's just not that common a thing. Do you think it's something that the players are going to be really accepting of? Maybe it's something that people grow to like, to have a slightly more diverse map pool in a way?
Especially those two aren't really the guys that read handbooks like weeks ahead of time. Like, think about this. I wouldn't be surprised if they found out like half an hour ago.
Okay.
A half hour, wow.
Yeah.
Maybe getting down to like
That's
15
about when
minutes.
we found out.
Team of the Order is actually pretty careful. They set them at the side, like, by the way, those are the special settings. Make sure that everyone understands them. And I think, if not, then, if they didn't know it before, they realized that.
Yeah. So right now we do have just a little bit of an audio issue that we're working through on the stage. When that's done, we will get that draft started immediately. So let's do some predictions here, okay? I've kind of heard like, oh, it's 9 games. I've also heard specifically, I think Dave was saying it's going to be like 1 battle every game. Is this something you would agree with, Ornlu?
Yeah, I think it's pretty likely. These guys are just going to want to go ham against each other. It's just going to be all out. Not necessarily aggression. It's not like these guys don't macro behind their pushes, but they really do love going for the very centralized style of play. Of course, Hera likes to raid a lot in the late game, but really in those early to mid-game fights, it's going to be just absolutely decisive as to which way the game is going to go.
Yeah, and there could be a lot of like battles that are drawing out, but I don't really see like that we will see one major battle and then both armies basically completely killed each other, and then we sat back and tried to play a macro game from there. Most of the time those players just win fights so decisively if they jump on it, that then the game most of the time ends, and that's why you need to watch every single second when those two guys are playing.
Now, comparing this matchup to GL versus GL, right, AM versus AM, they're maybe not as tightly knit a team. They don't really have those practice sessions, the boot camps, things like that. So, and I also heard you guys talking about how Hera, being such a different time zone, might have a hard time practicing, for instance, with Leary. Is that something that's going to come into play here? Do they know each other maybe less well than, for instance, the Gamer Legion guys?
Hera's actually a guy that wakes up pretty early, right? Argentina, like, I see him stream like noon European time, so he's totally fine in that sense. Like, Leary is a guy that wakes up late as well, so I don't really see a big thing. And obviously those two guys, they have been training partners for 5 years, so they know each other in and out, and I don't see that as a big difference.
All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. It looks like we fixed the audio issues, and the draft is ready. Get ready for it, guys. We're going to jump into that draft right now. Nili and Ornlu, I'm going to walk you through it.
All right, guys, so, that's a very nice trophy. There is the draft popping up on the screen for us. Remember, guys, no map bans. We're just starting on sheepfold as always, and from there, the loser will pick the next map, and we'll have to see what civilizations these guys try to go for, because it's all about what you prioritize.
Indeed, and I also don't know, maybe you know that Onlu is the one trailing picking the map, or the one that lost the previous map. That's maybe something tournament admin can confirm for us, and production can tell us, because that's obviously pretty interesting, right? Because if someone is leading 3-0, then the other guy is at 3-1. Does the one pick that is 3-1 ahead, or the other one that's still trailing in the set. We will figure that out later for you for the analysis. Obviously 11 maps in total, only 9 will be seen.
Yeah, so 2 of them not going to be played. We think it's likely going to be an arena in Northern Isles, maybe a Ring of Reeds or something like that. Think maps like Atacama, Land Madness, even Graveyard, and then of course Arabia. We're going to be seeing a lot of that, just very mechanically oriented maps for these players, and fighting over that nice trophy.
Yeah, and we're just having a little tiny bit of a delay here. Leary joined the wrong drafting lobby. He's only been a pro for like 8 years, so that's an understandable mistake at this point in his career.
Did he find his glasses yet, Atosis?
He did. They're on his face. So yeah, no, he's good to go. That actually was something that happened earlier as well with Leary misplaced his glasses. Would be pretty hard to play without them, I would say.
And yeah, thanks for Hera, already wearing the hoodie. Spoiler alert.
Well, if he loses, does he have to give the hoodie to Leary?
The switch there.
Oh yeah.
The Order of the Sheep, medieval. I didn't know they had those kind of sneakers. Yeah, medieval times, oh no.
Well, as somebody who studies history, I can tell you that it really was common in 13th century Europe to have modern day sneakers.
Nice. They had to travel long distances, by foot obviously.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah. Just great for walking through all of those unpaved streets in the cities.
Okay, this is now obviously a super complex moment for the 2 of them, because they have to prepare and think about, okay, what are the maps that I want to pick? What are the maps that my opponent is likely going to pick? And now they have to prioritize. Hera bans away one of the strongest civilizations of Leary, it's the Britons.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Britons are a civ that Leary always gravitates towards. Super micro-intensive with those longer-range archers, strong economy, really streamlined play that Leary's going to be good. And Khmer, another favorite of Hera, really emphasizing the economy, the cavalry. Going for both cavalry and archers at the same time is super common with the civ. So, so far, these bans make perfect sense.
And you see that Leary has the first 2 bans, right? And Hera has the first pick. They both think that Khmer might be the best civilization on Sheepfold, and that's why Leary wants to kind of save his snipe, because that had to be sniped away from Hera. Oh, Japanese actually for Leary, so he could have had those Khmer, but maybe thinks Japanese is the one he wants to go for.
Yeah, that is totally possible. Then Leary, of course, banning Poles, another strong economy and cavalry civ, and then Hera banning Aztecs, a super aggressive civ that we see archers and eagle warriors with a lot. Now, Japanese, we could very likely see Fish and Fish, where Japanese are going to shine, and then Hera going to be going with Mayans, just about as standard in Arabia type civ as you can ask for.
And that's a double pick. Mayans for him and Mayans away from Leary, right? We've seen like Aztecs pretty close to Mayans, Britons pretty close to Mayans. Those are the banned civs away from Leary, and then he takes the 3rd one.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And then it also makes sense to pick Hindustanis right afterwards. When you want to play Mayans, you also just want to pick up Hindustani so you don't run into that super awkward matchup. And it's not like Hindustanis are a bad civ. You can play them pretty much anywhere successfully.
Absolutely. Options there on the Arabia clones, on Arabia itself. Also an option on Arena there. And Gulam just so incredibly strong against Mayans. And now we see Leary goes into the civilization direction that I expected a lot from Hera, actually. Frank's a typical Hera civ, Portuguese. Now after the balance change, obviously to be considered extremely strong.
And extremely versatile in what they can go for. You can go for knight play, you can go for crossbowman play. These are 2 players who love their knights and their crossbowmen. Of course, we associate Leary a bit more with the archers, Hera with the cavalry, but they really do love using both at the same time and using that very well-rounded army composition to just do so much damage in the mid-game, as now Hera going to be going with the Burgundians and the Turks.
Ooh, the double pack. Arena and Ring of Reeds. Maybe the 2 options. And Hera was actually sitting in the practice room and was watching over the VODs, was watching over the games of Leary. Maybe had identified some weaknesses. The Viper showed some of Leary yesterday.
Yeah, and that is not something Leary can say of Hera, as Hera just kind of breezing through his own semi-final match. Leary going to be going with the Mongols, another super strong aggressive civ, something that we would associate with him as a player. And right now, Italians as well, going to be, I think, just your Northern Isles pick in case that map is picked by Hera. You want to have a strong civ there if possible.
Especially if you're Portuguese, right? That's pretty solid. Japanese as well. Now Hera needs to think, okay, if we go to water maps, what am I going for? Persians, Lithuanians, okay-ish, but doesn't excite me too much. Maybe Hera needs to go for something like Dravidians later on.
Yeah, that is definitely something to consider, but Persians and Lithuanians work well on stuff like Frigid Lake. Lithuanians you can actually use on pretty much any map just fine. Graveyards is another one that's, I think, very likely to be seen in this set. Lithuanians having all those extra relics there. We saw that from Leary in his own semifinal match. Now Tatar's coming in for Leary, a civ that gets free thumb rings, so you can go for a lot of early Castle Age crossbowmen.
Fish and Fish, also Lithuanians, Persians, Mongols, we can see that now being prioritized. I'm still a bit scared for Hera on Northern Isles and on the arena maps.
Yeah.
Or the other way around. Like Hera is looking good on the arena maps, Northern Isles, and now look at that, Dravidians even taken away from Leary. Like, Hera? Does he need to give up Northern Isles here?
It is an approach you can take. Just really prioritize your civ picks on the more standard land maps and just say, okay, Leary, if you really want to prioritize water maps that much in your draft, there aren't that many of them in this map pool. Okay, you can have that one. It's a best of 9. You have room to just kind of drop a game if you feel like you can win that much more on the other maps.
Still 8 games to win for you, right? So it is completely fine. Plus, if that's a map where you don't feel comfortable, but also Leary, he will take the free win. And like, all of those civs have pretty strong advantages. Like, it feels like he has the top 4 there, kind of. Japanese, Portuguese, Italians, Dravidians. Looks pretty damn crazy. Like, Leary, he can distribute the other civs pretty freely.
Exactly, and now Hera picking Huns and I believe Berbers, so 2 civs, very cavalry-oriented, lots of scout spam and knight spam available to those civs. Gonna be, I think, doing a solid job of more rounding out his draft on all of the open maps that we are likely to see here.
Berbers, yeah, Gold Rush is something I could see. Bohemians, okay, Leary now strikes back on the arena, on the Ring of Reeds kind of maps, especially like yesterday, they were like kind of going into some discussions like, how did Viper make that defense there on Ring of Reeds happen? How could Leary have approached this one? Hera obviously having some insight there. Leary not really happy with that, and maybe they came up with something. Or Leary thinks this is the best strategy and goes for it.
Well, it's hard to argue against Bohemians on close maps, but Bengalis, that's always a civ that is fun to see. Now, this is a civ that is going to work on the closed maps as well as on water maps because they do have a good economy and ships that regenerate HP. So Bengali's a bit of a flexible option there. We might see them, we might not. It's just nice for Leary to have.
And actually Hera, kind of the one that showed it to the world how good Bengalis can be in the last Waterloo and had a crazy win there. I think it was against Mr. Yo in the late group stage. And yeah, so that's actually another pick that Hera could have gone for. Now goes into the water direction. Koreans, obviously, missing demo, will be tricky to deal with a lot of fire galleys. Can go for some towers, but not the typical Hera style.
It's not a typical Hera style civ, but it is a fantastic civ for Northern Isles because there's so much surface area that you can tower. There's a lot of stone in the middle of the map you can take. Turtle ships are even an option in the narrow channels. And Saracen's also a very common civ for Hera, going to be going for a ton of market use.
Leary is going for Byzantines behind this. Like, he has 6 water maps now, water civilizations, it feels like. Like, Frigid Lake looks really good for him. And now Chinese, a civilization that we've seen a lot more in RM compared to the 6 villager start.
Yeah, you know, we were talking to Artosis backstage, and he's like, you know, are Chinese even played all that often? Are they a good civ? And all of us, you know, the casters are sitting there like, yeah, Chinese are like one of the best civs. And we just don't see them all that often in these settings.
Things they're a bit weaker in the +6 start, right? You typically start like 2 villagers ahead. In RM here, there's more like in the 1.5 villager direction because it's so easy for the others to catch up with the resources. Obviously start with very low food there, so it's going to be tricky. And now Hera goes for the late Burmese, goes for Cumans, and Leary goes in the Inca and Goth. What's up with that?
Well, if Leary wants to play some really aggressive, scrappy games, he can totally do that. I think when it comes to very scrappy games, I think that's actually one area where Leary might be a little bit more comfortable than Hera. I think Hera's going to want to just try and get out of those situations as best as possible to establish his macro game. Whereas Leary is going to be like, okay, if we really want to settle things with some forward buildings, some sort of aggression, we saw that in his last game versus the Viper, heavy feudal age play, it can win him games.
Ethiopians being picked here as the last one. Now we go into the snipes. If I remember correctly, right, we should have 15 total, 13. So a lot of civilizations that we have as an option.
Yeah.
We should have... It's more civs than I thought, but maybe I miscounted there. And still, we should get into one snipe there for sure. Portuguese are gone, and Berbers. That's a really late pick. That's like pick 8. Sniped by Hera.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just not something we see all that often. Portuguese and Berbers are not civs that we associate with getting banned or sniped super early on, but Portuguese are just so flexible on so many different maps now. You can play them on open maps, you can play them on water maps, so we'll have to see what exactly these guys have in store.
Did I miscount, or do they have 12 civilizations for a best of 9 here? It looked like it, right? That's 3, next scene is 4, and then another 5. I think they have 12 civs, though, like, they actually can switch around the civs quite a bit, and that's why we see so deep into the map pool, and that's why we see so many wild ones here.
Yeah, that is absolutely perfect for the Grand Finals. We really want to see the depth and the breadth of these players and their abilities and on all of the different settings we have available in this tournament.
Ooh, interesting. And that makes the distribution now so tricky, right? We don't even know what maps are going to be there, but, well, we have 11 in total, so now we have 12 options, you can distribute them, and can maybe have some really strong civilizations to the left.
Just a little correction, there was actually an error there. Leary sniped the Hindustanis.
Ooh, okay, not the Berbers, so that will be changed. So Hindustanis, one of the earliest pick, right? I think pick 2 there, so that is corrected now.
Yeah, and especially, you don't really want to go up against Hindustanis if you are a cavalry civilization. There are plenty of them for Leary in this draft. Also, you don't want to deal with Gulam, so that makes tons of sense. And then we have the Hera snipe onto Portuguese, again, being a bit more of a new school pick. I mean, this is like Portuguese. It's their tournament right now. We just see them picked all the time.
Nice. Yeah. Their way to shine. And look at that, the sun directly in the middle of the screen, in the middle of the kiss cam.
The Sun not biased against one of these players, unlike against the Viper versus ACCM. So it's nice to see that that big yellow blob in the sky is impartial.
Right, so an excellent draft phase there. Definitely a little bit different from what we're used to in this tournament because of more civs, because of the lack of the map draft. If you had to say that one of these players got the better draft, who would it be, Orna?
That is pretty tricky to say. I kind of like... I don't know, I feel like Hera has a lot of options available to him on several different maps. I don't think it's necessarily clear when and where he's going to be picking his civilizations. Yeah, they are a lot of cavalry civs, but you can play them in a lot of different settings.
All right, well, some excellent analysis, and we are ready to start the finals for the Grand Melee. Your caster is going to be Dave and Nilly. Guys, take it away.
Welcome, everyone, to our grand finals here. This is a best of 9. This is a very familiar matchup for us, and it always goes the distance between these two. Now, lifetime set in S-tier events. RM, Hera has the edge, 2-1. Empire Wars, Leary is 3-0. But the map score is 17-17 in S-tier events.
It's crazy, 17-17, and as we said earlier, like best of 21 went to distance as well, 11-10. They are inseparable, basically. Like it's just one winner because the series had to end. If we have a best of 11, it would be going to distance as well.
The one thing I did notice in that draft is that Leary has 9 archer civs that commonly go into an archer composition. Hera has 4.
Okay.
That are thought of as an archer main style of civ, right? Hera also has a lot of cavalry civs, so they're kind of playing to their strengths there. It's very interesting. Also, the snipe on Hindustanis, I think it's a lot better than the snipe on Berbers. So I was wondering about that one. And then the snipe from Hera onto Leary was on, please remind me, Portuguese. Okay. And that seems, you know what, that seems like a smart pick. I mean, Portuguese, we used to think of them as a water civilization, right? You could get them on Northern Isles, you could stall for time, potentially get to Vitoria. Now they're kind of like an open map civ. With getting the wood from the berries, it gives you such a strong start. So Hera just doesn't know what the full potential of that civ is, and he just wants to get out of the way.
Yeah. It feels like Portuguese is so strong. And looking at the draft, it feels like Arena and Ring of Reeds could be like considered to be Hera's home maps because he has the strong civilizations there, maybe facing Bohemians. On the other side, we have Northern Isles, Frigid Lake, maybe the home maps more of Leary because he has a lot of civilizations that drafted into that direction. And then we have another 5 maps, more land-based, more standard, more into the Arabia direction. Yep. That's most likely going to be decided who wins the Grand Melee.
The thing I like about Leary drafting towards that direction of the water maps is that the civs who are traditionally good on water are also good archer civilizations. civilizations, which play to his strengths, right? So why not go down that direction, right? You got wonderful synergy there. Byzantines, you pick them on water, they have the faster attacking fires. You pick them on land, you can go into a 1 TC fast Imperial play with the archers, or you can just spread out your eco and defend against your opponent, but you go into range units, and that is where Leary really shines. Hera has tailored himself, civs like Cumans, civs like Hindustanis that got sniped, obviously, Berbers. Those are civs that can just kind of stretch out around the map, and then he gets into a Hussar, and we all know what happens then.
Humans, is that a pick for an Arabia kind of map, or is that a pick into, like, I don't really see it for Arena or Ring of Reeds, or don't we see them all at all?
When we go through the maps there, Cumans could be Arena, potentially. He's got Turks as well, but I could easily see Turks being played on an open map. It's Hera. Hera loves playing Turks on open maps.
On the ladder, right?
Yeah.
It's like if he faces like random 2.5k on the ladder that he can still...
But remember in Empire Wars, on the Bull, Hera was the first player to really pick the Turks, and then he fully utilized them. And he didn't utilize them for the Janissaries. He utilized them for the Scouts and the Light Caps. So there is potential there.
Yeah, also Marketplace is strong with them, right? Because you have more gold income. You don't really need to go into extra town centers. If you want to play with your light cap timing, then the Knights behind this one. Obviously, manual pressure will be limited at one point, but if you already win the game in Castle Age, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we are just making sure that the light is not shining into Hera's eyes currently, because I saw it shifted over there. It shouldn't be a problem in another like 20 minutes or so as the sun moves up in the sky, but
God is watching.
Right now, the Lord is with us. Right now, we're just getting that fixed for Hera. Hopefully, we find some more out-of-the-box techniques.
Or just some boxes. Inside the box and outside?
Outside the box.
Okay.
Technically, we were outside the box. We don't know what was inside the box. Potentially the trophy. That's an amazing trophy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Honestly, how are they going to get that like back on the plane?
Yeah, Leary, I want to see him board the...
He has to rent an extra train seat for it on the way back to Austria.
Obviously going to be a crazy, crazy set. What do you think are the two maps that we won't see?
I was saying Northern Isles. I was saying Arena. I think it might still be Arena. I'm not so sure about Northern Isles anymore with Leary, but he could have picked those water sieves for Frigid Lake. And then he might just be picking them to deny the Northern Isles potential from Hera. So I'm going to go with those two maps, Arena, Northern Isles. I think Ring of Reeds has potential for both players, especially with Bengalis in the mix as well, a super strong civ there. So I think it'll all depend on Hera's picks. I can't see Leary picking Arena and Northern Isles.
Yeah, I think it's more into the Hera direction. And actually, we have the civilizations confirmed for game number 1.
And the civilizations are... Nilly, let me put on my glasses here. We have Burmese from Hera, and of course this is going to be played on Sheepfold. And we've got the two Bs here. We got Burmese against Byzantines. One civilization, very lackluster skirmishers. The other civilization, quite good skirmishers. But we saw Jordan lose with the Byzantines in a skirmisher war earlier in this tournament.
Yeah, because Hera had a pretty crazy timing. Game 1 here on Sheepfold, the signature match of the Grand Melee, best of 9, $40,000 for the winner here. And Burmese, Hera says, one of the most underrated civilizations. Obviously, you get the wood upgrades for free, something that boosts your economy so pretty, and you get the extra attack for infantry.
I've always liked Burmese. I think they're lacking a couple things in their tech tree to really propel them forward. Hera is under the belief that the second archer armor doesn't really matter for skirmishers. He's said that to me multiple times. He really likes the transition, the easiness of the transitions with that free wood upgrade, not only in Feudal Age, but also in Castle Age. And then also, for a more macro-oriented player like Hera, being able to see those relics is so valuable, right? You don't have to waste scouting time looking for them. You can just send your monks out when you're like 2TC, 3TC booming in Castle Age. You can snag that passive income, so it's very valuable for him. However, I have to give the edge here to Byzantines. Feels like Byzantines just have an answer to everything that Burmese can do.
The extra vision on those relics might be even better on some other maps where you kind of want to see, okay, that's the relic placement, and therefore by elimination, I can say where your town center is.
Yep.
Exactly. Here, obviously, distance really short when it comes to the town centers, but we have that sheepfold in the center, and therefore the rush distance a bit longer, and it just feels like pop 19 out of Leary. I would assume that's an archer range opening.
Yeah, he could go for the classic, like, spearman skirmisher YOLO push with Byzantines. I wouldn't expect it. I would expect a few archers first and then go into the skirmishers there. If he does go for massive amounts of spearmen, like you said, Hera gets that +1 attack for free, and he will have a barracks up as well, so Hera can potentially combat that. I just wonder what Hera's opening is gonna be here. Does he go for an archer range? A stable would feel a little bit weird against Byzantines.
Most of the time on this map, you can work around the woodlines of the opponent. Could we check above Leary's woodline, though? Is that going to the edge of the map? Do we have some openings there? It feels like that's completely closed off, Dave. That's a beautiful map for this typically very tough to wall one.
I mean, theoretically, he could just delete his TC and place it back there, and then he's playing Arena, right? I mean, it's going to be a problem when it comes to gold count and whatnot, but what a fantastic area there for Leary if he potentially wants to run back in that direction. Not so much his style, though, to retreat. He is the guy that is going forward, right?
Yeah. Does not go onto gold, so Leary likely to go for the spearman skirm aggression that we felt could be pretty tricky if we see that match by Hera because he has the +1 attack. And both players also talked a lot about the limited resources here, right? You can't really push D on this one, and that's why you have to go into farming a bit earlier. That's why Khmer are so good.
Leary will see the 3 villas coming out to gold. Hera switches them back to being lumberjacks because he wanted to deke them out a little bit, but Leary sticks around long enough to confirm that Hera has 3 villagers on gold here. That's going to tell him that Hera's going into an archer range. He probably knew Hera was going archer range, but a little bit of confirmation never helps as Leary runs away now from this scout battle. But he's been so good all weekend. Like getting that extra little bit of scouting and getting the hits in. He misclicked there though, and he loses the initial engagement against Hera and needs to run away.
Okay, skirmishers therefore becoming a bit better again after the scout got to so low HP. Both players kind of agreeing, okay, low HP scout is what I will want to have in this one. And we can see Hera already walling up quite a bit. Yeah. Ooh, that's pretty early walls for some expected skirm aggression.
This is really reminiscent. This base looks really, really similar to the one he had against Tato. Where he set up the archer range a little bit further back. He didn't go for his forward gold. He went for the back gold. And then he walled to the wood lines and just kind of kept himself secure with the TC. Now, you're a little bit vulnerable at the back on those exposed wood lines back there because you're walling to them. But I think with Hera's level of defense, and his management of his unit reinforcements coming back at exactly the right times, I think he should be able to withstand the damage from Leary, especially against a just skirmisher spearman army.
Pretty crazy how Hera delayed his archer range for so long. I think he was up at 620. First archer started producing 820, so he delayed the archer range for over 1 minute, and that's why we see Leary having the aggression here. Is he trying to jump? Would be a risky one against Hera, who's so quick to wall.
I mean, and even if you jump in there, what are you in there with? You're in there with 2 spearmen, 2 skirmishers, no fletching upgrade, right? I know Leary can be annoying, but I mean, that is like basically a fly buzzing around Hera's head. You're not actually going to do any damage unless you panic. The army from Leary looping around the back of the woodline. He can maybe idle some of those villagers there, but I like the way that Hera set up that wall even further out, so it's tough for Leary to range those vills, and Hera looks very comfortable here. I mean, that free wood upgrade means he's saving food, he's saving wood, he can go into the farms earlier, he can go into the walls earlier, and he's really utilizing the easy transition with Burmese.
Yeah. But also, like Leary, he's not really getting the intel, right? Lost his scout. And we see Hera, by the way, only at 1 single lumber camp. Something we don't see too often. As we can see, Leary, double lumber camp, has a bit more wood. Transitioned to way more farms already.
Yeah. Hera defending at the back here. Managed to kill a spearman, but the skirmishers are going to push those archers away. And he's figuring out that Leary has a giant area at the back of his base. I believe Hera is forward there with his starting scout that was still alive from the engagement he took against Leary, as Leary now goes out to his starting gold, and Hera is going to explore the rest of the base, see the farm count, but no stable.
Crazy how passively both of them are playing, relatively speaking, right? We stopped production after 5 skirmishes here, now going on to heavily onto gold. That's why we will see some archer production for Leary, but we won't see much more army. I think he will even try to get to Castle Age without fletching here.
It's kind of insane the amount of food that Hera has in the bank right now. After producing 2 additional scouts, He didn't get the farm upgrade, and he's only got, it says he has 16 on food, but I think he's only got like 8 farms or something like that, so probably still villagers on the berries.
And berries are running out pretty soon. Look at that, 7 on wood only 60 wood in the bank. That will be an ugly transition. Could be some idle villagers while he's actually forced to micro at the front. Tries to jump for that villager. No kill.
Interesting outpost there from Leary, too.
Love it.
Yeah, I mean, Byzantines, you get Town Watch for free, right? So why not put the outpost out there? Look at how much vision he's getting. Leary, not really necessary for him to go into extra TCs and Castle Age too, so wasting the stone isn't really a thought process for him. He can just gather that with 1 villager later. And this prevents Hera from going all the way around to the back wood line and potentially getting damage.
Hera used the market and just sent 17 villagers onto gold. Now it goes for the second lumber camp there in the back, but that will be a weird eco. Look at how few villagers he has on food, 7, and that will stay like that for quite some time. What's transition after this one? Hera not the one to go for any Hmong shenanigans.
Yep.
Is that a crossbow player out of a Burmese player?
I mean, it does have a little bit of synergy with the free wood upgrade, right? So, like, you're getting wood in faster, but still, crossbows with Burmese, maybe not the best thing ever. You're missing that second armor upgrade as well, so that might be able to come into play. Hera now buying wood again as he's trying to balance his eco here going up, even getting the gold upgrade, Nilly.
Crazy indeed. The second building being built there in the back. Maybe we can get a confirmation on that one. I'm so surprised about crossbows is because we also have seen so many skirmishers out of Leary. He's not even going for any archers. That is a pretty defensive play. 195 stone in the bank only though. He somehow needs to collect 5 more stone, which isn't too easy to actually get to 3 TCs.
Did Hera just go for a second blacksmith?
I think that might be his first one.
Oh, first blacksmith. Okay, fletching came in as soon as he finished that one. I saw it was just being built there. So Castle Age is in 18 seconds there. Leary's going up to Castle Age. He's getting the armor for his cavalry. So he's going to be going into likely camels here with Byzantines. Unfortunately for him, camels aren't so strong against crossbow.
And Hera, just like in the set against Jordan 2 days ago, so many farms without horse color. Just on the way to Castle Age, typically the time where we see people going for horse color if they skipped it before. Hera completely ignores that, adds some farms here. He wants to save that food.
Such a difference between, or discrepancy, as Jordan would say, between the GL tactics and the AM style, right? Like AM, don't go for horse collar. Neither of these players have it. GL would have a heavy plow by now.
Skirms now diving here for the skirmishers. Crossbows could be pretty scary. Only 2 spearmen. Those scouts could actually pay off quite a bit. Also, 1 knight on the field, another one in the queue. Spearman count. Scary.
Yeah, and that spearman, nice snipe there from Hera. And look at how much value he puts on this outpost, too. He's going to take this out, so that was great from Leary to drop that down earlier. Also has another scout in the back of Leary's base, just investigating, make sure there's nothing sneaky coming up behind this. Stables are up from Leary. Hera can see those, and Hera is pushing in here. Excellent aggression from the Canadian.
I'm a bit surprised that Hera didn't feel like he could have done more there. Could have maybe gone for some more aggression. There's a blue unit kind of at the top of the screen.
It's a scout.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, that was the scout that came in earlier. I think that was the starting scout, and he's just getting additional vision. Hera would love to be able to transition over to that gold to hit it, because right now, the way it's set up, he can't really go into the wood line. He's getting some damage on a villager on the wood line with his starting scout. Leary's going to notice that. Hera shifts the knights over now, and Leary is just simply chasing. But Hera's crossbow army needs to retreat because Leary is chasing with the skirmishers, although Hera is getting some good damage.
Okay, some villager kills guaranteed here. Pretty nice one. Hera basically suiciding those.
3 vills. It's pretty good. That's better than I thought, honestly. And he's, of course, it's Hera, so he's bringing the knights back to heal.
Crossbows now should completely die, no? The knights +2. We also have the skirmishers. Leary not taking into elite skirmishers. Crossbow still doing work here for Hera.
Yeah, and Hera even sending a villager forward. I don't know if that was intentional. Good micro so far. He's going to use the knight to kind of push the skirmishers away. He's already weakened one of those knights, and now it's only verse 2. The other one is following up behind. So Hera, with some good micro, finding himself some decent engagements here. He's going to clear up the knight and then start picking off these skirmishers, which are not elite yet, with no armor on them. And you thought this entire army from Hera was going to be wiped up, with Leary still having military left over. Hera says, if I die, you die too.
Nice. Nice one indeed. Great fight here for Hera. Those skirmishers heavily under-upgraded, right? Few late skirmishers only fletching, not a single armor, as you pointed out, and that's why those crossbows could trade so efficiently.
But we're transitioning now into the middle stages of Castle Age, and as this game gets deeper, we start looking at the civilization options, the civilization tech trees. It just feels like the longer this game goes, maybe the Byzantines start to swing ahead a little bit. Regardless of that, though, Hera did some early eco damage. You can see the eco KD 3-0, also some idle TC time on Leary's end. So Hera is still ahead in economy, has that second wood upgrade, no farm upgrade, but Leary does not have a farm upgrade of his own.
And it feels like both players now transitioning into mass knights. Hera still some crossbows with that. The problem here for Leary, if both players are going knight v knight, he does not have bloodlines. His knights are stuck at 100 HP, while Hera can go for 120, and that's why we see Leary mixing in some knights to deal with, mixing in some camels to deal with the knights. The thing is, though, Hera still lacking lots of upgrades. In 4 seconds, only the first one.
Yeah, and if Hera gets out of position with these crossbows, right, the knights come in with the +2, they kill the crossbows, then you can start adding monks, then you can start adding more camels for Leary, and suddenly you have an answer for the lack of bloodlines, as Hera has a monk of his own, and he's going to start trying to convert this cavalry from Leary, also getting wheelbarrow, and he was seeding more farms there, Nilly, with enough resources to click a horse collar, but he just decided to keep seeding more farms with no horse collar.
Yeah, and I discussed it with the GL boys, and they just agreed, nah, that has to be bad. Obviously, GL boys, the greedy ones, AM ones, the aggressive ones, nice conversion here. Monk even saved.
Yeah, Monk dancing back and forth there from Leary, and Hera is definitely trying to snipe that thing. Leary's trying to keep him safe. The angles from that Monk, he's not able to find safety, though. Hera will kill that, but not before his entire crossbow army is killed. His Monk is killed, and his knights are driven back to his base. Hera has not gone for that second TC yet. It looks like Leary actually has outposts set up around the left side of Hera's base as well. I'm wondering what those red dots are, as Leary is just now completing his second TC on that main gold.
Oh man, upgrades do matter, and that's why Leary took such a good fight here.
Oh, look
outpost
at that.
around, and fourth outpost of the game. Leary
with town patrol too. These are satellites, man. These aren't outposts. This is GPS right here.
If there ever is a tech switch, that will be spotted. If Hera is ever adding some town centers. Right now, Leary knows, wow, you have to be all in.
Yeah, and Hera is still on 1 TC. Like we said, no horse collar for all of these farms. And you can see there's some empty spaces there around that mill. So it's starting to bite him a little bit as he lacks the wood to keep his farming economy going. But right now he's got more than enough food. I like this strategy here from Leary to go for those outposts, because if Hera's going to win games against Leary, it's going to be because he's expanded his eco, right? And if he crawls out to that one side, Leary will have a lot of warning.
A lot of warning. It's the outpost, it's also the sheep, plus obviously the great map, right? The 1 TC in the one direction where Hera might have thought, okay, I can maybe raid here, but as you can see, Leary, he is there before Hera even arrived.
Yeah, and Leary is going to keep that villager back there, keep it working. He's also got a spearman on the other side, so he's got full vision on everything that Hera is doing. Also tracking his army. Look at how much vision he has. He's like, oh, you're going out to the main gold? Okay, I'll see myself in.
Absolutely crazy. Now sees, okay, Hera's expanding to the main gold. A brilliant spot to attack if Leary ever muscles up the numbers. Lots of knights out of him.
Yeah, lots of knights out of Leary. He's got another monk on the way too, and he's just keeping himself safe right now. With that exploration, he kind of knows that Hera's 1 TC, like you mentioned. So as long as he keeps himself safe, he should be fine here. I'd love to see even another outpost to the south of Leary's base where he had that initial one, just to warn him a little bit more if Hera goes for a counterattack. But all his buildings benefiting from town patrol is certainly helping him out here, and he's getting atonement. So he's predicting that Hera is going to invest a little bit more into monks. Hera only has 2 monks right now on the field and none in the queue.
Now monk 5 and 6 in the queue for Leary. So he's really thinking this could be a good spot because the rush distance is so short. So the slowness of the monks, not such a big problem. But as we know, Hera, he is so good at sniping those, and he goes for more crossbow. Hera 6 knights in the queue.
Yep. and Leary can start mixing in more camels, which he's been doing. He has 7 camels now. He's got 7 knights with 2 in the queue, so he's continuing that knight production as Hera comes forward now with the crossbows. Leary's going to have to keep his monks safe, try and get those conversions on the knights, and avoid being sniped by the crossbows. It's delicate micro here for both players. Little bit tougher for Hera because he has to make sure his crossbows don't go too deep, and Leary seems to be targeting 3 different units with these 4 monks. Hera's trying to snipe the monks down. One of them goes down, but Leary getting some conversions, and that'll swing the battle in a big way.
And now Byzantine sealing behind this one as well. If it wasn't for the knights actually going for the snipes, now going for more monks. So monk count pretty much reset. That was pretty nice for Hera, but all the crossbows are gone as well.
Yeah, Sanctity just coming in now for Leary. You would have liked to see Sanctity maybe before Atonement there, but Leary maybe misreading the situation just a little bit as he gets another conversion from Hera as Hera tried to dive in, but he loses his army forward. Still, Hera just now going for that second TC. I think Leary can see that with the villager. Oh my god, and he's got a knight on that side with getting the uphill bonus too.
Yeah, might be a fight that he's winning. Villagers are fighting it down though, should be pretty low HP, but found another kill.
Yep.
Right.
That knight is still, well, still finding kills here. We got 4 HP left on it, and Leary saves it.
Tries to run away. Oh.
Back around. Okay. Still running in with 2 more knights, maybe looking for some raiding damage. Remember, you can't wall on this stone terrain, so it means that your base is always open. You're going to have to defend with military. Hera did his best to keep his base walled at the back. He knows he can't do anything about it at the front. He does get a defensive conversion. But here's... Oh, I thought that was going to be a siege workshop.
Yeah,
Okay.
feels natural, like to go for a siege workshop there, maybe a bit more on the high ground, pressure that extra TC for Hera. And then obviously it's really tough for Hera to react, right? You have to defend your main goals. Still, no real defense there. And the area at the bottom pretty exposed as well. Hera, that's, I think, the only area where he really gets wood right now.
Leary has had 2 TCs for a while. He's up by 10 villagers right now. The Eco KD is 3-2, but Hera only with 21 seconds of idle TC. I know he's only got 1, but that's still impressive for 30, almost 31 minutes game time with all these fights going on right now. So great job there from Hera to keep the villager production under control. Also, Leary going for wheelbarrow now, so the eco upgrades are going to be fairly similar as Hera takes a fight under Leary's TC. Leary trying to get another conversion. He doesn't get it.
That was a really slow conversion here. Hera getting on the luckier side for a change. And it just felt like Leary had so many monks at home, but didn't really lock in the conversion. That's why Hera is now going back and heal his units up, and his force is getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, and he's adding that 3rd TC. Leary's going to see that, though. Leary sees the 2nd, he sees the 3rd TC, knows when they went up. So he has a rough estimation of what Hera's economy looks like right now. Like I said, only 21 seconds idle TC time. Hera is catching up on villagers, and he's catching up quickly.
Yeah, really nice job there by our Canadian, 3rd TC by Leary. So this one evens out. While we saw such a crazy game going back and forth, all the raids, they're neck and neck.
Yep. And 3rd TC now coming up from Leary, so the villager count is gonna even out here before Leary adds that final TC or completes that final TC. Hera's only going to be behind by like 5. Eco upgrades are very similar. Hera with 20 knights, Leary with 15 camels. Both players have monks on the field. It's remarkably similar as Hera comes in here, and maybe Hera taking too big of a risk. Leary is trying to flank him. He's trying to cut him off here. He's gotten in front of the knights, and the camels are in the knights, but Hera manages to sneak right through. He says, "Excuse me, pardon me," goes right past the rocks and gets safely home.
Ooh, that was slippery how he got through there. I was really scared for Hera there for a second. If the camels are like 1-2 tiles further to the south there, I think they can block off all the knights, and then we would have seen at least 4 or 5 knights die.
Yeah, it feels like the pathing in this game has gotten so much better over the past few months, too, in terms of unit collisions. Like, Hera was able to squeak through there. Leary was able to get into the middle of Hera's army to begin with. As knights now from Leary trying to loop their way around a little raiding force there. Hera getting iron casting, and still both players afraid to take that giant pitched battle because they know if they engage, well, if they engage and they lose most of their army, and if their opponent's left with anything, it could snowball. The camels now engaging against the knights. Conversions coming in. Looks like Hera got 4 conversions. Looks like Leary got 2 conversions. Another conversion there for Hera, but the Byzantine healing speed with 4 monks might be the difference here. as Knights and Camels still streaming in for Leary. Look at that healing speed there, Nilly.
Absolutely crazy. Some Knights were focusing down the villagers, now going for the monks, but that's still crazy numbers behind. This is so close again.
And
Those
the
two guys
production,
are crazy.
The production from Leary, like he had 4 stables producing camels, right? Hera is only on 2 stables producing knights, and the monks are healing behind that while they regenerate their faith. Hera even coming out with villagers to engage against this as he's trying to maybe wall these in or rush them down. Maybe you watched the show match between Doubt and Jordan yesterday, and Hera comes out on top of that one with some clutch conversions, and he pushes all of this back, sending the villagers forward. Doesn't quite have enough for a castle, but he does have a market, so maybe he can sell and buy some stone for a forward castle attempt as Leary sneaks in behind with some knights.
Uh-oh, some villager kills there as well. 30 villager lead now for Leary. This castle has to be super aggressive. I think even more aggressive could have been an option here for Hera. Right now he has the army advantage there with all the monks and the cavalry around, but beautiful raids by Leary.
Yeah, and it's just like you look at Leary's stone count right now, and it's like how is he gonna ever take back that gold? He's gonna have to go up to Imp, he's gonna have to get a siege workshop, maybe bombard cannons to kill that castle, but he doesn't care. He's just coming in with the camels. He knows Hera's army is forward. Maybe there's an opportunity here, and then he sees Hera's forward army coming into his eco as well, so he needs to pull back to defend.
Oh, monks in there. Now Hera was the one trying to find the block. As you can see, worker efficiency pretty damn low for Hera. Just went up to lots of idle villagers. Economy still not fully fixed, still has some small numbers there. Leary needs to evacuate that area, goes for another gold spot at the bottom. Not the biggest loss though, because he got most of the gold from that area.
And also, this TC benefits from the fact that Leary has all that scouting on the southern side of Hera's base. So he knows that the army's going to shift around that way. It's just whether Hera's going to make a big dive in the north or if Leary can force the army back with these raiding parties. We've got Light Cav, we've got Knights coming in. Still no Horse Scholar for Hera, so he's got all these farms, but they are expiring and draining his wood as he pulls his villagers from Narnia all the way to that TC in the north.
3 Knights, I think, just passing by. We see some conversion here. Not really going to finish, and more villager kills, as we can see now above 40 here. Crazy raid by Leary over and over again, and Hera. The TC is just a bit too far out of position, and the monks obviously too far to the front to really find the defense.
114 villagers now for Leary, 82 for Hera. I mean, Hera has kept the villager. It's still 33 seconds of idle TC time for Hera.
Sick!
So that's dope. I mean, that's like 40 minutes into the game. That's awesome, man. Hera is just a machine with 3 TC production now, but Leary going for a forward or a siege workshop here. He's going to start hammering that TC in the south of Hera's base. He knows it's exposed. Hera needs to keep his army forward to provide a little bit of pressure on Leary's base. And I want to know where those knights are right now from Hera.
He has 12 on the field. I think they're moving back there, left-hand side. The woodline working a bit against Leary, trying to defend here. Let's take a look at the monks, because Lightcap are diving on those. Can they save themselves? Going close to the castle. Rembai trying to save them.
Yeah, monks though, will he survive? He hops in the castle. He made one frantic leap. It was like an action movie, jumping away from the explosion, you know? The monk got in the castle in time. Is it enough to save Hera, though? I don't know. Only one of those camels is targeted by a monk currently, and that is a lot of camels in the back of Hera's base. 123 villagers here for Leary. Heavy plow coming in. Leary with a different mindset than Hera, who still does not have Horse Collar, but he does have 1,500 wood in the bank, so...
He is fine for now there. 4 monks going pretty aggressively. I'm a bit surprised by that. Wants to go for the conversion, but Hera denies. If I can't have that camel, you can neither. Those are Remba obviously pretty crazy good against units that don't have bloodlines. If you micro them properly. Hera, a genius at microing those, but the macro question will still be there, right? Because so much is going on.
I'm surprised by the Ram addition there from Leary. It feels like a Mangonel firing down that hill is fine, but maybe the Rams are a little bit harder to snipe from the Knights coming in. Still, you have so many camels to protect. Monk charging bravely into his death against that town center. Good job from Hera to notice that and target that monk. Also sniping monks on this side. I think Leary's going to get maybe a couple conversions here, but still Hera should be able to clear that up. But Hera's losing all of his eco in the south. Relocates some of it to the north with a TC, somewhat protected by that castle to the right.
still, just feels like Leary is in a position to just snowball this game.
Uh-oh, Rambai coming over. Villagers doing a really good job of jumping in and out. Look at that brilliant transportation there of the villagers. Was trying to kill the Ram, is now going for the repair, but that's still super costly.
There's a reason that Hera is one of the best defenders in the game, right? Like, look at the way the TC is still alive there. The camels have gone down. He managed to snipe some of the monks. The Ram is down, so the villagers can potentially repair that TC and get in, but it looks like there's just too much to do for Hera. He's going to lose all those villagers over there. He's going to lose his army in front, and Leary is going to be pushing into his base, and for the 5th time, Hera has to abandon these farms.
How is Leary behind all this madness at 73 farmers? Crazy economy. He had constant raids at all times. How did he manage that?
That's absolutely insane. Like, if we go to his base, all we're going to see is farms, probably. Just, oh my God. Farms everywhere here. Absolutely crazy from Leary. And it's been like total military production, attacks coming in from every direction, sending in raiding parties the entire time. Leary is playing on another level here. Hera is holding on, and Hera somehow still has 91 villagers after this. Leary has killed 80 villagers this game.
Sick. And Hera, simply with all his villager production, allows Leary to constantly find new villagers that could be killed. 142, the perfect setup, now going towards Imperial Age. The defensive castle trying to get control over that area. I wouldn't be surprised if the next step for Leary is actually the switch into halberdiers.
Yeah, and that switch into halbs would make a lot of sense, right? Because Hera is only going into Erembai here. Erembai are okay when they're able to hit and run against the halbs, but if you add in some trebs with the halbs, then you have to force that engagement. If Hera wants to save the castle, save his buildings, as Leary comes in and raids once again, Hera has to run away for the 10th time now, probably. But the halberdiers will catch the Erembai off guard if your micro isn't on point.
Full Lightcap play by Leary right now. He knows, obviously, he's getting so much food, so that's totally fine. Got 2 relics as well that were pretty close to him. Maybe something that we would have loved to see from Hera, grabbing some of those relics, if you already see them from the start.
Hera has 20 villagers queued right now. Like, Hera has no intention of just giving up easy. He is going to make Leary work for this. It's crazy. He has so many abandoned farms. He probably has more abandoned farms than he's working on right now. He's only got 20 on food currently, and he probably has 40 that have no farmer assigned to them, as Leary just sends him more like have 79 farms, 80 farms for Leary now, as he makes his way to Imperial Age. 80 farms in Castle Age, nearly.
Oh, man. And you can see Hera, he's already tense if he's playing normally, right? But it feels like he switched into another gear. He's so tense. He knows what's on the line here, Grand Melee Finals. This game, though, looking really tricky. 70 population behind now.
Yeah, and the Lightcap are just consistently finding exposed villagers. We have 112 to 17. The Eco KD, Hera is now down to 80 villagers. I think Hera is in the process of maybe calling the game here. He sees Imperial Age come in, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the GG follow from Hera. No, Hera continues.
Okay. Knows that best of 9 sets. He is used to playing really long sessions as well, right? We can easily go into a 4, 5, maybe even 6 hour best of 9 here if we play every single game till Imperial Age around 1 hour. And he knows, I can play this long. He knows he has the stamina and that he can provide great games after great games. Maybe wants to get a bit warm here as well, but now time to breathe, time to call it. Leary takes game 1.
Yeah, and what a masterful performance there from Leary. I mean, like, we end the game on 80 on food for Leary. Those are all on farms there. It is so unusual to see that many farms in Castle Age, especially with such a scrappy game. Like, Hera had a forward castle, Hera was coming in with knights, Hera was winning the monk engagements, Leary had villagers in weird spots, but he still managed to get that eco rolling. Insane. And also from Leary's perspective, you got to be thinking, like, how many villagers did I kill this game? How does Hera still have more villagers? How do I end up killing this guy? Is he ever going to give up? Like, what do I have to do?
Just imagine a wallable map, right, where you can't constantly raid. It is impossible to just kill him via raids. If Hera has like 2, 3 defensive castles, you know you have to beat him with army. This time, Leary identified, this map is impossible to wall. I will raid you to death.
Yeah, and there were some good early kills from Hera on Leary's woodline, right? I think he got 3 kills. His eco was more or less safe, but Then Leary with the Byzantines went into camels, went into monks, went into knights as well to provide that little raiding pressure there. And he just managed to add that second TC earlier, and I think that was the key to that game, right?
Also, Hera selling that stone, right? So he went for the crossbow knight aggression, while Leary had like 8 skirms, 2 spearmen, and I got really scared for Leary. He was trying to wall there. Hera, though, with the increased cost for crossbow, couldn't afford crossbow, 2 knights, and botkin. Was waiting for botkin and missed his timing slightly. Leary was so good at defending there, and therefore 3 villager kills. We were happy with that. But with the big investment, the market, the super late blacksmith, also selling the stone, maybe needed more than 3.
I love the way that Leary controlled that game, because he truly did. From the Castle Age onward, he had units on both sides. He had that line of outposts on the other side to give him a heads up on what Hera was doing. He knew Hera was 1 TC. He knew when Hera was 2 TC. He knew when Hera was 3 TC. Like, he knew exactly where he was expanding. It was beautiful. It was a really good way to utilize the Byzantine extra vision. And he's up 1-0 here. And we go to game number 2. And of course, the way that this works in our best of 9, we don't have map bans. We don't have a map draft. The way it works is that the person who lost the previous game, I assume, or the person losing the set, we're not 100% sure on that one. The loser currently will be picking the next map. So it's going to be Hera's next pick, and he'll let Leary know, and then they can choose their civilizations.
So I think we just had audio saying that's correct while you mentioned 2 options.
Oh, okay.
I think
yes.
they meant
yes.
I think they meant the previous loser.
Okay.
Like, the loser of the
map
previous
loser.
map.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Loser of the.
I just heard loser picks.
Loser picks. What's
It's great. Yeah, can we get yes? loser picks. Yes.
So we think loser of the previous map is going to pick. So in this case, it is pretty easy. But let's assume Leary is going up 3-0, then and Hera wins 1-3 back. Then Leary picks again, although he's leading 3-1.
Okay. So maps from Hera. What would you go for here? Really difficult to tell, right?
Yeah. It's a long grind, right? It doesn't really matter. It's just like, honestly, this is something that analyzing doesn't make sense. This is a pure feeling home map pick. Like, what is the one that I now feel comfortable with? Maybe a switch of gear. Although this game was absolutely fine for Hera, maybe just a standard Arabia, see what he feels like, could be an option. I think it's completely wild to predict anything here.
I think that's a good start to the final 2, because that's the best game we've seen on Sheepfold. So far, excluding the missionary rush potentially, or quick walls with outposts that we saw from ACCM. But that was a very competitive match. Even though Leary was controlling it, there was plenty of opportunities for Hera to come back, especially after he somehow won that fight near his main gold. Like, the Byzantine healing speed was there. The reinforcements were coming in from Leary, and Hera didn't have access to camels, but he had more monks at the end of the day. And I think he got 4 conversions. I was looking at the side there on the notifications. He got 4 conversions right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely sick. And maybe you could have even made an argument, like Leary, did he ever use Atonement?
He didn't. No. He should have got Sanctity first, I think, yeah. Or more monks. Honestly.
Yeah, he was going for the second monastery, but then we had this major fight, lost some monks while the double-pronged attack raid was coming in. And Terra said, that was a wild game. Maybe turn it down a bit. Let's start with some stone walls and play a macro game.
Yeah, that was a wild game. Maybe I don't want a wild game. And then he joins into Arena and he's up against Bengalis. So there's a potential here of a wild game. And this was one of the maps that I said we probably wouldn't see here. But Hera going apparently to his comfort pick, or maybe an uncomfort pick for Leary, as he chooses Arena and goes for Burgundians. Remember, he has Turks available to him. But he chooses to go for Burgundians.
Yeah, Ring of Reeds may be the one where we might see Turks. Obviously looked really good with Jordan there, the W against Hera on that map. Bengalis, a pretty late pick, we have to say, for Leary. Maybe an option with a play with elephants. I don't really see that as an option. Typically, Monk plays so good with Bengalis. Ratha's an option. All things that I typically don't see from Leary. He's typically the one that goes for the pretty easy army composition, like the crossbow, and plays just so much cleaner. And the wild things, more from other players.
I think Leary's going to go for Castle Age aggression. I think he'll go for Siege Workshop with monasteries here. I think the problem with Bengalis is that they kind of die to skirmishers in late game. like if you're going for Ratha, if you're going for Elephant Archers. We saw Leary himself in, I believe it was in Warlords, winning against fully upgraded Ratha with Burmese skirmishers in late game. Just winning, straight up fights, equal numbers, just winning.
Yeah.
So Skirmisher kind of dominates some of the options that Bengalis have, and especially with the other options from the Burgundians, like if Bengalis want to go into like champions, Burgundians have some of the best hand cannons in the game to counter that.
Yeah.
And you don't want the Burgundians to grab all those relics too, because they generate food and they generate gold with them.
Obviously, the major things here, Burgundians, they can get their eco upgrades cheaper and 1 age earlier. Therefore, their economy considered to be one of the very best. Their relics also generate not only gold, but food for themselves. Bengalis, they get +2 villagers advancing to the next age. And since we all, pretty much every single time, see a fast rush into the castle age, that's basically +4 villagers for Bengalis, and therefore a crazy economy.
We could even see a tower rush attempt here from Leary. I don't think we're going to see it. I think he would have been up already. But the monk armor matters a lot in the castle age here for them. And I think it is an advantage over the Burgundians because the scouts can't kill the monks quite as fast, and that means you can get the conversions on the scouts, and that's a big swing. Also, Burgundians are going to have to invest into light cav, where I think the Bengalis with their armor can get away with just going for barracks and spearmen to protect their monks.
Yeah, they don't. I don't expect them to even open a stable here, Bengalis. Obviously not the prettiest stable in the long run. Also, thinking ahead in the set, we had still Bohemians as an option for Leary here. So likely to see Bohemians on Ring of Reeds against Turks later on. You can already get excited for that potential matchup.
Yeah, and it looks like Leary's just going for an FC attempt here because he hasn't clicked up yet. Still 2 villagers in the queue. Hera is looking like he's about to click up, okay. And there goes Leary at exactly the same time. So identical FC builds here for both of them, although Hera has the benefit of that wood upgrade already.
But no farm upgrade, Dave.
Were you expecting anything else?
He obviously doesn't need the farm upgrade yet. Would love to see it within the next 30-40 seconds, though, before he starts really putting those out and just increases his efficiency. Keeps more food on there and therefore has to reseed them a bit later. Right now, mainly scouting for the relics in the center. Obviously, something they were fighting on, and as you can see, Leary even taking a zip. More of a slow game.
Arena. Not much going on at this stage of the game.
I'm getting angry here. Dave, I'm getting angry.
It's a cheaper upgrade. You can get it an age earlier, and Hera, I think he's just stubborn. I think he.
Oh, no.
And he goes for the barracks, which indicates he's going to go for a stable as well.
Does he know something I don't know regarding farm upgrades? It is the best civilization to go for farm upgrades, and he still doesn't go for them.
Well, we'll have to ask him about it later, especially if all of his farms need to be reseeded at a very inopportune time, which they usually do. Hera may be saving the resources to click up to Castle Age, but he looks like he's going to be fine here as he queues up a couple more villagers, and he's going to go for the stable market approach, or does he go for the stable blacksmith approach? It looks like Leary's going blacksmith market, and he goes stable market.
Okay, so can balance his eco there in the long run. If he sees, okay, maybe I'm floating a bit of gold, because obviously we don't need too much gold here if we stopped after like 2-3 monks after the fight is over. Or maybe if he wants to even consider the 40 Seaboom here with Burgundians.
There's Horse Collar for Leary. He wants to queue a couple extra farms, which might indicate, if he's getting Horse Collar here and queuing this many farms, it might indicate that he's not going for a heavy contest in the middle.
It is 5 on gold, right? It's not the super crazy play. Maybe the 2 monastery, 1 extra town center build.
Late game compositions. We talked about it a little bit before. What can Bengalis really work towards?
I think Ratha. That is a crazy unit that basically works as a knight that can transition into a CA and can transition back. So you kind of can counter what your opponent is going for. But as you already mentioned, armor class stays at cavalry archer, and therefore skirmishers a pretty good counter. Bengalis maybe going into...
Honestly, I think if you want a range unit, I think elephant archers are a better call than Ratha. I think elephant archers are simply better than them. But they take a lot longer to get into.
Yeah, you need a crazy economy for them. Then it's clearly a 40 Seaboom, plus those elite skirmishers do less bonus damage against them. Bengalis bonus.
You could also go just Halb Skirm. And Mahayana I'm sure we could get Ornlu up here to correct my pronunciation, means that you have less villager population taken up, so you can actually put more of that into military. If you just go trash army, Halb Skirm, and then you have some elephants as well mixed in there, maybe you could get it done against Burgundians.
But Burgundian eco still should be pretty damn strong. The bombard cannons are a bit better. They could have the relic advantage.
Well. Yeah.
Plus, like, if you go for like Skirm, Halberdier, yeah, you're countering some stuff, but your actual army strength is only countering, not real strength. And then the switch into Flemish Revolution can easily kill you.
Yeah, that is true. Also, the siege elephants will find weaknesses against the units from the Burgundians. And look at this scouting from Hera, and look at where Leary has placed the monasteries, just out of range of where Hera can see it. So he's going to suspect that the monasteries are there, but Leary not giving him any additional info. Hera's going to have to pay for that. Hera going for the second TC, has heavy plow now, Nilly.
Okay.
Panic time
I'm
is
somewhat happy.
Yeah,
somewhat happy. And yeah, second town center, as expected from Leary as well. Keeps the 6 villagers there on gold. And still no inter from Hera. He might actually think, okay, you're going for 3 town centers and might make wrong adjustments. But honestly, there's no real adjustments to be made here.
Second wood upgrade coming in from Leary. He's already got 2 monks there, and he's going to wait until he has, I think 4 is the right number, and then push out. I think 4, the buddy system with Bengalis is really great because of the extra armor. Like, even if Hera dives with 3 scouts, odds are Leary's going to convert at least 2 of those, and then he can use them to kill the 3rd one.
Hera just canceled the scout. He was about to get the 3rd scout out, but canceled that one. So actually, Leary should get 2, maybe even 3 relics.
Leary was
maybe
waiting.
even diving for this one.
Leary was waiting for that monk to come home. He's going to kill the monk. He will get his scout inside, and that's going to give him more vision. He might even find this monk, Nilly. What value there from Leary, and he was waiting in a dark alley for that relic to disappear on the mini-map. He came in here, swooped in from the side, and sniped 2 monks. That's 200 gold down the drain from Hera. And now, with the scouts chasing after this scout in his base, Leary can feel free to come out and grab those relics himself.
200 gold and even more, right? Because otherwise we would have had that relic already dropped off. That scout is even getting the full scout off, knows about the 3 TCs. Sanctity now for more HP for Leary.
Yeah, and look at this. Leary is like, I could theoretically send a monk over here and a monk over there, but buddy system. Keep each other safe. And with Sanctity, plus 3 armor on these monks, can be awfully difficult for Hera to snipe these. Leary now going for a 3rd TC of his own. He's still ahead on villagers, even though Hera got that 3rd TC up quicker, because he had an additional 4 villagers coming in from the Bengali bonus.
Gods in the center now trying to find the kill, splitting the attention here.
Look at this. Look at Bengalis. Look at Bengalis. He's blocking now the scout attack, and he gets the scout. That is the special, the Bengali special there, and he's bringing in 2 more relics. What a play from Leary.
Oh, and Hera, a bit of a head shake, now a bit of a smile there, knows, okay, those monks are just crazy. Praise that he can contest the 2nd one, but now Leary suddenly has 2 scouts and the XD.
Yeah, and he's going to get these other 2 relics for free, basically. It's going to be a 4-to-1 relic count, and Hera really had to pay to drop that, throw that other relic over his walls, too. So fantastic stuff there from Leary, really utilizing the bonuses. Now I'd like to see him think about going for potentially a forward castle now that he controls the center area, a faster Imperial Age, and maybe try and push Hera, because we were talking about late game. Both of these civs are boomed up. Bengalis, we're not really seeing the unit composition that Leary would be going for, which generally indicates you want to put the pressure on your opponent early.
The craziest thing that Bengalis can actually go for here is a follow-up with the Siege Workshop and elephants. Battle elephants, because not battle elephants, siege elephants, because you can actually heal them, and therefore mangonels, the typical counter against the ram push, not that efficient.
And Leary's actually going for a 4th TC, Nilly. So he's taking the stone at long distance, and he's going in for a 4th TC outside on the stone. He's awfully confident in these monks, and I mean, he's got 8 of them, right? They've got armor, he's got Sanctity. Hera going out to that stone there. Leary's going to see it with the monk line of sight or with the scouts. He will see the mining camp coming in, likely. And he can bring a monk over there and be really annoying, maybe even convert a couple of villagers.
Atonement against 1 monk doesn't excite me too much.
The 2nd game, he's got an atonement.
Did he convert a single monk last game?
No.
Okay. But heavily on stone, right? 6 on stone, maybe could have built a mining camp there, and it will be the 4 TC play against the 3 TC play. Kind of expecting Hera to reach Imperial Age earlier.
Yeah, and Leary's sending even a villager forward for an outpost. I think, like, when I was talking to him yesterday after the loss on Arena to Viper, I was saying, like, elephants, you know, what kind of strategy was that? He's like, yeah, I didn't expect the outpost from Viper. He played really well. Outpost in the castle, right?
Yeah.
So
the forward castle was what really broke them, is from what I heard. And yeah, didn't really get to the elephants. Then Janissaries and the monks did a really good job there.
How much commitment he's doing into monks. That's monk number 10 coming, and he's still on stone with 13.
Not too many.
With 4 TC, he's on stone with 13. He's adding in monks. He's got 2 more monks in the queue. I think he wants a forward castle, faster Imperial Age, redemption, block printing, and just keep Hera pendant.
Is there really a difference between 7 monks and 11 monks at this point of the game?
Maybe Leary's just... he's got that monastery hotkey. He's got the muscle memory for that, so he just keeps spamming, I suppose.
Okay, well, he might be thinking about imping. Resources are working in that direction. 600 food, 400 gold pretty soon. Shouldn't really continue with the monk production. Don't queue up more villagers. And then he can click up, and he's already heavily on stone there. As we can see, Hera is trying to regain map control. Lots of villagers and light cav in the queue.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot of light cav here to come in if Leary's paying attention, and Leary will see these light cav swooping in from a long distance away with the monk line of sight and the outpost. So he's going to have a lot of warning to start the conversions. Light cav do more damage against monks, but these monks are still fairly tanky, and they've got lots of friends to heal them along the way, as you see Leary just healing up that TC damage. Light cav might be able to punish Leary. However, with this castle coming up, it feels like that timing window is closed for Hera.
Oh, those monks so annoying here. And yeah, timing will be a bit better for Hera. Bombard Cannon, obviously, better for Burgundian player. Another extra 10 damage to the 40 that they already have. And those 7 light cav, if Leary is really careful, I think some monks should survive this.
I love this wall from Leary. The wall forward from Leary, he's going to force Hera to engage underneath that castle into his monks. So he's adding in a stone wall over here. He does. The last thing he wants is to put pressure on this side as Hera comes out with the light cab. He sees the castle, and Hera chooses to commit here. Leary has 5 units targeted with his monks. He's gotten 1 conversion. He's gotten a 2nd conversion. He's gotten 3 conversions, and he kills the other light cab, and he still has 9 monks left over, Nilly.
And that's why you go for 11 monks after you already have map control. Leary, brilliant conversions, and Hera, he saw the monks out of position, decided to go for it, only then spotted the castle, but it was already too late.
I love this wall. I love everything about this wall because Leary wants to force Hera to focus on one position. If Hera can sneak out here through the stone wall on the right and then set up a TC in the middle, or God forbid production buildings, could be trouble for Leary. Or even if the light cav get around the other side and maybe into his reinforcements from behind, it could be trouble. So great thought process from Leary.
Leary knows for a fact that Hera cannot have a castle. He has control over the main stone, and the right-hand side stone is under his vision as well. And therefore he knows, okay, Bombard Cannon is basically the only way how he can really break out.
And I can convert the Bombard Cannons once I get to Imperial Age, once I get Redemption, once I get block printing, right? So great strategy here from Leary, and Leary's really taking it to Hera on Arena, but Hera is getting Squires. Hera is 18 villagers in the queue. Squires kind of feels like a... well, I guess he's got pikemen. I was going to say Flemish militia pushback, but...
oh, we don't have a castle for Flemish militia.
True, true.
Big problem there, and that's the big problem, and that's the reward for Leary for getting all that map control. Lightcav now going in, and they can exactly see what Hera is planning.
Yeah, here come the Ratha as well. Some light cav coming forward from Hera, but with those many monks, if he couldn't take out that many monks with triple the number of those light cav, he's not going to dive this time. And Leary is completing the wall. Oh my goodness, this looks like a T90 YouTube video here. Leary is walling in Hera. He's got a castle protecting the one gap, and he's got his stables full of elephants. Block printing conscription now coming in for him. Hera, capped ram, halberdier, chemistry.
The legend of young Waller boy. Would love to see an outpost here, right? Just to get a bit more heads up for those monks, but block printing alone, that 3 more range is just crazy for the whole radius.
Like, the ridiculous thing about this is that Leary's ahead on villagers too. It's not even like Hera has a better economy.
Wow.
Like, you think Leary got 8 villagers when he got to Imperial Age because he was 4 TC. So that immediately evens him out. And he's been producing this entire time. Hera is housed now. Hera's going to continue to have housing problems as Leary will push in here and start killing buildings. And Hera, in terms of arena bases, doesn't have much space for activity at the back of his, so he's gonna really need to push out.
If we take a look at Hera's base here, because like that should be so clumped up. Look at that, how he's struggling to find good spots for his houses.
Yeah, and I mean, he can barely find spots for his farms. He's only got 54 farms, and we know that Hera doesn't feel fully comfortable until he's 60 plus, but where is he gonna put said farms? The houses are going right up against the edge of the map. Hera now coming out with light cap. Leary is gonna deny the exit for these light cap. He's already got the stone wall set up, even stonewalling the neutral golds over to the left just in case Hera gets out there. And Hera's going for Onager, I think, to escape the confines of Leary's prison.
Absolutely.
Look at this. He's like, can I go out this way? No.
Tries to go for the right-hand side, but doesn't really have a Mangle on the queue, right? Does he have one? It's only 2 Rams right now.
Rams.
So that will take quite some time.
So he's only got, I think he's got 2 siege workshops. The other one is on the other side, though. And he's waiting for the Onager tech so he can escape the prison. Leary has completely shut him in here. And in the meantime, I mean, Leary, 138 villagers right now, 41 on food for himself. He's getting all the technologies, chemistry coming in, illumination coming in, Ratha pushing in the front. He's got a 2 castle set up now, and things are looking fantastic for the Austrian.
Oh man, such a crazy play. And Hera, it's just guaranteed that he will take pretty poor fights. Now left-hand side still, Onager only now in the queue, tries to clear up those outposts, but Rathas are going to do damage.
And remember, Hera does not have a castle, right? He can't go out to stone. Leary knows he can't go out to stone. If Hera wants a castle, he's going to have to buy it, which means he doesn't have access to the panic button, Flemish Revolution. He doesn't have Burgundian Vineyards if he wants to stall this out a very long time to get that gold income. And Leary will see this Onager from a mile away. Now, does he recognize this is happening? Is he looking on this side of the screen? Hera is about to cut. This is what Leary didn't want to happen, but he's delayed it for about 5 minutes, this counterattack.
But still, he's fully stonewalled behind it. In the center, he still has 3 castles. He has a town center outside. So yeah, Hussars are going through, but I don't see them achieving too much. Just giving Hera some breathing room, though.
It would be totally like Hera to cut trees to clear himself more room for farming.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, that would be so clever.
Yeah, it would be very, very smart. Of course, it's going to be time intensive. Hera, by the way, as he's distracting with these Hussar over here, Leary getting Elite Ratha, has 8 Rams, now 4 more in the queue. He's got 10 on the field. He's pushing up with the Rams, but did he expect the elephants here from Leary that are engaging? The Halberdiers are coming in now for Hera. The monks are still there for Leary. 2 castles set up, and the Ratha coming back. This is going to be pretty tough to manage. I think Leary could garrison those elephants and maybe ungarrison them on the other side. He's doing it with the monks.
Oh, brilliant conversions also against the 2 front Rams there. Those Rams, it's a bit of a traffic jam. Onager still shooting at the top. Those elephants are dying against the Halberdiers. Now the elephants getting healed. Maybe some conversions here at the left-hand side. This looks good for Leary still.
Big shots with the Onager there. Really, really big shots on the Ratha. I mean, Leary is paying attention to other things, and he's losing his Ratha here, but the monks are doing work. The elephants are doing work against the Rams. The Halberdiers have all died. What a crazy engagement as Leary continues to hold his position. He's not letting Hera escape.
Oh man, and I said Hera, here's Burgundians and Turks. Those 2 maps, Arena and Ring of Reeds, should be his. What a fool I am. Leary looking really good with Bengalis. But population still looking pretty damn close, but Ratha Tech just there. As you can see, army value 5k to 3k.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Hera is very, very hard to kill, and he's still putting up a fight here. Leary is forced to retreat there with the Wrath. He's adding some more barracks of his own. He's going for another castle too. And Hera has bought himself a little bit of breathing room, but he hasn't been able to escape from his base. What he has been able to do is go onto stone. And we see 12 villagers on stone right now. That will give him access to a castle. Maybe he could get some of those really important techs or get some trebs on the field.
Oh, the Rathas, they're still trying to hold on here, but it feels like them alone are not enough. 147 villagers, 4 more in the queue. Maybe the tech into Halberdiers there, a bit late for our Bengalis player. And yeah, as you said, 12 on stone here. Soon he can afford a castle.
Yeah, Hera's bought himself enough time to maybe get a castle up in front to help defend. We've got Pikemen now, or sorry, Halberdier now pushing towards these Ratha. Also, Leary has to respect the onagers. These Ratha aren't the easiest thing in the world to micro, and they will run into some of these shots. So he's got to be careful about that. But Halbtech now coming in for Leary should be able to hold this gap in his wall.
Certainly rather a tricky unit to micro. I absolutely agree with you there. 3 onagers a bit out of position. Maybe could be focused down with the castle. Nice move here by Leary, but getting out of range.
I'd love to see a few more monks here from Leary as well. Just add in a couple monks. You already have redemption. You have block printing. He's going to snipe down some of these onagers. But I think a couple monks would really help you out here to deal with the siege rather than YOLOing in some Ratha and losing like 15 along the way, which he did on that side. Triple castle setup, absolutely slaying these halberdiers coming in.
Yeah, but still, halberdiers, once they close the distance against the Ratha, is pretty good there. Forward castle. Hera knows he needs to break out here. Now it's the time to actually switch into the knight formation.
Yeah, and Leary is doing exactly what he needs to do. Garrisons into the castle, out the other side. He switches into the melee version of the Ratha. He takes out all of those capped rams. Huge investment there from Hera, and he's not able to get that forward castle. Has to put it further back in his base behind the stone, and Leary continues to hold on here. In the meantime, he's getting all his infantry techs in. He's getting the second armor now. Already has halberdier on the field, and he's adding in some more Ratha. Also adding in scouts here too.
I'd love to see Leary adding some traps now. A bit limited on gold. Also wants to keep those castles working with the Ratha production, and he's still continuing to take the gold away from Hera. Remember, he also gets the 2 extra golds and extra stones.
Yeah, Leary does not have, worth pointing out, he does not have Mahayana yet. So his villagers are still taking up normal population, and he's pop capped right now. So maybe something he wants to think about, a little bit of an expensive tech, if he remembers it. Getting crop rotation too, so apparently the AM guys do care about the farms.
Leary wants to play the super late game, snipe some more monks here, will find the kills, but Ratha's obviously a relatively costly unit. Will get home with 2 of them. Halberdiers now at the front. Still extremely close game here.
Yep, and remember, Leary has 4 relics. Right, and Leary has taken the second gold from Hera. Hera has been without Burgundian Vineyards for a very long time here. He just got the castle up, so Hera is going to eventually run out of gold. I think he's got 1 gold pile left there, maybe at the back of his base. He can sell resources potentially, but he can't expand to the middle. So Leary, just keep spamming units. Doesn't even matter what they are, just keep spamming them. Keep Hera in line, keep him in this little prison you've set up, and you should be fine at the end of the day.
Dealing with the halberdier raid, with the Hussar raid, tries to quick wall those villages. They are safe for now, and as we can see, Hera, he can mainly go for units that do not cost gold. The only investment he is going for are some siege units, maybe some monks as well, but he can't keep that one up forever.
Leary getting pikes as well. Not pikes with the spears, but pikes, the unique tech for the Bengalis, which means their Ratha and their elephant archers actually fire faster. So good conversion there as well. He did make a few extra monks to help against the onagers.
It's actually a crazy rate. I think 25% faster attack rate out of those, so that's pretty sweet. And those halberdiers, if they're trading equally at the front, they were still getting tracked here for Hera. Those monks still trying to find some conversions, but we also have atonement.
Yeah, and Hera's hitting the market now, and he's even selling stone for gold, Nelly.
Wow.
That's how desperate he's getting, right? And Leary is now hitting the market. He's like, hey,
Hera's going for it. 173 military. We are seeing Flemish Revolution here. Hera's trying what he tried against Jordan, somehow to make it happen. No more villagers, all of them turned into Flemish militia.
Yeah, and here they come, but usually you want Siege to back this up. Hera's only got 2 trebs, he's got 2 capped rams only, and he's trying to push back 3 castles, and the Flemish militia are just running right into this Ratha fire. The flood is coming here for Leary. Leary producing more elephants just to get in the way. He's still repairing that castle, making sure that the damage output is coming from that. Hera is already down to 129 of these Flemish militia. And that number is falling, but can he do the damage before they're completely gone?
Honestly, he kind of is. Ratha are being pushed back. Golden Cup isn't that crazy. Halberdier numbers at the front, and it feels like those are like a 2-handed sword that also does damage against the Rathas.
These numbers are going to drop quick, though, Nilly. We've seen this many times, right? It looks nice. You have 100+ military, and then suddenly you're down to like 50 or 40, and you have no eco behind. Good positioning there from Hera to sneak through those choke points, get on either side of the Ratha. We can see Leary now deleting a single layer of wall, and he's going to create another choke point. Hera down below 100, still pushing with the trebs, so still doing a good job there, but Leary still has 2 castles set up on the other side, and excellent walls here from Leary. can he create another choke point of death for the Ratha to sit in?
3 traps still shooting, another one is coming in, and honestly the villager production behind this is pretty solid here for Hera. I talked about it with him yesterday. Having some food in the bank there is actually pretty nice, so he can get onto that villager production a bit quicker. 70 Flemish militia still alive. Leary pop 160, but those Rathas, I think they could die.
Leary's still with 127 villagers. He's still producing halberdiers. He hasn't managed to take out those traps. Those are definitely his target here, but he's taking out the capped ram, and he's wiping up the Flemish militia, and he's keeping this Ratha army alive. He deleted one wall to go in. He's deleting another one to get out of his base, as the Flemish militia just will not relent and keeps chasing this army all over the place. But at the end of the day, Hera is at 80 population. Leary is at 156.
He'd shoot through 100 military units there. The raids are still continuing, but it just feels like Leary's economy was pretty stable there. Now the Rathas at the front are going in, and those traps aren't for a long time.
Yeah, and only 25 villagers here for Hera, and this is just a fantastic defense from Leary. It was a good attempt from Hera, especially with the limited siege that he had when he clicked the button. Really great to push Leary's entire army back and kill 3 castles. But Leary with the Ratha, Leary with the good usage of the delete key and creating choke points in his base, is able to whittle that army number down, and Hera's at 51 pop, nearly, with no gold access.
Yeah, 2 halberdiers, 1 monk he goes for now. The 37 villagers. I think maybe delaying it for another minute, maybe 1.5 minutes, and have a full 1,000 food that he can instantly put into villagers. Maybe even have some villagers in the queue already. Could have been the dream scenario for him here. But Leary, he did not give him the time. He was constantly putting on the pressure.
Like, it's so weird being in Hera's position here, because you know you're in Imperial Age, you have all the eco upgrades, but then you look at your pop and you're at 41. And you're just thinking like, I hope I did enough damage to him. Probably not. Leary's still at 103 villagers. Hera looks like he's called it here. Leary, what a fantastic performance on Arena. Truly impressive strategy there. He goes 4 TC, grabbing all of the relics in the center, the excellent engagement against the scouts early, getting both conversions there, and then the outposts around the base from Hera, so he knew where the stone is. And the stone walls kind of creating that one point of death that Hera needed to push through.
Yeah. Controlling the gold, controlling both stones as well. And then he knew, okay, your options are so incredibly limited. I just need to keep those outposts in, and you're going for cheap units, use the Rathas to perfection, right, constantly in the CA form, then switch them into melee form once those rams were coming in. The monks getting constant conversion as well. I'm a big fan of Leary's play.
I think the thing I like about it the most is, like, he added the 4th TC before he went to that. The timing on it was so smooth, right? We were both thinking like, oh, he's going 3 TC, he's not going for a faster Imperial monk push forward castle, whatever. And he goes for 4th TC on the stone, and the 4th TC, when he got up to Imperial Age, gave him an extra 2 villagers too. So he got 8 villager boosts as soon as he got up to Imperial Age. Economy was looking so strong for him.
Yeah, pretty big fan of that play, honestly. Like, and even all the arena experts, like, they had to be impressed with that one. Leary also, like, the in-between form that typically we say is a tricky one, right? 2 monastery, 1 town center. You're not really going boom, you're not really going monks. But Hera, he read the boom. And that's why he canceled the early scouts, and that's why the strategy worked so well for Leary as well.
1 tile away from being discovered too. Just perfection, right? Whether that was I know he wanted to hide it. I don't know if he was counting line of sight tiles, but he hit it perfectly well. And Hera, like you said, canceled that scout. He tried to go in with 2. He lost both of them because of the Bengali monks. Perfectly played there from Leary. There's plenty of players that have fallen to the Burgundian eco on Arena and that exact same approach. So Leary doing work there, and Leary's up 2-0, and now it's Hera's pick again, and Hera already picked Arena thinking that maybe this would be a nice little like cooldown game, you know? We take things slow, we get a win against Leary, and then we head into the next, but Leary showing that he's very versatile.
My prediction, Arabia for the next one.
Arabia?
Hera is fed of it. Like, he just says, like, give me my map, and I will clap you nerd.
Yep. Okay. Hera was bragging yesterday as well that it was a 2K7 versus a 2K4 matchup. and then he was chirping Leary. He's like, you kind of took my role of being 2nd place at tournaments. And then he thought about it for a second. He's like, yeah, but then I went down to being 4th place at tournaments. So A little bit of smack talk between the two of them.
Yeah, obviously really good friends, but the trash talk is strong between the two of them. Not so much on stage, I have to say. Maybe a bit intimidated by the people here, maybe by the people around, but certainly behind the scenes, both know how incredibly strong they are. Obviously playing for $40,000 for first.
Yeah.
Are there any nerfs involved for the two of them?
Oh, I think there is. I think there is, definitely. I think, like, Leary keeps it under wraps. He doesn't show it as much on his face. Like, Hera has a lot of pressure on himself. This tournament, less so. And he's felt way more relaxed, and I think it's helped him mentally kind of prepare for these sets. But you saw it when Leary popped off against Viper.
Yeah.
Like, Leary he has those emotions inside him. He just doesn't choose to show it at all times to the rest of the world, right?
Mm-hmm. And Hera? He was, let's say, happy how he played with Tato, but in the set against Jordan, he was like really relieved, right? That was going game 5 there, really intense games there, and he felt the pressure. Like him being out in the quarterfinals would not have been an option for him.
Especially against a player like Jordan, where he's kind of had Jordan's number before, right? So he's expected to win that one. Anyway, we look at our civs left here, and because we don't really know the map that's coming up next, we can only do some guesswork on civilizations. You think it's going to be Arabia. If it was Arabia, what sort of civilization would you pick here for Hera? Would you go for something like the Mayans?
Yeah, exactly that. You know, like it's the standard civilization. He knows exactly what he wants to go for. 3TC, crossbow, arbalest, eagles if he has to, knows the game plan, can show his macro, can show his micro, and Leary, kind of against Mayans, Hera actually has to come up with something to beat that.
Does Leary go for something like Franks? Does he go for something like, potentially, where does Chinese fit in here?
Maybe Goth, counter Mayans.
I mean, you have to survive long enough to start countering them. That's the problem, right? People mark that as like the worst Civ matchup in the game, and they forget the fact that the Mayans often kill the Goths player before minute 20 when it really matters.
Absolutely. Maybe like Man-at-Arms Skirm plays, but Hera just punishes you so heavily that you don't really have any eco bonus after you research Loom. And yeah, so Goth actually a wild pick there. Not really sure where we will see them squeezed in. Certainly not on Northern Isles.
We were having some disagreements about that. I think your point was really valid talking about that Tato strategy with Goths, as we just have a small little break here waiting for the next game. Talking about that, you're like, if he goes after the Dock Villager with his loomed Villager landing, consistently gets that. Because it's downhill, it's against a non-loomed Vill, you have your Scout as well to block.
I didn't really check it though, because houses have negative armor against militia. I'm not sure about the dock though, so I'm not sure how this really works out, but certainly you could not repair. You force the villager away from shorefish, and you also get a bit more scouting intel, like how greedy do you go for with the fishing ships. But obviously, Hera, the beautiful reaction there to the tricky Civ pick, and that's why I think Leary very unlikely to go for Goth today.
Yeah, he might have just done it as a meme as well. You have a couple Civs here that you're not going to use in the draft, so.
How many did we go for? 12, right? I counted earlier.
Oh, I think there's like 2 Civs you're not. No,
3 Civs even.
No, because it's 12, but then one gets sniped, right?
Oh, I think it was 13 and one got sniped.
Well, we could count, but
yeah, I'm not good at counting. I think we have 10 left. Used 2, so 12 in total. Indeed, those are the 10 Civs that we still have left for the both players, and only 7 more games. So like, there's still a lot of wiggle room around. Some mind games going on. I still see some like clear civilizations, maybe Persians from Frigid Lake. Is Hera playing the Leary strategy from yesterday?
I think the Leary strategy, it wasn't even so much a strategy, it was just the way that you know Persians are going to play out, right? I guess he got his eco rolling behind it. He had his fish working for a very long time. He was actually really quick to that dock. I think he had 2 fishing ships up and out before Viper even got his dock completed. So
crazy opening there, and yeah, maybe not a strategy, more like a very optimized build order.
Exactly.
Perfectly adjusted to the civilization. Absolutely love that. And Viper kind of out of even chances to really contest that. And Leary has to think about that. A proper counter against that could have been Japanese here, right? An option for Leary. If he goes Frigid Lake, also really fast to the dock, right? Because you save wood on the mill, on the lumber camp, mainly the lumber camp before the dock. And then your fishing ships have more HP. Right? So you're not that punished against the early Persian. But then again, you both go Japanese Persians into an even game. You're not super excited about that if you're Japanese.
Are you kind of surprised that we see no Gajaras in the draft pick?
Yeah, I didn't realize yet, but yeah, absolutely. Hindustani was obviously there, was sniped away.
I can see it in best of 5, not picking Gujaras, but in a best of 9 with all these open map potential.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it earlier, right? Viper
Even on closed maps, yeah.
On Arena, crazy.
Insane camels. Like we were watching in the back when Viper was building up those camels and coming in with that engagement against Tato, and we're just like, that camel armory from the Turks stands no chance. Frontier guards and Gujara camels.
Yeah, I misjudged that fight, right? It was obviously late. We didn't see heavy CA in time. Maybe that a bit earlier could have been an option. The casters were firing though, and typically under a lot of arrow fire, camels should melt. But Viper also, with all the Shivamsha riders, got the right answers.
I think he had like 11 stables behind that, fully producing too. The eco was absolutely insane. We will get you into the next game shortly here, folks, so that our players need a little bit of time to rest and recover after that one. And I can't get over it. Like Leary walling in his opponent on Arena, winning the relic contest, walling in his opponent into a single choke point. This is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely love that. And that's like, I feel that players that I put into one corner really evolved over the last like half year or year, because they realized, damn, those are my weaknesses. Like Leary, more of the predictable guy. Jordan, one of the more predictable guys. And both came up with strategies that I've never seen before from him, playstyles that I've never predicted from them, and I'm so happy for them. And it's just like, yesterday, one of the like main sponsors of the tournament actually chatted a bit here with Leary, and they interacted a bit, and he was like, oh, you're so good. How can he improve? And Leary was like, there's so much that I can improve on. Yep. It is hard work though.
Yeah, we were talking about it before, Hera, Leary, and I, and I'm saying like, Leary, you're so good at the one thing that you do, right? But you need to expand your box of tricks, right? And Hera kind of agreed that if Leary wanted to be the definitive #1, he's just going to have a little bit more variety. But we saw it there. Like, he's totally capable of it. Execution is some of the best in the game, if not the best, in terms of his precision, his micro, and whatnot. Hera in the same boat. Hera over the last 2 years has been doing that though. He's been expanding his portfolio. He used to be known as like a player that couldn't play water maps. And now he beats the best water map players on a consistent basis.
Absolutely. And you've seen the players very focused in the background there, and you've seen like, wow, those are already game phases on. They already jumped in game 3. But forget to share the code with the observer, so that we had to tell them to cancel, and that's why we had to restart their game. So they obviously now know the map and the civilization of the opponent already. We are still being kept in the dark here, but now this is also like mentally resetting here. You can see Hera tries to get some insight, even took those noise-canceling headphones off. So Dave, keep your secrets to yourself.
Keep it a secret. I think Hera's really good.
Puts his ear into the camera. I'm not sure if that's how it works.
I said we had the players area has been on Jordan's stream, I believe, and apparently yesterday, Jordan, instead of talking into the microphone, was speaking into the camera. It's like, okay, guys. Are you surprised?
That is Jordan, yeah.
That's Jordan in a nutshell.
Yeah, obviously lots of players have different behind-the-scenes stream. I saw that Dow did some as well. I know that other players. Yeah. So trying to give you some of the experience there, how they're practicing, how the mood is behind it. We also have a booth here with 4 stations where some coaches are actually giving someone an insight, like taking their hands, trying to explain the game, and giving some newcomers some new experiences, which is absolutely lovely.
Yeah, Anderin is actually doing some great coaching over there. I was watching him coach. He actually gave someone, as we're still waiting for them to share the game ID, he gave someone his account and then queued up for a ranked team game. Right? He gave someone his account, queued up for a ranked team game, and this is someone who's like relatively new at the game. And they queue up in a 4v4 BF, and they're in the pocket position for none other than Draken.
2,400, very emotionally and very outspoken person on the keyboard. I don't want to know what happened.
Not the best flank, and I watched this guy load in, and Anderin just looks at Draken's name, and this guy loads in, his hotkeys aren't working, so he's building houses with the mouse. I'm thinking Draken's not going to have a fun time.
Okay, sorry for ruining a 4v4 Black Forest game there on the ladder. But yeah, obviously lots of experiences there. And I feel really smart because we just got the confirmation on the map.
Arabia.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hera's going for it.
Now we can talk about civs, realistically. Me and you think Mayans for Hera. You could make an argument maybe for something like Lithuanians. I see Saracens there, always an option. I think you're saving Berbers for something else. Huns are an option as well. Humans, a little bit more of a question mark. Ethiopians, potentially, but I don't like them as much as Mayans. And then we look over at Leary's civ selections, and I mean, he's got some options, but it's still a question mark. Do you go for Franks? Do you go for Chinese?
I said Chinese. I think that just feels like it is such a good civilization, it's such a standard civilization on the normal 3-villager start, obviously with the Chinese a bit more. For normal Arabia, now we have 6 extra villagers, balance that out a bit with like reduction of resources, so they are not that crazy. So their village advantage a bit smaller, but still 1.5 villages ahead compared to a generic civilization. Leary will take that.
And if you can wall up, Chinese just have a plethora of options to go for, right? You never really put them in one boat here. If you're your opponent, you're like, can't assume they're going archers, you can't assume they're going knights, you can't assume they're going camels. There's just well, they probably wouldn't go camels against Mayans, but there's so many options there for the Chinese, and then their research is being cheaper means their eco is probably going to be pretty good, along with that villager advantage earlier. And look at this, we've got Mayans and we've got Goths, so the dream has come true here, Nilly.
We are pretty deep into this game already, but we will catch you up here. So sneaky barracks at the top from Leary, already walled in the gold in the back, and he sees everything. Earlier to the way to feudal age is Mr. Hera. Both went up with 20 and 21 villagers respectively. Hera therefore has to go for another wild gold gold. And with those 3 villagers on gold, that has to be some militia shenanigans here at the top.
It looks like we got the spec code and we joined the game late, so the players had to pause there. So that's probably what happened, and that means it doesn't really impact them going into there, because especially for a game like this where Leary's going Goths, Hera can kind of mentally prepare for that, right? It's a very surprising strategy. And is that an archer range there? Yeah. From Leary coming up behind it is, so he's got the barracks and the archer range forward. This looks like a random ladder game I would watch at like a 2K level or something.
And actually, like, if you're getting forwarded, rule number 1 is stay calm. And stay collective, keep your economy running. And if you have a pause of 2-3 minutes, it is so much easier to stay calm here. So I think Hera, already one of the best players in the world to defend aggression and react to wild situations perfectly. And this one should be one of his best defense ever.
Yeah, also a great wall setup already, right? He's got the walls to the edge of the map. He's got the gold at the back. His main gold is at the front, but of course he's perfectly fine with having a few villagers on that secondary one early. Does not see the tower coming up from Leary, and that's a great tower to cut off that wood line. Wood lines are a bit of a weakness here for Hera. He's got this one, and he's only got one other that he can really access, maybe 2 others, but they can be ranged from the outside from Leary.
Ooh, that archer a bit out of position, tries to take some more HP away from the scout, could maybe even go into the town center, or maybe even consider trying to make a counterattack happen, because he obviously knows Leary, on his side of the map, can't really defend easily. Or did Hera just found 2 sheep from Leary at the bottom of the map as well? Leary obviously instantly ran to the other side to get the laming done. That's quite a nice deal.
I like the fact that Leary is going out to the Ibex. And I love the fact he's walling in his tower, right? And I'm sure Twitch chat loves that too, because that is the most common question I get. Why don't pros wall in their towers? Well, now he's walling it in here. I love the fact that Leary is going out for these Ibex. That's something that he does even when he's not Goths to balance his food. He doesn't really care about the inefficiency of the walking, and of course Goth villagers carry more. So you can get the maximum amount of food with just 3 villagers.
Yeah, pretty damn sweet there. 2 archers now going for the defense here. Militia's helping out as well. Oh, look at that. Pretty zoomed in here. And we see the kill. So Hera won't get any more scouting, but those 3 archers can be sneaky.
Leary's going back to Hera's base too. He's not sticking around to scout for those. And his villagers are out here. I believe that Hera saw those vills out there earlier.
Dot moving. I think he keeps the militia at home. Kind of something there. Is he waiting for fletching days?
He might be. Fletching is just 10 seconds away. He sees that carcass and he sees the villagers, and he goes around. So he waits, or does he go around to the wood line?
Militia is missing him. Left-hand side of the screen, just ran out of there. He knows something is up. Where's your army?
Where is the army indeed? And he's going to show up on the wood line here. Hera has Fletching. If Leary notices this in time, he can get his villagers back to safety. But Hera is going to kill at least one, and it's probably going to be two here, Nilly, as he picks off that first villager and then tries to get the straggler. Leary will save that.
Not the craziest macro by Hera. Was really distracted because he had some aggression here, but had the nice pickups against those archers. Scout went down as well. Both players pushed their limits macro-wise.
Yeah, and look at the farm setup there from Hera. It's looking pretty good, other than the fact there's some archers on the one side. But Leary hits the go back to work hotkey. Go back to the battle there in between the TC and the lumber camp. The archers still firing away on that. Leary, though, kind of control over this woodline as he loops his archers over to the other side. And we talked about that earlier. All of Hera's woodlines are a little bit exposed to range units or towers on the edges.
Yeah, it feels more like go back to death hotkey there. Oh, look at that. Nice distraction. And both economies kind of suffering here. Nice moves by both players, staying really, active here on the other side of the map. Hera now mixes in some eagles. A good unit to deal with small numbers of archers.
And he's also got a few archers of his own now. 5 archers there in defense. And Leary kind of senses that Hera's coming over there. So he's going to start moving his archers away. Unfortunately for him, he will move them directly into the army from Hera. He does snipe at least one unit, which is some value.
Okay, yeah, we'll take that. And right now, heavily on skirms is Leary. Kind of wants to counter those archers. Obviously pretty nice because he mainly is facing archers, but that makes the eagles a bit more efficient. And you know what's better than eagle scouts?
Castle Age?
Castle Age pretty soon. And then upgraded Castle Age eagles there. And then the skirms are no match at all. So Leary needs to add something in addition to that. Otherwise, Hera is in a pretty good spot to overwhelm early Castle Age.
Leary's still cutting off that one wood line. Archer's no longer posing a threat to the one on the left. Leary's still taking the hunt from these Ibex, even with these 3 archers roaming around. I think these 3 archers probably have, they have a villager kill and a couple kills on the spearmen and the militia. Leary somehow got a villager kill as well. I don't think we caught that one, but the Eco Katie is 1-1 at this point.
But those skirmishers are trying to push this one back. Maybe under the town center there early on. Maybe one of the archers. Track it to see. Nice defense here by Leary. Let's one archer live though. Ooh, next attack over here. And Leary pushed away from gold. Right now he has enough to go for Castle Age, but can't really go for more archers.
Can he save this build? Dodges around, dodges again, dodges again. But there's another archer incoming, so Leary's got to be careful with that villager. Also an eagle there as he tries to cut off these archers here with the skirmishers. He wanted to go for a house there to block those archers from coming in. He does lose the villager on the front side, but he clears up the entire army from Hera. So nice little fight there from Leary to take out the numbers before Hera reaches Castle Age. Leary, however, still hasn't clicked up Nilly, and he's only on stone with 1. Usually with Goss in a situation like this, you feel like behind a Castle Age, maybe you can get up soon-ish and then place a castle and try and go for some Huskarls.
So yeah, the dream is to go to Huskarls, right? Incredible Pierce armor, therefore crossbow not really an option, plumed archers not really an option, eagles not performing too well against them, and then Mayans are really struggling to find an answer to them. But you need the castle to get there. You need Castle Age before that, and that's what you mentioned earlier. Huskarls, a dream, but most of the time, Mayans, with all the advantages, putting on a lot of pressure on the Goth player.
Yeah, don't let your dreams be memes, but Huskarls all too often are a meme on Arabia because it's so difficult to get into them. And here come more walls from Leary as he knows the eagles are incoming. He sees the Castle Age timing from Hera, and he's really expediting those walls. I mean, he's got 6 villagers building that. That shows how important he knows it is to keep himself safe there. Hera coming back with the couple eagles that he sent forward, though, to protect against this army. And Leary is on the way to the Castle Age. However, still 2 minutes separate him from being able to get those Castle Age units. What are the units going to be? Is he going to go for Elite Skirm? Is he going to mix in some Knights? He kind of has to at this point, right?
I think it's Crossbow Skirm trying to survive. The big question mark is he building a siege workshop at home? Oh, those skirms are caught off guard, and those walls aren't really strong. Crossbows are getting sniped down. Now goes into minimum range.
Yeah, Leary's going to get a couple crossbows here, but Hera will still keep a few alive, and the Eagles are going to be dealing damage against the skirms. But honestly, Nilly, decent value considering the position Leary was in with those skirms. It wasn't great to get himself in that position in the first place, but he killed like 4 or 5 crossbows there.
Stable switch now for Leary, and that gold, can it be reached? At least some area of it. Rewalling will be really tricky here in Feudal Age. Hera double TC now even goes for Horsecolor. He is here for a W.
Yep, he's here for a W. He's got that second TC coming up, like you said. Double stable for Leary with the armor coming in right now. And he's going to panic down some more palisade walls. And he will just count on his knight numbers to push this back. I think the way that Hera potentially loses this game is if he gets a little bit too greedy on the eco side and lets Leary mass up knights, but he's still pushing in here, putting Leary under all sorts of pressure, and he's going to be in on that woodline soon, and this is trouble. 2 knights are probably not going to be enough to push this back with just the +1 armor.
Yeah, no bloodlines there either. Those Eagles have some extra attack now diving in. This could be some dead villagers trying to panic wall this one. Not in time, though.
Manages to not save any villagers there as Hera steamrolls his way past these knights. He's just targeting the villagers. He's already given up this army for dead, it looks like. And he's going to kill almost the entire woodline from Leary as he comes in with the eagle and these final 2 crossbows. Only 4 villagers left alive. Will it be less? She survives.
Ooh, Eco KD 13-2 here. Absolute domination here out of Hera. And he's dealing with the next wave of knights. Already 15 villagers ahead.
Yeah, 15 villagers ahead, and 3rd TC is impressive for him. Like you said, we've got a forward siege workshop from Leary, potentially. I see a building up there. Forward siege workshop. He's got an outpost as well. That TC is a little bit exposed there from Hera. But what happens when a couple eagles come over to snipe that mag and all?
Pretty easy also. Oh, out of vision still. Maybe that house, but yeah, no town watch out of Hera. Maybe could have been an option. And oh, look at that beautiful scouting timing.
Yeah, he saw the outpost there and he's like, bro, why do you have an outpost there? I didn't even know you still had a villager for it. I thought you brought that thing back long ago. As the knights are trying to track down these crossbows, one of those knights is extremely weak. That knight is extremely dead. And this knight is going to join him here as Hera with some fantastic micro will be able to kill 4 knights before he loses a crossbow.
Absolutely impressive here how he's microing this one, also dealing with the raids at the top at the same time. Villager production is rolling. That's just impressive how he keeps, and that's what we said, right? Hera, Mayans, Arabia, crazy good.
Yeah, and this is a comfort pick for him for sure. And Hera now goes for a defensive siege workshop and a ram from Leary. This is the second game he's opened ram from a forward siege workshop. I don't know what the ram is really going to do for him here. Hera is also opening ram. Okay.
Well, the ram kills.
It makes more sense for Hera than it does for Leary, for sure.
Yeah.
Leary should eject his ram, and then he should have an honorable ram fight with no units interfering.
Yeah. Well, Leary should get the first hit against the ram if he micros.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
And
there we go.
Eagles.
Not so honorable ram fight as Hera brings the Eagles in to deal with that. Leary's still not on stone, by the way, Nilly. So his YOLO hope, the Huskarls, not going to come true, and Leary calls the GG. It was a brave attempt with the Goths to make them work on Arabia against the Mayans, but we had this discussion before when you first suggested it, right? Like, Mayans theoretically struggle against Goths. You got to make it there, though. And Leary never quite made it there.
We needed a really good map to wall, right? But the map was too open. We saw the wild strategy. Leary tried to wall behind it, but Hera had all the right answers. The pause obviously also helped him mentally prepare, okay, where do I wall? Never really took any damage, right? Even the tower nicely placed next to the berries and the woodline. Hera moved all those villagers away. Gold was fine. And Leary, he just had to play the chasing game, and Hera found the villager killed. Nice execution.
No panic from Hera whatsoever. Like you said, the best thing against a forward, against a tower rush, against anything in your face, monk rush, don't panic. And Hera has played against that so many times, albeit probably not against Leary playing as Goss with a forward attempt like that. Hera's played against other players that will go for the sneak barracks and archer range and tower and whatnot. But great attempt from Leary. Hera facing up to the challenge, overcoming it, making it look easy. And now we go into game number 4 here.
And how fitting, by the way. Patience will prevail.
Patience will prevail. Patience will prevail. How many times did they say it?
You said it twice.
Oh, okay. I was wondering about that video, though. The Order of the Sheep, as we had a brief explanation of what it is that didn't actually explain anything. It's kind of a monastic order based on a king that once existed.
Well,
we'll find out more, I suppose.
Yeah. Apparently, some of them played the bagpipe.
Yep.
But they can certainly create some crazy trophies. Holy moly.
That thing is nuts. The funny thing is, Nelly, I think Hera and Leary were planning on like exploring around Europe a little bit after this. I know they wanted to take a couple days for like a vacation or whatnot, you know, just kind of chill out after this tournament. And they're going to be joined by that trophy, I suppose.
Yeah, I have no idea how they're doing that. Maybe the Order of the Sheep is just shipping it home. At least I know that's how other tournaments did it, where the trophy was more than you could carry on in your small carry-on.
Yep. Or maybe they bring it along just to rub it in the other person's face.
Oh, yeah.
Like every time they enter the room, they just have the trophy.
Just like
sorry, I was busy just polishing my trophy.
Yeah, breakfast and like I will take a small espresso, please, and like and then the
no, that's where they put the cereal. They just have it.
Just at the bottom, and you're like always trying to get it out.
Are they set up? It looks like we're almost ready to go here.
And it should be the home map of Leary now.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. What is he going for? I expected we are going into the water direction. Something like Frigid Lake, something like Northern Isles.
I think Frigid Lake is a good call. Yeah. I don't know about Northern Isles. I think Frigid Lake's a good call. Fish and fish. So another water-type map. It's technically got water on it, although we don't really see players go for the dock. Hera famously did in that game against Tato, and it kind of brought him back in addition to the farms, although I think he was winning before he even went for that dock, or brought himself back to an equal position before the dock was even up.
I felt so as well, but Hera also said, if he finds my dock, I'm dead, which kind of contradicts what
yeah, but it's harder for him to fully judge the situation, I think, because we had omniscient, like we were omniscient for both players' POV, right?
Yeah. Like, that was, as I said multiple times now, the craziest comeback of the tournament, right? And Leary, well, he has lots of options, right? He has the crazy strong Japanese that we have seen multiple times on that map. He can still go for Mongols, kind of what he wanted to play against the Viper there as well. And Dravidians, something we have seen from the GL boys quite a bit.
Yeah. And we look over at Hera's civs, and what is Hera going to choose to go for? He's got Lithuanians here.
Lithuanians, we had the super quick win of Tato against Villister there, right? In the opener, like a 9-minute game, 10-minute game, something in that ballpark. So Lithuanians, obviously 150 extra food. You get up earlier, your spearmen, your skirms run a bit faster, and you can be really annoying early on in that super tight area.
Yep. What do you think about Cumans, like double range opening?
I asked someone and they said, nearly you're crazy. I don't remember whom. I think I asked Viper or something. And it's just like, yeah, you save a lot of wood, but like, where are you going after that? What do you think
about second TC on the shorefish opening? You only get access to like 2 shorefish.
Yeah,
right?
you can't really squeeze it in the center. If the shorefish were further apart and you had this 4x4 flat ground, then I think it could be a crazy strategy.
Imagine someone put it in the middle and then just like walled out to the... That'd be so funny.
And then you play against Persian that actually douche you away from the center?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they just, then it's a battle for who gets the TC foundation down first.
Yeah, true. If we only have one spot. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Instead of that area in the center?
Yeah.
With the 2 crocodiles on the hill?
Yeah. Well, no, there's a relic there at the beginning. We can't do it. Can't do it. Ooh, Ethiopians and Japanese. So Ethiopians coming into play here. Now, you will get 100 food, 100 gold when you advance to feudal age for Ethiopians. Does that overcome the advantages that the Japanese have? Does the faster archer firing rate overcome the cheaper mills, cheaper lumber camps, faster attacking infantry? Personally, I don't think so.
It is maybe for very early fletching, and you still play skirmishers. It just feels like men-at-arm timing obviously can be a bit better. You can go for those 3 militia, then 100 extra food, perfectly for the men-at-arm upgrade. You still have 60 gold in addition to the men-at-arm upgrade.
And here we are already on fish and fish. It looks like both players have come forward with mills here. We've got Japanese for Leary, Hera playing as the Ethiopians. They're both going to contest this area. And that's the little platform we were talking about potentially for a TC, but with the relic on there, it's no dice.
Just blocking. and stopping our dreams there for sure. Leary, I think Japanese, this is the moment where Norfox typically sends us in some information that Japanese are like the most picked civilization on this map or something like that.
But Mongols have the best win rate or something along those lines. We have seen Japanese lose on this map, and Leary is going to be trying to rectify that here. He wants to win against Hera. He's chosen Ethiopians, a civ I haven't seen here. I think since JMB was the last time I saw Ethiopians attempted.
Yeah, I think like typically we see them a bit more if we start like in feudal age, because then you instantly have those resources extra. And on random map, people don't really like them too much. You are lacking bloodlines, your stable is pretty underwhelming, so it's kind of like you're forced into crossbows, and crossbows alone, that's your only option, and typically people know how to counter that.
When we're thinking about the tech trees, it seems like the Japanese can do everything the Ethiopians can kind of do, except a little bit better in some sense. Other than the archer attack rate, like the stable having bloodlines is big. Especially if you're going late feudal and you mix in scouts.
Oh, yeah.
That can be a massive upgrade, right? Especially if both players have half of the middle and they're taking in all that food. They want to create a food-only unit. Can be huge. Also, the monk tech tree for Japanese a little bit better than the Ethiopian. So
yeah, not really typically the map where we see...
You just wait. You just wait. You just wait, my friend.
How many monks will we see this game, Dave?
0. Many in
what
my
am I
dreams,
waiting for then? That a scout runs into TC and dies, and Leary even with a smile here. That's horrible for a start.
Yep. That is not very good. He lost some HP initially from engaging a little bit with Hera there, and Leary is now going for the barracks. He's up at 17 villagers. Hera is up with 18 villagers of his own, and he's going to be a little bit later to the feudal age, but Leary missing that scout is kind of a big deal.
Oh man, and also Hera gets the intel. You are rushing that barrack to 2 villages. That means you want to go for men-at-arms, right? What could be the other reason? He's so far away from feudal age, he still has enough time for building the archer range. Indeed, that's the confirmation. Leary is going for...
Look at how active he is with that scout too. Like, he could be scouting Leary's base right now, but he's just hanging around. He's waiting for that flag. He's waiting for the militia to come out. Leary's got 1 militia on the field, and Hera now sends 5 to gold. With the Ethiopians?
That's...
You're getting 100 gold once you get up. That seems so strange,
Is
right?
he collecting 5 and builds a lumber
And then
camp
he
there?
built, or maybe builds a mill in the center?
Oh, that's... We really need to
Drops
follow
off the
those
gold?
villagers. It feels so weird. They're going back to the town center now. This is what I can see on the minimap.
And he's
They are indeed building a lumber camp.
Okay, so a really optimized approach here from Hera as he builds the barracks, but that barracks is pretty late, Nilly.
Yeah, absolutely. He typically wants to have it finished by now. 50% is roughly the timing where you want to start building that one. Nice house wall here for sure. And now he has 199. Should have been 200 gold.
He's missing 1 goal.
Doesn't really matter though. He can go for the 4 archers regardless.
Yeah, men-at-arms coming in for Leary. The one thing I loved about Leary's approach versus Viper is he runs into the TC again. Oh my goodness, Leary splits away from the arrow fire though, so it only takes a little bit of HP damage. One thing I loved, the thing that Viper didn't do, but Leary did in that matchup on Fish and Fish, that final game 7 there where Leary took the victory, he kept sending all of his villagers to the middle. So he really all-in on that area. Viper, I think, only kept 6 during those engagements, so he didn't have the same level of food income from Leary. And we'll see if Leary keeps sending villagers as he creates them back towards that middle area. Hera now going for an archer range, getting the wood upgrade, and Leary just keeps adding more vills over here.
Oh, but Hera snuck some other ones in there, and those 5 are building the tower. Will get some control over that shorefish area. Still surprised that he doesn't go for anything on gold. Do you think he might just stop after 2 archers or 3 archers to still squeeze in fletching?
I think he's going to want to go secure that gold sooner rather than later, right?
Is mass archers an option here though? Because Leary, he just goes skirms, right? I think you only go for like some archers to clear up those men-at-arms, and then it's skirm time.
I think he ideally wanted like 3 archers. Or 2, yeah, 3 archers, and then you get fletching. Interesting here from Hera. Also, do you add in a stable next?
If you're Leary?
If you're Hera.
How can you afford that one? We have some there, and well, that's your answer. It is Blacksmith for now. Archer at the left-hand side trying to jump away a bit. Skirms now in the queue. I would have said Hera does not have good enough of an economy to go for the stable, but I would have said that yesterday when he made it happen with Burmese.
And we see he's somehow got 11 on food. Like, he's still got some sheep left over, right? He's building the blacksmith at the back. He managed to sneak those villagers to the middle, and he still has his berries that he could potentially go for here, too. Lots of wood in the bank for Hera as he finally gets fletching coming in for the skirmishers. His scout is very active, but a little bit too active there as it gets sniped down by the men-at-arms. And Hera ejects the range units. Leary needs to back up for the time being, but look at Leary, 17 on food right now. If we could look at the middle and see how many villagers Leary has there on the fish, he's fully capitalizing on the control of the middle that he has, and he's found the tower from Hera now.
Yeah, and some skirmishers still harassing a bit. Has 2 villagers on gold at home, now goes for fletching, wood upgrade even behind this one. And archers are sneaking around, but skirms should actually spot that one. Oh, Hera tries to hide them.
I just love the commitment from Leary. He's like, on this map, the middle is usually your win condition. I'm just going to keep sending villagers there. I'm not going to keep them at home, not going to add farms, not going to go to the berries or anything. Taking the middle, if I lose this, I'm probably going to lose the game. So why not take advantage of it anyway?
What an interesting tower spot out of Leary here. You kind of want to go into that direction where your tower is protecting your villagers next to the shorefish. I will try to deny that from long distance, building my own tower in that direction.
Yeah, well, Leary's going to be denying half of the fish on this area, and then he'll just have his army in the south here to deny the expansion from Hera. So Hera has a couple more fish available. That's it.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it seems like 3 are reasonably close. Then he has to go further away. Skirmishes +1/+1. Hera still lacking the armor. Obviously not in this, not important in the skirm fight, but archers. It's a difference.
How many archer ranges does Leary have? Because Hera's producing at a 2 right now.
It seems like only 1 out of Leary. You know, he gets them up pretty damn early and simply refuses to lose any for a very long time. And that's why his number sometimes looks as if he has multiple archer ranges.
Yeah, and those archers need to back away. I mean, the skirmishers from Leary do have the armor, and he's done a very good job of sniping them down. He's taking these engagements here. 1 archer range against 2 archer ranges from Hera, but Leary so far has taken some decent engagements. We see that KD 7 to 8 in favor of Hera, but Leary is holding on, and Leary is letting his, 15 villagers gather shorefish in peace behind all of this?
Hera will build a dock in 5, 4,
3, 2, 1, except the dock isn't actually there, with Leary continuing to try and defend here with skirmishers, but Hera has no fear. Hera is just pushing in. Fortunately for Leary, there's not so many fish to take on this side anymore, and Leary goes for is that another archery range behind here? So he's trying to keep up with the production from Hera.
Now even supplies coming in here for Leary as well, so he is going for those men-at-arms, tries to squeeze them in, rather than scouts, which we typically see against mass skirmishes.
Yeah, and it's surprising that Leary hasn't added in a stable, and he's going for that men-at-arms approach. Maybe he was influenced a little bit by the Dravidians picks, trying to kind of convinced by the effectiveness of the men-at-arms, but it feels like in a couple of those games, the men-at-arms maybe were the cause of defeat for some of those players. So maybe Leary can use them effectively as he starts targeting that mill. He's effectively cutting off the fish in the north. Now Hera can't go to the south. He's got maybe 2 fish left to gather, and then he's going to have to abandon this middle position or rush the towers down with his villagers. Look at the wood count as well for Hera.
Ridiculous. That's pretty brutal, right? And 3, 2, 1. He's now building the dock, and skirm count still pretty nice for Hera, jumping around and might find some more kills here. Those men-at-arms rather want to finish the mill, which surprises me a bit. Now goes for the skirmishers, but Hera micros away nicely.
As soon as Leary cuts production on units, like, his food is going to skyrocket here, and I'm surprised that Hera hasn't started adding in copious amounts of farms yet at the back of his base, because that's what brought him back into the game against Tato, even though he didn't have control of the fish here. No farms at all.
This is even the spot to go like double or triple dock, honestly. If you have like 800 wood, please put it on the map, even if you use the market.
Yeah.
Oh, villagers being pulled, Dave.
Villagers are being pulled here from Leary. Hera only has skirmishers there. He's got 2 archers. Leary, you know he's going to target those. He's rushing down the tower from Hera. Hera is running out of stone here, and it's all red surrounding that tower as the skirms need to run away from the men-at-arms. The skirms from Leary's is still on the lookout for those archers. The tower will fall, and Hera will have no access to this middle area. But like you said, he's got the fishing ships coming out. Still has 700 wood in the bank. 2 more docks would be fantastic.
Oh, military count actually surprisingly low. Most of those men-at-arms are getting pushed away. If only Leary now had some stone and could fortify that area with maybe another tower, that would have been the dream. But yeah, so many villagers under heavy attack.
Yeah, look at the villagers dying, and you're losing the opportunity to go for that free food in the center, the valuable fish in the center. The eco KD right now, Nilly, is 10-0 for Leary. These villagers have been dying throughout that engagement. Hera lost a few before that as well, and Leary's just hunting down the archers. Hera is all in on gold, all in on wood right now. He queues up some more fishing ships, but only from 1 dock, and Hera now goes for a market. That makes sense because your eco is all over the place.
This is maybe the spot where Leary even considers adding a second archery range himself. Goes for some more skirmishers, some more archers, because the archer count of Hera is getting a bit out of control. Men-at-arms alone won't really cut the chase, and skirm numbers aren't that scary. I'm
so surprised that Leary continues to add men-at-arms, but look, he's in on the wood line now. He's in on the wood line with the men-at-arms. Hera is trying to counter this with the archers, but he's paying attention in the middle. He's going to lose more villagers. Eco KD is now 13-1, and that is all villagers. None of that is fishing ships there for Leary. Leary is at 42 vills right now. Hera is at 36. Leary with a bunch of idle TC time. So that's where the discrepancy comes from.
And obviously the extra fishing ships, right? 5 there at the top. That is the worker count, not the villager count there at the top. And now we can see those berries are getting dry pretty soon. Transitioned into farmers. And finally, men-at-arms are getting some proper hits against the skirms.
Yeah, Japanese men-at-arms really putting that damage out. And he's got 12 of them currently. Although Hera with some sneaky maneuvers from these archers. Great finds there. And he's going to snipe some villagers from Leary. Takes out one, takes out another. Not quite able to get that third, but he still has to deal with the army at the back there from Leary. More men-at-arms at the front on his gold. Absolutely insane play from Leary.
Oh, crazy moves. Hera tries to move the villagers away. Maybe some more crossbows here. Archers could have been nice here. Villagers even trying to fight back. But the damage output from Leary's Japanese men-at-arms is just crazy.
And he's making more. Like, he's actually making more. He goes for the quick gates here to try and force those archers into the skirmishers. He knows he's going to lose some villagers. We'll lose a second one coming up here shortly. And the Eco KD is 17-5 currently. He does need to do something eventually about that dock over there from Hera, because if this continues the way it has, they're going to be picking off each other's units. Leary's eventually going to run out of food in the center, and Hera's still going to have an abundance of fish over there with that dock.
Workers are even. Hera even with a slight lead here. Absolutely crazy hold by Hera again. This is just crazy how we say the winning condition is controlling the middle. Yep. But Hera, he just finds ways to give himself fighting chances in this game. Archers, skirms, obviously they are defending pretty deep at home. No more income there on gold for Hera, so the defense is looking pretty tricky, especially against the mass skirms of Leary. But Hera, that's a crazy defense still.
I love the fact that Leary has this huge skirm mass that he's been building up, right? He's got 15 of them. He stopped with the men-at-arms production for the time being, and now he's going out here. He realizes the way that Hera got back into the game against Tato and carried it forward into the Castle Age was having a dock. He's going to go for a dock of his own. Hera with 8 fishing ships already, and Leary will be able to contest that. Also, the skirmisher army at the back, very, very threatening to Hera. Oh! He tried for it. That would have been so epic if he managed to trap those skirms in.
Oh, yeah, tried the beautiful ones there for sure. And Leary actually even only sending those 2 villagers on the mini-map there. Didn't even start the dock. Okay, it is doing it now. Skirmishers chasing away those archers. And that is another production building there for Hera in the back. Is he playing triple archery range from home? Looks like it.
It looks like he is, but how are these archers going to deal with the skirmishers? He needs to bring his skirms back to help with that. He's fighting with the villagers, but there's 4 Japanese men-at-arms there with forging, with the armor upgrade as well. And Leary's actually continuing to add in more. He's got 22 skirms, 9 men-at-arms, and he's going fishing ships. He's not even going for a fire galley.
Oh, fire galley opening would have been so good for him. More army is streaming in, trying to slip through the market there and then maybe take the big fight. Archer mass is not really there anymore to deal with those men-at-arms. Villagers are moving forward. forward, trying to battle against the skirms.
And Hera still has a higher worker count than Leary. He's got 43 villagers against 49, but he's got 9 fishing ships now as Leary adds his first 2. Leary, however, 20 skirmishers, 10 men-at-arms, fully upgraded in the feudal age here with more in the queue. And Leary is just killing these villagers as they come in. He's hunting down the archers from Hera, and Hera is going to be all out of army pretty soon if this keeps up.
And he's still not on gold, right? So every single archer he loses cannot be replaced, and then he goes skirmishes only with more men-at-arms streaming in. That will be a really tough hold. Those villagers are still fighting. Hera is doing his very best, but the options so limited.
Look at the eco KD, 22-5, and Leary hasn't killed a single fishing ship yet. That is all villager kills there. That is absolutely an insane performance from Leary. It was a great attempt from Hera as he calls the GG. Excellent attempt to get back in the game, going for that fish at exactly the right time. Also sneaking that tower in the center to get access there. But Leary shutting down the fish, getting that skirm mass up, continuing with the men-at-arms production. And those snipe like 20 villagers.
Yeah.
They die so quick.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Typically we think, okay, and you mentioned earlier, like you have Bloodlines as an option for Japanese, but you already have the barracks, they attack faster, and like if they're fighting against villagers, like how they wrecked them, that was scary.
Yeah, scouts would take, I don't know how many hits to kill, but the Japanese men-at-arms, it feels like it's a couple swings of the sword and those things are dead. And you're so used to just engaging against 3 men-at-arms in early feudal age with your villagers, you do it by habit. And if there's 4 or 5 or 6 of them, I mean, we saw the dead bodies.
Yeah.
It was kind of insane there for Hera. So Leary wins that one. He's up 3-1, potentially just 2 more wins away from winning the Grand Melee here in Hanover. Hera will need to pick another comfort map. He's back down 2 games, and he's picked Arabia already. He picked Arena, which didn't quite work out for him. Where do you see him going now?
Atacama.
Atacama, okay.
That's what I would see. Graveyard's also an option, goes into the same direction, right? Pretty standard game. Obviously, it's a bit more tricky. Like, what is he going to play? Like, Huns, we see them pretty high here, but actually was one of his latest picks. Maybe something like Lithuanians, just play a really aggressive game on Atacama. Add 6 not an option for Leary, and then it becomes tricky. Like, what do you play against Lithuanians here? Franks doesn't excite me too much.
Can you go Cumans on Atacama? I'm just wondering where this Cumans picks like slides in. Do you go Cumans, production, and then second TC? Unlike, you know, Cumans' second TC attempt, which we've seen not work, I think, many times.
I think we might not see Cumans here.
Okay.
It's just like how Hera's playstyle is, right? Like, yeah, in some game modes we can see, okay, double archery range opening can be nice. You save some of the wood. Not really something I would see here. I would love to be surprised, right? Extra town center, not really where I see Hera shine, especially because Leary is so good at punishing it.
Yeah. Okay, so when we know, we will let you know what the next map is going to be as our players settle in here for game number 5. It's been an excellent series so far. I mean, the last game was fantastic. Just Leary hunting down military, hunting down villagers. Hera continuing to stay alive, and I think that's been the story so far in this set. Like, Hera just stays alive so much longer than other players would. So many players would tap out in the situations he's been in. He hasn't quite managed to pull any of those games back yet, but there's always that possibility, and that was why I kind of favored Hera going into this best of 9, because I figured at least one of these games will be a long, scrappy game, and Hera is going to win it through resilience.
I also wonder what would have happened if Hera had the defense upgrade there for his archers and skirms, right? As I said, skirm war, not the biggest difference, but men-at-arms do less damage. The skirms against the archers do less damage, so maybe some could have survived a bit more. Plus he had that one counter-attack with like 7 archers where he killed the 2 builds.
Yeah.
Beautiful spot by Leary, right? If that goes to the wood line, all of a sudden, Hera can instantly win this game if he kills like 6-7 villagers and Leary's not spotting it.
I wonder how that pans out too if Hera builds that second dock immediately after the first one and just gets like the fish rolling immediately, because even after he queues up 4 fishing ships, he still has 500 wood in the bank, right? Like, you just want to expedite that as fast as possible. But he had so much stuff to do. I mean, he was fighting with villagers, fighting with skirms, everything.
I gave the countdown, right? Because I saw 500 wood, and that's typically the time where you just send a villager, build the dock.
Yep.
And that's why I felt like Hera was like seeing that, but it was so intense with the skirm micro there that he didn't really have the breathing room and even went up to 800 wood. If that transition was a bit earlier, maybe he could have had the 3 archer ranges working a bit earlier.
Yep. we've been informed that Frigid Lake is our next map coming up. So Leary did so well on this with the Persians against Viper. You know, initially winning the water, getting it taken away from him, adding in a bazillion farms and TCs, really using his eco as an advantage. Hera has Persians available to him here. Leary's got a couple civs that might be good on this map. Dravidians, potentially. We've also got Italians. Probably wants to save that for Northern Isles. And then, other than that, maybe Mongols could be okay here as well.
I could see Mongols.
And the water pressure.
Especially if you are scared of Persians, right? Mongols can match that uptime.
Yeah.
And then you go into an even game. Kind of tricky to do too much then afterwards, because like you know exactly what the opponent is doing.
Yeah.
Fire Galley v Fire Galley. Go to Castle Age, even game. And honestly, like the Mangudai against Persians, I don't think they have a lot of options against.
No, Persians don't have that much. Persians don't have that much to counter the Mangudai at all. I mean, they lack even bracers, so their skirms can't even, you know, trade off against them. So,
Camel Paladin.
I mean, and then you think like Hussar, the Mongol Hussar are going to be better in that engagement, right? And then
Persian economy a bit ahead. I can see that, but it's like still like the distance to get to the other side, if you're all spawning on the opposite side of the lake, would be tricky. And we see Persians, exactly what we wanted to see from Hera. He is indeed going for the nice opening, already sent some villagers in the center and got the dock up. Leary a bit later with the Dravidians.
Dravidians, and that dock is going to count as a house as well. And look at how quickly. This is just like the game against Viper, where Hera, because he's Persians, well, it was Leary in that instance, gets the dock up, two fishing ships out already, and Leary's dock just completed.
And therefore we will see simply like Persians will be up to fuel age earlier, and the big question is, how does Dravidians respond to that? They get the extra 200 wood, could be an archer range after the blacksmith, could be a second dock trying to come back. Leary needs to squeeze out an early uptime, but it's going to be tricky. Already looming. Could this be a pop like 19 play out of him?
Potentially. I mean, Dravidians, you can make the argument for like YOLOing everything onto food early and then just trying to get up as fast as you can because you get 200 wood immediately. But he queues up another villager behind this. Can't quite pull that off. He's got one villager gathering shorefish only in the center there. A lot of players send two, but I guess Hera and Leary both believe in the sending only one strategy.
There's some walking distance there, and then the villager is relatively exposed. And we see, as expected, Hera up to feudal age a bit earlier. Leary should follow pretty soon, though, but the start was so much better. And the uptime, roughly 30 seconds earlier there. And Leary, look at that, 30 seconds idle CC? BCQD won't be happy on Twitter.
Wow, man, that's a big cost to pay to get up at this time. And it tells me he really wants to contest water. And look at Hera being, I mean, like, hate to call him a nerd, but he's being kind of a nerd right now with that skill and running around the fishing ships. Leary even repairing just a little bit. And Leary will drop that second dock likely soon. Also gets 200 wood available to him. He doesn't go for a dock. What is he using his wood on? He uses his wood on something else.
Okay, second villager now going to the front here, and we see fishing ship, obviously not super scared, but need to have some micro there. And I still don't see a second dock by either player.
No, I'm wondering where Leary put his... Okay, went for the second lumber camp and the mining camp behind. So I was looking at the amount of wood in his bank, and there we go. Now he's placing that second dock. Hera has not gone for the second dock yet. Leary's trying to get an extra hit to get the advantage of the Scout War. Hera's in feudal age a little bit faster, so he needs to run away. And like I said before, Leary will get 200 wood for free. So he can immediately continue production out of 2 docks. Hera is going to have 2 docks of his own, and his docks actually work faster.
Okay, let's take a look how this one... Oh, is he actually trying to block with the... No, that's just a food drop-off. Looked a bit fancy there. And now double dock, as you said. Persian faster production plus the earlier uptime. There will be some pressure. Leary trying to lure away the scout. I think he needs some more, even triple dock out of Leary. He really wants to contest the water.
I think there's an argument to be made opening demo galley here, or demo raft here. If you know there's 2 villagers in the center there, I think it's a big swing of momentum to take out those villas with the demo.
If you can actually get there, yeah. But if you miss, you're missing your momentum here. If you are Hera, now goes for the aggression, repairs coming in, second villagers coming over as well. And production here, triple fire galley against 2 galleys and demo queued up behind this.
Yeah, he's got 2 fire galleys coming out though, and he's able to push away the fire galley from Hera, keeping his fish alive, like you said. almost losing. Yep, he loses his scout to the fire. And Hera is going to continue to be a nerd with his as he pokes away at that fishing ship and then runs in the other direction. Hera has 2 demo rafts in the queue. Leary's got 1 demo raft in the queue. I'm wondering where those demos go. I wouldn't be surprised to see the demo from Hera beeline it for those villagers.
I think he's too pressured in the center area. Could maybe get a good connection in there. Nice split. Hera only takes damage with 1.5.
Yeah, and Hera coming through and actually gets a good demo. Splash damage on 2 of those fire galleys from Leary, and Leary's going to pull that one back and try to repair, but I think Hera with that scout is going to help a little bit, and he is going to kill that fire galley and save his own on, what, 1 HP?
It looks like it. Look at that. 2 HP, but needs to go a bit further. Repair needs to come in. Now the demo as well is trading this one off okay-ish, but not too pretty.
Persians are 3-3 on Frigid Lake, along with Byzantines and Khmer. Wow. He addressed all those civs in his draft, so great point there.
Okay, nice. Really prepared for the mixed maps here. And that 3 against 1 fight is not going to be too pretty. Tries to go for the repair. Those villagers now relatively exposed, but 2 friends spawning.
Yep, he bought himself enough time to get 2 more fire galleys on the field. He's going to try and repair his fire galley. Demo raft coming out now from Leary, but it's being blocked. It's being blocked by his friends. And only gets 1 ship as another demo raft comes out from Hera. Those villagers looking awfully exposed if Leary's not paying attention. Uh-oh.
Could go deep. Isn't really. Got scared away. That means some more damage. And now goes deep. 2 villagers together. Goes for the back one and the fishing ship.
Huh? Huh? He says, I can kill you if I wanted to, but I don't want to.
And he saves it? Or what is the plan?
He's trying to bait them together. He's trying to get both of the villagers in one. Hera knew there was nothing Leary could do about that. If he started to run, he would have exploded it anyway. And now he's getting even behind the villager with his fire galley, and he gets a little bit of chip damage, and he might actually clear that villager up right now, as it's 3 fire galleys to 1, and the repairer is looking a little bit unarmed in this situation.
And behind this, Leary invested so much here that he didn't have enough food income. Look at that, 1 on food, 2.5 minutes out of TC time, 8 workers behind. Hera closes it down to the 2-3.
Persians are looking awfully good on this map. Like, that start is so clean. 2 fishing ships immediately before your opponent even gets the dock up. Like, how much extra food is that coming in? That's like 80, 70, 80 extra food in Dark Age?
Yeah,
it's a big deal.
It's like so smooth, right? You already have the dock, the villagers are already there, so easier for you to get to the second dock, faster production, and I'm not sure how you can match that. Maybe Mongols in a dream world, if you get those 2 boars a bit better, or Lithuanians, 150 extra food, right? Then you go heavily on stragglers and try to play the same till it evens out.
So we're gonna take it to Ellie here, who is actually meeting some of our fans in the crowd here at DreamHack Hannover. Ellie? Okay, Ellie is still meeting
Okay,
fans.
not
Ellie
quite
is
in
still
position
meeting
yet.
fans, yeah.
Okay.
As you can see, we actually do have quite a few fans behind us.
Yeah.
Round of applause.
Round of applause
for our wonderful players
From
and
fans,
not so
more
wonderful
fans.
casters as well. Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
And, well, 3-2 the lead here for Leary. He still has to feel comfortable. Only 4 more games to go as the maximum. Options are Atacama, Northern Isles, Land Madness, Ring of Reeds, and Gold Rush. We will see... Oh, no, what? Did we see all of them? I forgot Graveyards.
Graveyards.
Okay. I think Ring of Reeds.
Ring of
my
Reeds
feeling of the next
for
map.
Leary.
Just get it out of the way. Bohemians against Turks? Or do you not want to give the momentum?
I'm kind of doing
Northern
a
Isles.
process of elimination here. Do you really want to pick like Land Madness against Hera? Probably not in a situation like this.
Especially because it's typically not a Leary home map, right? It is Hera, but not Leary's home map. So then I think Gold Rush is also smiling at me. I don't see... Ring of Reeds, tricky. Northern Isles, you just lost the water game. Atacama, typically both good for both players. Maybe Gold Rush?
Who has Byzantines here?
I don't even know.
Okay, so we do have Ellie, and she's met a couple of our fans over here. Ellie, take it away.
Hello, I'm joined by Leonie, and she's here with a group of friends from all around Germany. Tell us, what brought you here to DreamHack?
So we always enjoy those events where we, like you said, we come from all over Germany, and yeah, we enjoy coming here to meet and to watch those great games.
And speaking of the great games, how are you finding the competition today?
It's obviously a great set here. So close, so competitive. I really love it.
And obviously, we're all huge Age of Empires 2 fans. Do you have a favorite here that you're hoping to win, or do you just want it to go to game number 9?
Well, obviously, I hope it's going to game number 9, but I hope Leary is going to take it because I'm a huge crossbow player fan. Yeah, so.
Wonderful. And one more question before we take it back to the analyst desk. How are you finding the experience here at DreamHack?
Oh, it's been great. A bunch of fun games. It's good community, good competitive games. It's great.
Excellent. We're so happy to hear you're enjoying it. I'm loving it too. It's great, and I can't wait to see game number, was it 6? My goodness. Nilly, back to you.
Oh man, if he is a fan of crossbow nerds, and well, that has to be the dream final
to the right
for him.
place.
Yeah, arguably the number 1 and 2 in crossbow micro here. Has to be an absolute blast for him. How many crossbows will we see in the next game is still unanswered though. Both players took a small breather as well. And we can still theory craft on what should be the next home map. We can see the civilizations there a bit as well. Koreans still as an option. I don't really see that too likely.
Koreans,
maybe on Northern Isles?
Maybe Northern Isles. You were saying to me earlier you thought Koreans could be good there. I said I have a thought process that it's kind of like luck dependent on where you're landing and what your scouting is, especially if you're opening galleys there. As we look at the civs remaining, Hera still with Huns, Cumans, Berbers, Saracens, Koreans, Turks, Lithuanians, Mongols and Italians for Leary. We theorized maybe Mongols on Frigid Lake didn't happen. Mongols are still available for all these open maps. They're not so bad on Land Madness or something like that themselves. You think it's going to be
Gold Rush?
Gold Rush.
That's what I would think. Like as I said, like home maps and this, like since we're playing so many maps, it is a lot of feel, right?
Yep.
And I feel like Leary, water. You just saw how ugly it is to play Fire Galley demo against Hera and how well he performed there. So maybe trying to keep away there. You already saw how crazy Hera is on Arabia kind of map, so probably don't want to play like Atacama, don't want to play like Graveyards. And I feel super smart again.
The map is Gold Rush. So Nilly's ego gets a little bit bigger every day.
It's tricky. I didn't know it could.
Well, it gets bigger every day until he talks to Doubt, and then it kind of deflates a little bit, but it grows back until you meet him again.
So Gold Rush is our map 6 here. Leary going to pick it. Malians, one of the best civilizations. Ethiopians also often picked. Not options here. Berbers, I think, is something I could see for Hera. Tricky to see what Leary could go for.
Saracens as well, I think, could have some viability, but I don't know if Hera's that type of player to go for Saracens here.
I think that's maybe something if he wants to play Galley or Northern Isles still.
True.
Right? We didn't really give it credit yet. On the other side, Tatars, kind of one of the obvious picks. But if Berbers is on the other side, do you really want to go?
No. Berbers have answers to Tatars for sure. I mean, the notable one is Camel Archer. They also have potential Genitor. They have, the stables that can match the stable from the Tatar, and they also have faster moving villagers, so it's kind of like an eco bonus as well behind this. So really, really good stuff from there from Berbers. We look at the civs from Leary. Leary has Byzantines, correct?
Byzantines, and he played Byzantines before, right? I think so. Oh no, we had Byzantines earlier today in the 3rd place match at Tato. And that's why it felt like Gold Rush Byzantines. I had some emotions with that. Brilliant game there, by the way, right? How both of them contested the center. And Gold Rush, I'm excited to see. We only have 2 small gold piles and most of the gold is in the center. And oh boy, those are some surprising civilizations to me, Dave. Saracens for Hera, you already raised that as an option. I said, not really his style, don't really see him that. And Mongols wasn't even considered by us.
Yeah, Mongols, I was thinking, I was thinking something like Land Madness, Frigid Lake, Fish and Fish. That's where you're going to use Mongols. But Leary decides to use Mongols here. And Hera's going to decide to use the Saracens here. Hera, not really the player that we think of when we're thinking of, you know, get a market up and just YOLO FC into crossbow. He's more of, you know, set up your eco and slowly build towards that. As Hera is pushing a zebra from where? The Berlin Zoo? Like, where?
Like,
is that Leary's zebra?
It can't be. Can we go into the fog of war of Hera here to see like where he scouted? He is obviously Saracen, and it is nice to get it away from Leary.
Look at this. He's already got. He's already taking 3 zebra, a rhino, and elephant. He literally called the circus and he said, "I'm hungry."
Oh man. Yeah, obviously he will be late with scouting then, but most of the time, Mongols on a map like Gold Rush, we are kind of expecting scouts simply because you don't want to run with any units into those lions, and scouts ignore those.
That's incredible. I want to see if he pushed that from Leary's side, because, I mean, denying the zebra from the Mongols would be just amazing, especially with that amount of effort.
Can we take a quick look at the Fork of War of Hera here? Would be really interesting to see. He's now scouting the left side.
Okay,
oh, no, it was
he pushed it from the middle. Okay.
But how is a deer spawning there?
I think it might have bugged out. I think it might have been one of his zebra that bugged out across the map.
Oh, okay.
Maybe with how the map was scripted. Who knows? Anyway, we get Hera now going up to the feudal age. Leary is much faster than him, of course, with the Mongols. And I wonder what the opening is going to be here from Leary. Do you think it's just going to be stable?
Yeah, scout opening. Look at that. 300 food already floating. Barracks a bit on the later side. If I see that it's only now finishing. No, it already finished. The house was being built there. And that will be quite an aggressive opening. Pop 17. He will get all the map control in the world.
And I don't believe Leary has Loom already, does he? No, he spent 50 gold, so he does have Loom. Okay.
Would be technically in the queue, but yeah, I think he already screws in. Otherwise, Pop 17, even for Mongols, is pretty tight.
All right, barracks coming up for Hera. We can already see the wall that he's thinking about there with that barracks placement, and also Leary thinking about a wall as well, as Leary explores the wood line at the back there. If Hera gets the wall up towards that wood line where that house is, he should be fairly safe. Gold in the back, stone in the back too. But Leary is going to try and get in with these scouts, and more importantly, like you said, just kind of secure map control so he can go up to Castle Age, have a good idea of what's going on as Hera goes for archer range.
Pretty playable map here for Hera, right? Obviously, Barry's there at the front. Aren't pretty. Villager getting one yoink in, but the sides are walled off quite easily, and Hera, he can't be too unhappy. I said lots of map control for Leary. I still stand by that, but I would be surprised if he finds too much damage against Hera.
Yeah, one thing Leary has to make sure he does in this situation is keep his scouts alive and keep them roaming outside of Hera's base, because what the Saracens love to do is get that market down, get a really fast Castle Age, and then have the archer army coming out before they hit Castle Age, get the upgrade in, and start hammering away at your walls. If you're forewarned by that, by the scout vision, it could be really, really useful. And Mongols actually have more vision on their scouts here, so Leary should be able to see that as long as he doesn't throw away his army early in the game trying to snipe villagers.
Yeah. Is not really committing there. Spearmen are around one of Hera's as well. But look at that. 2 spearmen chasing this one. One went aggressively out of Leary. And he is actually continuing to go for scouts. It has 4 in total. Now the question is, does Leary think he is forced into an archer range? Took some damage from the town center here.
Ooh, nice little scout on the left-hand side. And he's denying that market for a time from Hera. That market is cheaper for the Saracens, so Hera's going to use that as part of his wall. Also has the blacksmith coming up, and this is the wall that we were thinking about here. Once Hera gets this complete towards his TC, might be denied off the berries, but he's going to have gold at the back. He's going to have plenty of space to farm and safe wood lines back there too. So not much damage potential here in the feudal age for Leary.
I'm really surprised that Hera only has 1 single villager on the berries there. Obviously, the other one is not that easy to wall in, but I also feel that maybe going for the berries a bit earlier would have allowed you to get them while you still can.
Leary also with a decent farm setup so far. Hera not taking anything from farms yet. He's still working away on the sheep under his TC, and he's still just trying to keep these scouts away. Leary being incredibly active with these, keeping his eye on the archer army, also on the spearmen, coming back to the berries and thinking, ooh, is there any opportunities here? Hera wisely walling that up though, and Hera will be fully walled fairly soon with a gate so he can freely come and go. Leary is going to have to split his scouts up and start exploring the map.
What a crazy good base design by Hera. How he like developed this, how he envisioned this base to look like for like, it feels like 3-4 minutes already. How he walled towards the center, always kept his army there. He played a pop 17 scout Mongol and didn't take any damage. Look at that.
Leary also with 5 seconds of idle TC time here. So really, really tight build, but very, very efficient. As Hera now stretches his legs a little bit. He's got Spearmen to accompany his archers, and he's going to think about heading out here. Keeps up the consistent archer production behind this, and he's got some gold in the bank, so maybe thinking about buying some food too. Soon, anyway, to go up to the castle age. Leary now dropping down his walls. Obviously, the scouting isn't complete for him because he's making the walls at the top of the hill rather than in between those wood lines.
Double mining camp here for Leary. Didn't really scout the areas. Also, the one at the bottom could have been a bit more efficient. But those scouts are, basically seeing everything. And now the question, Knights or Step Lancers?
I think maybe open with some Step Lancers, and then you can transition into Knights later. It feels like Step Lancers are going to find more opportunity earlier in low numbers. And then if you see your opponent with a pretty dangerous army that Step Lancers can't deal with, then that's when you go into the Knights.
Nice dive here. One downhill hit, though, did a lot of damage there.
Now split those 1 HP scouts up and go explore the corners of the map. Yeah.
Obviously, relics not the most important thing on Gold Rush, simply because controlling the center is the more important factor. Most of the time, we see timings around that one. Viper's still a guy that prioritizes relics reasonably here on this map, but most players just know it is about the timings in the center. And great civilization for timings is Saracens, but Mongols beating them to the castle.
Yeah, super clean build here from Leary. He had a little bit of idle TC time to click up there.
Oh, look at that.
But Castle Age just a minute and 40 seconds away. Leary is also sitting on every angle of Hera's base with a scout. And these are Mongol scouts here, so they get a little bit of extra line of sight. He's going to be super aware of when Hera leaves with that archer army, but is Hera going to sneak his way through?
No, he can't.
The middle of them?
That would be the sneakiest thing ever.
Okay, can Leary see this army? We want to keep it on Leary's point of view here. Okay, he sees the tail end of that army, and he's going to track this. Identified this as one of the threats against playing against Saracens. Leary knows that too. He's probably had this happen to him many times, and he's tracking this army before it even gets to his base.
Look at all those scouts now arriving there, and they're just waiting for their other friends. And then, right now, they don't want to take a fight, obviously, right? You just want to wait till you have your 2 till 4 Castle Age units there, if it's Step Lancers or Knights, and then go for something. Stone walls?
Stone walls. He's scared of that. He's scared of Saracen archers. He's really scared of them coming down that hill. Apparently not scared of them coming in through the center because of the town center there to help him protect that area. But Vodka, is pointing out that palisade wall. Vodka's probably played against this strategy many times too. He's like, yep.
Ooh, brilliant interception here. Loses the 2 scouts, but still does not allow those archers to come.
Hera doesn't want to let them in either, so he's just going to sacrifice this archer.
No. Wise choice, and has to be happy. And indeed, it is the Step Lancer play. Something that we have not seen a lot before the last Vololo.
Step Lancers coming back into popularity ever since they got nerfed. And I think at the opening of DE, I mean, everyone still has a nightmare about how they were, and they're very cautious when improving the Step Lancer, because we don't want to bring them back to that form, that's for sure.
A melee unit with extra range is kind of crazy, right? Because you can micro them so well, and Leary, obviously one of the micro gods of the game, can stack them up so nicely. You can like chase down armies so much easier. It's so much easier to kill Mongs, Siege, you name it. And Mongol Step Lancers, also more HP.
The thing about Step Lancers too is like you get 8 of them built up, suddenly a single palisade wall dies very quickly. Because normally only 2 or 3 knights can attack it. If you have 8 Step Lancers all attacking that at the same time with the potential to even range a villager behind if it gets too close, I mean, it is a pretty devastating rating for us. And the amount that Leary has right now is almost, it's enough to dive on these crossbows almost.
He has no idea. Oh, Hera actually saw those, goes to the right-hand side. Scouts are trying to chase them down. Okay, now sees with 1 crossbow. Oh, that's tricky for Hera.
Yeah, that's very, very tricky for Hera, especially with the scouts in front, giving Leary some extra vision. And Leary is actually coming forward with 2 villagers. He's going to take advantage of the fact that Hera needs to run to the right side to evade the Step Lancers. He's going to come forward with these villagers to try and get a siege set up as the Step Lancers engage. Leary sending 4 Step Lancers in front of the crossbows from Hera, but Hera doubles back through the army. Step Lancers still getting value, but the number of crossbows now is very low, and the crossbows are all going to die. It was about as good of a fight as Hera could have taken there, all things considered, but Leary clearing that up. Still has map control, going for a siege workshop, and now we're looking at the Saracens, and we're thinking, double TC Saracens, only 7 archers? Where is the momentum here?
Not really the momentum, right? He needs to hold, and he has the hill against himself. The stone and the gold at the front here. Hera went for the safe gold in the back. Woodline exposed as well. That scout might even find the crossbows. It will be a tricky hold for Hera for sure.
Doesn't see the siege workshop either. Hera has no idea about that siege workshop. He didn't see the villager coming forward. Nice little spot there from Leary on the palisade wall. He's going to get in. Hera's going to attempt a house wall. If Leary ever gets into this eco, which he just did, he can run around and snipe villagers maybe on that gold at the back. He decides to dive. Hera going for the house walls here. He's going for the market wall. Hera is trying to stop these Step Lancers from getting in and doing damage, and the quick walls are on point for the Canadian.
Monk tries to hide at the top there. Could maybe go for a conversion from long distance, but could die, and now decides to go for it. Step Lancers are running in. It looks like a potential conversion. Indeed gets it.
Great defense from Hera, though. Yeah. Like, panic mode there. 4 or 5 houses, market quick wall with the Saracens, costs less wood, obviously. He's going to go for another quick wall potentially over here, but the Mangonel comes from the other side from Leary. 1 villager down, 2 villagers down, 3, 4, probably 5 here. Leary doing damage to Hera's woodline. Hera has this 1 converted Step Lancer coming back over. And the Step Lancers are attempting to leave, but there is no hole. Converted
Step Lancer now goes for the Mangonel. And I mentioned earlier, they're so good at sniping siege. Oh, that was a nice pickup for Hera.
Yeah, great value there from Hera, but great positioning with the Mangonel from Leary to bring it over to the woodline and then kind of work Hera's army over in that direction to try and get some value. Leary doing work with the Step Lancers. He's still 4 villagers behind, or sorry, 6 villagers behind now, but when we think about the Saracens, we think about a Civ that is usually behind in villagers and has way more army and has all that momentum, because tech switches with Saracens can be kind of difficult sometimes.
Numbers are slightly better. Ground attack there against the crossbows, not the greatest thing ever. Conversions are coming in, and those crossbows are still doing relatively fine.
Yeah, crossbow micro on point here from Hera. We still only have the +1 armor on these Step Lancers. More HP with the Mongols, though. And the Step Lancers will clear up a 2nd crossbow army here from Hera. And now Leary is once again looking for an opening. There is a single palisade wall there he could potentially bust through. Also, he has the Siege Workshop with a Mangonel out to help him against the buildings. And he goes for a 2nd town center now. Still full control of the middle of the map from Leary and control over Hera's secondary gold.
And Hera is with 8 villages on stone. Don't start to dream that we will actually see Mamelukes here. It is mainly to sell the stone. Great market rates, as you can see. For 100 stone, you're getting 122 gold. So it's actually more efficient to go for stone and sell it than to go for gold directly. And it is also mainly because Hera is so cornered here. Nice moves, nice adjustments. The pressure still continues from Leary.
Leary sees that palisade wall. And this is what I was talking about. You get all the Step Lancers stacked up against it. They can do damage quite quickly, but the Monk from Hera driving these away. Leary doesn't want to give up a conversion because that Step Lancer will find the Mangonel on the side. It's already happened once.
Yeah, actually true. Really nice observation. I felt like you could have committed there and Step Lancers could have been in.
Want to give it to him.
Yeah, but that would have been the death of the Mangonel.
So Leary's nervous about that. It's already happened once, and it's clear he's not really interested in queuing up a ton of Mangonels at the moment. He wants to put it into his eco, right? So he just wants to keep this one as a threat, keep the villagers away from rewalling behind. Monk goes to convert again. Leary pulls back.
Mangonel scaring away a bit. Camel count at 3 pretty soon. Step Lancer is obviously not great against camels, but against small numbers, they will find some kills here for sure. And those farms idled a bit. Feels like slightly better economy for Hera. Tricky to pay off, though.
Oh, this is getting really, really tough for Hera. I mean, like, you look at his point of view, and every time he sees the army from Leary, it's a little bit bigger. There's 1, 2 more Step Lancers. There's 2 Mangonels now. Hera getting wheelbarrow. His farming economy is looking okay. He's got 66 villagers against 58 from Leary, but Leary now going for that TC in the center. And once a player is firmly encamped in the center here with a TC, potentially even a castle at some point, it's so difficult to push them off.
Oh, monastery at the front here. Only one relic, not the most important thing. All those farms idled at the front, right? Maybe the castle and Mamluks might have actually been a reasonable option here, Dave. Or do you think camels alone will do the job?
I think Mamluks could be an option, for sure. Now, a long-term option? I don't know. But definitely pretty good against the Step Lancers and the Mangonels, too. But Hera's still without enough stone yet to go for that castle. He's a couple hundred away. Still no horse collar for Hera either.
Yeah, I already saw it, but I decided nearly you don't have to mention every game. Oh, it's a bit frustrating. So many farms here. Could have saved so much wood trying to reseed now the 3 Mangonels, but I think the camels now after Bloodline finishes could prop pretty soon.
This is going to be a disgusting micro from Hera. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. He's going to eject and then get back in, eject and get back in. We trust Hera to do this. Any other player other than Hera and Leary or maybe Viper, I would be extremely nervous.
Nerd.
Yeah, some real nerd stuff going on here. And wow, Leary running right into the TC fire with the Mangonel. Of course, it has all of the crossbow fire. And look at what Leary did there. Yeah. He attack grounded on the corner because he expected Hera. He was kind of baiting him into ejecting from that town center.
That could be a kill. Indeed, one Mangonel down there. Nice snipe. Villager a bit late there with the conversion. Villagers now pretty even. Military count, pretty nice for Hera though. Those 13, soon 15 camels. I don't think Leary will expect those.
Look at the farm he goes from Leary. We were just viewing that. Vodka was over in Leary's base, and it's so beautiful. He's got 31 on, now 33 on food, nearly.
Uh-oh, that's going to be pretty tricky here. Let's take a look. Coming from the right-hand side, that means hill advantage there for Hera. Those Mangonels could be caught off guard. I don't think Leary has any idea that this is coming.
No, and he kind of cut production on the Step Lancers for a while. He was making more Mangonels, and here comes the flood of camels. And Leary's going to... What the hell? But he got such a great shot with the Mangonels, and another great shot on the camels with the Mangonels. Excellent attack rounds there from Leary. Gets another one. Is he going to win this with just Step Lancer? Mangonel gets a third shot. Unbelievable from Leary.
Absolute madness. This should have been the ruffle stomp of the century. Hera should have won this fight so convincingly. Leary, arguably the best ground attack I've seen in months, if not years.
The best ground attack followed by the second best ground attack followed by the third best ground attack.
Holy
and then Hera kind of ran into the other one with the crossbows. Hera was not expecting that at all. Leary with some clutch plays there, and I thought that castle was being built. If Leary sees that foundation, he can attack around that as well. He sees the villagers coming forward. He's still got Step Lancers working away on the monks and trying to work away on the camels as the Mangonel does go down there from Leary. Step Lancer v Camel should never work, but Leary with some fantastic unit control is really fighting back here against Hera, and now he goes for his own castle in the middle, but he's got a Mangonel from behind.
Switching to Knights now for Leary. Not the greatest answer against the Camels. Extra HP there. That castle will actually be replaced. Hera wants a more aggressive one. Villagers are really suffering. Step Lancer still doing a reasonable job. Mangonel, will it get another connection against the crossbows? Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, and Hera was definitely thinking with his military advantage there of coming and placing a counter castle right beside this. He deleted his foundation further back. Wasn't able to clear up the military from Leary. Leary doing work with the Step Lancers. Look at the KD right now, 77 to 42 so far. And what has it been against these Step Lancers? It's been crossbow camel. Theoretically, they should be able to counter that military. Mangonel's coming in clutch though.
Absolutely crazy. Those 4 hero Mangonels kind of taking the hill, and that were absolutely crazy Mangonel ground attacks. But look at that, Hera about to click up to him. Leary still needs some gold.
Leary thinking about clicking up as well. Both players with similar amounts of farms behind this. Hera obviously moving out to that gold in the front. He's got the stone in the front as well if he wants to continue selling that for gold revenue. Hera clicks up. Leary clicks up, and this is incredibly even. 92 villagers for Hera, 94 for Leary. Leary is going to have to make a tech switch here into Mangudai. I'm not 100% sure what Hera's going to go into. Is it going to be heavy camel? Is it going to be arbalist?
Is Mangudai actually the key unit here? If you're fighting camel, crossbow, do you ever really get onto the numbers?
What else are you going to go for?
It sounds really weird, But I think Leary going for Arbalest could have actually been an option, or Elite Skirms. Like Mango Dice, yeah, that is the dream unit, but it takes so long to get into proper numbers.
He's going into more Step Lancers.
Yeah, I think I like that more. Just one Mango Die, show it a bit. You're not really showing any upgrades, but I think Mango Die just takes too long.
Yeah, and there's the Monastery in the center there for Leary, so he can maybe get some monks on the field to grab those relics. Still controlling the golds, and Hera's definitely on the clock here. Hera needs to gain access to this hill probably within the next, like, 6-7 minutes in game time, because he's going to start running out of gold. He does kind of have a safety belt here with the Saracens getting better prices at the market, but that only lasts for so long.
Yeah, and he already sold quite some stone, right? So that stone will be less efficient still. As you can see, sold some food at a really good price here. So the moment he gets to a lot of farms, and he already has 45, he can still get some leeway.
Yeah, I'd like to see Leary start increasing his farm count too. He's been at 34 for quite a while now. He kicks it up to 37 now as Hera goes for a secondary castle, and he's even building a mining camp that's very ambitious when you saw that castle foundation.
Yeah, Fletching now trying to deny that, and we see Hera tries to find some option, and you see how many resources Hera's floating? I think this is actually intentional. He wants to see, okay, what am I going for? Should I commit to camels or should I commit to crossbows? And now he sees second castle, thinks camels is the better option.
Trebuchet now coming out, and it's heavy camel indeed from Hera. And he's going to have 2 castles there to set up his trebs, but Leary will have the hill advantage. And Leary can't even range that. Like, could it be that Hera knew Leary wasn't committing onto Magadai because his castle couldn't range the gold?
He just researched Fletching, right? And that might be a bit of an indicator. Yeah, but certainly saw the castle, only Fletching. This late into the game, right? We're 37 minutes in. You should have maybe even a flag on that second castle.
Yeah, and I mean, his villagers aren't being hit by that castle. I think if he gets Bodkin, even the villagers get hit. If he gets Bracer, for sure, Hera will know 100% that Leary is not thinking about committing onto Magadai. Leary has 19 Step Lancers. He's got Trebs coming out. He's going to have that hill like we mentioned. He has a ton of stone in the bank. He just needs the villagers here to help repair the castle. At the end of the day, Step Lancers do not win against camels, especially Saracen camels, especially heavy camels. And Leary will be forced to go into some camels of his own. But like we said, time limit for Hera here. He's going to run out of gold eventually.
Leary's not shooting the castle. He's shooting the traps, and he's missing horribly. Look at that.
No damage dealt to
no damage, and that was like 3 volleys already. Now it's the
first one. And Hera starts working away at repairing those. And then suddenly Leary hits the next 3 shots, but then he misses the next 3. Treb finally going down there from Hera. He does have villagers to repair, and Hera is coming in here with the camels. The Step Lancers on the hill, quite intimidating though. And Leary is now going for a heavy camel of his own. Long upgrade though, still a minute away.
Typical approach is to snipe down the castle because traps obviously so inaccurate, and well, against castles you just hit 100% of your shots, and therefore questionable move. Camel count only at 5, soon at 8. Heavy camel won't actually give us too much here for Leary.
Also, fighting uphill against Step Lancers, it just feels worse, right? Because the Step Lancers can really stack and get that downhill damage against you.
Yeah. Castle actually kept alive at 200 HP. Now the last volley goes for it. And if those 2 castles are falling, that's really tricky. Hera heavily housed. Zealotry indeed, more HP on those camels.
Or is that counterweights? That might be counterweights, right? Because Zealotry is the Imperial Age upgrade? Zealotry. Okay. This is why I'm confused after a number of patches and upgrades being mixed around, but Zealotry is on the way in. Forging is also on the way in. Treb's trying to take down that castle from Leary. Leary keeping that alive. Leary also not able to fully snipe those trebuchet from Hera. Hera doesn't have enough stone in the bank for another castle, and Hera is pushing up the hill here with the heavy camels. Leary has heavy camel of his own. Step Lancers getting some decent damage. 5 trebuchets trying to take out the traps from Hera, and the castle is still alive from Leary.
Oh, only 2 traps now for Hera shooting uphill. That's a really good fight here for Hera. If it is enough to buy him time to get onto more gold, it looks like solid production. The hill advantage still for Leary, though.
Only 1 camel in production from Leary, nearly.
What?
Only 1 camel coming forward. Leary's army count is at 11 right now.
Yeah, has to buy the stone, apparently. That's killing his army. And the camels just streaming in from Hera. As you can see, 5 more in production, and he can go for the traps. Lots of traps falling on Hera's side as well. But Leary can't really protect his unit, and Hera gets into enough gold here.
Yeah, and Hera has to pack up this Treb. The villager repairing dies, and does the Treb go down? Can they hit? They do! 4 Trebs still alive for Leary, 3 more camels in the queue. Hera is desperately trying to push his way up this hill. He's replacing the mining camps as Leary snipes them down with the Trebs. He says, "You shall not have any gold." Hera disagrees, and Hera clears up the Trebs from Leary, and he continues his forward push, gets access to more gold. Unbelievable push there from Hera, not even losing that second castle.
Absolutely crazy with the camel count and the perfect timing there with Zealotry, having all the upgrades on those camels except the attack there, and that gave him the big advantage in the camel v camel fight. Step Lance is obviously not helping out too much. Yeah, good positioning there by Leary, but behind this, crossbows still doing some damage. Like that group of crossbows, I think their damage output is so good.
Yeah, I mean, Leary has 123 villagers with 9 military. Like, something has gone immensely wrong here, and it was just needing to buy stone to repair that castle, right? He was selling everything, he was buying stone for 150 gold now. 1 Treb working away on that castle from Hera, and Leary is just not in a position to deal with that Treb. And Hera has so many villagers on this gold. He's taking it while he can. He's got 40 of them mining in the middle.
Still no ballistics, so the castle didn't even get the damage done that Leary was maybe hoping for. And those camels, it's just not a fair fight. They're so well upgraded, while Leary is still lacking the last, or he can't even go for the last armor upgrade.
Can't even go for it, but he is fighting downhill against some of these camels. Also has the castle fire to help him out, and he's cleared up the camels from Hera. Hera will need to retreat once again with the crossbows. Villagers kind of exposed now, and the Treb is going to start working away, I believe, on the mining camps. So Hera has to keep replacing the mining camps over and over to get the gold income. He went from 40 to 3 on gold, back to 26 again. Things are hectic here for Hera, but he is getting the Treb set up behind.
What a fault.
And the castle goes down. And Leary has 12 on stone, but he's only at 140 stone right now. We know the price is bad if he wants to buy another one. Hera is going to have access to that gold for a while longer here as Leary is unable to hold him off of that.
Oh man, that trap could go down as well. Monk actually throws himself in front there to protect the trap, gets away. And Leary -2 castles. He's heavily on stone now. But camel count, that's the big problem, right? You go for the same thing, but it's just so much worse. Armor behind, and obviously all the HP against Saracens.
And Hera will have to keep adding vills to replace the ones he's losing in the center here, and have to keep sending villagers forward, right? To keep that gold income coming in, as Hera is now targeting units with his Trebs from behind. Anything to help him out in this fight. He's killing camels with Trebs. Leary needs to retreat once again. What an amazing hold on this position from Hera.
That's why we love Gold Rush. Now villagers even being pulled in. Hera realizes, damn, I must win this fight. I have to go in there. Maybe small misclick, but he tries to buffer some of the attacks. Monk's trying to go in for some conversion. Camel count is the main number, and it's so close.
It's 16 camels for Leary. It's 13 camels for Hera. Hera's camels are better. Leary is fighting downhill. Hera now moves his Trebs a little bit further forward, maybe trying to snipe the Treb from Leary. He knows Leary doesn't have another castle behind this. Leary's still sending in camels, and Leary has 51 on gold right now, Nilly.
Oh, just sniping down the mining camp. That's the most important thing here, and it goes down. Therefore, the villagers are going home. Some repair there. Technically, Leary could afford another castle, but he don't really want to build it in the face of 3 traps already unpacked.
Yeah, Leary doing a great job sniping the mining camps, but speaking of snipes, the Treb unpacks, and it gets a rock to the dome, and that Treb is going to die there from Leary. Doesn't have a castle, can't make another one, so no long-range attacks for him. The mining camps will survive. I think that's mining camp like 11, 12, and 13 from Hera in this position. And Hera...
Pushed away from the gold. Castle behind this one. The economy looks so good. 50 on gold for Leary at all times. Still fighting against the better camels, but he gets some conversion. Maybe now jumping onto the traps. Is that an option, Dave?
Oh, he thinks it is now. He's getting blast furnace. Do the camels have enough damage output? He doesn't want to take the risk, Nilly. And can you blame him?
Oh, I shivered. This could have been easily like 15, 20 dead camels if he decided to commit.
It felt like Hera wanted to bait him into attacking those. Like when Hera pulled back, Leary went in, and then Leary got kind of, you know, his spidey senses were tingling there. Like, Hera wants this to happen. That's why he's allowing me to get this position. Hera, once again, access to the gold, and Hera is slowly pushing his way up this hill. 30 camels for him, 42 for Leary. Blast Furnace is coming in. Leary once again fighting downhill, and Hera taking a lot of hits there, and he splits up his camels. He's going for the Trebs, Nilly.
One trap likely to die, pushes away the other camels. There is no repair coming in. Now the villagers are being pulled, but not in time. One trap down, still 2 alive.
45 camels right here for Leary, 30 camels for Hera, and look at the gold mining for Hera. Hera is sending even more villagers forward. He still has villagers in the queue here. He's constantly selling resources at his market, and Leary is now in a position where maybe he can take a good fight, clear up these trebs, and then head back to the middle hill and kind of regroup.
He's trying to push in. Hera, no real villagers on gold, but Leary really doesn't want to overstep. The traps are going down. Now Leary is pushing in with his traps. How did he make that happen? His camels are so much worse. Is it the 2 upgrades that Hera is still lacking on the attack?
It might be. I mean, Hera is also fighting uphill in every single one of these battles, right?
Yeah.
So it is literally and figuratively an uphill battle for Hera. And what an insane game we have here as Hera calls the GG. Leary wins that one. At one point, Leary had 3 camels in the field with 1 in the queue, desperately trying to repair a castle. Just unbelievable pressure there from Hera and a crazy hold there from Leary. And he's just like, he's fighting Mongol heavy camel against Saracen heavy camel.
Yeah.
But he somehow manages to survive.
They already have more HP. Then Zealotry gives them even more. We already had the +4 armor there as well. The castles, no, not even, I think, did we have Botkin by the end? I don't even know. So they weren't really helping out. Monk conversions were actually pretty good. It felt like 10, maybe even 12 camels were converted there. And then the hill fights, right? That was the big thing. Maybe Hera could have waited a bit more, then tried to wrap around like he had in this one crazy engagement. But I think I will never forget those 3 ground attacks.
The ground I actually forgot the ground attacks. Thank you for reminding me.
It wasn't the best game ever twice.
That was incredible, yeah. Anyway, I think we have Ellie again with some more fans from our crowd. And I'm interested to see their reaction to that game because that was absolute insanity.
Thank you, Dave. My goodness, being here at DreamHack and watching this grand finals certainly feels like Christmas came early, and these games, they are like the gift that keeps on giving. I'm here joined by Harry and Jasmine, and speaking of gifts, can you tell us about your experience here and how you came?
Yeah, so since 2018, when I rediscovered that people are actually still playing this game, I've always wanted to come to a LAN event or a meetup, but I've never been able to. So on Wednesday morning, Jazz, my wife, woke me up at 6 in the morning and said, pack your bags, we're getting on a plane to Germany, happy Christmas. And we flew out here, and it's just been awesome. Yeah, it's been really awesome. And that game just then, unbelievable. I didn't know who was going to win it until the very end. It was awesome.
That is such an adorable story. And Jasmine, what are you thinking of this crazy intense final we have between Leary and Hera?
Oh my goodness, it's so tight. Obviously 4-2 to Leary, but Hera could easily pull it back 5-4. Yeah, just completely gripping. Nothing's been a stomp. It's been such an amazing event, like the whole few days. Loving it.
And do you two have a favorite coming into this?
We were rooting for Hera, and we still are. But yeah, I think Leary's looking really strong. Hera's going to have to do something pretty special.
Well, both of these contenders are indeed really, really strong AoE players, and I don't think anyone can really tell and predict what's going to happen, so we just have to wait and see. Dave and Nilly, back to you guys.
The pressure was on in the game and on the bladder. Yep. We're taking a small break here. Whew.
I love the fact that like those Mangonel shots, it was a complete surprise to see the camel army, and he still pulled that off.
Crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like the 270 no-scope Mangonel ground attack shot.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. Oh, 270? Well, you could do 90% the other direction, but okay.
Not a numbers guy.
Let's do 180.
The only number I remember from that game is 3 camels on the field with 1 in the queue.
Yeah, against 18, like controlling the gold, right? And then Hera came there. I have no idea how that hold was possible.
Yeah, but Hera's push was crazy too. Like, he even resorted to sniping camels with his trebs. Like, that's how desperately he wanted to push up that hill. And how many mining camps did he build? Like, the tenacity there. And then Leary's sniping the mining camps one by one. He was targeting those at some point. Crazy. Crazy game. Anyway, I mean, Leary is up 4-2. 1 game away from a victory here. It doesn't feel like we're going to have just one more game, though, because it feels like Hera's got something left in the tank. Obviously, Land Madness. one of his pseudo home maps available to him.
My brain is weird. Like you just said, he has something left in the tank. But he won't have in 3 minutes because we will actually take a small break and we'll be back after that with more Leary against Hera Game 7 coming up soon.
Well, we're back here at the Grand Melee, and this is game number 7 here in our best of 9. Leary up 4-2 over Hera. Doesn't feel like Hera's done yet, though, and Hera still has a number of maps to pick. Remember, the loser of the previous game picks the next map, and he's got some good civs left over. Land Madness, a known favorite of Hera, and like you said, not really, Leary can play it and play it well. But it's not really something that we think of when we think of Leary. We think of more like Atacama or something along those lines.
Yeah, and those two I think were crazy good maps, right? We still think like Ring of Reeds could be a good option because of indeed Turks for Hera, right? Which we think could be really good. Leary, yeah, technically it has Bohemians to counter that. Not really sure how familiar Leary is with playing the Viper style that we saw yesterday. So I think Hera, Turks, Ring of Reeds looks pretty good. Also Land Madness pretty good. Atacama pretty good. I'm dreaming. I think this could still easily go to 9 games.
Yeah, and we saw both players take a break there, and we know that really benefits Hera. Like, it's something that he started doing 2 or 3 years ago, where he needs to clear his head, and then he comes back stronger than ever. So Hera is fully focused here. Leary also taking a break, fully focused as well. And I think you need to focus up after a game like the last one. It was so hectic for probably 15 minutes at the end of the game. Like, no breaks whatsoever.
Just imagine, right, how our observer didn't show economies for the last 20 minutes. Yeah, he was sitting there. He clicked like trap HP.
Yeah.
That was the only thing. Like, it was like the laziest cameraman ever. It was just so intense in the center, and that's why we love Gold Rush so much.
Do you think counterweights would have made a difference there? I mean, Hera couldn't afford it, but it might be the only situation.
I, at some point, dreamt of some bombard cannons from the Saracen player, right? But it's still like chemistry. I'm not even sure if we had a monastery, university.
I think he was using his gold to buy stuff, too. Like, I think he was just trying to keep numbers on the field.
Yeah, and then masonry, I think I've never seen it. But yeah, it is just the economy was so tight. And indeed, Hera is going for Ring of Reeds. I want to see Turks there. Bohemians feels like a very reasonable pick for Leary, and the fight for the center could be crucial.
I think the timing from Turks is better than Bohemians, though. Like, Turks also, if you have a castle in the middle, you can make Janissaries. Bohemians, Hussite wagons, not as impressive, right? Timing from Turks, if we're talking about a fast Imperial, sure, both players have chemistry going into Imperial Age, but Turks have the artillery tech, which in a closed, confined space can be so deadly.
Yeah.
And also, Turks have the option to raid on the outside with Light Cav Hussar.
Yeah.
Which is super impressive on a map like this, if you can stretch out your economy and start raiding from behind.
Also remember, last S-tier tournament, Warlords, Hera playing Turks against MBL Bohemians, both going bombard cannons against those of Nietzsche. And he even said, this is one of the best games I've ever said and one of the proudest moments in Age of Empires ever, because he was so patient with that micro.
Yeah, and MBL maybe just a little impatient. He came in too early, and he lost all of those bombard cannons, right? But it looked so good for him, right? Yeah. And we saw the strengths of the Turks against Bohemians many times, and I have confirmation it will be Ring of Reeds, it will be Turks, it will be Bohemians. So this one's going to be good. I want to see how Leary contests the middle, because if he gives up the middle to Hera, I think he's going to be in trouble, right? Maybe he can... Once that castle comes up from Hera, he can fall back a little bit, try and go fast Imperial Age, and batter it down once again with his early bombard cannons. But Hera, if he senses Leary is doing something like that, can also transition his eco to go fast him and get bomber cannons of his own.
Yeah, and those are the only two civilizations that basically can have chemistry if you reach Imperial Age, right? So those bombard cannons are coming out even faster. So in timings, sometimes you think, okay, 30 seconds difference, you can kind of compensate with like some upgrades. Here, the time frame is even tighter, and if you get the castle and still keep yours, have two bombard cannons, the opponent doesn't. Yeah, it can end the game.
I did like the, I think it was ACCM who did it, or I can't remember who did it, as a villager war comes in immediately, and these are these two guys fighting not only for this food in the center, but for the positioning. If one player gets walled in, it's so tough. You have to go for a defensive castle first instead of an aggressive castle. Maybe your opponent gets it down first, and Leary is trying to block the scout from Hera, but Hera saves the scout with a villager of his own. He's got 2 weak vills in there. Hera only with 1 weak villager, and Leary an extra one on the field, so he's going to be chasing Hera away, and also with a 6-1 on the way.
Oh, the two strongest civilizations here, 3-0 and 4-1 facing each other. 4 more villagers being pulled. Hera does not want to give up this area, and as you mentioned earlier, some of those villagers are already low HP.
Yep, Leary with some good micro so far, though. He's saving the weak ones. They're both trying to snipe down the scout of the other. A little bit more value attributed towards Hera's scout, though, because Hera is Turks, and it will be upgraded to a light cap later on in the game. But Leary somehow gets multiple hits there and helps out with the villagers as well. And he is going to be trying to push away Hera's vills, but Hera is pretty stubborn himself as he tries to save this villager, blocks with the one behind, and he gets away on like 1 HP, sending 3 more villagers to contest the middle.
They're like 15 herd units, but it's still only the one scout that died, and the other one has 3 HP. Look at the skill of those players, saving every single low HP villager.
Absolutely insane, and if you were to tell me a Hera Leary 1v1 best of 9, we would see a full-on villager war in the center. I wouldn't believe you, but here it is. Both these players, 2 of the fastest in the game, and they're pulling back all the weak villagers, trying to get the food economy rolling peacefully in the center, or not so peacefully now, are both of them, as well as Leary is kind of a little bit trapped in here, it feels like.
Yeah, it feels a bit like it. Nice surround there.
Hera gets another one away. No, he dies.
First killed here, that is not a scout. The other one, as we said, 3 HP, actually went out and is scouting on the outside. And it feels like Hera's getting...
Oh, look at Leary blocking that one villager from behind. Look at him blocking that one villager from behind. Hera's going to duck around the mill from Leary, and he's going to get away, and more fresh villagers making their way to the battlefield here. Reinforcements coming in. Leary potentially losing a villager on the berries. Hera taking it down, trying to get another one, heading towards Leary's base, and Hera, is he going to save this one? He's trapped 2 vills from Leary too.
Uh-oh, this is tricky. Also quite some idle CC time here for Hera. If you save that villager, though, 2 can.
Oh, the deer!
The side is, are you trapping 4? Oh, that's a mistake by Leary. Oh, those are doomed.
Leary comes in there. Hera kind of baits him in. He does lose a villager, but he's got 3 villagers from Leary trapped. However, he has to save this one on 1 HP, deletes the wall, places a foundation behind it, and brings it back to the TC. But Leary is now blocking it, trying to kill the villager as Hera pulls another one away to the north. Absolute insanity here. Hera's going to try and save this one too. He's got so many weak villagers. Leary doesn't want to be baited into the base from Hera once again. Crazy, and this is all for control of that center area.
No, those 2 villagers
It's open! Where did the gate go?
What happened here?
Oh no, I guess Hera was pushing in deer or something early.
Oh, there was a scout at the front here. I have no idea why there's no gate.
Oh no, what a unintentional throw, and credit to Leary for going down there in the first place.
Yeah,
He's trying to find a hole. Villagers now from Leary still weak on the center area. And Leary is going to have to retreat for the time being, I think. Hera just too much HP, although Leary is sending more reinforcements from the other side. Hera's trying to fish throughout all of this. We look at the villager counts right now, 22 for Leary, 20 for Hera. Lots more idle TC time for the Canadian.
Oh, and pulls that one back as well. The micro of those just absolutely crazy. Now the right-hand side, one goes really low HP. Nice save here by Hera. And now Hera gets into a really nice advantage. 4-2 in the villager kitty.
But look at the villager count right now. Still 22 for Leary, 21 for Hera.
Now villager probably goes out on the back door as well. That's
Hera's still pushing this back, not so much HP, and we can see the total HP values of the villagers at the bottom there. 292 for Leary, and I believe it was like 320 or something for Hera, as Leary's villagers are at the back and they're extremely weak. Hera comes in for round 4 here. Ring the bells, and Hera also trapping this villager in with gates. It's all the little things these guys are doing. Hera's trying to save this villager. Leary's trying to block this villager. Hera's going to get away again with like 2 hits left, but Leary gate walls him. Hera will take that out and save this villager. That is like the 8th vill he has saved in this game already.
It feels like better micro here for Hera, 6-2 KD, but the better macro behind by Leary because he kept his town center running at all times. Yep. And that's why we are in such an even game here.
Incredible, honestly. Like, we see villager wars all the time, all-in villager wars, but we never see them with 2 players of this caliber.
Yeah.
And it's honestly just insane what they can do, especially under this much pressure on this big stage as Hera tries to push back that vill from Leary. Are you more inclined now to go for some sort of like feudal pressure now that you know that every single villager from your opponent is weak?
Yeah, 1 archer can find 8 kills, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
especially with the giant hole in the back of Hera's base that Leary knows is there.
Honestly, like those 2 archers there in the back for Leary, they could easily build an archer range.
Yep.
I think Fast Castle is actually an unlikely scenario.
It's crazy, especially like just going FC after this insanity at the beginning. It's like, how do you ever calm down in this game? How do you ever give up the middle? You've paid so much in blood to have this middle control. How do you ever give this up?
Oh, now maybe even Hera is trying to wall in Leary there at the front. No, goes for the...
Hera saves another one. Look at the eco KD, 7-2.
That's pretty sick.
Can we just... I know the villager fights are important here in the center as Hera is still weakening the villagers from Leary, but at some point I would love to look... Not right now, but...
a lot here. I think Leary could lose like 3 villagers in a second now.
Yep. I would love to look at Hera's base and see how weak all of these villagers at home are, because it's just...
What is happening here? No
it's zombie land over there in Hera's economy. There is no HP left on those villagers.
Oh, God. That was like... I actually want to see it again. Like, there was like so many, like 3-4 HP builds. Like, that's
skill. That is just raw talent right there from Hera. That is incredible. And Leary has a bunch of weak builds. All those on the fish, I think, are going to... Okay, he pulled some of them away, but there's a couple groups here from Leary that are just super low HP as Leary adds in a militia, which could find insane value. Leary also with just a bunch of... Oh my God! Wow.
How good are these guys?
That's nuts. That is nuts. Are they even human at this point?
I don't think so. Like, this is like, I've never seen something like that.
Look, and
Those are
Leary is wandering around with a 1 HP scout. He's wandering around with a 1 HP scout. That could actually find value against the villagers in Hera's base. The starting scout that he has remaining. As Hera continues to fight here, but Leary with 3 militia is going to take control. Hera is ahead in the Eco KT 10-4. He has equal villagers though as Leary has less idle TC time, and Hera is starting to add in militia of his own. This fight continues. It's not over yet.
Do we go for the Vil? I think the Vil fights back, right? So I don't think you can go with...
Yeah, I think the Vil attacks slightly faster
age.
than the scout. Yep.
You have to go for feudal age.
Leary trying to block. Once again, Hera has militia out. Hera's going to be looking for any weak villager as Leary sending all of the new villagers from the TC out to the middle. And Leary has control over that food. Leary's going for a 6th militia. Hera is ahead by 1 villager currently. He's still not fully trapped off from the middle, but Leary is exercising his control he's gained with all the food from that center area.
Didn't we say Hera should go for Ring of Reeds because it's more controlled, more strategic in math?
And then you also said Hera does slightly better in the scrappy games. Well, they're both doing pretty good here. Militia are in. They're hunting that villager. It's 1 HP away from death. Militia is going to find a kill maybe on the forage bushes as well. There we go. There's a kill there. Hera having to delete more walls to get inside of his base. Leary trying to quick wall this in. Leary gets the quick wall down. Hera just deletes the house. He's out.
40 out of 40 pretty soon. Now more militia coming from the side. Scout won't really find anything,
Snipes
I believe.
the scout.
Yeah. Nice move.
Snipes the scout. Militia still hunting in the center there from Hera. There's a couple villagers like a hit away from death. Hera still has his militia army. Leary, though, with 9 militia currently.
2 more in the queue as well. That barracks is going to fall. I don't think you should really use villagers here to snipe down that barracks, but militia will do fine. Have to make sure that that militia next to the barracks there won't find a kill.
Unbelievable play from both of these guys. And I never thought I'd see that. If we just look at that barracks right now, how many villagers, how many militia attacking that? This looks like an AI right now. We've got 13 units attacking this barracks, and Hera's barracks is going to go down, but he's on the way to the feudal age. Leary is not yet. However, Leary can join him soon because Leary has access to all of that food in the middle area.
And you see how Leary is expanding here. Just master that. Oh, that's already spotted, I would assume, right? Yeah. See the 2 villagers. So those 2 are doomed. And Dave, is this back-to-back top 20 games we've ever seen?
Like, this is honestly insane. It's a clown show. It's a circus, but sometimes you pay for the circus, sometimes you enjoy the show, you know? And that's what's happening right here as 2 villagers go down. Hera was luring the boar at 17 minutes and 40 seconds, by the way.
Oh, pretty damn late. The problem is you have to pay the full ticket for the circus, but watching those games, you only need the edge of your seat.
Okay. So we're not paying for the rest of the seat. Middle and back excluded off of that. No entry allowed. House being taken down here from Hera. He's going to shift his militia around to the back. Leary doing the same thing, and Leary has an army of 11 militia. It kind of feels like you have to upgrade these to men-at-arms
So much
at
value.
this point,
also,
right?
they're really high in HP, right?
Yeah.
I think so as well. Oh, Port would have regenerated about 800 HP by now.
That's an insane stat. Oh, that's an insane stat. That's 160 bills or 1.5 elite war.
He's splitting the militia, right? I think so.
Yeah, he is. Where are the other ones coming though? Are they going to? They're going to the other side. They're going to the other side. Hera is going to be only with 6 militias, so he's going to be a little bit more focused. But Hera's up to the castle age, adding in an archer. Hera knows how many militia there are, right? He needs to wall the back of his base. He's on stone right now. He needs to plug this gap for sure. Fortunately for him, he's not taking any of the food sources at the back. Never mind. He is taking some at the side. And he will probably lose these villagers because of it.
Let's take a look. He is running. Obviously, Militia only slightly faster than those builds, and those were, luckily for Hera, the ones with high HP. And, well, the thing is, Hera will get control over of the center, right? He is faster to castle age. He is getting archers out.
He's breaking through that wall, too.
Yeah.
He's got a tower up. He's got the archers, like you said, and he's got the Bohemian, or sorry, Leary has the Bohemian mining upgrades, but Hera is completely on stone right now, so he should be able to get himself a castle, or at least buy a couple extra 100 stone to get that castle down.
Bohemian mining upgrades actually delayed, right? Because he only reached fuel age at 21 minutes in this game. Remember, we're starting with 9 villagers. Obviously, 14 to 7 already died in darkness.
How weak are those vills? Archer is in the center there. We don't know. There's a... She wasn't there? Sneaky into the back. Luckily, no wildlife, I think, on this map to interrupt her. But Hera full control of the middle after Leary fought so bravely. The village. Oh, look at how many villagers died for this middle area. 14 villagers from Leary died to secure this middle, and then he just gives it up because he's more interested in the castle age. And Hera is going to get a forward castle position. Wild game. Absolutely wild, and we still have more in store for you.
Is that a good tower?
I don't think it does anything, unless he might be concerned about Hera killing the gate and then putting the castle right there. But I don't think.
I can't deny that, right? There's only one archer. I think he could have walled behind there. He didn't see any other archers.
I don't know. He does. He is on stone with 8 though, so he does have stone.
I don't think you want to finish that house that you're building there, because I think that's the spot where you will delete houses later on, build your defensive castle.
Maybe.
But yeah, investment of 25 wood, so. I'm already starting to nitpick here before we actually see the forward castle of Hera, but that one is coming in.
What are the men-at-arms doing at the back? Just controlling the fish, I suppose. Hera's going for a building with that villager at the back. I wonder if that's like a stable at the top of the map? That could be sneaky. He gets light cap for free, or he could go for knights too. Yeah.
Resources are fine enough for going knights. Look at the villager distribution. Just for a moment, we had 2 on wood, 4 on food, and 6 on gold. Now lumber can finish. Obviously, lots of villagers here at the front. And Leary, he can afford a defensive castle, but that gold, I think he will have to give up.
All right, so Hera trying to push in. Leary's still, well, using his men-at-arms to guard some of these villagers.
One knight.
Do you think the knight could have some value over here, Nilly?
That light cap can get like 6-7 kills.
Oh my goodness! I mean, at least the men-at-arms is going to. It's going to warn Leary about this, but I think Leary's a little bit busier with that castle. And look at how weak these villagers are. 2, 3 in one shot! You're dead, you're dead, you're dead. They all go down, and Leary needs to reposition the vills. And look at on this area, somehow that light cap did die, but this one is going to clear up all 3 of these villagers. Hera is swinging this game in his...
Oh no.
Favor as Hera clears up the villagers on that deer, ignores the other low HP one, but snipes the one by the TC, snipes this one again, and this is fantastic stuff from Hera. Leary, I think he's considering maybe a faster Imperial H here.
Look at the economy.
Got lots of gold in the bank, maybe can use his market to buy some food after that as Hera continues to snipe down the villagers. That TC is denied.
24 to 7 villager KD pretty soon after the night, and the light cav are done with those, and really nice raid, really nice find. That 3 HP villager, intentional or?
I think that villager was just running from the men-at-arms. I think he split it off.
What is he doing here? He just saw the knight and the light cav.
He's coming in. He's coming. He's YOLOing. He's YOLOing, and these villagers are weak. That villager gets quick walled in, but there's a knight over here dealing with the men-at-arms. There are tons of villagers that are still weak here. Spearman coming over. Maybe Leary can deal with these cavalry, but not before he loses more units. Hera, fortunately for Leary, does not have more reinforcements on the way. Leary's eco looking kind of like Imperial Age. Hera not having the food, but having 1,000 gold in the bank and going for a market. So maybe thinking along the same lines, also almost has enough for another castle.
Hera didn't go for a single Janissary this game.
Yep. Well, I think the theory is that he couldn't get in immediately through those houses, right?
Yeah.
He thought Leary was going to go for a defensive castle. If that's the case, I think Imperial Age is probably more important for Hera.
Also, Janissary is obviously slow, right? And not going through the center, you would have needed to go the whole long way, and now Hera is thinking about imping.
You could even sell stone if you're Hera. Sell stone, sell wood, just get up to Imperial Age.
Yeah, he's doing that. I'm pretty sure. Like, he should sell like 3.
Yeah, he sells all of his stone. Yeah, I don't agree with selling all of your stone, because I think you need another castle, but he has 10 on stone right now. He's up to the Imperial Age, 10 on stone in 3 minutes. Should have enough for another one.
What do you need the castle for, though? He will have 1 bombard cannon, 1 trap in the center. Leary will lose that castle, and with that, his whole base. Like, all his eco is in this screen, basically. That matters.
Yeah, now he's queuing up some Janissaries, just get some army to accompany those traps. Hussite wagons, the response to the night raids from Leary, so he's going to push back with those. Lots of spearmen protecting the villagers. Man, did those weak villagers ever come into play in this game? Like, kudos for saving them, but having them on the outskirts of your economy, I guess you can't be too choosy when you have so many, and we highlighted them there in Hera's base, staying alive.
Oh, nice one.
Jeez, Hera finding so much value. 26 villager kills this game.
Absolute madness, right? And those 4 archers even really paying off. That's still the same light cap on Knight from earlier, right?
And I think that Knight has like 1 HP on it.
How many kills do those 2 get? 6?
6.
The light cap should have some as well. 10 kills combined.
Hussite wagons finally found an army that they can clear up. Yeah. Slowly encroaching on this army from Hera, and the Knight is going to run around to the other angle. Hussite wagons shoot very slowly. They also move very slowly. Imperial Age is on the way for Leary, but Hera is going to beat him there by 1.5 minutes.
Also, he instantly gets chemistry. Leary still needs to work for that. Needs university with only 8 on wood, and look at that. The rest of the economy isn't looking too hot either. It's not going to be the easiest task.
Light Cav roaming in, looking for villager kills. There are monks converting that, though. Leary tried to block with the Hussite wagon. Not going to happen. Very slow unit, like I said. And Leary's going to run into problems. Like you said, as soon as Hera gets Treb, bomber cannon in the center there, castle goes down from Leary. Hera pushes out. Leary's second TC is in a very exposed location. Hera knows about. And it's going to be really, really tough for the Austrian.
Janissaries on the outside, obviously pretty damn good here. The Hussars even upgraded. We don't have a siege workshop for Hera, so can't really go for the bombard cannons, but Trebs will do the job for now.
Yeah. And Trebs are going to do more damage against that castle. They'll be relatively safer from a position that's further back. And I don't think Leary will have an opportunity to snipe them down because, like you said, he doesn't even have a university, I don't think, let alone chemistry. I think he's building the university near his second TC up in the top, and there it is right there. He's going for the counterattack, though. 3 Hussite wagons, 3 men-at-arms, and a spearman rolling into Hera's economy at the back. Not as dangerous as this militia army over here from Hera.
And Hera, I think, will lose his army. That second castle at that spot. Interesting that he really wants to double down. Those archers are dying there. Luckily for Hera, he will have a second TC on the outside, though, and should be relatively fine.
I think he theoretically could have, I don't know about that Treb timing, could have taken out the Imperial Age TC. I don't know if he was that much further ahead. No, because he was 1.5 minutes, and then he had to make the Treb, unpack it.
Yeah. And you repair, I don't even know, like need 5 shots or something for a town center. So, yeah, certainly something to think about, but the timing of Leary would have been good enough there so that Hera would not have found the kill. But still, the castle likely to go down, but look at that raid.
And these villagers are weak. We were speaking about them before. So many villagers, potential to die here. Hera just now noticing he's going to select these and be like, oh God, these are the ones that I saved earlier. Still, 49 villagers for Hera, 35 for Leary, and there goes his main base. Nowhere safe to set up that Treb for Leary anymore. Hera, though, only with 4 Janissaries, 2 Trebuchet of his own.
Ooh, that was a lot of dead villagers here in the back, kind of making it a bit more even, but the Janissary pushed through the center. Now really tough to stop, and those Hussite wagon, it's tricky for them to get in range of those Janissaries.
So many villager snipes here this game on the weak villagers that were saved before. Janissaries also in the back, intercepting the villagers moving from Leary. He's got Janissaries in the main economy. He sees that Trebuchet back there. That's the only Trebuchet that Leary has. He queues up 1 bombard cannon, and an excellent attack ground and an excellent split there from Hera, too.
Wait, oh no. He ate the hit there, but Janissary is lucky enough having lots of HP. And, ow! Bohemians, those villagers should have 55 HP.
Yep.
Benefiting from the monastery upgrades there, here with Bohemians. Nice, we also had Fervor earlier.
All right, Hera still dealing with an army in the middle of his base, it looks like. Are those the Hussite wagons that are attacking him there? We've got the Trebs pushing forward, block printing coming in from Leary as he tries to stretch his legs, and the Hussite wagons, this is one thing they're good at, Nilly. Just kind of YOLOing under buildings because they have a lot of pierce armor, and they have a lot of HP.
Yeah, absolutely crazy how much they can, well, deny the economy there, delay the economy, and Janissaries.
Oh, snipes him. That's an absolute field goal there from the Treb of Hera, and that bomber cannon was kind of wedged in between those lumber cannons, had nowhere to go.
Oh, that was a really nice move. And those Hussite wagons still alive there. Obviously having some solid range there. The tower is helping out against this one. Leary tries to go for a second bombard cannon. Would love to see a siege workshop from Hera.
Does Hera go for another castle? Does he forward castle that TC on the right side? Or is the game just over? Leary calls the GG. Absolutely insane performance from both players. Like, Hera carried that through a little bit longer than Leary, and great job taking back the middle. The amount of weak villagers that they saved, and the way that Leary kept his TC running to kind of compensate for the fact he wasn't taking the villager fights as well as Hera, incredible. Honestly, incredible. I know probably thousands of people out there would have resigned and thrown their computer out the window after a game like that, but these guys kept their composure. And Hera, I mean, at one point Vodka selected his economy. 20 villagers there, and what, collective 25 HP or something like that?
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy.
Insane.
Like, it's just so sick how well those two microed that. The big difference then, decision-making, was how heavily Hera or how heavily Leary invested into those militia, right?
11.
11 still left over, while Hera only had 6 left over. And therefore, earlier feudal age, earlier castle age, and then with the tower, could control the center again.
Yeah, and with the later feudal age, you can't even like compensate those men-at-arms. You can't even push into Hera's base because you don't have access to towers yet, right? So you can't even get past the walls from Hera with the men-at-arms. You can pressure a little bit, but Leary had to split them up, go around the sides. That takes a long time. You're not getting a bang for your buck for your initial investment.
Now the next choice for Leary here, his home map, and it will be either Land Madness, Northern Isles, Atacama, or Graveyards. Do you feel like his civs should be really solid there for Northern Isles, looking at Italians and looking at the other side?
Yep. We have Koreans potentially, Lithuanians, Berbers as well. Maybe you could make an argument for them on Northern Isles, right, with the faster ships, especially if Hera wants to play galleys. I think it's probably Koreans for him, though, if we go there. And I think Italians have a slight edge over Koreans.
I think it's a reasonable edge, actually, right? We don't really have the demos for Koreans there. Eco bonus not really existing. Yeah, your ships are cheaper, but still, you have to get to them. Italians just flies to feudal age, flies to castle age. Then the earlier upgrades, especially like shipwright timing, can be really good. Condo landings, like so many options. Hera, I also don't see him playing to the absolute strength of Koreans, which is like the tower rush everywhere, trying to land, trying to stranglehold the opponent. Kind of in the, wasn't it Teto versus Hera game at Wololo? I think that was the Korean tower rush. I think that was the case. And Hera, he suffered from that.
Yeah.
Not sure if he can execute to that same level.
Well, I just remember him playing Migration all the time in Warlords, and he picked Koreans twice, and I think the lack of towers are what really killed him there. Like, he played galleys. He played galleys in the war galleys, won water both games, and then just landed a little bit too late, and the towers weren't in the right spots. So maybe you're onto something there, but I will say his galley play with Koreans is really impressive, and he really utilizes the fact that the galleys are cheaper.
Yeah, obviously. Like, and saving wood for a military unit that mainly costs wood makes a lot of sense. So I would love to see Koreans there. Feels like the best options. And then if we have, well, Northern Isles doesn't even matter. Graveyards is actually the map that we are going to see. I see Lithuanians over there.
Lithuanians for Hera, and then we look over at Leary's side. Leary's got potentially, Chinese? I've seen Tatars played on this. I believe Jordan played Tatars against Out in the replacement qualifier. Incas? Do you want to go for something like Incas? Do you want to go for Franks? The only civ I'm completely writing off here is probably Italians, because you want to save it just in case for that Northern Isles pick.
Yeah, like in a wild world, you can think like Genoese crossbowmen against Lithuanians are performing well, but I think Leary, Northern Isles should absolutely be something that he considers. Maybe he tries to win it on a land map first before he puts himself onto Northern Isles. Obviously doesn't like to play those maps too much, but I think if he wants to like maximize his winning chances out, Northern Isles would have been a good choice. Goes for graveyards now. Lithuanians, obviously, more attack if you collect those relics on a map where we have 11 relics instead of 5 relics. Easy to get to those numbers. We have seen Lithuanians play it multiple times already. Leary had a crazy opening there against the Viper. Pop 17 Archer opening.
Yeah. I also saw Viper, I believe I saw Viper play Cumans on graveyards as well.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Why would that be an option?
I don't
Isn't
know.
it like super hilly and it's tough to find spots?
Why would Cumans be an option with Viper? Because he's greedy and he wants the second.
Yeah, okay. But especially on graveyards, right? It is so hilly, it's tough to find the 4x4 square because it has to be super flat or like fully flat to allow a TC placement.
Well, we'll see what they choose to go for. We think it's going to be Lithuanians. Leary Civs, a little bit more of a question mark here. Lithuanians certainly are the meta pick for Hera, and I can't see any benefit for him switching up the civilizations. There's no real like mind games. Anything you're doing with the Lithuanians, you're probably doing with any other civilization that you have here, and you're not going to use Koreans. So
are they that good? They aren't that great on Northern Isles. Atacama is an option, Land Madness is an option, but we still have like Berbers as well that you can play. So I think it's like saving it for another map. Just I don't see the
doesn't make
options.
sense. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. There's no mind games involved there. Thank you for staying with us here, folks. We're about to get into game 8 now. It is 4-3 for Leary. And after a wild game like that, the players need a little bit of time to reset their mental, as they would say, especially Leary. And we're in. We're in. It's going to be graveyards, and we see Leary playing with Franks and Hera playing with Huns. Okay, so we did switch it up there, and we have a classic matchup here.
Wow. Yeah, obviously have seen that very, very often over the span of competitive Age of Empires. And Leary with the Franks will go for Scouts most likely. Obviously more HP there. You get the farm upgrade for free. And Hera with the Huns. Likely to see some Cav Archers at some point. The big reduction. And something absolutely crazy on an 11 relic map. Hera has a unique tech called Atheism.
Yep.
Reducing the gold income of your opponent of relics by 50%.
Usually not worth it because the tech itself costs, what, 500 gold?
Yeah, it's too
500
expensive.
Food, 500 gold,
Yeah,
or 500 wood, 500 gold.
If your opponent has 8 relics, making it 4.
It does, yeah. And I think it's, what, 60 gold a minute? Is it 1 per second for the relics?
I thought it was 30.
30 gold per minute, okay.
Making it 15.
It adds up over time, but usually you can't justify it, especially on a map where players are going like for relics like Arena, because there's only 5 total relics on the map, and it's a big investment from you. But likely not to get to that stage. This is likely to finish with these 2 civilizations, potentially later in Castle Age when someone snowballs. The thing I like to see from Huns, the way I like to see Huns played is early military production, continued military production in the Feudal Age, and then you work your way towards that Castle Age economy. If you're trying to go for the FC Cav Archer approach, I feel like that's a little bit outdated, honestly.
Obviously, direct FC is not an option, right? We need to play heavy Feudal Age here. Scouts is an option, and then we said multiple times, right? A typical Scout, 45 HP. Suddenly, Franks jumps to 54, but Huns have the option to go for Bloodline 65 HP then, so have a solid lead over the Franks that can't upgrade.
Yeah, Frank's slightly better economy, but Huns, the military production kind of gets out of control, and the fact you don't need to build houses kind of keeps that momentum rolling throughout the entire game, right? So Huns are a classic pick. It's not so popular anymore as it once was, and that's probably just because we have so many civilizations available to players now, but still a distinct threat. Like if Huns get themselves in the right position in a game with multiple military productions and open economy behind, they can be one of the most dangerous civs in Age of Empires.
Wild statement, Dave. Huns and Franks are the 2 civs that have the smoothest economy.
I would agree with Franks. I'd say probably Huns as well, yeah, especially on like a hybrid style map where you can add in the fishing ships as well. Huns feel really nice. Land maps, of course, feel great. They don't have to spend wood on houses, don't have to spend time building them as well.
So idle CC time should be pretty low, house time should be pretty low. Goes for the stable here, no surprise on the other side. We are still waiting because we played pop 19, still absolutely competitive timing here. And in addition to those scouts, we obviously mix in some spearmen. Let's take a look. Let's confirm the stable here any second. Hera a tiny bit late, but no biggie.
Yeah, he doesn't have the wood anyway, so the build is a little bit off for Hera. He's trying to get that extra wood to maybe drop down the stable. Stable from our Franks player. Wow, what a surprise, and a stable from our Huns player as well. Leary's going to scout that and just confirm. Sometimes Spearman Archer is the play, the opening for Huns, and Huns have a lot of different options they can go with, but I think on a map like Graveyard, Scouts is just the better choice.
But we take a quick look at Hera's base here, because I'm a bit surprised why we are so low on wood. Yeah, we already are quick walling. Obviously, that was a bit later. But the distance to those two lumber camps was actually a bit longer than we typically see. And that's why we were a bit short there. Obviously, if it's like 3-4 tiles closer, we already would have like 30-40 more wood.
Well, that's what happens on Graveyards, right? And we look at the two back woods from Hera. They're quite a far ways away from his TC, but the same story can be told for Leary's map. It's even worse, yeah. So equally kind of bad maps for both players, honestly.
Hera scouted around the town center of Leary and still didn't see the lumber camp.
True. He hasn't found it because it's so far back there. Look, it's an O.
And he goes, oh, where's your lumber camp? Because he couldn't find it yet. And, well, still some villagers here on the berry scouts are trying to protect really low spearmen. Quite ambitious going in there again.
Yeah, Spearman trying to get an extra hit before he inevitably dies, and Hera is chasing after that with a Spearman of his own. Leary doesn't want to engage there, and Hera kind of wants the Spearman over to engage with the Scouts. Leary's going to take advantage of the fact that his Spear was pulling those away, and he's going to get a little bit of chip damage and a Scout kill. That's a nice engagement there for Leary. Spearman was going to die anyway. Took the opportunity to take out a Scout from Hera.
And because Hera already waltzes to woodlines, the only spot where he's actually vulnerable is those berry spot. That's why he thinks 2 spearmen, enough to protect me. I can counterattack. Ballsy decision, but great read.
Yep. And now Leary is running around with those Scouts. Both of these players, I think, top 2, top 3 in being an absolute nerd and being annoying with small numbers of Scouts in your economy.
It's coming in here. 3 scouts, 1 with low HP. Reposition.
Gonna get a villager.
Low HP 1 goes down. Nice find.
Yeah, great Hera snipe there on the villager. Leary chasing away with a skirmisher. Hera
what's happening?
Splitting up all 4 scouts, and now he's coming back to the gold. He's trying to get another one. He dips, ducks, and dives away from that skirmisher. Now he's finding an exposed archer, and Leary is like, hey man, I need to save my archer mass. Hera loses 1 scout, but more than worth it there for the idle time, the villager, and the archer that he sniped. Meanwhile, at Hera's base, only losing a spearman, so not too bad.
And Leary exposed. What are they doing there?
It's Leary's style, right? He wants to take advantage of the deer, but Hera's going to find all 3 of these. Hera is going to be very surprised. He can get downhill hits on these 2. These have food in their arms, Nilly. 98 food in these villagers' arms right now, and it looks like Hera's going to kill all 3.
Headshake out of Leary. He knows that was a major mistake that I'm not really used to making. That was a big pick of Hera. He's in a good spot to maybe force a game 9 here.
Hera has 4 villager kills, and we look at Leary's scouts, and Leary's scouts are busy chasing 1 scout from Hera, 1 weak scout that he's going to save. Hera's playing insane right now. We've seen Leary go out for those extra deer ibex so many times. He rarely gets punished. That time, maybe a little bit too ambitious in the middle of the map.
Ooh, those 2 spearmen still the defense, but we can maybe go for some more archers here. Let's take a look now. Quick waltz.
Hera's looking for that weak villager from before. 100% looking for that weak villager from before. He's going to find spearman though, and he needs to back up. I think the key here for Hera is don't stop producing. Just because you're ahead on villagers, do not get greedy and stop producing and try and go up to Castle Age. Keep your military coming up. Just expand on the lead that you have already given yourself.
Villagers have to run away from the berries here. The 2 spearmen actually trying to bait the army a bit out. 2 skirmishers only, so the damage output isn't that crazy. Scouts need to get home here. Hera tries to avoid those hits.
I think Leary misclicked the farm there a little bit. He was trying to click the villager, trying to get us around. He wouldn't have got the villager anyway, but now his skirmishers, his spearmen are in on this woodline. Hera is still roaming about with his scouts forward, so Hera's looking for more damage. He needs to be careful of that army right there, and actually tanks a few hits from it, but he's being very active, and he's forcing Leary to look at 2 different areas at once.
It feels a bit like the fish and fish repeat, right? Where we saw, okay, lots of villagers are going down, but the other player has a massive army advantage here and can maybe utilize that one. At least we are idling some farmers here. Woodline was under a bit of threat. Leary putting on quite
Hera
some
needs
pressure.
another stable if he's going to continue scout production like this. Another stable, or maybe like an archery range or something. Like he had 3 scouts in the queue at one point. He's getting forging now. Interesting. And he's bringing his other scouts back, Nearly.
I want to see Bloodlines there. Spearmen are getting some okayish hits. Goes for the front Woodline, goes for the front
I think
tower
Hera
as
can
well.
clear this up. I think Hera can clear this army number up, and then those numbers are going to get a lot more even. Leary is sending more army forward, but there's a tower on the Woodline. It's a great tower from Hera. He's going for an archery range, and this tower is going to push these archers away, keep these villagers safe. And Leary is split. Hera has his army all in one space. Hera can choose to dive on any of this. Leary needs to meet his armies up and fight as one force.
It's pretty tricky though. Those scouts obviously chasing them down. Bloodline's still not an option. We don't really have the gold, and now the engagement.
Yeah, takes the Spearman out right away. Now he's going to start working on these scouts. Frank's scouts will have more HP at the moment because no Bloodlines is in. But look at that clear up there for Hera. He's even trying to block the tailing scout there from Leary to get extra hits. And now he can dive on the secondary army from Leary because Leary wasn't keeping his army together. And Hera was continuing with the scout production, now adding in some skirmishers behind this.
Archers without fletching though. Those villagers will actually survive some seconds still here. Only 52 gold for Hera. Now send some villagers over, ideally aiming for 100 to go for Bloodlines. Squeezes and fletching before that.
In addition to the 4 villagers he lost, Leary also with 1 minute extra of idle TC time. So that's a couple extra villagers there from Leary that Hera has an advantage with. He's got 6 villager advantage currently, and he's looking to clear up this army. Scouts are pretty dangerous here for Hera. He's got 8 of them, and only 2 of them are low HP. Leary needs to keep retreating, and the skirmishers, no doubt, are targeting the spearmen from Leary. So Hera is looking to dive on this at any second.
More scouts coming from the top now. Tries to take the fight from the hill. Skirm's a bit out of position. Leary is trying to go for it. Scouts taking the fight. Oh, it's so tricky to engage this.
Yeah, I mean, look at these players. They're going in, they're going back, they're going in, they're going back. Now both of them dive. They feel like they've got themselves a good position to take a fight, but it is Hera who is clearing up the scouts, and Hera with the better economy at the moment. As he continues to kill here, he's going to take out all of the scouts from Leary, all of the archers from Leary. That is a big clear up for Hera, and now that's going to go back across the map towards Leary. Leary has another force coming in, but Hera notices right away, and he's got the reinforcements coming out of his production buildings to potentially deal with this, although he does lose a villager.
And some spearmen there. Look at that, 4 spearmen. It makes it tricky to fight against that. Hera already stopped production there on his skirmishers. Can't obviously go for archers. And scouts only without bloodlines. Not the super long-term options.
He does have 5 on gold, though. He's continuing skirmisher production, so maybe thinking about bloodlines coming in soon. It's weird to get the armor and forging without getting that. But I love the way that Hera has played this and continuing to invest into feudal military, right? He's playing wide open, as Huns probably should. He's just defending himself with military, even fighting with some villagers now to keep the scouts at bay. And the villager count is still in his favor by 4. Military count now swinging a little bit into Hera's favor as he's going to clear up these archers and the scouts. And eventually he will be in a position for a counterattack. Looking at Leary's economy, not really close to clicking up to Castle Age.
Oh yeah, floating so much gold with what I believe is only 1 archer range there. Now he adds a second one. Even
look at the wood line.
That's ugly. Needs to expand a bit further to the top. That's really inefficient. Gold is not pretty either, and it just feels like Hera's counterattack can now do quite some damage.
Thank you, Vodka. I was just about to ask, 30 farms for Hera. Absolutely insane.
That early in the game, compare that to the 18 that we have here for Leary. He's grouping up. He knows, okay, the next attack will be coming. I cannot take my foot off the gas. Hera is coming, and he's waiting for Bloodlines. 20 seconds to go.
Yep, Bloodlines is now coming in. Archers, scouts, not a lot of spearmen there, and that's because of the skirmishers from Hera, and those are going to deny much value from the spearmen, as we see that spearman already taking damage. Bloodlines is in. Hera's thinking about just boldly pushing this with the skirmishers behind. Leary, with a good position, though, is going to chase him away just a little bit, but Hera's not done yet. He comes in on the gold. If he manages to clear up all this army, those villagers are exposed. Can Hera do it? Can Hera clear all the scouts, clear all the archers, and then start working away on the villagers? Scouts are pretty weak.
Oh, snipes those the trapped archer there for sure, and those archers indeed are dying. Skirmishers are taking it. We are seeing a game 9.
Game 9 here. Hera, what an impressive performance with the Huns against the Franks. You said it, like at some point it looked like Leary just had an overwhelming military advantage. I think it was like 21-10. But the problem with that is 11 of those were on one side and 10 of those were on the other side. And Hera had the mobility in the scouts. Leary was kind of slow. Also, you said Leary didn't get fletching for a while there, so he couldn't really utilize his army to its full extent.
Yeah, also no upgrades, right? If you play against the full scouts and go for spearmen, not trying to match them with scout numbers, you need armor on those spearmen, but the blacksmith was so late. Then the side attack at the right side, for example, not really doing the best job of killing those skirmishers, attacking villagers, attacking farmers there. And it felt like Hera built like 6 skirmishers this game.
Yep.
That was enough to snipe so many spearmen, scare the archers away, and then scout with scout in the end. More HP for the Huns player.
I like the way he played that. It was classic, right? It was classic Huns, just wide open, not a wall in sight. Farms, 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 more production buildings, more military. And honestly, great effort from Hera to come forward with those initial scouts, to split them all around, to get the snipes, especially like on the archer, on the villagers, on the gold, on the villagers, on the deer. We should talk about those deer, actually. Leary, like, coming out there, as he often does, right? He supplements his builds with 3 villagers going out to deer, going out to ibex. He started doing it with Empire Wars, does it in Standard RM now. That's really overly aggressive to come out to the middle. Probably sent them when the army from Hera was at his gold, and then he forgot about them.
Yeah, maybe they were already on their second trip, right? It absolutely makes sense if they're a bit further back. Or against most players, this works because no one else has the balls to say, wow, you have 9 military trying to attack me and trying to find damage. I will send my scouts to kill you.
Yep. Really big. And the fact they also had 100 food in their arms when they went down. Like, if Leary converts that into upgrade... Fletching! That's fletching right there.
Yeah. Or maybe another scout that can fight off then. Those 3 are going back and they can easily, like... They would have generated, like, at least, like, 400 food until the end of the game.
Yeah.
Next map. Leary's choice. The last game of the Grand Melee. Options. Atacama, Northern Isles, Land Madness. I would love to see Northern Isles for Leary, simply because he has Italians against what we think is a weaker civ out of Hera.
Yeah.
I think we won't see it though.
Do we want... Yeah, if you're Leary, you're going into a stressful game 9, you want to play to your strengths, right? And you're not just playing to your civ draft, you're playing to what you feel comfortable with. Leary is an open map player. Atacama has not been played. Leary is so crazy on that map. I feel like it has to be Atacama. What civ? Are we going for Incas? Are we going for... Well, probably be Incas.
We just got the confirmation. Leary will play to his civ strengths.
Yeah.
He will go for Northern Isles.
Wow.
And we are so sure that it will be Italians. Now, what can the mastermind of Hera come up with? Is it Berbers? Faster moving ships? He is one of the micro nerds if it comes to like 2 galleys, 4 galleys, 6 galleys, trying to move them around, trying to snipe those fire galleys away. Berber, faster moving ships, can be brilliant for that. Koreans, we already said it. Cheaper ships, can go for turtles, can go for towers.
Yep. Lithuanians, is there a potential for Lithuanians? The bonus isn't that big with the 9 villagers start.
Yeah, 150 extra food. You can go for some more fishing ships a bit earlier, transition a bit more into wood. I don't really see the value too much. Cumans, not a single advantage that you can really work with. Hera has to decide Koreans, or do I feel like Berbers?
Koreans and Italians. Wow. Koreans and Italians, we've gotten the confirmation. Our final game of the Grand Melee Grand Finals. Game number 9 is going to be on Northern Isles, Koreans versus Italians. Hera versus Leary. Not the map I would pick for these two. Not the civs I would probably pick for these two. But here we are. We've been through everything else, like the insane games in this Grand Final. What a Grand Final it's been, honestly.
And it's like also like we are saying it, right? They have always delivered. They've always pushed to distance. And we have said, like, if this goes to best of 15, it would still go 7-7. And they are here, and it's all decided. Who wins $40,000 in this one on Northern Isles?
And it's Northern Isles. And the thing I notice immediately is that Leary has potentially transported over, and now he's bringing it back once again. He transported over his scout. He took a look, and now he's bringing back the sheep. He's laming with the transport ship.
What? Just found 2 sheep there. Hera, by the way, going for the back dog, so wants to play it a bit more defensively. Leary at the same time front dog, as it seems like. So fire galley opening most likely out of Leary. Hera, we expect to see galleys.
Yeah, Hera's play with Koreans going galleys, amazing. We saw it in Warlords on Migration. So good. He won the water. All the games he played with them. Unfortunately, couldn't pull it out because he landed too late. But what I was about to say is that Hera's base and Leary's base are actually quite close as far as Northern Isles is considered, right? They're both going to kind of dock on this side, and that's the reason why Leary is finding them so quickly and finding those sheep as well, able to transport those back across. Hera going the long way, and it's going to take him a while to find the dock from Leary. He will eventually find it, though there's nothing else to do but scout with this transport ship in Dark Age.
And as we can see, kind of in the top of the islands, the 3 gold spots, all the resources, we have the docks there as well. That will be the most important area that we are fighting for in the first like 25, 30 minutes. On the other side, we also can see that it might get a bit tricky at the bottom. That's where the main woodlines are. So that feels like the important area at around minute 40.
Yep, both players now pausing, just taking a moment, resetting. I don't know if there's an issue or something, or if it's just nerves at this point. Wanted a drink of water, just kind of chill.
A bit surprised, 17 against 16 villagers. We already saw Loom out of Hera. Seems like something an admin decision. Both players are just ready for more instructions. And this is where you already feel the pressure, and now nothing you can do, and you still have to stay composed. This is like one of the toughest situations for a pro player.
I'm sitting here like counting golds, counting stones. Looks fine to me. Looks like each player has a deer patch.
Maybe the admin jumped in late into the game and said like, here, this guy, he had 2 sheep less on his island.
Yep.
And yeah, it seems to be a bugged map here. We will all reset that. Maybe the admin can confirm what happened here.
Could even be like things like straggler trees, which can make a massive difference.
Maybe 2 of the sheep that we saw early on there from Leary were at the wrong spot. And therefore they were like kind of on the other island, constantly spawning there.
Yeah.
But he got them, so that can't really be a thing, right? Because then we still have 8v8.
I don't know what happened. We'll have to get clarification on that. I know they are restarting here. We want the most fair map possible. That would be the worst thing for a game number 9, is for one player to have an unfair generation. So they're going to get into the game once again. Can't really be a surprise that Hera went for Koreans here. Like, Leary would be looking at the Civ draft and kind of knowing what was happening. Unfortunately for Leary, those pigs unlikely to be stolen again, but the map might have not been in his favor. We don't quite know.
And that's what we talked about very early on, right? How many civs Leary drafted for water maps, for the mixed maps as well, for Frigid Lake. Although Hera got the W there on the mixed map, Portuguese, I think, was the snipe early on, right? That's basically the option that Hera could have gone for here, taken away.
Yep. Portuguese, very, very good on these maps. We've seen them wear out the Italians so many times, right? Especially Team Islands being a key example of that. You hosted a tournament where that was the case. Or no, was it Koreans against Portuguese?
It was against Malay, actually, the game you're referring to.
Yes.
But yeah, I also played in some games, right? There was the Nations Cup where we had like a 3-hour game and 4 Vitorias kind of generating the resources there. Germany against Argentina. Lots of discussions about resource distribution there back in the days, but now maps got so much better, right? That everyone has the same amount of trees, same amount of gold, the random factor, so much reduced. We still have the feeling like that the map generation is like we need to scout, we need to make our decisions, but games aren't really decided by maps anymore.
Yeah, not so much. I mean, you saw it when Fish and Fish happened and Ellie asked Leary about the woodlines. What did you think about your woodlines? It's like, what? Oh, you didn't notice that giant desert at the back of your base, right? But like, he had one, and that was enough for him, right? And it's not as bad as it used to be. We just want to make sure it's fair completely for everyone. The players are getting into the game shortly, we've been told. I don't know if there was another restart there or if they just need to take some time. But you're with us here, game number 9. Thank you for joining us. Everyone in the audience, thank you for joining us. Thank you for showing appreciation to the players. DreamHack, thank you for having us. Obviously, the Order of the Sheep has put on an amazing tournament. Like, the production value has been insane. The amount of time that they had for the product that has been placed here is crazy.
Obviously, it really pushed that one through, and well, it's like you see the man hours that are being put in there. But the way we just got the confirmation, one of the players had only one boar, while the other one had two.
Okay, so yeah.
And obviously that's
Can't play
not
that.
something that we can really play with. So just a restart, and both players can maybe think a bit more about this matchup. They obviously now saw the one player, Italians, played the front dog. The Korean player played the back dog.
No surprises there, though.
No surprise.
Yeah.
Do you try to mind game now?
I don't think so. I think you stick to your game plan because the game plan you've developed initially is probably the best one statistically. Right? Like most of the time, you're in a game 9. It's not time to mess around, Nilly. It's time to just like beat your opponent by being better. And I think you beat your opponent by being better by sticking to the game plan that statistically is likely to prevail most of the time.
Absolutely love that. We've seen Koreans on Northern Isles before. Winchester won versus Nikov Dravidians in the round of 12 of the qualification. Winchester, obviously an absolute master on so many different civilizations.
Shout out to Winchester as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, couldn't be here. Shout out to Mr. Yo. I know we haven't done that so often during this weekend, but they deserve to be here. Unfortunately, couldn't. We had replacement qualifiers, of course. But they've been helping players train as well, so great job from them.
Absolutely. Maybe in the future we will get that as well. And well, right now we see Leary most likely going for the front dog here. And this time the spawn of the island, they're kind of a bit more in the center.
Yeah. It's definitely more standard to how you normally see Northern Isles play out. It was kind of weird because Hera was on the one side, Leary was kind of on the same side.
That's probably why the boar didn't spawn, right? Because then your generation of the island blocks generation of the other island, and it all gets a bit funky.
And you see Hera going to the side here, and I think playing galleys, you have to kind of dock on the side. Back dock with galleys is tough because there's 2 directions to go. Hard to defend your fish and also hard to get to your opponent with that timing. If you kind of build your docks along the side, though, you can have choke points to fight with your galleys, which is really nice when fires are pushing you. And you can kind of control the direction in which your opponent is coming in towards your docks, plus you're not too far away from them.
Typical rule of thumb, the lower the number, the better it is for the fire galley. The higher the number, the better it is for the galleys there, simply because of their better range, of their micro potential, and obviously lots of fire galleys. Well, they're pretty vulnerable to demos, but also remember, Koreans not having access to demos.
The only Civ in the game that doesn't get demos. Unfortunately. I love the Civ, but it makes me hate them sometimes.
Yeah, especially because you're the one going for some demo highlights there for sure. And now the scout around tries to find something. Actually, that is prepared. He knows this guy likes to backdock. I send my scouts to the back, and I will find your villager.
Yeah, he doesn't unload the scout. The ship is technically faster here. He's not going to let Hera know. And Hera goes for a house over here. Hera is banking on this house. This is part of the build, right? You put a house here because you're producing from the TC and from the dock. And now the house is going to be delayed. The scout gets back in. It gets 1 hit against the villager. Hops immediately back into the transport ship. And that has to be the best pirate I've ever seen.
Absolute crazy move there. Nice.
And look, Hera's kind of tracking this here. He's trying to anyway.
Wanted to push deer, but that got denied for now. Now both players maybe considering going to feudal age pretty soon. Obviously now the transition onto more and more villagers onto wood, fire galley production is what we expect of Leary. Or is there an option, knowing that the distance is so long now, that Leary actually
I think
also
Leary
goes
goes galleys. I think Leary goes galleys here, right? We'll know it once he adds docks. But I think Leary isn't afraid to play away from the fire galleys, especially against a player like Hera, who has a back dock that's making galleys. Like, fire galleys at that point
no.
are always going for a forward dock.
That's the forward dock. Short distance means short numbers in units, and that means fire galleys are better than galleys. And Leary, he might be surprising Hera a bit. If Hera is really greedy here and continues to push deer, he won't scout this.
But Leary kind of warned Hera that the scout was a threat earlier, and Hera's got his scout patrolling in this area still.
It's pretty close here.
Because he doesn't want Leary's scout coming back and sniping his Vil.
But that's
so
out of range. Transporters.
He sees him, and he sees the villager.
Oh, nice move. Nice move by Hera. Great positioning.
Great stuff there from Hera. He knew, Leary reminded him early that the scout was a threat against the dock villager by hitting it. Hera kept the scout there. He had nothing else to do with this unit. And he finds the villager from Leary. He didn't find the dock foundation, though, so Leary could technically be going for like an archer range or something here. Hera doesn't have confirmation on that yet.
Hera should now go for fire galleys. He knows that the short distance is absolutely an option. Needs to pull 2 more villagers onto gold. Okay, and indeed he is the clever boy. Goes for the fire galleys. I think Leary actually could have maybe been better advised to build a more defensive dock at home and just play galleys from home. Because now, that would have been like the mind game 2000.
Well, I mean, Leary's forward dock is going to kind of protect his fish for the time being because Hera's going to be busy with this. So I guess it is accomplishing something, if not as much as you might have wanted before. And he even goes for a second dock here, Nilly. He's getting pretty aggressive on this side.
And he's producing from home as well. Now the front dock by Hera, that's going to be for fire galleys to snipe the fish out of Leary, who's playing really aggressively, but instantly scouted by Leary because he wins the scout war. Great scouting.
Yeah, both players know exactly what the other is up to. Leary managing to just squeak his way through that scout war, and now he's going to try and block the transport ship that's trying to block the fire, that's now trying to block the fires from blocking the transport ship as he runs away from this engagement. 2 forward docks, though, so Hera has to respect that.
Oh, but didn't go back far enough. The repair is not really coming in. Low HP already, and that would be a win for Hera. Oh, that's a bit of miss micro by Leary. Oh, transporter, low HP already. Hera with a nice defense so far.
He has the villager there, though, and he's going to start to repair. And Leary has already queued up a demo. Hera does not have access to demos, and that might play in big here with 2 forward docks from Leary. Also, I want to see if Leary is sending a fire galley to the forward dock from Hera. He is. He wants to keep tabs on this situation. He doesn't want Hera sneaking up on his fishing ships. And where is the demo? Where is the demo? Which dock is the demo queued in here from Leary? It's queued in the front one. Hera's got to be so careful.
Yeah, and Hera doesn't really have the option, right? The short distance. And that's why we said Italians one of the best civilizations. They simply have all the options. Koreans, limited.
Demo is coming out now from Leary. Hera's just abandoning. He's got to set up his fish behind. He wants to get maximum vision on these ships as they come out. He's got more fire galleys in the queue. Fishing ships now running through the fires, but a big demo incoming here from Leary. And Hera manages to split away from this, still gets value from that demo raft. Leary does, but not maximum value that we would have thought, and his second demo goes right into the dock.
Yeah, a bit of a misplay there, but did some great moves here in the center with the fire galleys. This is just such a great push, and now Demo even tries to chase this one. This is brilliant by Leary. The front dock against Koreans just makes so much sense. You have the demos, they don't.
Yeah, and you have access to that transport ship so early on Northern Isles, so it's a really, really smart play there from Leary. Hera's actually looping his fish back around to that front dock. Because even though he's being contested there, it's a lot more safe than these back 2 docks over here. And also looping the other 2 fire galleys around to help keep his fish safe.
Yeah, and now Leary should technically switch fire galleys from the left-hand side dock, and the one from the center should be the one going for the demos. But for now, only fire galleys in the queue for going here. And villager-wise, slightest of advantages there for Leary, but not the most important thing. It is who wins the water battle. Most likely gets a big advantage in this game.
Hera repairing this fire, but he's attacking 2 different fires on that side, and Leary is going to win this engagement. Hera is still waiting for those 3 fires from the back to loop all the way around from the right side, and he's running with his fishing ships once again. Leary with 10 ships on the water, 2 in the queue, and a demo raft on the way, but Hera is here. Hera is here with the fires. Hera is now soaking some of that fire damage with his fishing ships.
Nice. Really
He's got one
there.
coming from behind, so great stuff there from Hera.
Could be some blocking here. Goes for the high HP one for now. Maybe tries to chase it down a bit more. Leary even fights a bit back. Well, has to pay the price.
Hera is also all over Leary's docks, the forward 2 docks there, and Hera taking some good trades once again. The KD is 4-7, but so far, I mean, Hera has still managed to have a decent amount of Navy contesting the water control. That fire will go down, another fire will follow it, but Demo's now being a threat once again from Leary, and really, really standing out that the Koreans can't get demo rafts here. That would have changed the game already for Hera.
Yeah, and also 2 fishing ships against 4 fishing ships at all time. Make that 1 fishing ship for now. More fire galley control in the center. This is looking really good for Leary. He's pushing in, and he is winning the center water for now.
Hera's going to take out 1 fire galley. He's going to try and work away on the other. Also still trying to cancel out this production from the forward 2 docks, but Leary is so on top of it right now. And we look at the resources. Leary is in the advantage for resources in the bank, and it looks like he's about to think about clicking up soon.
Oh, two
And
archers
from
though.
Hera. And
great comeback mechanic.
remember, the archers get armor for free, so those are even more deadly than normal archers, right? Especially against villagers. Really, really good.
They can't really fight back. The villagers actually going for some repair, at least tried to, but fish or ship went away there. And Leary, is upping pretty soon.
This is, if Hera gets fletching, this is quite a dangerous army here, Nilly.
How many archers? 3 archers?
3 archers in the transport ship.
Looks like it. And we up with blacksmith and market.
Yeah.
Not even a barracks here to maybe make something happen.
He needs fletching. I don't know if Hera has a blacksmith yet. He needs fletching. I think he's making one right now at the back of his base.
There's one building, unlikely to be the market. Blacksmith now finished.
Immediately. Come on.
Give it to us. Give us fletching. That could be your way to get yourself back into this game. Both woodlines close to each other. Leary might be distracted on water.
Yeah, and Hera gets right in there close to the villagers. I would have loved to see fletching there. Armor on the archers, and that actually matters here. As the villagers try to engage, Leary's going to be like, why are these things so hard to kill? Fletching is 8 seconds away, and look at the position that Hera is drawing these villagers into. This is such value, not only in terms of idle time, but he can turn around on these once he gets fletching and kill most of them. A second villager going down. Leary is on the way to Castle Age, but look at the resources from Hera. He's about to click up himself.
Nice kills here, and all of a sudden, Hera is ahead in worker count, and that's including fishing ships. Great find here by Hera.
Yeah, really, really great timing on the landing. He knew the water wasn't working out. He's going to kill another villager here. Insane. Actually insane landing here from Hera.
Yoink. Nice.
Great stuff. Great stuff, pulling himself back into the game. Leary forced to wall. Leary with no production buildings other than the barracks right now on his home island. He still has that villager forward, though, and he's getting the cavalry armor right now. So maybe knights, potential of knights coming out on Hera's island, could be a risk of that.
Goes for some fire galley here. Lots of low HP galleys, and the micro not really there for Leary. Isn't really spotting that. That's a nice comeback.
Is Hera diving under the TC from Leary? I think he's diving under the TC with the archers. There's no villagers there. What a play from Hera. And he's going to get into the wood line.
3 archers, +1/+1. He can micro this one away. How brilliantly is this guy playing? We were saying Italians have all the advantages here, but those 3 archers, they're fighting so much damage.
Yeah, they are.
Already.
Even forcing a scout out from Leary. I mean, Leary has the +1 defense on his scout. I wonder if Hera decides to kill that thing, or if he decides to go after the villagers. He's going to try and kill it, get maximum value from these archers. Great micro from Hera. Does he even lose an archer here? Yes, he loses 1, but he's still got 2 alive. And how annoying is this to play against if you're Leary?
50 seconds, he gets another armor upgrade, and he finds more kills. Look at that. Now finally Knight is coming out and will finally put an end to this nightmare.
That's absolutely insane. The value that he got from just 3 archers, he's going to kill again. Oh, the villager survives. What is this, Ring of Reeds?
Oh, great save there for sure. Fire galleys are now being pushed away by the fire ships. Trying to run away. Obviously, production better after you got the war galley upgrade as well. Some more demos coming in. Hera booming behind this. This game is far from over.
And the war galley upgrade coming in. Look at the eco count right now. 44 villagers from Hera, 39 from Leary, 6 in the queue from Hera. So it's not just that 300 food. He's done such a good job with his food count. He's got more than enough to produce from double TCs. He still has a presence on water with 8 fire galleys, 7 fire ships only for Leary. And now he's even going for a 3rd TC and adding a monastery. Hera, just a Herculean task of pulling himself back into this game, but he's done it. Leary's still in a competitive position, though. He's going for knights, and knights could be a concern for Hera on his home island.
Oh, and look at that. 11 villagers in the queue now because he had so much food. And yeah, knights could be a problem, but we already are having a monastery.
TCs and a monastery, yeah. Brilliant play from Hera, honestly.
Oh, look at that. Even the house is here to prevent the raids from coming in. The thinking ahead of this guy, impressive.
It feels like Hera just kind of, he lost momentum early on in the game, and then he just got in his zone, right? He's like, what can I do to bring myself back? He's done it all. He's got the monk there. Leary's got to be thinking, God, like, what answers doesn't this guy have as he makes a house there and is forced to run under the TC. The knight gets converted, so the landing basically has no effect on Hera, and Hera is still pushing back on water. Leary has access to demos. Hera does not.
Demo goes in.
Big demo, huge demo from Leary there, and all of the fire ships from Hera just completely gone. Hera has the option to go into turtle ships, but Leary has such a presence on water. It's tough, right? And they're very expensive.
You need to go at the back, kind of in the center. One is not really a thing. I think archer landing makes lots of sense, right? Forcing the opponent into more knights again. You can just be annoying. You already have double armor. Maybe even finding the kill here. That's only one knight, though.
I thought it was going to be a big army or villagers or something. Just one knight. Leary will save that. And Leary goes for a monastery of his own. Now,
that
obviously,
also means no more landings, right?
Yeah.
Hera feels safe. Can collect relics now.
Yeah, Leary is going to have to invest more wood to get another transport ship. Maybe another big demo coming in here for Leary. Hera splits up, but still value from that. And Hera, if he wants to send his transport ship over, he's going to have to do it now because the fires are getting close. Where is that transport? Maybe if we find the archers, we can find the transport. I think it's, looping around to the side. TC up from Leary, actually 3 TC, just like his opponent. So maybe it has potential to defend here, but Hera, we know how annoying he could be with those archers.
The TC was so much earlier, right? He's a solid 17 villages ahead here already. Massive eco out of Hera. That was so weird, right? He reached Castle Age with like 800 food or something. It was just crazy how he could queue up so much, and that's why his economy is so good. Those archers,
Leary saw them. Leary did see them, so a bit sloppy maybe from Hera to reveal that landing to Leary, and Leary's going to be taking steps to combat that. He already has a monastery. He's actually sending the monk out for the relics, so maybe he didn't realize. Maybe the fire saw them, but Leary didn't notice that the archers were there, and the monk is going to die.
Nice snipe. The 100 gold gun. And obviously, maybe some threat into the head of Leary here. Market now in the back, tries to balance his economy, has a lot of gold in the bank.
Leary's still contesting water here, still going for more demos. Hera still queuing up ships. How much has that reduced wood cost benefited him throughout this game? Like, it's kind of insane, actually.
Multiple hundred wood saved already there. Obviously, you save it for every single ship, and those ships are so expensive. Typically 90 wood, and your discount just really kicking in.
No crossbow.
75.
No crossbow yet. He does have the +2 armor, but there are 3 knights here from Leary with the +1 armor of their own. So it's going to be tough for Leary or Hera to micro his way out of this one. I don't even think he's going to kill a knight. He's just going to try and take out another villager. Second landing, less successful, I think we can admit, than the first one. But still, he's making Leary pay attention to multiple spots and still contesting water.
Over 20 villager lead. Now tries to catch up with eco upgrades.
Almost has enough stone for a castle, too.
Ooh. But where do you build the castle?
I think Hera would build it in the center.
I think the center makes a lot of sense, simply because that allows you to go for galleons, because then the opponent can't really jump on you.
Yep. And Hera is making forward docks there. Now, Hera either builds it in the center or he builds it next to his docks on the shoreline.
In the center, you mean directly in the island? Ooh, that's a ballsy one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But that gives him the chance to go for really good docks on his main island there.
Also gives him a lot of more access to stone, right? So he can go for another castle.
Or maybe only one castle and then towers to follow this one up.
Towers could work a lot, yep. Especially with that extra range once you get into Imperial Age. Demos looking for value from Leary. Hera, some excellent splits throughout this game. Leary has found some big demos, but Hera has also prevented a couple big ones. As we see Hera, look at the resources, Nilly! How did he bring himself to this position where he's got a castle in the middle, he's got a 15 villager lead, and he's going to be the first player to click up to Imperial Age? And Leary is playing as Italians. Like, this is, and he's still, like, contesting water. This is insane.
It's another game where I said this should not be the thing. He made it already happen with Burmese there on Fish and Fish, where I felt like one of the greatest comebacks we have seen in a very, very long time. And this one, Hera puts himself in such a good spot after being down so far.
Look at the Navy.
11 minutes in.
Look at the Navy numbers. He's got more fires than our Italians player here. And Leary, who's been contesting the water the entire game.
This is the moment, though, where Hera should switch into galleons. In Imperial Age, especially if we have the castle up there, the big number play is simply galleons. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we soon see a tech tree pause and Hera checks if he has fast fires.
Well, I'm glad he's checking, too, because I was racking my brain about that one as well.
Demo now coming in. Oh, that's a good one.
All right, so we have 682 stone in the bank here from Hera. He's potential for another castle, going for a TC in the middle. I think the other castle maybe goes in the north of his own island, as long as Leary doesn't have anything there, just to cut off another choke point. You already have control over the middle. Maybe another avenue that Leary can't push in through. And there we go.
kind of denies the left-hand side quite nicely. Blocks some...
I'd love to see it up against the shoreline, but I guess...
and it's easy to trap for Leary, right?
Yeah, true.
This one is more land control. The other one would be more water control that you wanted to see. But I can see like how he wants to play the super long game.
You can also get the water control. I guess if you go for this castle, you can get the water control with towers along the edge there too, if you really need it.
I would like to see way more towers here out of Hera, but easier said than done. But you also mentioned in the center, the 5th relic hidden there, and stone and gold. So, first tower coming.
There we go. Beautiful stuff here from Hera as Fletching is just now coming in, careening coming in as well for Leary. Hera has not made the transition into War Galleys.
Yeah. I think that's a questionable choice, especially because Leary, he will be so fast then to getting onto shipwright as well. We'll get the production out.
Look at this pincer move from 3 directions.
Oh, but not really attacking. Okay, now he is Hera. Nice moves here, and he will get lots and lots of control.
Can check for the docks from Leary. I think he's already found the docks on the southern end of Leary's island. So Leary has a bunch of villagers down there, and he's going to start making docks in the center, but Hera already has a castle up there. He's already got a guard tower up there. It's going to be incredibly difficult for Leary to mass any sort of ships with Hera firing them down, and fast fire on the way. So our tech tree question was answered. I'd love to see ballistics. I would love to see Bodkin and Bracer coming in, and then eventually Yupseong as well.
Ooh, second castle here. Not 100% sure if that's so needed, especially because like tower is way cheaper. You control a bit more area, and ships really don't want to sit under it.
That war wagon is going to be incredibly annoying if Hera sends that over.
Oh yeah.
Too.
Oh yeah.
That's all 3 archer armor upgrades plus a beefy unit in general.
Yeah, it's 150 hits for a villager basically to kill one.
The only concern is maybe it getting converted, but Leary only with 1 monk currently. The war wagon could be extremely annoying.
I would love to see a trap in the center here from Hera, trying to deny those docks. Leary, that's his main dock. It's actually pretty risky to redock that area. I'm a bit surprised that he didn't go for the back dock, and Hera sees everything. Where are the traps?
Leary going for ballistics now. He's going for fast fire of his own. We've got 6 docks set up here from Leary, but we've got a castle in the middle from Hera, and Hera is making the switch into war galleys. Bodkin Arrow is on the way. He's got how many war wagons inside of that transport? Just 1, 2 waiting. But he does have villagers on the way over. Guard towers first, please, and then castle, or castle first?
We'll start with an outpost here. He doesn't really have the vision. And now the counter castle to this one, forcing quite some reaction.
Okay, just move over to the side. Oh, and Leary deletes it.
Interesting. Oh man, this is so intense. Remember though, Italians, they don't get heavy demos. So not the perfect answer against the fast fires here for Hera.
Well, neither do Koreans, so I guess they're on equal footing here as the war wagons come down. The knights are coming over, trying to clear up those villagers. Towers coming in from Hera. He's shifting over the war galleys, so he might actually bring these back over towards his transport ship and then land them on a different area of Leary's island. Leary, tons of navy here. Fast fire is being popped out. No demos available for Hera. Would have liked to see more towers in this area, like you mentioned before, to prevent exactly this, or trebs to work away at those docks.
There's one trap now, builds another castle there. The stone income of Hera is just absolutely crazy. Now those war wagons are going back. Villagers safe for now. More docks here. I love how Hera is playing this, so methodical.
And Leary is fighting. Like, Leary has been behind for quite a while now. Leary's just trying to take back control of the water. He's trying to keep himself safe on his own island. Feels like Hera could go for towers over here uncontested, essentially, until Leary gets some trebs on the field. But Hera getting chemistry right now, can get the galleon upgrade soon, can get some trebs in the middle. There's 1 to work away on the docks, and definitely more towers will be in the cards.
That's a weird move here by Leary. Where is he trying to take the engagement? Okay, goes from the top. No castle really helping out, but this is clear army against army.
Still no bracers, still no galleon.
Oh yeah, this is a good fight for Leary.
Yep. I mean, Hera's war galleys aren't doing much damage at all to careening fast fires from behind there. The fast fires from Hera getting some value though, and the towers are going to get some value on the wood lines here as the wagons are there to support. Hera going for a second tower there in the north, but he's continuing to push through the water here, and Leary is losing his navy. Leary has 19 fast fires left, but Hera is already teching into war galleys to get those ranged units behind his fast fire meat shield, and now he's denying wood from Leary, and that is a problem.
Hera, a master of strong economies, but sadly working towards an overboom here. 146 villagers doesn't allow you to get into the massive fleets, and therefore in some scenario he might actually lose the water fight simply because he doesn't have the pop space.
And where's that Treb from Hera? Why is it not working away on the docks in the center? The Treb is just sitting there. Hera's forgotten completely about it. Maybe he's trying to transport it across. Still no Galleon upgrade. As I say it, it comes in. Still no Bracer upgrade for Hera. This tower is wreaking havoc, though. Leary will need to go for a Treb to clear that up. That's an investment he doesn't want to make. And Leary, once again, ejecting the fast fires, and he's trying to go for some big engagements here against Hera, but there are 2 castles and now a tower ranging his ships, and heated shot is on the way from Hera. That damage output is going to be insane.
Absolutely crazy. Arrow slits already in. Heated shot adds more damage, and a crazy amount of more damage there against the Galleons from the towers, and that means Leary can never fight in this area again.
Yeah, now Leary's got to be thinking, like, how on earth do I kick him out of this position? And that was kind of an open question. How on earth does he kick him out of this position, Nilly?
He doesn't really. I think we need to make something wild happen. We need to use the traps, trying to clear up that area, and we need to decimate the numbers of towers and castles here. Hera, we questioned his playstyle. We questioned if he could actually play this tower style, the lamey one, the methodical one, and he answers with, yes, I can, because he's seeking to get the big W.
Hera was down 4-2 in this series. He needed to win 3 games in a row against peak Leary. Leary has been playing amazing today, right? And on maps that maybe isn't heavily favored over Leary, and it looks almost like Hera is about to do it. He's gonna win game number 9 here, and Hera is your Grand Melee champion against Leary. What an insane set, and what an insane comeback in that game 9. Northern Isles, incredible.
Against the best civilizations today, with Koreans, with a rough opening without the demos, and Hera, who said, I doubted my skills going into this tournament, takes big win after big win and wins a crazy final.
Oh, it's been a while since we've seen Hera on top of an S-tier event, and he wins a huge prize pool. I mean, $40,000 for Hera, but at the moment, I'm sure he's just happy that he pulled himself back in that one. We see him entering the middle of the stage right next to that fantastic trophy. Round of applause for Hera here from our audience, and I know they appreciated that performance. Just an incredible set from the Canadian.
Oh, and you see how he relieved he is. Can't really believe it. And what a crazy performance. Like, the pressure around minute 9, 10. I think a lesser player would have absolutely crumbled there. It was so intense, not really having the demo option. But he sent his fishing ships around. The attack there through the center, the redock, brilliant move. Like, and then those 3 hero archers. I think if Hera lifts this trophy alone, it's not fair. The 3 archers should be
They need to join him. Yeah, exactly. They're gone but not forgotten for sure, as Hera is just trying to unwind here after this amazing win for him. And we think about the games in that set, right? Ring of Reeds alone. It's like just insanity. The Gold Rush game.
Oh, God.
How much stress in that Gold Rush game. And then you're behind in game number 9. Incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, your Grand Melee champion, Hera. And he triumphs over Leary. Hera lifting that statue, and you love to see it. He's waited so long for this moment. Never won a LAN event before. This is his very first, and what a stage to do it on. Holy cow, Nilly. Absolutely incredible.
So incredibly well deserved. It was his time. It felt like 1-0 already was his time. 1 misstep there, 1 lost set, and here in a single elimination tournament where if you lose 1 set, you are out. He's the only one to not drop the single set.
He definitely deserves it too. Swept Tattoo in the semis. He gets into this final against Leary. Leary playing lights out. Hera behind by 3 games. He makes the comeback happen. The amount of stress that was probably on this guy, insane. And we have Ellie here approaching Hera for our winner's interview. Ellie, take it away.
Thanks, Dave. Hera, congratulations. That was absolutely insane. I'm feeling so excited for you. I can't even imagine the excitement going through your head. Talk to us, Northern Isles, those 3 archers. What was the plan behind that?
I actually forgot that Koreans didn't have demos, so I realized I had to do something. I realized I had to do something on land, so I thought of archers. Honestly, his forward vill was really smart because he forced the water fight, and I thought he was going to land me, so I wasted a barracks early. it was a messy game, but I'm happy I found the damage with the archers.
Let's go back a little bit further here to game number 7, Ring of Reeds. That was quite an intense matchup, as you had to win 3 in a row to win this tournament. What were your thought process there and the strategy going in?
Well, I think that it's the craziest feeling maybe I've ever experienced in AoE, where I have to Vil fight for $20,000 in a grand final, and it's the last game of my series. And I think in that moment, you just have to commit to it. I think we both did a great job at the Vil fight, actually, but that was just, my heart was pounding the whole time. It's crazy.
Well, for the viewers watching as well, and the way you microed those weak villagers, and we saw that zombie land of an eco with like very weak wills, was crazy. Speaking of crazy, let's go back to the arena game when you got walled in. Oh, what? Were you expecting that at all?
I actually think he played insanely well that game. A lot of people might have missed it, but he basically went for monasteries, but he did them in the back and then waited. He didn't show me any monks, so I thought, okay, he's going to go for pure boom, which is what he did in past rounds. So that was a massive mind game from him. And then I got insta-converted like twice, actually, in that one moment. And then after that, I lose map control. He did a great job to capitalize on the map control. I thought I might have had a chance with the Flemish Revolution, but I don't think I really had it.
Yeah, the panic button unfortunately wasn't able to save you that time, but boy, oh boy, was it ever a pleasure to watch.
You know the worst part about that? Now the devs won't nerf Flemish Revolution because I lost 2 games with that. So now it's like, it looks like it's bad, but it's just me that's bad.
Well, we'll have to see what the devs have in store for us. Now that you have come away with 40K and another S-tier win under your belt, Hera, tell us, what are your plans for the future?
I think it's just going to be back to the grind. It's going to take a little holiday here and then go back to doing like live streams, coaching, whatnot, and I look forward to future events.
Dear champions, you all fought well. In the Grand Melee, there can be only one Grandmaster. The Order is very pleased. Now join us, Grandmaster. The great journey is about to start. We have big plans ahead of us. Now rise and shine, Grandmaster. The Grand Melee was a huge success. Let's initiate the next phase.
Test. All right, guys, actually, we're not just done yet. The stream is over, but we will have a live panel with questions and answers with the players and the talent up on stage. So if you want, stick around for that.